Chapter 1. I've won. I've won. 440 million. A fortune that one could never exhaust in a lifetime. At last, I can recline in tranquility. As an exemplary 996 worker of the new era, Yi Fifan has dedicated years to philanthropic endeavors, bestowing blessings upon the world. Having depleted the savings from his monthly food budget, he finally struck the jackpot, heralding a moment of brilliance in his life. Ding! A bug has been detected in the world, an improbable event has occurred, and the system is hastily repairing the anomaly. While he was still indulging in fantasies of a blissful life post-award, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Yi Fifan shook his head. Am I hallucinating from sheer joy? Ding! Repair. Failed. The system will transmit the host consciousness to another world. Transmission commencing. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Awakening on a sunlit beach with a gentle sea breeze, Yi Fifan felt an overwhelming fatigue and hunger. He rose to gaze at the distant horizon, then examined his hands and lifted his shirt to inspect his body. He reached a conclusion. His soul had traversed realms. A glance at the reflection in the water stirred a sense of familiarity. With orange hair, is that not Nami? No, I just checked my pants, there's no mistake. Am I right? Let me look again indeed. Ding. Welcome to the world of One Piece. The mischief system has been successfully loaded. The voice echoed his mind once more. Indeed, I have crossed over, and I've received a system as a golden finger. But why is it not a leisure resident system? Yi Fifan mused internally that I was prepared to lounge about. Yet instead, I find myself laboring in a treacherous pirate world. Surely, I won't have to survive on a deserted island from the outset. Bang! Suddenly, a small demon girl with black hair and red eyes, sporting horns and bat-like wings, with a pointed tail, appeared before Hema, pint-sized devil. Hello, host. I am called AI and I sure am. Alice, it is my pleasure to serve you. I am the system's embodiment. Feel free to consult me with any queries, and I shall selectively provide answers, Alice said. By the way, no one but you can perceive me. Inishi? Alice? Is that reminiscent of Monkey D. Luffy's naming style? Yi Fifan pondered. Has the system adopted local customs? Greetings, Alice. Who am I? Where am I? What time is it? Yi Fifan posed the existential trifecta. You are called Trick, an orphan who has just encountered a shipwreck, surviving by fishing. You are currently in the East Blue of the One Piece world, in the kingdom of Oikot. It is the year 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar. On the 1st of April, the system replied. Trick? As in trickery, mischief, or a ruse. Is this the prelude to becoming a con artist? In 1519 of the Sea Circle calendar, Luffy hasn't set sail yet, right, Alice? Trick remarked, it seems I'm beginning to adopt my new identity. Regarding the main storyline, I shall remain silent, Alice replied, her thoughts echoing, if I reveal everything, what significance would it hold? I am here to stir the pot. Then please introduce the system, Trek mused. Even if you don't elaborate, I have a fair inkling, considering I have watched over 1,000 episodes of One Piece. This system is called the Mischief System, primarily designed for pranks indeed. Mischief. Mischief. The importance of this word merits repetition. By engaging in pranks, the host can earn mischief points. The more pranks committed, the greater the accumulation of these points. For every 10 mischief points, one may draw a capsule, which contains various peculiar functional items and enchanting effects. Enchanted capsules can be directly thrown at targets. Items possess durability and usage limitations, including single-use, multiple-use, time-restricted, condition-restricted, and indestructible variants. The capsules drawn are likely to correlate with the individuals or items present in the vicinity, Alice added. Is there a beginner's gift pack? Otherwise, as a mere fledgling, I might perish before even leaving the novice village, Trek remarked. Then I shall grant you a beginner's 10 consecutive draws, gifting you 10 capsules, Alice contemplated before responding. Ding! The beginner's 10 consecutive draw capsules have been delivered. Before Trek, 10 capsules materialized upon the sandy shore, each displaying its description as he examined them one by one. Disguise fruit, mimic fruit. This allows one to transform both people and objects into others. The more convincing the transformation, the more similar it appears to the original, until it becomes indistinguishable. This includes the abilities and strengths of the disguised target, albeit limited by the user's own capabilities. Point 1 cannot disguise as someone unlikely to venture into a specific area. Upon Jiachu Weizhong, one may learn some skills from the target to a certain extent. It may be cast upon others, but the effectiveness of the mimicry is significantly reduced, and the caster must remain within close proximity. Initially, one can only disguise a single individual, gradually unlocking the ability to mimic multiple figures. Spatial Pocket Mirror Fruit. Once enchanted, it attaches to the user, allowing access to approximately 100,000 cubic meters of items from any part of the body, however. Living animals cannot be stored. One Piece Character Compendium Book Fruit. Once enchanted, it provides access to certain basic information about key characters from One Piece. Devil Fruit Nullification Ring Sea Prism Stone seals the abilities of devil fruits, enabling the wearer to swim. Identification Eye Auction House. Once enchanted, it allows for the identification of certain attributes of items. Memory Projector Memory Seahorse. Once enchanted, it enables the user to touch the head and retrieve memories the other party is willing to disclose. Likewise, it allows for the exhibition of one's own memories to the other. Any door Bruno. This grants access to marked locations. However, these marks can be destroyed and cannot be moved. For instance, one cannot mark a moving ship. 2-star Dragon Ball Kaido. Collecting all 7 Dragon Balls allows one to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish.To think there exists a Dragon Ball. Can I wish to become a Celestial Dragon? On second thought, it's not because the Celestial Dragons are nearing their demise, but rather because I am a champion of the proletariat, a fine young man of the new era. However, is it permissible to wish to return and claim a grand prize? Trike mused whimsically. Stop disrupting the formation, let us continue onward, Alice chided, delivering a light smack. You actually managed to hit me, Trike exclaimed, extending his clawed hand. I grasp. Yet cannot seize, it's merely an illusion. How unfair. Another light smack followed. Chinese Culinary Master Fruit of Eating. Upon enchantment, it enables the creation of various delicacies from the Chinese culinary tradition. Dough Power Capsule Rob Lucci. Upon enchantment, it increases the dough power by 100. Note, the dough power of a standard naval soldier is 10, while Rob Lucci possesses 4,000. The gacha during the novice protection period is rather splendid, Alice. Is it possible to conduct some clandestine manipulation with this gacha? Trike inquired excitedly. Absolutely not. No such thing. Do not speak so recklessly. Alice vehemently denied, internally lamenting, how can this fellow's emotional intelligence be so low? Such matters should remain unspoken. He could risk being banned. The disguised fruit, however, did not exist in the original narrative. It must have been derived from the system's mimicry of fruits. Should one consume it? Can it utilize the abilities of other fruit users post-disguise? Trike questioned. Indeed, as long as others believe in you, the effectiveness of the ability will strengthen. However, if your own power is feeble, it could easily be exposed. You must rely on your acting skills to compensate for your lack of strength, Alice explained eloquently. For instance, if you possess the ability to execute Hawkeye's flying slash, others will be more inclined to believe you are the great swordsman Hawkeyes, thus enhancing the damage through his authentic prowess. Conversely, if you lack the flying slash, you must rely on your performance and surrounding information to convince others you are indeed Hawkeyes. At that juncture, you may execute the flying slash, albeit with average potency. Moreover, the greater the doubts others harbor, the more likely your disguise will unravel, making it challenging to utilize the target's true strength. As for fruit users, you can employ some of their abilities, with the effects fluctuating based on your own strength and acting prowess. In summary, if strength is lacking, let performance fill the gap, Alice concluded sagely. Then, one can transform their sword and attire into those of Hawkeye's. However, the strength will also depend on the foundational attributes and performance of the individual. How marvelous! With this fruit's power at my disposal, what more could one desire? Any fruit or individual can be leveraged for their abilities. Trike exclaimed joyfully. Just as I find myself ravenous, it is said that the legendary devil fruit is even more repugnant than excrement. Although I have never tasted excrement, I have sampled durian, which should be of similar flavor. Trike took a hearty bite of the fruit. I previously misjudged you. Durian, you are not excrement, he lamented. In the tug-of-war between hunger and disgust, Trike consumed the entire fruit. You may wonder why he did not discard it after a single bite, given that one bite would suffice. However, what if consuming the entire fruit is the only way to fully develop and awaken its potential? The risk is too great to dismiss. Next, he turned his attention to the spatial pocket, and with a decisive gesture, Trike pressed it against himself, successfully enchanting it. After some experimentation, it appears that items can be scaled, and the space is quite ample. Approximately 100,000 cubic meters. One could estimate that it could accommodate 2 naval vessels. A test shall be conducted in due course. Living creatures, however, seem to be unsuitable. While plants might be permissible, perhaps it is the necessity for respiration that renders them incompatible, as they would suffocate. That it is plausible that preservation is achievable. Food can be tested subsequently. That I discovered that the pocket can manifest at will on any part of my body. I could transfer it to my mouth for a drinking contest, akin to Duan Yu challenging his peers to recognize their seniority. The consumed liquor remains unspoiled, allowing for resale at a later date. Let me clarify. This refers to selling at the marketplace, not an unfortunate bodily function. Ah, it seems I have stumbled upon a remarkable application. I extended my hand into the sea and, after a moment of gathering, I directed it forward and sprayed. Wow, a fire hydrant. In the future, when encountering a devil fruit user, I can spray them directly in assured sea escape, like a sea dragon ball, I exclaimed with excitement. However, it cannot achieve the same effect as a water blade that requires a higher flow rate, a finer stream, and the inclusion of diamond dust. Subsequently, I positioned the spatial pocket beneath my feet, launching myself upwards, only to land in the sea. The singular nozzle struggled to maintain balance momentarily. Fortunately, at the critical moment, I donned the ring that nullifies the effects of the devil fruit, sealing its powers, enabling me to swim back to shore with great effort. After some contemplation, I removed my trousers, placing the spatial pocket on my posterior to fire. This indeed provided stability. Yet I cannot simply wear open crotch pants indefinitely. Should I spray a blade to create an opening, followed by water? Such methods would be reserved for emergencies. Otherwise, it would ruin my trousers and tarnish my image. Next, I retrieved the character compendium from One Piece, enchanted it, allowing me to access basic information about key characters in my mind, albeit I must consult it to know. It is a boon from a system at my age. I only vaguely recall many characters. Oh, dear system, your service is truly impeccable, I remarked, touched. Please keep your distance, you rogue, Alice retorted, swiftly disappearing. Utilizing the eye of appraisal, I enchanted it, assessing the remaining Gacha items, which retained their original descriptions, merely indicating they could be auctioned for a substantial price. I appraised a pair of canvas trousers that had become discolored from soaking, worthless, that I assessed the seawater ordinary and valueless. It seems somewhat futile. I shall await the next opportunity to test the effects on something of greater merit. The memory projector was also enchanted. Currently, there are no subjects for experimentation. It appears consent from the counterpart is necessary, imposing some limitations, as it seems I can only view the memories of my own faction.As for the anywhere door. I experimented with it. It bears similarities to Doraemon's, yet with more restrictions. Imagining a designated location, I turned the doorknob, enabling access to that marked place. By pressing the door handle button, a phantom door marking appears in that space. This phantom can be destroyed, cannot be relocated, nor opened. When utilizing the anywhere door to reach that marked location elsewhere, the phantom materializes, allowing me to remove the anywhere door while leaving the phantom behind. I can press the button to cancel the phantom. In summary, one can leave a door at any designated point. However, the door in my possession is a key, which I believe the neighbor, Old Wong, would greatly appreciate. The 2-star Dragon Ball is to be placed in my spatial pocket, to be addressed once I gather all 7 Dragon Balls. The enchantment of the Chinese culinary master allows for the instantaneous preparation of various delicacies from the Chinese cuisine, rendering it an essential treasure for any food lover. If life becomes unbearable, transforming it into a culinary adventure would suffice. The power capsule enhances my strength by 100 points currently. I possess the strength equivalent to 10 naval soldiers, making it trivial to defeat weaker opponents. In the weakest seas, as long as I avoid encountering well-known characters, I should be fine. Filled with vigor, I feel the urge to strike, Chuck exclaimed, swinging his fist and landing a blow on the nearby coconut tree. With a resounding thud, a coconut fell and struck him on the head. Though my strength has increased, my head still aches. Sipping coconut juice, Chuck began to ponder his future. He realized that personal strength must be attained, for the weak have no voice. His own cheat, it seems, lies in creating mischief to earn comedic points for enhancement. Relying on training? Nonsense. The Straw Hat Pirates merely witness Zoro engaging in banter. The others predominantly enhance their strength through being beaten up while they play around. I have a cheat, yet I still need to train, Chuck silently critiqued. You finally remembered the important matters, Alice interjected. In fact, you still need to train, albeit through your cheat. Not forget your camouflage fruit. You must disguise yourself as a character while creating mischief and training, all through the perspective granted by the divine. Alas, I cannot escape the fate of a laborer. In the East Sea, it is widely believed that the strongest is none other than Garp. It seems I must soon let Luffy experience the iron fist of love, Chuck sighed. Moreover, the East Sea Oikot Kingdom appears to be the same place where Belmare discovered Noki and Nami. Given that my appearance closely resembles Nami's, could we be siblings? Oh, system father no, system sister, Chuck mused as he consulted his compendium. Can you guess? Alice teased with a smirk that is it possible for lovers to become siblings? I merely wish to emulate Duan Yu in recognizing brothers. not to learn about sisterhood. Chuck's journey through this new life had yet to begin, leaving him feeling incomplete. Nearly a year had passed since his arrival, and in the cafeteria of a nearby naval branch in the Oikot Kingdom, Chuck was delightfully enjoying a meal. At this time, Chuck was disguised as an ordinary sailor, occasionally taking on the role of a chef. Nostalgic for the flavors of home, the naval soldiers were often astonished by the culinary delights that occasionally graced their table, showering praise upon the cafeteria chef. Much to the chef's dismay, Chuck, being a temporary addition, worried that his lack of expertise might lead to a culinary failure, resulting in criticism. Initially, Trek merely requested the head chef to allow him the opportunity to prepare a few homestyle dishes. However, upon witnessing Trek's mastery of various culinary techniques, stir-frying, deep-frying, boiling, stewing, braising, steaming, baking, and more, the head chef was left in awe and wished to become Trek's disciple. Trek, however, firmly declined, but still imparted some of his culinary wisdom. Have you heard? The naval hero Garp has recently made a sudden appearance in the waters near the kingdom of Oikot, having dispatched numerous pirates, even those insignificant newcomers venturing out to sea. A group of Navy soldiers conversed nearby. It is said that he dealt with those inept pirates using the 6 forms of the Navy, leaving some of them utterly humiliated. One Navy soldier remarked with a hint of admiration. It seems we have been rather idle lately, another noted. I've heard that the nearby pirates have all fled, and Garp has turned his attention to thugs and gangs. Many structures in the surrounding towns have suffered varying degrees of damage, prompting the local nobles to seek the Navy's intervention. The kingdom of Oikot is gripped by fear with an unusually high level of security. Garp remains steadfast, making it impossible for thugs to continue their nefarious activities, leading some to turn over a new leaf and even take to street cleaning, chuckled another Navy soldier. Crook perked up his ears, contemplating that his primary motive for masquerading as Garp and relentlessly dispatching pirates was to master the Navy's 6 styles and grow stronger. Although he had a vague understanding of the principles behind the 6 styles, he struggled to control his strength. One shave sent him crashing into a wall, while a gust kick punctured a pirate and struck the wall behind. The aftermath was quite regrettable, as he spent a considerable time washing his hands, feeling perpetually unclean. Currently, his thrusting finger technique was still aimed at the lungs. While the abdomen was softer, it was far too unsightly, and he resolved to wait until his finger thrust was perfected before targeting the belly. As for the destruction cost, he rationalized that the victims could simply seek compensation from the Navy, thus serving as his reward for aiding the Navy in combating pirates. Recently, he had acquired an absurd new item, the Supreme Slipper Stamp, Garp, which could not be destroyed and would leave a slipper imprint upon impact, persisting for several days. Along with it came 2 stamina gacha capsules, each adding 100 stamina points. Was he expected to leave a slipper imprint on Luffy's face as a means to declare himself his father? He mused that the slipper seemed quite durable and considered transforming it into a supreme nunchaku, chuckling to himself. However, upon seeing the slipper imprint on his face in the mirror, he ultimately decided against it, not wishing to be associated with the Revolutionary Army and Dragon, and certainly not because of any pain to his visage. It was time to head to Windmill Village and stir up some sensational news. Makino, oh no, Luffy. Grandpa is coming, he exclaimed. Nami, I'm sorry, but I cannot guarantee the complete annihilation of the dragon pirates just yet. Once my brother has stealthily developed his skills, I'll come to cherish you. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku dialed Garp's ship using the snail phone. You scoundrel Garp, try to cause less destruction lately. The complaint lines from the East Blue are overflowing, and all those compensations will be deducted from your salary. Have I damaged something recently? Garp asked, bemused, as he munched on a donut, oblivious, and then dozed off, a bubble of snot forming at his nose. His aide, Bogart, facepalmed, thinking, it seems Garp has only been engaging in naval battles lately. The worst he did was ruffle a port. Is it necessary for the fleet admiral to call in for accountability? It seems best to keep Garp from dealing with the minor pirates and let the new recruits hone their skills. Back to Crook, he pondered how to reach Windmill Village. It appeared that merchant ships hadn't been traveling there lately, and it was quite distant. Previously, while combating pirates, he had solely focused on mastering techniques and forgotten to keep a few who could navigate. It was certainly not due to the unfortunate incident with the excrement that clouded his thoughts. His remaining funds from plundering the pirates were meager, all saved in his spatial pocket for provisions. The local pirates were so impoverished, with the most valuable items being their ships. Indeed, piracy was a profession devoid of future prospects. He speculated that many would meet their demise before long, indulging in feasting and revelry while they could. Crook scoffed at the idea of embarking on his own journey. What a joke. I lack navigation skills in the protagonist's halo. How could I possibly drift to Windmill Village? The odds of winning the lottery are higher than this. Hiring individuals to operate small boats exposes secrets easily, and one cannot resort to silencing them like pirates. After all, Trick is a good person. A large ship requires a multitude of crew members, which is financially unfeasible. The wages for maritime labor in this era are exorbitantly high. It appears the only viable option is to continue exploiting the naval forces. With this thought in mind, Trick disguised himself as Garp and gracefully glided towards the naval branch, stepping lightly as if on the moon. On this particular day, the naval branch near the kingdom of Oikot received a directive from the naval hero Garp, instructing them to send a sailor to Windmill Village to address a confidential matter, strictly prohibiting disclosure to the outside. Aboard the naval vessel, Trick reclined apologetically on the deck, enjoying the sea breeze while contemplating how to orchestrate a significant scheme. Otherwise, such antics would yield insufficient returns for development. Suddenly, he spotted a new seagull soaring in the sky, and an idea sparked in his mind. He hastily waved for the seagull to descend, purchased a newspaper, and seized the opportunity to capture the bird. Don't be alarmed. I won't harm you. Just wait a moment while I jot down a note for your newspaper. The seagull struggled momentarily, but upon hearing his words, it ceased its resistance. After bidding farewell to the seagull, Trick wore a sly grin. He intended to invite reporters to Windmill Village under the pretense of a major news scoop regarding the 4 emperors and the red-haired Shanks. How shall we proceed? Your grin seems to stretch from ear to ear, Alice suddenly interjected, also wearing a mischievous smile. Do you want to take a guess? Chuck smirked. Alice, with a look of surprise, realized that this beating of Luffy was merely an appetizer, and the true meat of the matter lay in the secrets surrounding the Emperor Shanks. Reflecting on this, I concluded that relying solely on my own efforts would be futile. I must liberate myself from the mindset of a mere worker. For working is simply not an option. I shall recruit a cadre of lovely ladies to assist me. Ahem, after all, I am not a villain. Comprehensive benefits and perks must be fully provided. It's a brilliant idea, but considering your frail stature and impoverished state, how do you intend to attract anyone? If you recruit the inept, they will serve little purpose, Alice pointed out. No. In this world, one must consider their background. Look at Luffy. Though he is a newcomer, a single kick from an admiral could end him, yet does Kazura dare to do so? And let us not overlook the celestial dragons. Many of them are quite weak, yet admirals are still compelled to protect them. If utilized correctly, even a minor pawn can achieve greatness. Chuck wore a confident expression. Thus, I have made my decision. I shall establish an adventure guild, enlisting a host of beautiful ladies to man the front desk, handle commissions, and strive for expansion and glory. There's no hope, sighed Alice. After nearly a month of sailing, they had finally arrived at Windmill Village. At the harbor, a warship docked briefly for supplies before hastily departing. Trick disembarked, shedding his disguise, intending to first seek out Makino's party bar to gather information. Directly impersonating Garp was too conspicuous. Aside from Luffy, Dayton, and Makino, no one else was familiar with him, making it easy for acquaintances of Garp to expose him. Excuse me, could you kindly direct me to Miss Makino's bar? Trick inquired of a passerby. Is it over there? Quite close to the harbor. Thank you. The passerby, observing the polite young man, kindly advised. That area is frequented by mountain bandits and pirates. It's best for ordinary folk to steer clear. Thank you so much. Trick thought to himself, realizing he was indeed seeking the mountain bandit Dayton and the pirate king Luffy. He pushed open the saloon-style door of the bar, where a tall woman with short, deep green hair and a headscarf greeted him with a warm smile. It was Makino. Ah, this marks my first fateful encounter. She will surely be the charming receptionist of my future adventure guild. I must capture this moment in a photograph, Trick excitedly mused. By the way, I should compile a collection of beautiful adventure guild photos to entice others to join. Wait a moment, Crick exclaimed as he hurriedly dashed out of the bar. Making his way to a secluded area nearby, he activated a portal that led directly to the telephone worm breeding facility near the naval branch of the Kingdom of Oikot. In a discreet corner, there was a pre-marked portal coordinate. Since the telephone worms are living creatures, they cannot be transported in large quantities using spatial pockets, and must be borrowed only as needed. He retrieved a photographic telephone worm that he had procured from the naval branch and re-entered the party bar of Makino. A glass of juice, please. Krex seated himself at the bar, resting his chin on his hands, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Makino. Very well. Margino observed the boy who entered and exited multiple times with a hint of curiosity, pouring a glass of juice and handing it to him. Hello, I'm Margino. Delighted to make your acquaintance. I am a friend of Shanks, and my name is Trick. I am here in search of Luffy. Do you happen to know where he is? Trick inquired. Greetings. A friend of Shanks, indeed. It has been quite a while since I last saw Luffy. He should be hunting animals in Kalbo Mountain, Margino replied with a smile. The little brothers of Dayton often come by for drinks. You could ask them to guide you to Luffy. Oh, there's no rush. I can wait. Kalbo Mountain is indeed vast. And it would be quite difficult for me to find him alone. Trick nodded. Trick, you appear quite youthful. How did you come to know Shanks? Margino inquired. Both intentionally and unintentionally. This air of vigilance. It is not the foolishly naive who can operate a tavern amidst the mountain bandits and sea pirates. Thought Trick. Should I reveal that I became acquainted with anime? Oh, in my youth, I was abducted by the pirate Marshal D. Teach and taken into the mountains, where I nearly fell prey to the king of the forest, a colossal bear. It was only through the timely intervention of Shanks that the beast was frightened away and my life was spared. However, my left eye was injured in the process, leaving behind 3 scars. With tears welling in his eyes, Trick declared, thus, from a young age, I made a pact with Shanks. He proclaimed with unwavering resolve. When I grow up, I shall ensure the well-being of his beloved, so that he may traverse the Grand Line without any worries. This. Marcy's expression was one of discomfort, pondering how familiar this tale felt, tinged with the essence of Shanks. Was this the predecessor of the young Luffy? Yet, why was the promise not to become the Pirate King or the Mountain Bandit King? I yearned to meet the individual who compelled Shanks to wager his arm. What manner of person must he be, especially since my sister may someday join his crew? Drake sought to forge a closer bond, subtly indicating that they would soon be allies. Furthermore, does Miss Marcy know who holds Shanks' affections? Drake inquired earnestly. I have come to repay a debt. I must find Shanks' beloved. Drake reiterated with emphasis. This. Margarita blushed, utterly flustered. The fish was about to take the bait. Trick observed the impending success of his scheme, a wicked smile creeping across his face. True feelings have always been elusive, but only cunning strategies can win a heart. Margarita, the one Shanks truly loves is none other than you. Trick pressed on relentlessly. He has confided in me that in Windmill Village, there exists a girl he cannot forget. Every time he returns to the East Sea, he yearns to drink the wine poured by her own hands and behold her exquisite beauty. This. Marcy's mind was a blank, her intelligence rapidly diminishing, her face flushed as if it might catch fire. Miss Marcy, please grant me a chance to repay my kindness. Trek implored, clasping Marcy's small hand. Did Shanks truly say that? Marcy, too bashful to meet Trek's gaze, shyly inquired, what do you mean by care? Of course. He expressed it in a far more sentimental manner. Trek teased. As for care, I have a dream. Martin Luther Trek began his oration. I hope for a world devoid of marauding pirates, where seafaring is predominantly centered around treasure hunting, protection, and noble adventures. Thus, I aspire to establish an adventure guild, creating a relatively peaceful and intriguing world through the acceptance and issuance of commissions. These commissions may involve safeguarding villages, eliminating marauding pirates and bandits. Therefore, I wish to extend an invitation for you to join the Adventure Guild as a core member and part-time front desk attendant, working together to forge a better world. Well, this is inevitable. Luffy aims to become the Pirate King, while Trek seeks to be the Adventure King. Marcy mused inwardly. Moreover, making me work is your version of care? It is said that Miss Marcy frequently brings new clothes and food to some orphans in her vicinity and often teaches them etiquette. Trek began to paint a picture of possibilities. Miss Marcy, you are both beautiful and kind-hearted. In fact, these children could later be absorbed into the Adventure Guild as staff members, providing them with employment to achieve self-sufficiency. The weaker ones could engage in tasks such as information organization, reception, and issuing commissions, which bear little danger. The stronger ones could become core or registered members, undertaking combat, protection, treasure hunting, and intelligence gathering missions. Core members must adhere to directives, enjoy resources and dividends, and are subject to the guild's protection or penalties, receiving dedicated training. Core members may also serve as staff, with those in permanent positions receiving a salary, while also enjoying the freedom to act independently. However, they would only receive dividends, along with medical coverage, disability compensation, and retirement benefits. Registered members can be from any faction and may register to accept commissions, receiving related intelligence support. The aim of registered membership is to transform a multitude of marauding pirates into individuals engaged in legitimate work. The guild will categorize members by tiers calculated by contribution levels, ranked as Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Starry, and Sovereign, with each tier requiring 10 stars for advancement. Each completed task corresponding to a specific level will illuminate a star. Trek spoke eloquently, drawing parallels to mobile games from his previous life. Miss Marcy, you surely wouldn't wish for these children to end up begging or becoming pirates, would you? Trek smiled. Moreover, I possess a unique method to provide swift support in times of danger. Trek added with a hint of jest. Marcy is undoubtedly one of the most illustrious characters in the world of One Piece. The red-haired Shanks, a Yonko, and a celestial dragon, is her lover, which compels both the Pirate King and the world government to show her due respect. She has taken care of Luffy on behalf of Garp and Dragon, establishing connections within the Navy, while the Revolutionary Army owes Dragon a favor. In the future, the Pirate King Luffy will surely refer to her as sister. The only ones daring enough to trouble Marcy are insignificant characters, whom she could easily dispatch with a mere flick of her finger. Trek pondered within himself, very well. I shall join. How many members does the guild currently have, and what shall be my role? Marcy agreed. As of now, it is just you and me. Trek replied. Your tavern will serve as the guild's base for the time being, allowing us to gather intelligence from the surrounding area. This is not a mere scheme to exploit. It is a judicious utilization of resources. He rationalized internally. Besides, as an elder of the guild, I believe it is fair to contribute some shares. Come, look this way. Say cheese. Trek exclaimed, pulling out a camera snail. Let's capture a commemorative photo to mark the official founding of our adventure guild. Makino chuckled dryly, feeling a lingering sense of deception. Is it still possible to withdraw now? I possess a portal that allows access to any marked location. Let me show you where I have marked it for convenience. Trek retrieved the portal from his spatial pocket. Is this akin to the devil fruit abilities of Luffy? Makino inquired with a face full of curiosity. Right here in the bar. Well, I suppose so. Trek replied ambiguously. Where do you live? Shall I set up a place in your room? In case of an emergency, I could come and help you escape. No need. I'm just upstairs, very close. Marcy flatly refused. Take this phone bug with you, and there's this as well. Trek retrieved a power capsule and placed it on Marcy's back. He had previously utilized a power capsule himself, allowing him to roam freely in the East Sea, avoiding any formidable foes. He relied on his disguise fruit to develop other abilities. Such power capsules should primarily be reserved for cultivating core members. He could train with the disguise fruit while simultaneously enhancing his combat experience, rendering them less essential for himself. What did you do? Why do I suddenly feel so powerful? Marcy exclaimed, startled by Trek's actions. Try lifting the table with one hand, Trek chuckled. How effortless. I barely feel any strain. Marcy said as she effortlessly swung the table with one hand. This is a benefit for core members, enhancing your strength. You currently possess the strength of approximately 10 Navy soldiers. With a single punch, you could send an average thug flying, Trek explained. Consistent training will further increase your power. This is to ensure that the core members of our guild possess a fundamental level of combat proficiency. So we don't need to deploy elite fighters for every minor skirmish. This will make moving beer barrels much easier. No more rolling them on the ground, Marcy rejoiced. It seemed that running a tavern was quite a challenging endeavor for a young lady. Trek felt a pang of sympathy. After all, that was hard-earned money. From now on, anyone who dares to damage anything in the tavern will have to pay tenfold in compensation. If not, I'll deal with them personally. This is guild property, Trek stated through gritted teeth. My tavern won't be mine for long at this rate? Marcy replied, exasperated. Won't that scare away the customers? Not at all. Besides selling alcohol, accepting and distributing guild commissions will be our main business, leading to greater profits. And with increased strength, more people will dare to come without fear of being bullied in the tavern. After all, anyone who starts a fight will have to consider the wrath of Big Sister Marcy, Trek teased. All right, I'll go find Luffy now. Just let me know approximately where he is. After a while, I'll recruit some partners and come to arrange work. If anything comes up, contact me via the phone bug, Trek said. Are you not waiting for Dayton and the others? I can take you there, Marcy offered. No need. I have my own ways, Trek thought. Knowing he had to disguise himself as Garp to confront Luffy, there was no way he could let her accompany him. Upon exiting the tavern, Trek headed towards Dayton's hideout in the Kobo Mountains. Once in the forest, he transformed into Garp and began his hunt. How to find Luffy? Of course, by following the scent of meat. Having captured a magnificent wild boar, Trike swiftly commenced the barbecue, enhanced by the culinary prowess of the renowned chef Zhonghua, resulting in a feast that was a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Trike mused to himself about the necessity of recruiting the beautiful chef Carmen into their guild to promote the art of Chinese cuisine. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the forest. Rubber, rubber, rocket. It was Luffy. Ah, so soon? I haven't even started, Trike remarked, slightly exasperated. Grandfather, I'm coming, Luffy exclaimed, launching himself in a straight leap like a rubber rocket. Meet. In a transformation reminiscent of Garp, Trike executed a powerful kick, sending Luffy flying just as he was about to reach the meat. Why does it hurt so much when Grandpa kicks? Luffy wondered, sporting a distinct shoe print as he got back up and sprinted towards the meat in Garp's grasp. The faux Garp broke off a hind leg of the boar and tossed the rest to Luffy. Luffy, I'm here to take you to the Navy. Don't even think about escaping. That scoundrel Shanks, I'll give him a beating every time I see him. And Ace, that rascal too. I can't allow him to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. No, I want to become the Pirate King. How is Ace doing lately? Luffy mumbled around his food, refusing to entertain the conversation. Forget about Ace. You want to be the Pirate King, right? Defeat the one with the shoe print on his face, and I want to stop you, the faux Garp replied. What does that mean? I'll find out if I look in the river? Luffy questioned, puzzled. Where did Grandpa go? Trike wondered, evading Luffy and opening the system interface. This time, Windmill Village had only accrued 20 mischief points. It seemed his attempts to deceive Makino and Luffy had yielded mediocre results, and Trike's expression reflected his concern over the slow progress. He contemplated exchanging for a capsule from the system. Coward's savior elixir, Koby consuming this will render one fearless, daring to confront anyone. As long as one survives post-conflict, injuries will heal rapidly. Strength capsule, Rob Lucci after enchanting, it increases strength by 100. This coward's savior seems to carry a hint of masochism. Although its effects might be beneficial, the risk of death makes it better suited as a gift for someone else, as it would still contribute to the mischief points, Trike thought. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Alice suddenly appeared. What about your big news? Oh, I almost forgot. I need to contact a reporter from the World Economic News Agency. Did you see that? I'll arrange for an exclusive interview tomorrow, Trike mused, determined to extract some benefits from the 4 emperors. Moses, are you a reporter from the World Economic News Agency? I am the Mountain Bandit King, Sig. Have you arrived? Trike, disguised as Sig, inquired. Oh, I've been here for a while. Great, great. We'll meet at the port tomorrow. I'll be the one with the sky-high braid, easily recognizable. I need to draft a script overnight. Where will I stay tonight? Luffy's place? Forget it. They're all just smelly men and old women. Once again, I find myself at the gentle and beautiful Margino's abode. As I stroll back, the skies gradually dim, casting a serene ambience over the Windmill Village's party bar. Margino, I have returned, I exclaim as I push open the saloon-style doors of the tavern. Inside, I am greeted by the sight of numerous patrons indulging in their drinks, confirming that evening hours are indeed the peak of activity. Welcome. Ah, it's you, Trick. What would you like? Please, have a seat. I am quite occupied at the moment, Margino replies, deftly serving the drinks while acknowledging my presence. Oh, allow me to assist. I interject, seizing a tray of drinks. This table, right? No, you should sit down. I can handle it, she insists, a hint of urgency in her tone. How could I? This is our family business, and I am determined to lend a hand. I respond with a smile. By the way, Margino, who is this orange-haired young lad? Your brother? Inquires a patron from a nearby table, chuckling. Indeed, I am Margino's half-brother, here to visit her and lend a hand in the process. But please, do not bully me. Margino is quite formidable, able to take down a pirate with a single punch. I proclaim boldly. Do not make such wild claims. Half-brother? 1 punch for a pirate? Margino thinks to herself, her expression darkening, pondering the fate of her gentle persona. Ha ha ha, the guests erupted in laughter. Margino? A single punch for each pirate? Margino, do not deceive the children. Even you have resorted to falsehoods. The pirates continued to laugh, unaware of the fate that awaited them. Months later, a group of ruffians, embroiled in petty squabbles that wrecked taverns, learned a harsh lesson as they faced a single punch from a formidable foe. They sent someone back to their ship to gather funds to ransom their captain. Undeterred, they rallied their entire crew only to return and receive another thrashing, returning home with bruised faces resembling swollen pig heads. From that day forth, the local scoundrels dared not cause trouble at Magino's tavern. and Makino ascended to become the undisputed queen of the establishment. Meanwhile, Trick disguised himself as the mountain bandit Sig at the port of Windmill Village, basking in the sun. Passers-by failed to recognize this man with a face full of tails. After all, the mountain bandit Sig had been presumed dead for nearly 9 years. Good day. I am a reporter from the World Economic News Agency. Are you Mr. Sig? A man in a round hat, clutching a notepad, approached the impostor Sig. Indeed. I am the legendary mountain bandit King Sig. I have been in obscurity for far too long, leading many to believe I am truly deceased. The faux Sig replied with self-deprecation. I hear you have a major scoop regarding the Emperor Red-Haired? The reporter inquired. Yes, I possess first-hand information. What price can you offer? I require at least 5 million berries, the faux Sig said, rubbing his hands together shrewdly. If this is indeed a genuine scoop, negotiations can be made. The president would likely agree, the reporter responded, albeit hesitantly. I must recount the events of 9 years prior when I was the renowned mountain bandit king of the Goa Kingdom. Frequently visiting Makino's tavern in Windmill Village for a drink, the faux Sig began his reminiscence. Miss Makino was gentle and cheerful, caring for those unfamiliar children by mending their clothes and providing sustenance. To those children, Makino was both a mother and an older sister. As an orphan, I scavenged through refuse for survival, experiencing the harsh realities of life. Had there been a sister like Makino during my youth, I might never have embarked on the path of a bandit. Miss Makino was, in my heart, a radiant moonlight. Yet, I understood our connection was impossible, both due to our age and status. I could only protect her silently from the shadows of my villainous identity. Over the years, I took the lives of 56 vile wretches who coveted Miss Makino. Then one fateful evening at her tavern, I chanced upon her smiling at a red-haired scoundrel, and my heart shattered. I realized that the scoundrel had stolen her heart, and jealousy warped my visage. I had heard that he was a pirate, and as a mountain bandit, I was well aware that pirates were not virtuous beings. I did not wish for Miss Makino to be misled. Thus, I sought to test the mettle of this pirate by smashing a bottle of liquor over his head. To my astonishment, the scoundrel cowered in fear, not daring to utter a sound, and instead, he shamefully prostrated himself on the floor. Enraged, I thought to myself, how could such a wretch protect Makino? Yet, not wanting to embarrass her in the moment, I chose to depart instead. After they departed, I returned to the tavern, subtly criticizing those pirates, deeming them to be spineless, all the while aiming to enlighten the lovesick Makino. If Makino remains obstinate, fixated on eliminating that red-haired scoundrel, it would only impede her youthful journey. To my surprise, that fool Luffy came to stir trouble. How could I not punish him? How could I aspire to be the leader without maintaining my dignity? I dragged Luffy to the square, proclaiming my intent to dispatch him, and awaited the audacious arrival of that red-haired rogue. I deliberately engaged in frivolous banter with Luffy, biding time for Makino to relay the message. My legs grew weary from the prolonged wait, yet that scoundrel finally emerged. I was taken aback by the prowess of his subordinates. Ultimately, I sought to gauge the true caliber of that red-haired individual. So I took Luffy and ventured out to sea. You are a mountain bandit. Why flee to the ocean? A reporter queried. Pray tell, why would a mountain bandit venture to the sea? It is because I have tamed a sea king, wishing to test the courage and strength of that red-haired cat. I kicked Luffy away and feigned being devoured by the sea king, concealing myself within its belly. That red-haired scoundrel proved to possess some audacity, daring to plunge into the sea to rescue someone, with one hand bracing against my meticulously nurtured sea king, endowed with formidable conqueror's haki. In the end, I acknowledged his strength and valor and withdrew, feigning death to bid farewell to this sordid world and my unworthy past. I signaled the sea king to depart, sparing their lives, entrusting Makino to that red-haired scoundrel. I had no idea that the Yonko Shanks had such a history with you. One of his hands was bitten off by your pet, which was quite the sensation in the New World, the reporter remarked in astonishment. However, Captain Shanks has a bounty of 4,048,900,000 berries, while your bounty of 8 million seems rather. The reporter hesitated. Of course, he kills and fights throughout the New World daily, so his bounty rises rapidly. I merely safeguard Makino, operating solely within the Goa Kingdom, without toppling the king, only robbing a few noble caravans. The 8 million berries is the maximum bounty in this nation, not a reflection of my true capabilities. The East Blue is branded as the weakest sea, but it is not solely due to that rascal Garp. It is because all the formidable warriors that the Goa Kingdom could produce have been eliminated by me. How could the Goa Kingdom, which birthed a monster like Garp, lack other strong contenders? The faux Sig remarked. I do not wish for Makino to dwell in a realm riddled with slaughter. Indeed, indeed. Who knew we would unravel the greatest secret of the weakest sea? The reporter flattered. When you reach the new world, you will be a formidable figure with a bounty of 4 billion, just like Shanks. Speaking of that red-haired scoundrel infuriates me. The faux Sig exclaimed angrily. I entrusted Makino to him, yet he frolics in the new world, hosting banquets daily. What a scoundrel! Circumstances have rendered me unable to remain and care for Marcy. Yet after achieving fame in the new world, he has not returned to wed her. I initially believed some grave matter had delayed him, perhaps the search for Roger's treasure, which would serve as a fitting dowry for Marcy. Instead, he indulges in daily feasts, reveling in hedonism and drunkenness, leaving Marcy to toil alone in Windmill village. Struggling to manage the tavern, she can scarcely move the barrels, rolling them painstakingly, and at times, I am compelled to intervene and assist her. For Marcy's sake, I would relinquish my title as the Bandit King. While red-haired Shanks pursues the title of Pirate King, Marcy has endured years of hardship alone. How much greater is Roger's treasure than that of the 4 emperors? Vast fields yield little sustenance, and grand houses provide scant comfort at night. One often realizes the value of companionship only after it has been lost. I ask that you convey a message to Shanks on my behalf. If you release your grip, do not return. Should you dare to seek Marcy in Windmill Village again, I, the Bandit King Sig, will ensure you are cast out. This interview will undoubtedly please the boss. Securing 5 million berries should pose no challenge. I will communicate this to him. The reporter swiftly transcribed the conversation and dialed Morgan's snail phone. Hello, boss. We have breaking news. Our boss dispatched investigators, confirming the events from 9 years ago, and will soon provide the 5 million berries, the reporter respectfully replied. May I take your photograph? Of course, no problem. Sig, the self-proclaimed Bandit King, struck a bold pose, brandishing a knife beside a pre-prepared bounty notice for Shanks. After exhausting countless brain cells, I have finally woven this heart-rending love triangle. After bidding farewell to the reporter, Trek reflected with a sigh. I nearly convinced myself of this tale. Perhaps both Marcy and Shanks will be left bewildered. The parody value has yet to arrive, for now. Let the bullets fly. Marcy, I have returned. Trek exclaimed upon entering the tavern, only to find Luffy there as well. Trek, you're here. Where did you go this morning? This is Luffy. You two should have met before, Marcy introduced. No, we didn't cross paths last time, Trek replied hurriedly. Hello, Luffy. I am Trek, a family member of Marcy's and also a friend of Shanks. You know Shanks. How has he been lately? Luffy asked excitedly. Hasn't Marcy been alone all this time? I haven't seen him in ages. We met in childhood. Trek continued to weave his tale for Luffy. I didn't expect you to be, Luffy said, tears streaming down his face, recognizing Trek's shared plight. So, you've come to fulfill a promise and seek out Sister Marcy to become family? Ah, yes, indeed, I have come to repay my debt, Trek replied. Yet I shall not remain here indefinitely. I have conferred with Makino. My aspiration is to establish an adventure guild, and I must seek out additional companions. As for Makino, I have left her some provisions to ensure her well-being, Trek explained. An adventure guild? Is that akin to becoming a pirate and searching for the One Piece? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Would you consider joining me? I plan to set sail shortly. He introduced himself earnestly. I am Luffy, destined to be the king of the pirates. Luffy donned his straw hat and proclaimed his ambition. Well, the quest for the One Piece could indeed be part of the guild's commissions. However, we are not pirates. Pirates can, however, register as members of the Adventure Guild, accept commissions, and earn riches, Trek elucidated. Once your pirate crew is established, you can register under their name to accept commissions. Agreed. Once I have recruited my crew, I shall register and embark on grand adventures, Luffy exclaimed with enthusiasm. Trek, isn't your sister supposed to join Luffy's ship? Makino interjected. My sister and I became separated during our childhood, and we have yet to reunite. However, I am aware of her whereabouts, and I believe Luffy will encounter her when he journeys to the Grand Line, Trek responded. Will she be part of my future crew? What will her role be? A musician or a cook? Luffy inquired eagerly. You shall discover that in due time. But first, Luffy, let us engage in a duel. I wish to test your strength and see if you are worthy to be my sister's captain, Trek proposed, seeking to assess his own prowess. The reason for allowing Nami to accompany Luffy instead of himself was clear. Luffy possessed the aura of a protagonist. He aimed to avoid interfering with the main timeline, thus diminishing the effect of his divine perspective, while remaining close enough to offer covert support. Very well, let us head to Colbo Mountain. Luffy called out as he dashed ahead. This is the operational fund of 4 million berries for future endeavors. You may commence your activities, gather intelligence, and train some youngsters. Trick said as he retrieved a chest of money and placed it on the bar. Such a sum. Where did you acquire this wealth? Is it safe to leave it here? Makino gasped, glancing around to ensure the bar was empty. This is the result of a night's worth of diligent writing. Trick muttered softly. And believe me, you can handle the current riffraff with just one punch. If need be, you can always call me via the transponder snail. Now, I must seek out Luffy. With that, Trick dashed off. Rubber gun. The rubber machine gun technique is still lacking in the agility and maneuverability that the Marine 6 styles bestow upon its users, despite its formidable offensive power. Trick effortlessly dodges Luffy's attacks with the finesse of the Marine 6 styles. Currently, Trick's explosive damage output remains relatively modest. The only move that inflicts any significant harm on Luffy is the Gale Foot, and even then, he cannot utilize Haki unless he transforms into Garp using his camouflage fruit. Why do you keep dodging? What are those techniques? Can you even fly? After a prolonged exchange, Luffy finds himself unable to land a hit and grows exhausted. I'm so hungry. Meat. Trick, panting heavily, acknowledges the physical toll of the Marine 6 styles, while Luffy, a veritable monster, manages to endure thus far. Let's call it a day. Those techniques will reveal themselves to you when you grow stronger. For now, let's catch a wild boar to roast. The aroma wafts through the air, tantalizingly familiar, reminiscent of something he has eaten recently, causing Luffy to drool. Thought Trick. Can Luffy really distinguish flavors while eating? Surely. He could swallow even charred food. Perhaps my seasoning is rather unique, infused with a touch of Chinese essence. Luffy, in a few days, I shall take my leave. Eagerly anticipating our next encounter. If you happen upon a girl with orange hair who bears a striking resemblance to me, do take good care of her. We shall revel together at a grand feast. Absolutely. That must be my crew. We shall celebrate together next time. Luffy laughed heartily. The following morning, Trick pushed open the saloon doors, stretching his limbs, feeling invigorated for the day ahead. Have you seen today's newspaper? Who would have thought that the mountain bandit Sig used to have feelings for Makino? That straw-hatted redhead is indeed the legendary Yonko, a passerby remarked. Poor Makino. That Yonko is truly despicable. I wonder if he has already taken advantage of her, retorted another onlooker. I can't help but feel pity for Sig, the mountain bandit. The second male lead. He is the one who selflessly gives without seeking anything in return, willing to sacrifice everything. The sight of the mountain bandit piercing the Yonko's bounty poster was undeniably heroic. A young lady expressed with admiration. Makino, not only is she strong, but she also exudes compassion. From today onward, she shall be my guiding star, the goddess of Windmill Village. A young man praised. How did news spread so quickly? Is this an expedited print? Trick mused to himself. He waved to a passing seagull to procure a copy of the newspaper. Revelation. The love triangle between the Yonko and the mountain bandit. The headline exclaimed. Shocking. The one who left an arm behind in the East Sea was none other than him. Trick chuckled mischievously, imagining the expressions on Makino's and Shanks' faces upon reading this. He hurried back to the tavern, feigning panic. Oh no, Sister Makino. Your relationship with Shanks has been exposed. The whole world knows. And who is this mountain bandit Sig? Is it truly possible that the gossip of such prominent figures has become this sensational? Morgans exclaimed, excitedly pounding the table. This topic has great potential. Spread the word to acquire high-priced scoops on these illustrious individuals. Breaking news. This is what true news is. Across the seas, even within the Grand Line. The newspapers of that day sold out rapidly, with multiple expedited editions printed. The flames of gossip engulfed the world. On the sea coffin, Hawkeye. It turns out Shanks' arm was bitten off by a sea beast, claiming he wagered it in the New World. What a showman. I had no idea such formidable beings existed in the East Sea. It's time to pay a visit there, remarked the Whitebeard pirates. Marco, dear father. Shanks' arm was actually severed by a mountain bandit with a bounty of 8 million berries. Is it truly frightening that such hidden talents lie within the weakest sea? Even the sea beasts are formidable. Whitebeard, this Sig seems to be quite the loyal soul, should he arrive in the New World. I wonder if he would consider becoming my son. In the realm of Marco, the kingdom of Wano, there exists a near-sea king endowed with conqueror's haki. Resembling a diminutive eel, albeit lacking the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, Kaido indulged in a pot of sake, continuing his hedonistic pursuits. On an island within the New World, the red-haired pirates gathered. Beckman, clutching a newspaper, interrupted the inebriated Shanks with an uneasy demeanor. Shanks, that mountain bandit, Sig. is astonishingly alive, roaming about and scaring people with mere tales of his exploits, leaving behind nothing but a hand, Beckman remarked, his tone laced with urgency. You want to see for yourself what is happening with Makino. What has happened to Makino? Shanks swiftly seized the newspaper. His expression transformed from confusion to shock, subsequently tinged with melancholy, guilt, and ultimately resolve. A myriad of emotions flickered across Shanks' visage, while the other crew members sensed the peculiar atmosphere and silently observed their captain. Luffy is poised to set sail, Shanks mused aloud. Is there any news regarding those pieces of the red history text? The intelligence indicated that Big Mom and Kaido each possessed one piece, with another located on Zo Island, while the final piece had mysteriously vanished from Fishman Island, Beckman replied. Let us refrain from disturbing Big Mom and Kaido for now, as it would upset the balance. The situation on Zo Island isn't urgent. Our primary concern remains the whereabouts of the last piece. Perhaps Whitebeard. Shanks contemplated. We must await Luffy's growth. The new generation must be capable of balancing the powers of the four emperors. It seems I must return to the East Blue, feeling quite reluctant to be outshone by that mountain bandit. Is he truly that formidable? Was his weakness merely an act? Have I truly misjudged him? With these thoughts, Shanks called out, Everyone, continue. We shall return to the East Blue in due time. On Cake Island in the New World, Big Mom. I haven't even spoken yet. Though, it seems I have little to declare. I suppose I shall continue eating. In Windmill Village, at Makino's bar, upon perusing the newspaper, Makino first wore an expression of bewilderment, then sorrow, followed by a hint of confusion, a touch of sentimentality, and ultimately, tears welled in her eyes. At this moment, Treek was utterly astonished. What transpired? I merely wrote this casually, it shouldn't be this outrageous. Moreover, this arrangement was made for the happiness of Makino. Little did they know that many of Trek's words, spoken through the mouth of the mountain bandit Sig, almost highlighted what many overlook in this world, the loved ones by their side. Whether they are unknown petty pirates or renowned sea rogues, few genuinely care for their families or are willing to accompany them. It is often said that one forsakes their family in pursuit of personal dreams, returning home only after many years. Usopp's father, Yasopp, sailed with Shanks, leaving his wife to pass away without ever seeing her husband again, while Usopp became a child left behind. Luffy, on the other hand, is oblivious to even the existence of his parents. Trek, disguised as Garp, intentionally urged Luffy to confront Dragon, aiming to teach a lesson to this irresponsible father. The words of the mountain bandit King Sig express the sentiments of many women and children in the pirate world, who, despite their worry and reluctance, could only smile and cheer for them in the end. Sig's passionate tirade was akin to a resounding slap in the face of those self-righteous pirates. In a brief moment, Sig became renowned, hailed as a friend of women and a paragon of true masculinity. His feat of severing an arm from one of the four emperors further solidified his status as a hidden powerhouse, a legend in the East Sea. Later, Shanks returned to Fusha village to marry Makino, promising to retreat from the pursuit of the pirate king within 5 years if he did not succeed. To return to her side, Shanks had no choice but to corroborate Trek's story, admitting that Trek was sent to look after Makino. Otherwise, as Sig aptly put it, he would truly break her heart. Shanks felt indebted to Makino, and since she had already joined the Adventure Guild, he was reluctantly obliged to support it. But that is a tale for another time. Mischief points have finally reached 50. It truly takes significant effort to accrue mischief points. The sign-in system is much easier. Trek lamented, exchanging for a gacha system. Beauty Mirror, your lead of the mirror will display an enhanced reflection. Must kneel Heaven-defying sword. Zoro triggers a 100 effect of catching a blade empty-handed. Anyone approaching must kneel to receive it, yet it does not kill. 40-meter dragon-slaying blade, Hawkeye when swung, it creates a 40-meter blade effect. Any pointer, Nami can point to visited islands, effectively serving as a permanent pointer collection. If no specific island is determined, it will point to the nearest island or land. Dory Gacha, Rob Lucci after enchanting, it increases strength by 100 points. What use is the beauty mirror? Auction it off? The old lady will surely adore it. 666. 2 divine artifacts, the heaven-defying sword and the dragon-slaying blade. Must kneel heaven-defying sword. Even the 4 emperors must kneel. It is a control artifact. Yet it seems I am also bound by it. Unless the opponent abandons their pursuit, will it not turn into a contest of holding in one's needs? Behold my 40-meter blade. Trek swung the dragon-slaying blade, and a phantom resembling a large sword from the film The Storm Riders followed suit, instantly carving a 40-meter gash into the ground. Oh dear. The atmosphere was truly electrifying, capable of intimidating even the most timid of souls. Yet, it appeared that the damage output lacked any amplification effect, indicating that 1's inherent strength remained paramount. It seemed the opportune moment had arrived to seek out the brothers, the Blade God and the Sword Saint. With the Sword of Heaven and the Dragon Slayer in hand, one could ascend to the esteemed titles of Blade God and Sword Saint. Mused Trick, why not wield these two divine artifacts himself? The truth was that they were somewhat superfluous. Occasional borrowing sufficed. Moreover, Trick's primary means of combat lay in the fruit of disguise, which could significantly enhance his battle prowess under specific conditions. However, utilizing these artifacts might inadvertently reveal his identity and dismantle his disguise. Trick compiled a list of the items currently at his disposal: the Supreme Great Drag, Coward Savior Elixir, Enchanting Mirror, the Must-Kneel Sword of Heaven, Any Pointer, the 40-meter Dragon Slayer, and 3 Dao Power Gasopon. His first course of action was to invite the Blade God and Sword Saint to join the alliance. These two whimsical characters valued loyalty and righteousness, making them worthy of cultivation. Makino, my dear leader, I am setting sail to seek new members. Do you think of me? Trick bid a reluctant farewell to Makino. Are you leaving so soon? Makino expressed her discontent. Despite Trick's peculiar demeanor, he was undeniably polite and considerate. Recently, perhaps due to the influence of that newspaper, the tavern had been bustling with patrons. Trick referred to this phenomenon as a sacred check-in spot, where future expenditures could be rewarded with the opportunity to take photographs and even when signed pictures with him. It doesn't matter if one cannot meet the legendary 4 emperors. The chance to be photographed with the women who have conquered them is an opportunity indeed. It was quite embarrassing. He even recruited some part-time ladies to alleviate his workload. Strangely enough, having a group of subordinates made his task significantly lighter. Though the sight of them clad in revealing maid outfits was somewhat concerning, they might catch a cold. Indeed, all gatherings must eventually come to an end. Remember to save me some food for tonight, Trick remarked with a hint of nostalgia. In a moment of forgetfulness, I overlooked that this fellow could return through that portal at any time. Trek made his way back to the kingdom of Oikote via the arbitrary door, seeking out the bounty hunter Johnny and Joseph's reward records at the naval branch. He surmised their likely operational areas and set sail, embarking on a rather monotonous maritime existence. With the arbitrary compass at his disposal, drifting upon the ocean felt more purposeful. In truth, if he failed to reach any islands, he could always return through the portal and set off again with a new vessel. Thus began Trek's grand scavenger hunt across the islands of the East Sea, visiting numerous isles absent from the main storyline, marking each one systematically. When encountering pirates, he cleverly disguised himself as the bounty hunter Johnny, leading them to be captured by Joseph for the rewards. The Heavenly Sword was effective against stronger pirates, while the dragon-slaying blade dealt with the lesser foes. Witness the admirable Trek. Before even officially taking in his underlings, he was already enhancing their reputation. Thank you. Johnny and Joseph would undoubtedly express their gratitude. On a certain island, Johnny and Joseph recently sensed something amiss. Regardless of the pirate, upon sighting them, they would vanish at lightning speed. They struggled to give chase, unable even to pose a question, and the number of pirates seemed to dwindle alarmingly. This unfortunate turn of events left them unable to capture any pirates for bounties, and the two were on the brink of starvation, barely surviving by hunting. However, a lack of financial resources and supplies had led to a diet of mere dried fish, resulting in some nutritional deficiencies. The brothers began to entertain thoughts of retirement to pursue a life of fishing. The mischief value had finally reached 20 points. At last, there was again some mischief value. Who had been influenced by me this time? The Sword God and the Blade Saint? They should now be able to traverse the East Sea with confidence, and when that time comes, they would surely express their profound gratitude. Exchanging for a capsule. The system revealed nonsensical items. Cursed item. Buggy enchanters may remain unfulfilled for a long time. Pet collar. ABIs wearing it allows communication with other species. Alas, it seems anything related to Buggy is thoroughly tainted, as though Luffy had delivered a swift kick to Captain Buggy. What purpose does this serve, devoid of romantic inclinations? A means to assist the training of the Sword God and the Blade Saint? It could indeed be beneficial, Trek pondered. Are you a devil? Johnny and Joseph, yet to make their entrance, exclaimed. ABIs. That adorable, silly girl must surely be recruited as a mascot and part-time beast tamer for the guild. Cultivating a legion of dragon riders and taming sea monsters would undoubtedly lead to a spectacle reminiscent of a Warcraft saga. On the frozen throne sat the Lich King ABIs, echoing with eerie laughter. Heh, heh, heh. Crook, with a sense of whimsy, pondered the pet collar that would enable communication with other species, akin to the ability of the whispering fruit. However, he sensed that the mechanism could not be so straightforward. Surely, there were limitations or side effects to consider. This collar appeared to be unsuitable for larger creatures, such as behemoths and sea kings. Adopting a different perspective, he reasoned that if he were to wear it himself, they would comprehend his intentions. Indeed, he thought himself a genius, adept at reverse thinking. Yet, he lamented the slow progress of his abilities. Why were there so few pirates in the East Sea of late? Crook found himself troubled. The abilities granted by the disguise fruit were rather restrictive, typically requiring a witness or an audience to validate its effects. Furthermore, battling weaker foes resulted in a sluggish rise in power. The East Sea's elite warriors were few. The venerable Garp was often seen, along with the occasional appearance of Mihawk. His thoughts drifted to a daring notion. Mihawk might soon venture into the East Sea, possibly having caught sight of something he ought not to have. Moreover, Mihawk, as a solitary figure, seemingly required no witnesses to utilize his disguises. Even a passing seagull could serve as an audience. Should he manage to masquerade as Mihawk daily, frequently calling upon seagulls to deliver newspapers, he could successfully maintain his ruse. Transforming into Hawkeye, Mihawk, indeed seems feasible, Crook exclaimed with delight. He then disguised his colossal dragon slayer's sword as the Black Blade, Knight, and transformed his small sailboat into a coffin lid, while the revered heavenly sword became a cross-shaped blade. Perfect, he thought. With the 40-meter reach of the dragon slayer, he could execute a flying slash. Although his flight would only extend 40 meters, with the right angle and precision, others would struggle to discern the difference. Thus, he commenced a daily routine of impersonating Mihawk on the sea, wielding his sword and employing the flying slash technique to enhance his disguise. Fortuitously, he might even master the flying slash, which presumably did not require haki. Haki appeared to be a form of enhancement. It seemed that Zoro had previously unleashed a similar sword wave before mastering haki. During this time, he summoned a seagull, adorned it with the pet collar, and after some haggling, struck a deal. In exchange for 10 small fish daily, the seagull would deliver newspapers and observe his swordplay. The results were promising. Crook felt he had attained the prowess of cutting iron. The thrill of exploiting Mihawk's weaknesses was exhilarating. Soon, he planned to challenge several swordsmen to duels, feeling that mastery of the sword was within his grasp. Yet, he pondered the whereabouts of the sword god and sword saint. Were they perhaps in the company of Zoro? He resolved to search the waters near Shellstown, where Zoro seemed to be meeting with Luffy. He would utilize the door of convenience to borrow a map and compass of Shellstown from the naval branch in the Oikote Kingdom. The logistics personnel at a certain naval branch often felt things went missing but would mysteriously reappear after a time. Once again, it is a day brimming with vitality. Trek, disguised as Hawkeye, has finished his swordplay and, with a playful demeanor, lowers his trousers to relieve himself over the vast sea. The coffin board is quite inconvenient, lacking even a restroom, which is rather embarrassing. Not that it matters. I am not some delicate maiden, Trek exclaimed joyfully and with a flick of his spatial pocket. He directed a jet of seawater to urinate upon the passing birds, finding their startled expressions utterly hilarious. Suddenly, a visible slashing strike appeared before Trek's eyes. In a moment of peril, he instantaneously increased the flow from his spatial pocket, utilizing the powerful recoil to propel himself sideways. The coffin board shattered in an instant, and Trek's heart raced as he frantically adjusted his position to ensure a smooth escape from the scene. What a bizarre coincidence! In the vast ocean, he just happened to encounter Hawkeye at the very moment of his relief. What are the odds of that? Trek's mind was in a frenzy of mockery. Meanwhile, Hawkeye's inner monologue was filled with disbelief. I am chasing a clueless pirate to the East Blue, only to find myself witnessing him relieving himself on a coffin boat. After unleashing a slashing strike, I did not expect it to be evaded. Even more astonishing was the fact that the pirate managed to escape rapidly by means of urinating. What an extraordinary volume. Is this even human? This isn't a comedic show, for heaven's sake. Hawkeye glared at the distant figure that had become a mere speck, muttering his frustrations. Is the East Blue cursed? First, Shanks loses an arm, and now there's this bizarre incident with Hawkeye urinating. Click and his band of misfits are taking their time, and the mountain bandit king, Sig, is not in a rush to search. I must find that scoundrel who resembles me. I wonder if anyone else saw this. I must silence them. Meanwhile, Hawkeye brandished his black sword, Knight, slicing through the water with fervor. On the other side, Trek continued to spray with gusto, nearly achieving the first cosmic velocity, in exaggerated expression, of course. The level of absurdity accumulated to 40 points, +1, +1. This time, I've hit the jackpot. Even relieving oneself can earn such a bounty of absurdity points. Suddenly, the long silent Alice sprang forth. This is a life-risking prank. Trek's heart raced with anxiety. Am I still running for my life? Don't make light of the situation. Trek's face contorted under the immense acceleration. Fear not. Hawkeye will not catch up. One is primitive civilization paddling, while the other is technological civilization as rocket, Alice remarked with a shrug. The disparity is no trivial matter. Just adjust the direction of your relief, and you'll be fine, Alice suggested, casting a glance at the pixelation. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen pixelation before? Trek retorted, then pondered, what does that +1 for absurdity points even mean? It refers to your membership, Makino. Some of the consequences from your antics are also counted towards the absurdity points, Alice clarified. Indeed, it's a collaborative effort. Teamwork is the way to go. Let the underlings earn absurdity points while I can just relax. Unlike those time travelers who solely focus on enhancing their own abilities, ultimately exhausting themselves in ceaseless endeavors. I understand the importance of alliances. Navigating through life's challenges requires a strategic approach, seizing opportunities and leveraging influence to achieve one's desires. The thrill of it all. With a resounding bang, Trek, navigating by means of his posterior, collided with an unidentified object suspended in the air. The impact rendered him unconscious. Leaving no time to activate his fruit nullification ring, he plunged into the ocean, his disguise dissipating, bobbing upon the surface of the waves. Oh no! Exclaimed Alice in a frantic tone, realizing that her host was in peril. Without hesitation, she materialized and firmly grasped both of Trek's nostrils, ensuring he would not choke on the water before she finally exhaled in relief. Unable to suppress her irritation, she lamented, "Here I am, merely a diminutive and helpless commentator. Yet I must also play the role of a lifeguard. It's exhausting." Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a nearby floating object. "Aha! A life buoy!" she exclaimed, quickly maneuvering Trek's head onto the floating device. With a sigh of relief, she decided to await the ocean's currents to carry him to a nearby island. Meanwhile, Trek dreamt of resting his head upon a pair of long, delicate, and fair legs belonging to the enchanting sisters, Makino, Nami, and Vivi, causing him to drool. Abruptly, these charming figures morphed into a terrifying visage, sending a chill down his spine. Trek jolted awake. Fortunately, it was merely a dream. Trek wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his other hand resting on the soft sand, a nagging feeling of something amiss lingering in his mind. He squeezed it gently, and was met with a few murmurs. Turning his head, he was struck with disbelief. Yerlita. The same Yerlita, still in her portly form. Trek instantly recoiled. Finding himself leaning against a tree, drenched in sweat, his breath heavy, terror etched across his face. Calm down. Remain composed. Nothing has transpired, he reassured himself. In the future, Yerlita will transform into a stunning beauty. She is a hidden gem, a potential star. After all, many of the enchanting women in the world of One Piece had succumbed to the ravages of time, ultimately becoming far more fearsome than Yerlita in her current state. Trek continued his self-hypnosis, striving to adjust his mindset, as long as he possessed a means to erase certain memories. The Yerlita who had consumed the slippery fruit would not be entirely unacceptable. Furthermore, this fruit bestowed the ability to age gracefully without losing one's allure. It was merely a matter of whether one experienced beauty before ugliness or vice versa. The more he pondered, the more logical it seemed, leading Trek to resolve to invest in this potential gem. He would first charm the plump Yerlita, and once she transformed into a beauty, he could secure his position as a core member. But how did Yerlita come to be floating in midair? Luffy had set sail. Trek mused aloud, bewildered. How could he encounter such an improbable event, nearly drowning in the process? Was Luffy unable to steer just a little to the side? Trek's expression darkened. Was this fate exacting revenge for that one flip-flop? The main storyline was about to commence. He needed to hurry and seize the opportunity. Perhaps he could follow Yerlita and uncover the slippery fruit? Then, Yerlita could be dismissed entirely, he thought. Ouch. That hurts. That scoundrel, the Straw Hat Kid. Where am I? Yerlita stirred awake at that moment. Hello. The most beautiful woman on the sea, Miss Yerlita. Trek flattered her. I discovered you adrift in the ocean and took it upon myself to rescue you. Do you know me? Asked Yerlita, while thinking to herself. I haven't even inquired about who the most beautiful woman on the sea is, and this fellow has already acknowledged it. Indeed, Miss Yerlita's illustrious reputation is renowned throughout the Eastern Sea, and merely catching a glimpse of her is a rare stroke of fortune. Oh, how modest. Yalida felt a tinge of embarrassment, being praised by a stranger for the first time, especially one who appeared rather handsome. Ugh. Trek felt a wave of nausea as he continually envisioned Yalida's transformed appearance, engaging in a form of self-hypnosis. Miss Yalida, it's a pleasure to meet you. I have a gift for you, Trek declared as he produced a beauty mirror and presented it to Yalida. Note, the beauty mirror. Yalida, this enchanted mirror reveals one's image after enhancement. The above annotations are for the reader's reference regarding the attributes of the item. The characters in the story are unaware of this. What is this? A mirror? Yalida inquired, puzzled. This is a wish mirror. It allows one to glimpse the deepest desires of their heart. Wishes, and assists in realizing them. Trek deceived. Is it true? Yarlita gazed into the magic mirror, where a stunningly beautiful woman appeared, her skin smooth, her figure alluringly curvaceous, with striking features that captivated the eye. Is this truly me? Arlita mused, captivated by her own reflection as she struck an array of enticing poses, reveling in her beauty. Surely, you wouldn't deceive me? This wishing mirror possesses the power to grant desires? Why then, am I so skeptical? Why do you not utilize it yourself? Ugh. Trek felt a wave of nausea wash over him as he recalled the essence of his heart's desire. This was a reflection of your innermost wishes. As long as you engage in benevolent deeds, the wish mirror shall fulfill your aspirations. The wish mirror is guided by fate and relies on virtue, upon perceiving your desires. It is your earnest actions that will manifest them. Through the intricate web of cause and effect, it will deliver the means to realize your wishes into your hands. Master Trek, with grandiloquent flair, proclaimed, engaging in virtuous acts. I am a pirate, surviving through plunder. How can I embody goodness? Perhaps I should rob a little less? Elita pondered in turmoil. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Trek, the president of the Adventurers Guild. Our guild issues various legitimate commissions, and if you register as a member, you can earn money through these tasks. Trek switched to recruitment mode. You can initially become a registered member without being under the guild's jurisdiction, allowing for greater freedom. Once your wishes are realized, if you so desire, you may transition to a core member, reaping the benefits and resources of the guild. At that time, you can seek Miss Makino in the Windmill village of the Goya Kingdom to register. Moreover, it would be prudent for you to adopt a new name, after all. The identity of a pirate is rather sensitive, and the guild prefers not to overtly oppose the navy. We shall discuss this further once your wishes are fulfilled. A new name? Elita replied, I am reluctant to change. Miss Elita, after your wishes are granted. I imagine you would not want certain aspects of your past to be known, Trek teased. What should I change it to? Elita thought of her breathtaking beauty and shuddered at the thought of others knowing her current appearance. How about Yalbed? This name signifies your resolve to engage in virtuous deeds in the future, Trek mused, as he imagined that whenever he mentioned Yalbed, he would think of a graceful maiden rather than an ungainly figure. Yarbed? Murmured Yarlita, satisfied with her choice of name for her wish. Well then, farewell, Miss Yarlita, said Trek. Are you leaving so soon? Yarlita felt a twinge of reluctance, especially since he seemed quite dashing and had even complimented her. She thought to herself that once her wish came true, she would capture him to be her man. As the president, I am eager to recruit members. This is a demanding initial phase, Trek sighed. Very well, it seems we are on Goat Island. I have a secret base and would like to invite you as a guest, Yarlita offered. No, just lend me a small boat, Trek replied, contemplating that Luffy had likely already gone to Shell's town and he needed to hurry. After bidding farewell to Yarlita, Trek stealthily followed her for a while. Yet he did not uncover the slippery fruit. He pondered whether it was the will of the devil fruit, choosing its host just as the Nika fruit had chosen Luffy. With no choice, he departed and made his way towards Shell's town. This time, Trek dared not disguise himself as Hawkeye, should they cross paths again. Fortune might not favor him. Moreover, even if he could utilize the any door in time, it would risk revealing certain information. The prank value was credited with 10 points. The initial benefits of pranking Yarlita had arrived. Trek reflected on how he was struggling to survive in this world solely with his intellect. My sister had to become a thief, and I had to turn to deception. We are indeed a pitiable pair of siblings. The thief sought to save the village, while the deceiver aimed to make the world a better place. These were all benevolent lies. You should thank me this time. Without me, you would have logged off long ago. Alice exclaimed, appearing to take credit. Alice, thank you so much. Allow me to show my gratitude with a kiss. Trek extended his hand. Get away, you rogue. Alice swiftly dodged, exclaiming in surprise. You must learn from this experience. Wear a protective item, or, better yet, Find yourself a bodyguard. Look at the Akatsuki. They always operate in pairs. Learn from them. You watch Naruto too? Trick nodded, beginning to review his prank value. With the previous boost from Hawkeye and some incremental gains, he now possessed a total of 55 prank points. I will redeem a gacha from the system. The Horn of Bluster. Usopp, when the opponent believes your tall tale, blow the horn, and the tale may come true. Pinocchio's nose. Usopp, when enchanted. If you lie, your nose shortens. If you tell the truth, it lengthens. For 3 continuous days. The Yandere pill, Koya, proves to be a remedy for the frail, allowing them to easily discern ailments. When angered, it unleashes formidable combat prowess alongside a slightly Yandere disposition. The weaker the body, the stronger the effects, while a robust physique renders it temporarily ineffective. The evasion shoes Nami aid the wearer in avoiding ambushes, causing them to stumble and evade attacks, with a chance of tripping over certain objects. The spoon demon, Klo, emerges when one contemplates mischief. Playfully striking one's head with a spoon, though painful, it inflicts no real harm, persisting until the inclination to misbehave dissipates. Should one commit a misdeed, its effects linger for an extended period. Is this the inventory from Xylob Village? Such items seem fitting for the derivatives themselves. The Horn of Bluster, although regrettably reliant on chance, could serve as a motivational tool for employees in the future. Pinocchio's nose? Yet its effects are inversely related. Usopp's ever-lengthening nose could prove lethal. How amusing. A sudden thought of Snow White crossed Trick's mind, prompting him to chuckle. The Yandere pill holds particular significance for Koya, who has always been frail. After consuming it, she might even ascend to the heavens. It could also fulfill her aspiration to study medicine. But what is a Yandere? A frail and delicate being? It seems that many captivating characters in anime are Yanderes, akin to Tsunoras. Nonetheless, such slight emotional nuances are rather endearing. The evasion shoes shall be given to Nami, my foolish little sister. A fall is inconsequential, but being assaulted by that wretched individual would be intolerable. The spoon demon will be bestowed upon Klo, who, after all, is a rare soul of clarity, aware that pirates cannot seize the future. Wishing for a peaceful retirement, I shall facilitate his transition to a managerial role within the guild, sparing him the violence of battle. The spoon demon is perfect for tempering his troublesome disposition. Having accumulated an abundance of items, I must expedite their distribution to allow them to serve their purpose. With this thought in mind, Trick envisioned Koby in Shell's town, a crucial pawn to infiltrate the navy, necessitating prompt action with the coward-ass savior elixir to rescue him. With the aid of Trick's water-based propulsion, he hurriedly approached the island of Shell's town. How imposing. It is undoubtedly a naval stronghold. Trick gazed at the layered town and towering naval base. First, I must locate Luffy and Koby. I wonder if they have already departed? Aha! Roronoa Zoro. Trick called out in the street, causing all passers-by to scatter like frightened rabbits. Indeed, they remain. Trick dashed towards the naval branch above. Spotting the pink-haired Koby and Luffy leaning against the naval wall, they turned just in time, with Luffy preparing to leap. What is that? With a swift movement, Trick seized the adorable little girl in his arms. Gazing at the child, he realized she was the little girl who fed Zoro. Ah, it's Trick. Long time no see. You're here too. Luffy greeted with a cheerful smile. Hey, Luffy. What a coincidence. Trick responded. What are you two up to? Is there an aerial performance inside? Thank you, big brother. Could you please set me down? The little girl inquired timidly. Not a chance. I intend to whisk you away. Croc chuckled heartily. Ah, this. The little girl appeared visibly flustered. Luffy, is this the pirate you know? Koby stammered. He's an amusing friend of mine. Would you like to invite this child to join us? Luffy replied with a smile. But she is still just a child. It's all right. I can invite her and her mother along, Croc said with a grin. Then I shall go and invite our companions. Luffy cheerfully leaped over the wall. The little girl was on the verge of tears. Do not be anxious. I am a good person, Trick reassured her, offering some candy. Instantly, the little girl's demeanor transformed, and she joyfully called him brother, as she was delighted by the prospect of sweets hidden within a rice ball. You are behaving more like a villain, Koby remarked, looking utterly speechless. With the little girl perched on his shoulder, Trick leaned against the wall to observe Luffy's performance. Hello. I am Trick, a friend of Luffy's. My sister has watched Luffy grow up, Trick said, tilting his head to strike up a conversation with Koby. Greetings, I am Koby. I was saved by Luffy, and my dream is to become a Navy officer, Koby replied. Oh, you appear rather timid. Do you truly dare to confront pirates? It can be quite brutal. One might end up with their intestines exposed, Trick warned ominously. I certainly can. Koby stammered nervously. No, you cannot. In truth, I possess another identity, a master of dreams. I can assist others in realizing their aspirations. Trick began to weave his tale. Really? Can you help me overcome my timidity? Koby inquired eagerly. This is the elixir of the coward's savior. Drink it, and you shall know no fear. Furthermore, it accelerates healing from injuries. Trick presented a small vial of liquid. If you feel frightened, take a couple of sips, and the effects will be remarkable. Note, the coward's savior elixir, Koby upon consumption. One becomes fearless, daring to confront anyone. As long as one survives the encounter, injuries will heal swiftly. The above note is to aid readers in understanding the item properties. The characters in the story are unaware of this. It is simply a matter of daring to confront anyone, as long as you avoid death. It is perfectly suited for the Navy. After all, the Navy will not dispose of you just because you are a troublemaker, Trick mused internally. But drinking can harm your health, Koby remarked. It is merely named an elixir. In reality, it has no discernible taste. Trick explained, revealing that despite the label, it was akin to plain water. Keep it for now. When you are ready to commit, then drink it. After Luffy finished speaking with Zoro, the four of them exited the restaurant owned by Lee Sang. Lee Sang also informed Zoro of the circumstances surrounding his kidnapping. Suddenly, the sound of shattering objects echoed from the restaurant, prompting Luffy and Koby to rush inside. Trick halted Lee Sang, stating, "Let us not enter just yet. It would be unfortunate if you were to be caught by the debris. Luffy can handle it inside." Trick prepared to charm the little girl. "We will help you rescue Zoro. Would you consider joining my adventure guild afterwards? There are many kind older sisters within the guild, and we will protect all our companions. Should something similar to this occur again, simply call me or the guild using a transponder snail, and we will assist you. All you need to do is manage the restaurant while occasionally accepting some commission tasks, and you will earn a handsome salary." "Little Lee Sang, you wouldn't want your mother to bear such burdens alone, would you?" Trick concluded with a persuasive tone. "Well, all right. I still need to ask my mother," Lee Sang replied. Rika replied. What Trick did not realize was that he had missed the opportunity to eavesdrop on valuable information from Nami, who was among the restaurant's patrons. Subsequently, Luffy and Koby made their way to the naval base, preparing to rescue Zoro. Rika's mother, Lilica, consented to join the Adventurers Guild under the combined persuasion of Rika and Trek. Trek also provided a sum of development funds and enchanted a power capsule for Rika. At the naval base, it was generally safe from pirate disturbances, so it was sufficient to send Rika alone. "Rika, make sure to exercise regularly and protect your mother well," Trek advised. "I have endowed you with some mysterious powers, but for now, try not to reveal them." "Mysterious powers?" Rika questioned. "Lift that table with one hand." "Shoo. This is our secret." Trek then hurried to the naval base, sitting atop a wall, watching as Luffy and Zoro battled against the formidable axeman Admiral Monka. Koby was taken hostage by Barrimer, trembling as he grasped the coward's savior tonic. "You scoundrel, I have a gun pointed at you, and you still dare to drink? That's a death sentence." Barrimer shouted. "What I drink is none of your business. If you have the guts, shoot." Koby retorted, entering a defiant mode. "If you don't shoot today, you're my grandson. I bet your gun is empty." Koby shouted fiercely. "Luffy, don't worry about me. Bet your life on it. Just blow this guy away." Koby finally mustered the courage to wager his life. Luffy laughed heartily and then launched a rubber bullet that sent Barrimer flying. "If you lack the courage to shoot, don't raise your gun, you worthless fool." Koby spat. Zoro felt an odd dissonance regarding this pink-haired fellow. Was he truly that poor a drinker? After defeating Monka and returning to Rika's restaurant, Luffy shared his dreams with Zoro, just as the Navy made their appearance. "Hey, Luffy, I am destined to become an admiral one day. The next time we meet, I will arrest you, the Pirate King, and execute you publicly," Koby declared as he threw a punch at Luffy. The two then began to fight, with the naval soldiers astonished by Koby's audacity to declare his aspirations to become an admiral. With an attitude that a soldier who does not wish to become a general is not a good soldier, Koby was exceptionally recruited for menial tasks in the Navy. Meanwhile, Koby found himself working alongside Barrimer, the son of the former naval Colonel Monka, at the Navy's 153rd Division. Every day was a trial under Barrimer's tyrannical training. "Barrimer, you tire yourself out just by wiping the floor a couple of times. You are utterly useless. Look at me, the future admiral. There is no floor I cannot make shine." Later, during the escort of Monka, Barrimer was taken hostage. Koby confronted the situation head-on, declaring, "Monka is a useless father with an equally useless son. He boldly obstructed the Navy's cannon, proclaiming, Just one loser is enough. I can handle this alone. Diving into the sea, he swam vigorously to catch up with Monka, vehemently berating him as a fool, asserting that those who resort to hostage-taking are nothing but cowards. Monka discarded Barumabur, delivering a brutal beating to Koby, who bore the humiliation before ultimately hurling the dazed figure back into the ocean. Despite his swollen visage resembling that of a pig, Koby continued to boast about his aspiration to become an admiral of the Navy, confronting the heavens, the earth, and even the air itself. Garp, astonished by this audacity, pondered why it was not his own grandson striving for the rank of admiral. Fate can be quite cruel, indeed. Thus, he took Koby and Barumabur back to the Navy headquarters for rigorous training. Later, Koby boldly challenged the might of the admirals, and many restrained themselves out of respect for a certain individual. Until the moment when master of the broken water flow, Koby proclaimed, "I am not targeting you. I am saying that everyone present is trash." Koby was soundly beaten yet persisted in his defiance, arrogantly declaring himself the future admiral of the Navy. Given that the Navy typically does not eliminate its comrades, Koby found himself constantly on the brink of defeat, growing stronger through the rapid cycle of punishment and recovery. Known as the rebellious king among the Navy, even Smoker appeared as a mere junior in his presence, later earning the moniker Pimple. But those are tales for another time. After resolving the guild transition with Rika and Makino using the door of all things, Trick temporarily boarded the small vessel of Luffy and Zoro. Did I forget something? Trick grasped his head in confusion. Luffy, is this also your companion? I thought there were only two of you, Zoro inquired. Yes, just hitching a ride, my friend. Luffy chuckled. Hello, Zoro, I am Trick, the brother of Luffy's sister. Trick stammered. Ah, so you are brothers. Zoro exclaimed, astonished by the stark contrast between the two. We share a sister, though not by blood, the esteemed Makino, Trick explained. Ha ha ha. Luffy chuckled. Truly, from now on we shall be brothers. Allow me to introduce you to Ace. The prank points have accumulated to 20, with a remaining balance of 30. Trick began to explore the prank points in the Gacha exchange. The power Gacha, rob Lucci upon enchantment, it bestows an additional 100 power points. The repairman's ladder, Kuna, carrying it allows passage through any restricted entry, yet climbing it is forbidden. To do so would result in a fall. A bag of 10 foolish child lollipops, Nami, when consumed by an adult, they revert to childhood. When eaten by a child, they transform into an adult, with effects lasting a day. Isn't this the ultimate ladder to vanquish Kuina? It has now become a universal key. That lollipop seems more akin to a derivative item of Ain or Bonnie. How could it be associated with Nami? Could it be that Nami was simply too adorable in her youth? Indeed, cuteness is justice. Trick mused. At that moment, Zoro gazed at Trick in astonishment and confusion, wondering from whence he had produced a ladder. Moreover, this ladder had an unsettling appearance. Trick, where did you acquire that ladder? Zoro inquired. I am, in fact, a magician, capable of conjuring objects from thin air, and I can make them disappear just as easily, Trick replied with a smile, retracting the ladder into his spatial pocket. Skoy. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. One more. Trick conjured a large pig's leg and stuffed it directly into Luffy's mouth, then produced a barrel of wine and tossed it to Zoro. The two lovable fools immediately revered Trick as their master. The small boat drifted aimlessly on the sea. As these two clowns had no knowledge of navigation, Trick himself was only moderately skilled, relying solely on a compass. However, the thought of reaching Orangetown, a place he had yet to visit, posed a challenge. It was there he could encounter Nami-chan. Wait. Trick suddenly recalled that Nami was the first to appear and had been lingering near Luffy. They were likely close to Shell's town. Never mind, they were about to arrive. Luffy, grab that big bird, Trick urged, pointing at the bird soaring above. Huh? Rubber rocket, Luffy exclaimed, only to be snatched away by the creature. Idiot! What are you doing? Zoro shouted irritably, desperately rowing the boat. Ha ha ha, don't worry. Just follow the bird, and we'll find land. Trick laughed heartily. You fool. Row faster. Zoro retorted angrily. The free labor had arrived, Trick observed as 3 of Buggy's subordinates fell into the water. After a brief lesson in seamanship, the 3 seasoned sailors took charge of navigating and rowing. Meanwhile, Trick and Zoro leisurely prepared tea. On the other side, Luffy was blasted down by Buggy's cannon. Boss, you came to rescue me. Nami, in her haste to escape, instantly used Luffy as a shield. Trick, what are you doing here? Did you arrive before me? Luffy laughed, having changed into a skirt. Who is Kurek? Nami pondered. Could he possibly have a younger sibling who resembles me? Regardless, I apologize. but I must leave the rest to you." As Nami spoke, she dashed away. After effortlessly dispatching a few henchmen, Luffy followed Nami, who was attempting to ingratiate herself with him by suggesting they go out for a meal. "Aren't you correct? You both have orange hair," Luffy remarked, glancing at Nami's hair. "You fool. While orange hair may be rare, identifying someone solely by their hair is a sign of face blindness," Nami retorted. "I am a thief who targets pirates, and my goal is to amass 100 million berries, with a map of the Grand Line, that some will no longer be a mere dream," Nami mused. "A map? Are you a navigator? Ah, you must be Kurek's sister. He mentioned that you would eventually become my companion," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. "No, it turns out you are a pirate. And I detest pirates," Nami replied, then asked, "So who exactly is Kurek? How did I come to be considered her sister? Are you unwilling?" Luffy continued to eat. "Trek mentioned that he was your brother and assured me that I would certainly meet you. However, I only have one sister, and I do not know anyone named Trek." "You must have mistaken the person," Nami denied. "Once Trek arrives, you will understand." Luffy laughed. "He is my brother, and you will be my sister from now on." "I am not the sister of a pirate," Nami retorted. In fact, Nami was older than Luffy. "Trek is not a pirate. He established an adventure guild and serves as its president," Luffy explained. "President? He must have a lot of berries then," Nami exclaimed with excitement. "I do not know," exclaimed Luffy, digging into his nose. Thus, the main storyline commenced, as Nami cunningly convinced Luffy to accompany her in search of Buggy. Luffy found himself imprisoned within a cage, and the clown demanded that Nami execute him with a single shot. In a moment of desperation, as Nami prepared to extinguish the fuse with her hand, another pair of hands grasped hers. Crocodile, having spat out a mouthful of seawater, extinguished the fuse, while Zoro bravely withstood the blade aimed at Nami. "How could my dear sister's hands be harmed?" "It would break my heart," Crocodile expressed with genuine concern. "Is this a joke?" Nami stood frozen, staring at the face that mirrored her own. "What kind of game are you playing, Luffy? First, you were taken by a bird, and now you're trapped in a cage." Zoro remarked. "This is the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, who could not be defeated by anyone. Do not underestimate him," Frankie warned. "The world's greatest swordsman." Upon hearing this, Zoro became invigorated. "If I can defeat this clown, won't that grant me the opportunity to battle against Mihawk?" The crew, including Buggy's minions, expressed their awe. "No. Defeating him is quite simple. He merely possesses the chop-chop fruit, making him unable to be killed." Frankie scoffed. "How do you know so much? Who are you?" Buggy inquired. Frankie ignored Buggy and turned to Zoro, stating, "This is your adventure. I won't intervene lightly. Is this guy really formidable?" Zoro pondered, thinking he could handle these weaklings himself. As Zoro engaged the clown in battle, he found it impossible to land a fatal blow. Had it not been for Frankie's warning, he might have suffered a grievous injury. The clown, known as the sword-fighting nemesis, was not to be underestimated. "Perhaps this clown will serve as Zoro's sharpening stone," Frankie mused, wondering if he could awaken some magical prowess. "Can you loosen your grip?" Nami asked timidly. "Cough, cough. It is a pleasure to meet you, my dear sister." Frankie reluctantly withdrew his hand. "How can you be so sure we are siblings?" "I was orphaned shortly after my birth when pirates killed my parents," Nami questioned suspiciously. "Just look at our identical appearances. It is evident we are twins," Frankie asserted. "Besides, I too am an orphan, raised in the kingdom of Eiichiro." "You must be from Eiichiro as well." "Ah, Belmere indeed found me in the kingdom of Eiichiro," Nami thought, then asked, "How do you know I have a sister?" "You were an infant at that time, weren't you? What is this deception?" Frankie contemplated, feeling reluctant to mislead Nami. He feared that if the truth surfaced, it could lead to significant trouble. "I am actually quite wealthy, and—" Frankie felt compelled to reveal his trump card, even though, in truth, Nami was currently richer than him. "Brother, you are my long-lost kin, bound by blood." Before Frankie could finish his sentence, Nami's demeanor changed dramatically as she clasped his arm, tears streaming down her face. "Wait, let me prepare the script first," Frankie thought, but seeing the yearning in Nami's eyes, he surrendered. "By the way, if we are twins, how do we know who is the elder?" "Perhaps I am your older sister," Nami reasoned. "You are still young and naive. Having too much wealth can attract unwanted attention. So allow your sister to safeguard your riches." Trick's face was marked by a deep frown, as the anticipated heartwarming family reunion was tainted by the stench of greed. "How profound must one's obsession with money be, my foolish sister?" Trick lamented, exclaiming that when a brother ought to provide his sister with pocket money, a sister should do the same for her brother. With a stack of berries in hand, he began to shower them around. At the sound of Nami's exclamation, "Brother," the berries in Trick's hand vanished in an instant. The speed of her hands could rival that of a thief. Truly, she embodied the essence of an assassin, Trick mused. Meanwhile, Zoro remained engaged in battle. Buggy could not harm Zoro, and Zoro could not defeat Buggy, while Luffy and the minions watched the spectacle unfold. "Luffy, what are you doing? Hurry up and come out. You're a rubber man." Trick scoffed. "All right," Luffy exclaimed, squeezing himself out from behind the railing. "Is he an idiot?" Nami quipped. "I was just about to risk everything to save him." "Zoro, the sun is setting. Can you not defeat him yet?" Trick teased. "Luffy is about to go in. Shut up. Today, I will surely defeat him," Zoro retorted, visibly frustrated. At that moment, the beast tamer Machi appeared with the lion Ricky, sending Luffy flying into the town and followed closely behind. Koby also emerged on his unicycle, proclaiming, "You must be their accomplices. Look at me. You won't escape either, audience. Get lost." Trick swiftly executed a kick, sending Koby retreating before he could even make an impact. What just happened? Nami and the pirate minions were left bewildered. Was this suddenly appearing brother truly so formidable? Perhaps it was wise to stick close to him. Nami mused contentedly. The pirate minions, meanwhile, feigned death, too intimidated to provoke him. Zoro was still embroiled in combat, while Luffy returned after defeating Machi, visibly exhausted and panting, though Buggy appeared to be in control. Witnessing both formidable fighters being bested caused him to panic. Luffy, Trick, and Nami yawned, while the pirate minions had already slipped away unnoticed. Zoro resembled a gambler who had lost everything on the brink of madness. Finally unable to contain himself, Nami stealthily bound Buggy's scattered body, and Luffy sent the diminutive clown flying with a rubber rocket. "Next time, I will surely defeat Buggy." Zoro expressed his deep frustration for the first time. "All right. Once we return, let us earnestly contemplate flame-infused sword techniques," Trick advised. "That sounds promising." Zoro calmed down. Suddenly, the townsfolk surged forward, and Luffy acknowledged himself as a pirate, admitting to having knocked out the mayor. A mob chased after Luffy and his crew, and a dog leaped forth to block the townspeople. "Isn't that Shushu?" Trick remarked to Luffy, "Put this pet collar on that little dog. Don't chase them. It was these people who scared off the pirates from the town." "Ah, I can speak now." With a swift sound, the crowd was astonished. The dog had surprisingly spoken human words. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he donned a pet collar, engaging in a playful exchange of barks with the little dog. Suddenly, he made a peculiar gesture as if to lift his leg to urinate. "Idiot!" Nami exclaimed, delivering a punch. She then removed the pet collar and placed it around Shushu's neck. Does the pet collar possess such side effects? It is advisable to use it cautiously. It is best to have someone nearby to prevent any peculiar behavior. Chirk felt a flush of embarrassment. To clear the misunderstanding, the townspeople, along with the mayor who had just awakened, hosted a banquet in honor of Luffy and his crew. As they set sail once more, Luffy was being reprimanded by Nami for leaving behind 5 million berries, causing her to rub him against the sea. In an effort to calm herself, Nami popped a lollipop into her mouth, the flavor being orange. "It's quite tempting," Chirk remarked. Note, the silly child lollipops come in a pack of 10. Nami, if an adult consumes one, they will revert to a child. If a child consumes one, they will become an adult, lasting for a day. What? I'm not a child. Are you secretly some kind of creepy uncle luring kids? Nami retorted. Haha. He really did recruit a child as a companion. Luffy laughed, adding his jest. Ah. Nami exclaimed in astonishment as Trick thrust a lollipop into her mouth. In an instant, her body and clothing rapidly diminished, transforming her into the likeness of a 6-year-old child. How remarkable that her attire changed as well. Trick mused. Luffy and Zoro widened their eyes in disbelief. Nami gazed up at the suddenly enlarged Trick. Hey, I've shrunk. Little Nami cried out in panic, flailing about yet unable to escape Trick's grasp. How did you do that? Is it the power of a devil fruit? Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems your brother has quite an array of peculiar abilities. Zoro remarked. Oh dear. Someone, please save me. Nami exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Ha! Don't cry, little Nami. I have longed to see what you looked like as a child, Trick reassured her. Can I turn back? Nami asked anxiously, sensing that this suddenly appeared brother was rather peculiar. Certainly, replied Trike, playfully teasing Nami, who resembled a small child in his embrace. Let your brother pat your head. Allow him to pinch your cheeks. Climb upon your brother's head. Let him take you on a flight. How delightful it is to have a sister. The brotherly affection of Trike is truly evident. What a heartwarming scene of sibling reunion. Haha. Luffy and Zoro burst into laughter, while Nami wore a gloomy expression, exclaiming, "I'm not a child." X2 Luffy and Zoro failed to heed Nami's lesson, each with a lollipop stuffed into their mouths. "Come on." Chopper chuckled mischievously as Luffy and Zoro transformed into children. "You foolish Chopper, I shall take you down." Zoro's face was a mask of fury. "Haha, this is truly amusing. I too have become a child." Luffy laughed heartily. Nami finally found her emotional equilibrium as the four engaged in playful antics. Mischief points accumulated to 10. Balance 15 for exchanging Gacha, with a remaining balance of 5. Onion gloves. Onion head when struck. The victim will wail inconsolably, tears streaming for a duration. Is this a tool to make someone cry? Chopper gazed wickedly at the three little ones beside him. "What do you intend to do?" Sensing a malevolent gaze, Nami and Zoro exuded an adorable yet lethal aura. No. Trek's body was covered in a cold sweat. "Here, take these shoes, Nami." Trek produced a pair of evasion shoes for Nami. Note: evasion shoes, Nami. These allow the wearer to stumble and evade an ambush, with a chance of tripping over certain objects. What a peculiar item. "Are you trying to trick me?" "I refuse," Nami declared. "These are shoes that can lead you to stumble upon fortune." Trek's words trailed off as his hands became empty. "Moreover, when you encounter an ambush, you might fall and evade the attack, so be sure to protect your head when you do fall," Trek added. Nami wore a troubled expression, torn over whether to don the attire. In her quest to locate a vessel capable of traversing the Grand Line, she guided her companions towards a nearby island, the location of Syrup Village. Upon disembarking, Usopp and his three companions, who were notably diminutive, caught sight of each other. Usopp, observing the peculiar assembly of a large figure and three smaller ones, felt an uncanny familiarity. He activated his boastful persona, only to be swiftly exposed by Nami. Suddenly, from the underbrush emerged three little figures resembling onions, bell peppers, and radishes. The two groups exchanged bewildered gazes. "Are you also engaging in a pirate game?" Usopp inquired, perplexed. "You are the ones playing a pirate game," Nami retorted with indignation. "You are truly brave, setting sail as pirates at such a tender age." Usopp and the trio of small ones expressed an admiration. Nami and her companions found themselves at a loss for words. Subsequently, Luffy and Usopp forged a bond and discussed the matters concerning Jessup. The group then ventured into the village for a meal. In the midst of dining, Usopp excused himself to seek out Kaya, while Luffy and the others, guided by the three companions, made their way to the villa in search of a ship. However, Trek mysteriously vanished along the way. Ultimately, Luffy and the children were unable to acquire the ship and were expelled by the butler, Clabatel. Meanwhile, the ailing Kaya was resting in her room when a knock echoed through the air. "Cough, cough, come in," Kaya called out. The butler, Melly, entered and locked the door behind him. Sensing something amiss, Kaya inquired, "Melly?" "Greetings, Miss Kaya. I am Trek. It is a pleasure to meet you." Trek revealed his true identity. "Who are you? What do you want?" "I will call for help," Kaya responded, her voice tinged with anxiety. "Shout as much as you like, but remain calm. I harbor no ill intentions, and you 1T have the chance to speak." Trek chuckled. "I am the president of the Adventurers Guild and was entrusted by your father to ensure your safety should anything happen to him." "My father? Do you know my father?" Kaya exclaimed with excitement. "One might say I know him, as he is my client," Trek replied. "I am not in any danger at present, so I do not require special protection," Kaya stated coolly. "Do you have any proof?" "Your birthday is August 24th. Your blood type is F. And you have always had a penchant for seafood, all while being frail and sickly," Trek recounted, drawing from the character profiles of the main figures in the world of One Piece. Of course, such details could be uncovered through diligent investigation. But to harm someone requires motive, does it not? Protecting others is not a duty every virtuous soul must undertake. "Very well, I shall tentatively place my trust in you," Kaya remarked, gazing at Trek's seemingly pure visage. "But what is it that you intend to do?" "I am a magician, possessing numerous magical artifacts. In truth, I also have another identity as a dream fulfillment master, having assisted many in realizing their dreams." "Do you have a dream?" Trek inquired. "A magician? A dream fulfillment master?" "I wish to regain my health and be able to stroll outside," Kaya replied, her face alight with hope. "I have a pill that, when consumed by someone frail, can easily reveal ailments and, in moments of anger, unleash formidable combat prowess. However, its efficacy diminishes once one becomes robust." Note: the pill, referred to as the Yandra pill in this context, enhances the combat capabilities of the frail while inducing a slightly obsessive personality. The weaker the body, the stronger the effect. Conversely, a healthy body renders it temporarily ineffective. This annotation is provided for reader clarity. The characters within the narrative are unaware of these attributes. What an unusual concoction. But it seems it does not provide a direct cure. Are you suggesting I must heal myself? What do you mean by combat prowess? Kaya asked in astonishment. Does such a thing truly exist in this world? Trek replied, you may consume it when the need arises. He then took out a Pinocchio nose capsule and handed it to Koya, saying, and this is for you. The one who is struck by it will have their nose shorten if they lie, and lengthen if they tell the truth. It lasts for 3 days before fading away. Why give me this? Koya asked, perplexed. Note, the Pinocchio nose, Usopp enchanted so that lying causes the nose to shorten, while truth-telling causes it to lengthen. Lasting for 3 days. You might wonder why Trek does not allow Koya to use the power capsule. The reason is simply to stir up trouble, as he wishes to observe the battle capabilities of the Yandere pill. Furthermore, the power merely enhances strength, and one may consume the pill first, and then utilize the capsule. Even if one's physical prowess temporarily wanes, they can still regain their combat effectiveness upon injury or illness, enabling a counterattack. After a while, Usopp appeared and revealed Kuro's scheme to Koya. With disbelief written on her face, Koya recalled the Pinocchio nose and hurled it towards Usopp. What is it? Usopp inquired with a look of bewilderment, before continuing to elaborate on Crocodile's sinister plot. Ah, Kaya exclaimed in astonishment, as Usopp's already elongated nose gradually grew even longer. My nose. Usopp exclaimed in a state of panic. Try telling a lie. Kaya remarked, it will revert back. I am a fool. Usopp exclaimed, as his nose continued to elongate. How could it still be growing? Kaya fell into silence, perplexed as to whether truth or deceit would cause one's nose to shorten. Please, recount your tale of the enormous goldfish, she implored with exasperation. After a flurry of activity, Usopp's nose returned to its original form. We can escape. But what about the servants and the villagers? Kaya expressed her concern. We must devise a plan to thwart Kuro. It is perilous here. We should leave at once. Usopp urged anxiously. We can assist you in vanquishing the pirates, and our reward shall be a ship, chimed in the adorable voice of Nami from behind. Luffy, Nami, and Zoro were in search of Usopp and had not strayed far from the villa. Upon witnessing Usopp's frantic dash back to the villa, Nami surmised that something was amiss, and the trio followed closely behind, overhearing everything. You are merely children. Do not jest, quickly depart. Kaya insisted. This is not the time for games of piracy, Usopp replied, his face a mask of urgency. I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy declared with a charmingly determined expression. I am to be the world's greatest swordsman, Zoro added coolly. Regardless of their age, it was evident that the two were formidable. As for the time frame, Nami explained. Chad said the effects would last a day, and he should revert by morning. Chad, is he a boy with orange hair? Kaya inquired. You've seen him. Where did that scoundrel run off to? The trio exclaimed in unison. No wonder you all seem so peculiar. Kaya mused, placing a hand on her head. He was here briefly but has since departed. The five then organized their efforts. Kaya instructed the servants to evacuate quietly, while Usopp and the trio headed to the coast to intercept the pirates. That night, Kuro returned to the villa, only to find it deserted. Suspecting that their plans had been compromised and contemplating the need to eliminate everyone. Cough, cough, Butler Clabater, you have returned? Kaya's voice suddenly resonated. She had stealthily returned to confront Kuro herself, longing to bring closure to her parents' tragic fate. Oh, Miss Kaya, where are the others? Kuro inquired, astonished to find her still present. I instructed them to hide. I wish to ascertain whether you were responsible for my parents' demise. Kaya inquired with an unsettling calm. It seems you are aware, Kuro responded, and now you may join them. Is that so? Kaya retorted, fury igniting within her as she swallowed a sickly sweet pill. Hee. You took my parents from me. You shall henceforth be my plaything, belonging solely to me. Kaya's expression twisted into a disturbingly playful smile. What an eerie aura. Kuro pondered, bewildered. Is this truly Kaya? What has transpired? Could the cause of her parents' death have transformed her in such a manner? I shall reunite you with your parents, Kuro declared, adjusting his glasses with a palm and unleashing his blade, claws, towards Kaya. What? Kuro stared in shock as Kaya, with one hand brandishing a fruit knife to parry his attack and the other leisurely enjoying an apple, stood unfazed. Who are you? Kaya cannot possibly possess such strength. Klo continued his frenzied assault, yet Kaya remained unscathed, moving with an air of nonchalance. Cough, cough, how utterly tedious. Is this all my toy is capable of? How dull. Kaya remarked weakly, her voice laced with faint discontent. And you, the fiery-haired imp perched on the windowsill, do you wish to become my toy as well? While fending off Chloe's relentless attacks, Kaya cast a glance at Trake. Trake pondered in confusion, wondering if memories could be temporarily lost, yet dismissed the thought. The sheer ferocity of Chloe's combat prowess left him uncertain of his ability to prevail. Now, Chloe had unleashed his silent steps, rendering him almost defenseless. Oh, how I long to be the cherished plaything of the gentle Lady Kaya. You are my everything. Let us discard that toy, Chloe. Trake chimed in enthusiastically. Unbeknownst to him, such declarations to a Yandere, laden with intense possessiveness, were akin to a confession, binding him for a lifetime. He naively assumed that he could cure Kaya's ailment in due time, believing that the Yandere's poison would have little consequence. No, I desire them both, however. It seems he is resistant to my will. Let us inflict a bit of suffering upon him first. Kaya giggled with a sinister delight. Gradually, numerous wounds began to mark Chloe's body. None were fatal, yet he was drenched in his own blood. Curse it. After a prolonged struggle, Chloe's speed gradually diminished. What manner of beast is this? In the end, Chloe was pinned to the wall by the severed blade, yet he still clung to life. Cough, cough, cough. It's your turn now, little brother. Kaya turned her head, gazing at Trick with a charming smile. Is this what they call a Yandere? Such adorable little emotions. Trick pondered. How can I break free from this state? Trike was abruptly embraced from behind by Koya, their hearts racing in unison. Although the moment appeared rather intimate, the pristine fruit knife, which had never tasted blood, traced circles against his chest, evoking a subtle disquiet. To his dismay, he found himself unable to anticipate her movements. Trike mused internally, is this pill's power one that grows stronger in the face of adversity? Cough, cough, little brother, what's the matter? Is sister really that frightening? Your heartbeat is quite rapid. Koya teased softly, her breath warm against his ear. No, not at all. It's just that it's my first time being so close to a beautiful sister's knife. I'm quite excited. Trike replied with an awkward chuckle. It seemed that Koya's parents had perished in an accident, and Chloe had yet to intervene. Trike endeavored to ease Koya's ire, hoping to dispel the current tension. Cough, cough. That's inconsequential. After all, it can only be my toy. Koya replied with a cough. Trike felt a chill run down his spine. Contemplating the peculiar nature of the Yandere pill, which grew stronger as the body weakened, while a robust physique would only render it temporarily ineffective. As Koya nestled against him, the spatial pocket opened, revealing 3 power capsules, which he promptly infused with 300 power points. The surge of strength left Koya momentarily dazed. Upon regaining her senses and observing the intimate position she shared with Trike, she felt her cheeks flush like a ripe peach, hastily releasing him. What has come over me? Koya exclaimed, discarding the fruit knife and covering her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers at Trike. Perhaps it's just a slight side effect of the power enhancement. Do you recall what transpired moments ago? Trike inquired. Kaya murmured softly, her voice barely audible. It appeared that the two personalities could coexist, merely alternating control over the body, as Trek speculated. Do you wish to eliminate Kuro? Trek inquired. Cough, cough. Perhaps imprisoning him would suffice. Kaya hesitated, considering that he had cared for her for many years. The lingering cough indicated that her strength was still at 300, leading Trek to ponder that increasing power and curing ailments were indeed two distinct concepts. Only a fool like Luffy would remain unscathed by illness. Since you do not seek his life, imprisoning him would be a waste. It would be far better for him to dedicate his life to a brighter world, Trek proclaimed. Striding toward Kuro. Greetings, Mr. Kuro. I am the president of the Adventurers Guild, which primarily handles the reception and issuance of commissions. Trek briefly introduced himself. Thus, I would like to invite you to become a core member of our guild, responsible for reviewing and distributing commissions and serving as a tactical advisor. Can't you see I am still bleeding? Kuro internally scoffed, questioning whether he would merely watch him bleed to death if he declined. Your ambitions are quite grand. Kuro remained silent for a moment, contemplating that this guild was surely consuming the various powers in this manner, destined to become a colossal entity. I will join. I have grown weary of the life of piracy and violence, Kuro replied. You will initially manage the East Sea region, but given your notoriously harsh disposition, I shall impose a safeguard. Trek enchanted Kuro with the Spoon Demon. Note, the Spoon Demon, Kuro, will leap forth to strike you on the head with a spoon whenever you wish to commit misdeeds. The pain is intense, but non-lethal. It will persist until you cease your wicked intentions, and if you engage in wrongdoing, it will remain for an extended period, the more malevolent the act. the harder it is to dispel. The above notes are for the readers to understand the properties of the item. The characters in the story are unaware of this. This is a form of binding magic, should you harbor any wicked thoughts. A demon will emerge to strike you on the head with a spoon, causing considerable pain until you abandon such intentions. If you engage in wrongdoing, the duration will be prolonged, and the severity of your actions will determine its persistence, Trek warned. Magic? What a peculiar ability. Have you cast any strange spells on Kaya as well? Kuro speculated. Try to strike me with intent to kill. Trek unsheathed his 10 blades, lowering them toward Kuro. Just as Kuro was about to make a move, a diminutive demon, a replica of Alice, seemingly invisible to outsiders, began to vigorously strike Kuro's head with the spoon. Pain, pain, pain. Stop hitting me. Kuro cried out, clutching his head in agony. From now on, you shall be known as Clabatel to avoid further bounties from the Navy. Trek continued. As for your subordinates, you may arrange their roles yourself. The Black Pirate crew can initially register as members of the guild to accept commissions, but they must cease their pillaging and slaughter. Those who disagree shall be executed. If I kill those individuals, will the spoon demon strike me as well? Kuro inquired. Those with a history of wrongdoing are generally exempt. In fact, it can assist you in identifying the wicked. The weaker the pain, the more deserving they are of death. Trek explained. Kuya, cried Trike. Alas, the blush on her face and the sudden realization of her previous actions brought Koya back to reality. I wish to invite you to become a core member of the Adventurers Guild. On one hand, the guild can provide you with protection, fulfilling your father's wishes. On the other hand, you can achieve your dreams through the guild. I have just enhanced your strength, but it seems insufficient to wholly remedy your frail constitution. In the future, you may study medicine to heal yourself. This pill's distinctive ability to identify ailments will greatly assist your studies. And when you find yourself unwell or weakened, do not allow anger to take hold. You understand, right? Trek teased. All right. What will I do as a member of the guild? Koya asked. Her face flushed with shyness. You will serve as the guild's healer. Start by learning some fundamental knowledge, and later, I shall arrange for you to study under a renowned physician, Trek replied, contemplating whether to seek out the witch Kiriha or the illustrious Kurisakas for Koya's advanced training. Kuro, you should continue to accompany Koya for now. I have yet to establish the guild's headquarters, but I will arrange for personnel to communicate with you both. Is it nearly dawn? Luffy and the others should be clashing with your subordinates by now. Let us go take a look. By the way, can you still walk? Aside from being covered in blood and wounds and feeling somewhat weak, I can still manage, Kuro responded with difficulty. Trek glanced at the sky, surprised at how long Koya had been tormenting Kuro. He wondered whether it was Kuro's tenacity or the unique properties of the pill that allowed Koya to avoid critical hits. Never mind, I will take you both there. It will be quicker this way. Please wait a moment. Trek thought to himself. Regretting not leaving a mark for a dimensional portal by the seaside, he decided to mark one here instead. The two watched in astonishment as Trek performed his remarkable feat. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, he lifted Kuro and took Koya in his arms, utilizing the shave and moonwalk techniques to travel swiftly to the beach. Upon arrival, Trek beheld Zoro, engaged in a fierce battle, Usopp, idly fishing, Luffy, fast asleep, and Nami, perilously attempting to retrieve a sword. Dropping Kuro and Koya, he employed the Navy's 6 powers to counter the returning shuriken aimed at Nami. My foolish sister, every time I see you, you end up in harm's way, Trek scoffed, reflecting on how, despite her dodging shoes, a fall could still be quite painful. Zoro, you dolt. Last time, if I hadn't reminded you, you would have wrecked your back fighting Buggy, and now you've let 2 swords be taken from you. You should consider practicing the no-sword style, otherwise, if you lose 3 swords, you'll have to rely on it to become the world's greatest swordsman, Trek mercilessly ridiculed. Zoro's expression darkened, as he felt he had been too careless. The members of the Black Pirate crew were rendered speechless upon seeing Kuro. What shocked them even more was that Kuro now appeared as a specter, his body tattered and drenched in blood, presenting a truly tragic sight. Had Kuro been defeated? Or was it something else? The crowd pondered. It seemed that after 3 years of idleness, Kuro had become exceedingly weak. It was time for us to eliminate him. The brother, unwilling to wait for his fate, charged forward to confront Kuro. Who do you intend to eliminate? Kuro questioned, his voice dripping with disdain. Do you truly believe that 3 years on land have softened me? He evaded the attack with silent steps, positioning himself behind the brother, donning the remnants of his shattered 10 blades. The brother was instantly paralyzed with fear. At this moment, Kluo cast an inquiring glance towards Chick. Proceed, replied Trek. 5 minutes? I shall wait for merely 5 minutes, Chloe addressed the gathered pirates. What's going on? Kaya began to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Trek. Kaya, what are you doing here? You must flee. Usopp, battered and bruised, rushed towards Kaya. It's all right. I've come to an understanding with Kroko. You need not worry, Kaya reassured Usopp. What has happened? What is the current situation? Usopp asked urgently. Trek turned to Zoro and reiterated, I must emphasize once more that this is your adventure. I will not readily intervene. Losing your weapons makes you a lamb to the slaughter, and yet you still aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman? I understand, Zoro replied solemnly. Nami. Go wake Luffy, Trek commanded. Do not. Just as Zhang Ao was about to take action, a single glance from Tsueka petrified him. Is this the blade? Nami inquired, gazing at the weapon lying on the ground. What one has lost must be reclaimed by oneself. Otherwise, one must resort to the technique of the one-sword style. Not every battle grants the luxury of having someone else retrieve one's sword, Crocodile remarked coldly. Zoro struggled valiantly against the Brothers of Humanity, wielding his one-sword style. After being roused by Nami's foot, Luffy unleashed a rubber bullet that sent the Brothers of Humanity flying, allowing Zoro to reclaim his other two swords. Zango once again cast a spell of hypnosis on the Brothers of Humanity, rendering them even more formidable. The fierce battle ensued between Luffy, Zoro, and the Brothers of Humanity, culminating in their eventual triumph over both the brothers and Zango. Forget it. Glancing at the bloodied Kurochik, he pondered that despite the possibility of the Spoon Demon not launching an attack, the severely weakened Kuro posed little threat. You all should cease fighting. Allow Zango to take the pirate minions nearby to stand by, Kurochik instructed. Have you truly defeated this fellow? Luffy and his companions inquired. Well, sort of. I've brought him into the Adventure Guild to assist me, Kurochik replied. What? You intend to recruit such a nefarious individual as your ally? Luffy and Usopp questioned skeptically. People can indeed reform and turn from their wicked ways, Kurochik asserted, adding that Kaya had also joined their cause. Nandi, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment and confusion. How did you manage to persuade them to join forces? It is far too perilous for Koya to be with Kuro, Usopp exclaimed anxiously. It would be a miracle if Kuro were not killed by Koya, Trek thought to himself, internally scoffing. In truth, it is Kuro who is in danger. Not only is he constrained by the Spoon Demon, but Koya, with her current strength of 300 combat power, is relatively formidable and not easily dispatched. Moreover, Koya's frail constitution has not improved. She remains injured and weakened, transforming into a battle which whenever provoked. What if she is uninjured? In a dire situation, when faced with a formidable adversary, she might resort to inflicting a few wounds upon herself. Trek mused, picturing how bizarre such a scene would appear to their foes. Everything will be fine. Trust me, it would be a miracle if Koya did not kill Kuro, Trek reassured the group, winking at Koya. Ah, yes, indeed, Koya. Fearing Trek might utter something mortifying, hastily concurred. Dear friends, what has transpired? Do you harbor any secrets? Enough of the inquiries. Let it be. It was rumored that you were in need of a larger vessel. I shall have Melly arrange that. Kaya quickly diverted the conversation. Through the portal, Trek facilitated a connection between Kaya, Chloe, and the mother-daughter duo, Makino from Windmill Village and Leisha from Shell's Town. Makino's primary responsibilities involved personnel management, resource allocation, and member outreach. Chloe focused on assessing the difficulty of various tasks and the capabilities of registered members, ensuring a judicious distribution of assignments. Due to their proximity to the naval base, Leisha and her daughter primarily aimed to recruit naval personnel for part-time engagements to handle guild commissions. Kaya also sought to acquire medical knowledge and planned to undertake an apprenticeship with physicians across the Eastern Sea Islands in due course. However, there was a pressing need for dedicated combatants. After a protracted search for the Sword God and the Sword Saint, it was anticipated that an opportunity might soon arise. Having bid farewell to Luffy and his crew, Kaya, a medical research graduate student, began to study her own body. By fasting, she aimed to weaken herself, subsequently mastering her emotions to facilitate transformation. Should any uncontrollable signs emerge, she would promptly consume nourishment. After all, inflicting wounds upon oneself would leave scars. Ultimately, she contemplated that by mastering the art of healing, she could manage her frail state through medication. Through rigorous research and experimentation, Kaya discovered that to control her Yandere persona, she needed to embrace that aspect of her identity and pursue a degree of integration. Unbeknownst to Kaya, her Yandere self had been affectionately confessed to by Trick upon its inception, leading this persona to develop an affection for Trick, whom she viewed as her plaything. In the eyes of the Yandere Kaya, the desire to possess the gentle Lady Kaya was paramount. "You are my everything," she expressed, yearning for complete ownership. As for Chloe, she deemed that toy redundant, wishing to monopolize Kaya's affections. Was this not a profound declaration of love? Consequently, Kaya found herself occasionally overwhelmed by an urge to possess Trick, especially in moments of illness or weakness. There were times when Trick felt the sinister gaze of Kaya upon him, sending shivers down his spine. Later, during her medical studies across various islands in the Eastern Sea, a band of pirates attempted to abduct Kaya, only to become subjects of research themselves. Some of the pirates who eventually escaped bore scars from medical dissection and suturing, each wound non-lethal yet indicative of their ailments. "Do not provoke Lady Kaya's wrath," became a cautionary tale across the Eastern Sea, as the infamous Yandere which Kaya instilled terror in the hearts of evildoers. On board the Mary, Trick implored, "Nami, my dear sister, might I temporarily reside in your quarters? I shall sleep in a hammock." After comparing the boys' and girls' accommodations, he clung to Nami with unwavering insistence. The boys' room was an unspeakable ordeal, cramped, foul, and noisy, not to mention the presence of the big rat. In stark contrast, the girls' quarters were opulent and a quintessential pleasure, originally designed with Kaya in mind. As for why Trick did not utilize the portal to return to shore for rest, that remained an unanswered question. Due to the fact that the anywhere door can only mark spatial nodes, and since the ship is mobile, once it departs, returning aboard becomes impossible. It is prudent to wait until one possesses a life card and items that allow for unrestricted flight before contemplating an exit through the anywhere door. Furthermore, after reaching the Grand Line, Trick has numerous guild arrangements to oversee, which likely means he will not be aboard the ship. Nami staunchly disagreed, insisting that he is her brother. However, this claim lacks evidence, despite his apparent care for her. It seems that only the most cunning tactics will suffice. Persistent pleas will lead nowhere, compelling him to resort to threats and inducements. At this juncture, Trick declared, "The rent is a staggering 100,000 berries per day. Esteemed guest, may I pour you a drink? There is a bar inside, and we also offer massage services, though a service charge applies." Nami's demeanor shifted with remarkable speed as she responded eagerly, Ahem, my foolish sister. I still prefer your rebellious spirit." Trick nearly sputtered, thinking to himself, "Do not speak of massages in such a manner. It can be misconstrued. Exercise some decorum." Contemplating future events, he felt compelled to eliminate Momonosuke and keep a close watch on this open-minded girl. As for the rent, the guild's revenue was gradually increasing. Although they were not yet affluent, he resolved to temporarily deposit these funds with Nami, reasoning shamelessly that "my sister's money is indeed my money." The prank value had accrued to 40 points, with a balance of 68. This time, the prank value was mediocre. The individuals involved in the arrangements had not yet yielded significant prank value, and he had 8 points left for Gacha. Trick examined the system. Cockroach brain pill, Captain Hobody from the Navy headquarters. When consumed, one is guaranteed to discover half a cockroach's head in their meal, lasting for a month. Fortune cigarettes. Sanji lighting these cigarettes will bring a streak of good luck for a limited time. Note: a box contains 20 cigarettes. Strength Gacha, Rob Lucci. After enchanting, it increases strength by 100 points. He surmised that the cockroach brain pill would be of little use, merely serving to disgust Hobody, who, incidentally, seemed to have a beautiful companion. Who among them smokes? Sanji, Tina, Baby 5, Shaki, and probably Bella Betty. Trick was astonished to discover that nearly all the men smoked cigars. The female cohort was represented solely by Sanji. It was no wonder Ivanov had set his sights on him. He evidently lacked masculinity. Should he warn Sanji? Perhaps not. The culinary artist was also eyeing Nami. As he passed by Rare Beast Island, Trick contemplated turning it into a rare animal zoo, charging admission, hiring staff, and protecting the unique creatures. First marking it with an anywhere door. Aboard the Mary, reclining in a folding chair under the sun, basking in Nami's warm hospitality, Trick succumbed to decadence. Bang! The cannonade resounded, and Trick, lost in a reverie of bliss, suddenly recalled something. He shouted, "Stop!" The god of swords and the sword saint were about to make their entrance. One must be cautious not to inadvertently cause harm. Trick leaped up, thinking fervently, "Quick! Cease the firing. There are individuals atop the reef." Huh? Luffy and Usopp exchanged alarmed glances, apprehensive of causing harm. "Steer the ship over to rescue them," Zoro exclaimed. "Do you know them? Were they injured by cannon fire? They look as if they are on the brink of death." Usopp urged anxiously. "Why do both of them seem so close to succumbing?" Chopper observed as Johnny and Joseph were hauled aboard. I recall only one of them suffering from scurvy. Luffy and Usopp wore expressions of guilt, while Nami instructed them to fetch some limes, hoping they would feel better in a few days. Soon enough, the two men sprang back to life, bouncing around energetically. It appeared they were no ordinary individuals, exhibiting remarkable resilience. As Chopper assessed the situation, they collapsed once more, prompting him to retract his earlier hasty judgment. Nami and Luffy convened a meeting, contemplating the necessity of hiring a chef to ensure a balanced diet. Suddenly, Johnny struggled to rise, declaring that they should head northeast to the sea restaurant Baratai, before collapsing again. Is this the power of the world's enforced corrections? Chopper mused. Or merely the self-restraint of NPCs? Upon regaining consciousness, Johnny and Joseph recounted their recent bizarre encounters to Zoro. They noted that any pirate who saw them fled in terror, leaving them no opportunity for a fight, and they could not even manage to ask a question. Moreover, the number of pirates in their vicinity dwindled, making it nearly impossible to capture any for bounties. They were on the verge of starvation, adrift at sea, surviving solely on the fish they could catch. Chopper listened. Embarrassment etched across his face. Why do you look so awkward? Nami inquired, glancing at Chopper. I'm not awkward. Not at all. Chopper waved dismissively, his voice lowered. Do you know something? Nami pressed. I don't know. I don't know. Chopper quickly covered Nami's mouth, whispering fervently. Ahem. Could you possibly be the renowned bounty hunters of the East Blue, the Blade God Joseph and the Sword Saint Johnny? Chopper feigned astonishment dramatically. Blade deity? Joseph inquired, his brow furrowing in perplexity. Sword Saint? Johnny inquired, perplexed. What? Zoro inquired, a look of confusion on his face. I happened to hear from some pirates that even the mightiest of them must kneel before the Sword Saint Johnny, and that any pirate who encounters the Blade God Joseph is doomed to perish with a single strike, Trek said mysteriously. When did we become so formidable? How come we are unaware of this? Perhaps it is some bizarre rumor. Could it be? Joseph and Johnny exclaimed in astonishment. Have your powers grown so swiftly? Zoro appeared eager for a challenge. No, no. Joseph and Johnny quickly denied it in unison. You are far too modest. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our Adventurers Guild as core members, Trek proposed. Introducing the Guild's purpose. You will primarily handle combat duties and undertake some challenging commissions. Such generous benefits. This is wonderful. We have finally found a group. No more living hand to mouth. Joseph and Johnny lamented their recent hardships, embracing one another in tears. As a welcome gift for joining, I present you with these two swords as a token of our meeting. This one is called the Heavenly Sword. Johnny, you shall wield it. This one is known as the Dragon Slayer. Joseph, it is yours. If you encounter formidable foes or dire situations, it is advisable to refrain from using these swords for the time being, Trek advised. Note, the Heavenly Sword, Zoro triggers a guaranteed empty-handed parry effect. Anyone who approaches must kneel, yet it does not kill. Note, the 40-meter Dragon Slayer, Hawkeye striking produces a 40-meter blade effect. The above annotations are for readers to view item attributes. The characters within the story are unaware of them. What a powerful name. These swords are clearly extraordinary. Joseph and Johnny were captivated. Subsequently, Trek requested an introduction letter from Zoro, suggesting they visit Frost Moon Village to learn from Frost Moon Jingshiru when they had the time. The two were moved to tears. Having just joined, they had already received renowned swords, and the guild offered a guaranteed salary, bonuses for combat, and employee training. More importantly, the stack of alluring photographs of beautiful maids in Trek's possession, rumored to be the guild's employees, signified a secure future. Nonsense Gacha. Surely, everyone has not forgotten about me. Note, nonsense. Buggy, those who are enchanted will be free of desires for a prolonged period. Though something feels amiss, it can be easily overlooked. I, Joseph, and Johnny are bound to the guild in life and death. As they approached the floating restaurant Baratai, Trek felt a wave of anxiety. The memory of Hawkeye's murderous gaze vivid in his mind. He was uncertain if Hawkeye would be nearby again, or if he could recognize him through observation hockey or some other means. I should head to Cocoa Village first, primarily to meet Nami's sister, Nojiko. It is certainly not out of fear of being eliminated by Hawkeye. Nami, secretly place this item on the navy that attacks you. Chueka produced a peculiar item known as cockroach brain pills and entrusted it to the mischievous thief Nami. Note, cockroach brain pills, Captain Hoppity of the Navy headquarters enchanted to ensure the discovery of half a cockroach's head in every meal, effective for 1 month. What an odd contraption, Nami inquired, gazing at the object in her hand with curiosity. Be cautious. Be cautious. If you wish to avoid encountering cockroaches in your meals every day, Do not tamper with it, Shueiko urged nervously. Ugh, how disgusting. Yet, what a wicked tool. I quite like it. How do I use it? Nami asked with a sly smile. Focus on the enchantment and promptly place it on the intended target, Shueiko explained. Feeling somewhat apprehensive under Nami's mischievous gaze. You wouldn't dare use it on me, would you? Shueiko gulped. Of course not. You are my dear brother. Just a commission fee of 1 million berry will suffice. Nami replied with a grin. Do you take me for an easy target? All right. A fixed price. Shueiko, observing Nami's scheming expression, quickly acquiesced, thinking to himself, what a schemer. Shueiko bid farewell to the Straw Hat crew, claiming he had matters to attend to at the guild. As he departed, he discreetly enchanted 4 capsule toys onto Johnny and Joseph. Who should he bestow the absurdity upon? Bestowing it upon one would surely invoke jealousy in the other. Shueiko contemplated the possibility of splitting it. For this was a rapid cultivation technique akin to the invincible prowess of the East. Never mind, I shall give it to the Sword Saint Johnny first. He appears to be the more astute and perceptive one. Shueiko resolved in his heart. I thank you, esteemed leader. It seems being clever is not always advantageous. If Johnny were to discover this, he would undoubtedly have something to say about it. After exchanging some guild information, Shueiko departed in a small boat drawn from his spatial pocket. At the sea restaurant Baratai, Nami entered to find Captain Hoppity, who had just attacked the Mary. Receiving a beating from Sanji, she suddenly wondered if Shueiko could possess some prophetic abilities. Seizing the opportunity while Hoppity was distracted, she enchanted the cockroach brain pills onto him. Due to some damage caused by Luffy, the crew had been stranded there for several days, while the Krieg pirates were pursued to the sea restaurant by Mihawk. During this time, Nami had earned a considerable sum of berry from Shueiko, achieving her minor goal of 100 million berry, and stealthily took off with the Mary. Zoro sought to challenge Mihawk, having searched for the enigmatic swordsman for many days without a trace, as if he had vanished from existence. Mihawk, feeling quite agitated, encountered the petty Krieg pirates along the way and decided to deal with them first. Now, a feeble challenger dared to approach him with a death wish. Mihawk drew his cross-shaped sword, and Zoro sensed the disdain directed at him. After defeating Zoro, Mihawk remarked on his weakness. How dare you call my brother weak, you scoundrel? Joseph prepared to draw his Dragon Slayer sword. You will soon learn your place. Johnny raised his heavenly sword. What is this? Mihawk's formidable observation Haki suddenly sensed a powerful sword intent brewing, accompanied by an indescribable force of regulation. Stop. Joseph, Johnny. Do not interfere. Hold your ground. Luffy restrained both the Sword God and the Sword Saint. Was it merely an illusion? Were those indeed the two individuals? They exuded an aura of weakness. And what of the Straw Hat nearby? Mihawk appeared somewhat uncertain. Very well. I shall present you with the Black Blade Yoru to guide you on your journey. Mihawk unsheathed the Black Blade Yoru, contemplating that he would first defeat this fellow, and then test the 2 others. After a fierce exchange, Zoro was ultimately vanquished and fell into the water, only to be rescued by Joseph and Johnny. Mihawk glanced at Luffy's straw hat and turned to Joseph and Johnny, saying, Draw your blades. They are but ordinary bounty hunters. Do not harm them. Zoro struggled to utter, Brother, if we perish, convey our apologies to the president. We can only repay his kindness in the next life. Joseph and Johnny responded. Fool, Zoro exclaimed. The world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. I, the sword god of the East Sea, Joseph. I, the sword saint of the East Sea, Johnny. Let us weigh the merits of the world's greatest swordsman. Note, due to Trix providing Joseph with the Dragon Slayer and Johnny with the heavenly sword, the two are merely fabricating their reputations as sword god and sword saint. Sword god? Sword saint? Such grandiose claims. Hawkeye observed the feeble strength of the two, rendered speechless, glancing at Hawkeye from a distance. Joseph raised the Dragon Slayer and pointed it towards him. Just as he was about to speak, he was stunned, his eyes bulging, mouth agape. A terrifying sword aura erupted from the Dragon Slayer, instantly slicing towards Hawkeye. However, due to the distance exceeding 40 meters and Joseph's mediocre strength, the sword's momentum merely parted the surface of the sea. What? Everyone present was taken aback. What kind of sword intent was that? Was Joseph concealing his true strength? Zoro was astounded. Is this really Joseph? Johnny looked utterly bewildered. There must be something wrong with that sword. Could it be a cursed blade? Mihawk speculated. Am I truly that powerful? Joseph questioned his existence and then swung forward with renewed vigor, unleashing another wave of terrifying sword intent from the Dragon Slayer. Could it be that sword? Joseph pondered. Perhaps the captain has bestowed upon us an extraordinary weapon. Johnny, you should give it a try. Joseph urged Johnny, suspecting it might be the sword's influence. Can I do it as well? Johnny swung the heavenly sword, but nothing happened. Indeed, something was amiss. Are you ready? I'm coming. Mihawk charged forward. Joseph continued to slash, yet his seemingly formidable sword intent was effortlessly blocked by Mihawk, causing Joseph to panic. As Mihawk approached, Johnny brought down the heavenly sword. What tremendous power! At the moment when Hawkeye swung his blade, he relinquished his black sword, Knight, and knelt on one knee to accept the heavenly sword with both hands. The two opponents gazed at each other intently, and an instant silence enveloped the arena. Hiss! What is Hawkeye attempting? Why is he choosing to receive the sword with both hands? The audience was perplexed. His body felt uncontrollable. Could there be a curse over the East Sea? Hawkeye's mind was in turmoil. For a while, he and Johnny remained locked in this tense standoff, while Joseph attempted to strike Hawkeye with the Dragon Slayer. However, his efforts were futile, as Hawkeye was protected by the formidable armor of Haki, rendering their attacks ineffective against one another. Who are you? How could you possess such peculiar abilities? Hawkeye inquired. We are Joseph, the sword god of the East Sea, and Johnny, the sword saint, members of the Adventurers Guild. Johnny replied. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently betrayed his guild leader, a rather absurd act of revenge. The Adventurers Guild? Could that enigmatic Hawkeye possibly belong to the same guild? Hawkeye pondered. Is your guild leader named Trek? Hawkeye asked, having just overheard Johnny and the others discussing Zoro. You know our guild leader? Johnny queried. I am searching for him. Do you know where he has gone? Hawkeye feigned familiarity. Our leader left a few days ago. Mentioning something about expanding the guild's business in the Grand Line, Johnny responded. This situation is untenable. Shall we cease hostilities and part ways? Johnny suggested. Indeed, Hawkeye replied coolly. Retracting his hostility and disengaging his control, he swiftly retrieved his black blade and departed. That aura was truly intimidating. Johnny let out a sigh of relief. Wasn't it? No matter how hard we tried, we couldn't make a dent. Joseph echoed. Did you two acquire some peculiar items from Trek? Zoro inquired, and Luffy was equally curious. It seems to be these two swords. His one can unleash a formidable sword aura, while mine appears to allow one to catch a sword with both hands, Johnny responded. How intriguing. Hand it over, Luffy exclaimed, realizing he could hardly move, with only his head able to sway. Zoro also swung his sword, sensing the sword aura and experiencing a moment of enlightenment as if it were a subtle essence. After Luffy's crew vanquished Creek, they learned from Joseph and Johnny that Nami might be seeking the evil dragon. Zoro, Usopp, and Johnny set off ahead in their small boat, heading towards Cocoa Village, with Joseph following closely behind, accompanied by the recently awakened Luffy and Sanji. Meanwhile, Trek, having bid farewell to Luffy and the others, was sailing midway to Cocoa Village. The prank value credited was 50 points, with a balance of 72. Wow. The sea restaurant Baratai had exploded with so many points, along with some gradually accumulating ones. Redeem capsule toys, system. Hypnotic pocket watch, Zhangao capable of hypnotizing the opponent, but the user will also fall under hypnosis. The effect dissipates after certain conditions or interference. Supreme Mermaid Fishing Rod. Evil Dragon can catch nearby fishmen or mermaids. Haki leakage sticker. Buggy the affixed individual will lose their haki, and it is quite difficult to remove. Applying it to clothing allows one to remove the clothing to nullify the effect. Armor-piercing axe, Monka enchanted to a weapon. It can cut through armament haki, but will not be lethal. Scapegoat, akin after enchantment. Any misfortune occurring nearby will be attributed to the bearer for a duration of 1 day. Donut capsule, Rob Lucci after enchantment. Increases 100 stamina points. 2. There are quite a few items. It seems I should distribute them, as some may not be of use to me, which would be a waste. The Supreme Mermaid Fishing Rod is just right for dealing with the evil dragon pirates. I shall give the armor-piercing axe to Kaya when the time comes. Crafting at least a swift surgical knife with enchantment for her. Trek mused, thinking that it would be perfect for research purposes without causing harm. Captain Hobody of the Navy headquarters has recently encountered a series of unfortunate events, after suffering a beating at a maritime restaurant that brought disgrace upon the Navy. He was demoted to command a vessel in the open sea. Strangely enough, upon returning from the restaurant, he invariably found half a cockroach's head in his meals, which revolted him to the point of vomiting. Despite his efforts to confront the chef, no matter how intently he scrutinized the cooking, he continued to discover those half-rotten heads, as if the other halves had been unwittingly consumed by him. Reflecting on his previous disdain for food at the maritime restaurant, he felt as though he were being punished by the heavens, and he vowed never again to waste food. Due to the frequent encounters with cockroaches, No young lady was willing to dine with him, earning him the nickname Cockroach Hobody. Fearing that the East Sea was cursed, he hastily sought a transfer away from it. Eventually, circumstances improved. It seemed the effects of his misfortune had simply run their course. From that point on, Hobody developed a profound appreciation for food, becoming a staunch advocate for the clean plate movement in the Navy mess hall. Meanwhile, the surface calm of the coffin of the sea belied the inner turmoil of Eagle Eye, who found himself bewildered by his own capabilities, having witnessed his own explosive prowess. He was perplexed by the inexplicable ability that forced him to kneel before the blade. Was it a devil fruit? Yet, even his haki could not withstand it. Moreover, there was an odd sword aura that seemed neither to be a soaring slash nor a product of haki, shrouded in mystery. It might be linked to a recently established adventure guild in the East Sea. Intelligence from the Navy suggested a collaboration between the local branch and this guild. Yet information regarding its president, Creek, was scant, compelling them to return to the Grand Line. This once weak sea now seemed rife with oddities. Recently in the East Sea, many pirates and bandits hesitated to reveal their identities, with those who gained notoriety mysteriously vanishing. Some returned, reformed, and took to farming, exhibiting a gentle demeanor, yet at night, their screams from nightmares echoed in the dark. Among these villains, some stubbornly resisted fate, only to vanish without a trace or change their professions entirely. The circle was tight-lipped about the Yandra Witch. In the Grand Villa of Kaya, she utilized the unique properties of the Yandra pill to learn medicine at an astonishing pace, quickly diagnosing various ailments. By controlling her dosage, she managed her own frailty, exploiting glitches to finely tune her combat prowess. With her profound knowledge of medicine and toxicology, coupled with extensive vivisection of the undead, she attained a remarkable understanding of human anatomy. Kaya was on the verge of perfecting the Yandra pill. With her formidable ability for counterattacks, she was soon to become the most powerful assassin in the East Sea. Creek, for his part, could only rely on disguising himself as a strongman to suppress Kaya's burgeoning strength. However, even she cannot contend with Koya in her furious limit-breaking state. The side effect of this transformation is a peculiar and capricious disposition. At times she appears gentle and serene, while at others, her laughter sends chills down one's spine. A faint scent of blood and antiseptic occasionally permeates the air, making even Koya's Grand Villa feel eerily foreboding at night. Note, the Yandra pill Koya is taken by those who are frail and sickly, allowing them to easily discern ailments, but in moments of anger, they unleash formidable combat prowess and a slightly Yandra personality. The weaker their constitution, the stronger they become. Conversely, a robust physique renders the effect temporarily ineffective. Clabatel, how has the guild been progressing lately? Koya inquired nonchalantly, already regarding herself as the guild leader's wife. Everything is going smoothly. Many pirates have chosen to register as members under Miss Koya's esteemed name, even refraining from calling themselves pirates, each one now referring to themselves as adventurers. Clabatel adjusted his glasses and replied. Clabatel was well aware of Koya's ferocity. It was a terror more dreadful than death itself. And many matters were still left for him to handle. It felt as though he could hardly recognize the Koya he once knew. Only her occasional gentle demeanor would evoke a fleeting sense of nostalgia. On the naval front, progress was also satisfactory for Li Xian and her daughter at the naval base. A significant number of lower-ranking naval soldiers had become registered members, taking on numerous commissions and thus increasing their income. Some troublesome issues within the Navy, as well as requests from pirates, had been entrusted to them, allowing certain naval personnel to rise swiftly in rank. The Navy's entanglement with the guild deepened, with many already acting as its de facto protectors. The president is orchestrating a grand strategy. Clabatel mused, observing the subtle yet profound trends, indicating that the guild would soon evolve into a formidable force in the world. Moreover, with deep connections to various factions, once they realized the situation, the bonds would be difficult to sever. The president is truly a godlike figure. Clabatel admired, reflecting on how laughable it was to recall his past moniker, the scheming Kuro. Of course, the president is my most cherished toy. The entire world must bow before my feet, Koya remarked with a sickly sweet smile. Trick sailed ahead to the vicinity of Kokoshia village. He spotted the octopus fisherman, Xiaoba, fishing by the shore. Should I dispose of him? He is a pivotal character for advancing the plot later on. Never mind, let us give him a chance and leave it to fate, Trick contemplated. Activating his disguise ability, Trick transformed into a dragon and approached Xiaoba. Xiaoba, here is a letter for the warlord Dracul Mihawk. You must have MOMO deliver it. Mihawk? Isn't he on the same level as Boss Jinbei? What is the purpose of this? Xiaoba inquired. That's not for you to concern yourself with. Whatever you do, do not open the envelope. It could cost you your life. The faux dragon warned. Understood, boss, Xiaoba said, taking the envelope and departing with MOMO. Inside the envelope was a photograph of a fake Mihawk aiming a gun skyward. Encountering Mihawk is your misfortune. If you don't, consider it a stroke of luck. Trick thought. He then disguised himself as Xiaoba and entered Arlong Park. Xiaoba, you're back. How was the catch today? A few fishermen inquired. Alas, we have caught nothing. We should take a look at the nautical charts drawn by Nami to find a location teeming with fish. The impostor Xiaoba replied, making his way toward Nami's quarters. Upon reaching her room, Trick utilized his spatial ring to gather all the nautical charts. Observing the faint bloodstains on the quill, he recognized that these were the fruits of Nami's labor over many years, an invaluable resource for the guild's future endeavors in the East Sea. It would be a pity if they were to be destroyed in a scuffle, not to mention the treasures plundered by the dragon over the years. After completing everything, the anxious Xiaoba rushed toward the dragon, exclaiming, Boss, something's amiss. I spotted Hawkeye Mihawk approaching from the sea. What? How could that fellow be in the East Sea? The dragon exclaimed in surprise, prompting everyone to heighten their vigilance and prepare for evacuation. I shall investigate. What could he want? The dragon declared. Xiaoba, where is he? Xiaoba, where has he gone? This fellow is so elusive. After delivering his message, Trick vanished from the dragon's paradise like a wisp of smoke. Back at sea, Trick disguised himself as Hawkeye, adopting a cold demeanor as he floated on a coffin board toward the dragon's paradise. Upon reaching the shore, the dragon watched the slowly drifting coffin board, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What brings you here, my lord? The dragon inquired, gazing at the figure of Hawkeye on the water. I have heard that you have a swordsman named Xiaoba who wields the six-sword style. I wish to challenge him to a duel, the false Hawkeye declared. Xiaoba? The dragon was incredulous. While Xiaoba possessed swordsmanship, he hardly seemed worthy of Hawkeye's attention. Indeed, there is a fisherman named Xiaoba who employs the six-sword style, but he is far too weak to warrant your involvement. The dragon replied. His strength is for me to determine, and I require no input from you. Hawkeye retorted coldly. If he does not appear within 5 minutes, I shall slay one fisherman every minute thereafter. Quickly find Xiaoba. The dragon commanded his subordinates, thinking to himself, damn that human. Boss, we cannot locate Xiaoba anywhere. It seems he has vanished. A fisherman lackey shouted after a thorough search. Curse it. Could it be that Xiaoba has provoked Hawkeye and fled? The dragon seethed with frustration. Time's up. The false Hawkeye rose, drawing the black blade. Knight. Damn humans. I shall test your mettle as the world's foremost swordsman. The vile dragon plunged into the sea, charging towards Hawkeye. The false Hawkeye, Trick, wielded the supreme merfolk fishing rod in one hand while deftly slicing through the water with the other. The surface of the sea was cleaved apart, conjuring a swirling vortex, as the dragon felt an overwhelming force luring it towards the edge of the blade. Note, the supreme merfolk fishing rod, vile dragon capable of ensnaring nearby fishmen or merfolk. The dragon struggled to reach the shore, bearing a gruesome gash across its chest. You still have a chance to find someone. I shall first claim the life of a fisherman. With a swift stroke, the false Hawkeye severed the head of a concealed fisherman, sending it hurtling towards the shore. Trick employed the irresistible allure of the supreme merfolk fishing rod to compel the fishmen to charge towards the blade. As for the vile dragon, Trick intended to leave it for last. After all, it was only through suffering that one could truly comprehend pain. Infuriating, the malevolent dragon bellowed in a fit of rage, observing the ever-growing pile of fishmen along the shore, prompting all to swiftly plunge into the sea and scatter in escape. Boss, let us confront them together, cried one of the fishmen. Let us go. We still have a chance to flee in the water. The dragon shouted. The fishmen swiftly dove into the ocean, vanishing in an instant. Useless. You might as well diligently seek that six-blade flow, mocked the false Hawkeye. With a flourish of the supreme merfolk fishing rod, a fisherman returned, willingly meeting its demise, only to repeat the process ad infinitum. The dragon's eyes burned with fury. Detestable humans. Despicable humans. What on earth has transpired? After slaying the last fisherman, the false Hawkeye, Trek, drifted away slowly upon a makeshift coffin. Live to endure suffering, experience pain, embrace agony, comprehend torment. The somber six paths Hawkeye intoned before departing. Ah! The fearsome dragon roared in fury, wreaking havoc on everything around it. What transpired? It seems something has occurred at Arlong Park. The villagers of Kokosia were filled with curiosity yet dared not approach. Trick, shedding his disguise, inquired among the villagers about Nochigao's residence. The villagers, gazing at this individual who bore a striking resemblance to Nami, pondered if he had come seeking kin. Trick introduced himself as Nami's brother, come to reunite with family. And Akien led him to Nochigao. Upon seeing this boy who resembled Nami so closely, Nochigao was astonished. You are a relative of Nami? I am her twin brother. We were separated in our youth due to a pirate invasion. Trick declared. Nochigao, filled with sorrowful recollection, responded. I had no idea Nami had a twin brother. I only discovered Nami at that time. I cannot recall much. I grew up near the kingdom of Oikote. Later, I learned that a baby with orange hair, much like mine, had been rescued by the Navy. After I matured, I searched extensively at the local Navy branch. Only recently did I hear of a retired female Navy officer named Belmere who had once adopted the infant. Trick fabricated his backstory, knowing it was likely not far from the truth. Nami is out and has yet to return. She will surely be overjoyed upon hearing this. Nochigao chuckled. You must be Nami's sister. Henceforth, you shall also be my sister. I am here to assist you with any difficulties. Trick asserted. Splendid. I have gained another brother. However, it would be wise for you not to linger here. When Nami returns, I hope you can take her with you, Nochigao advised. You are concerned about the fearsome dragon, are you not? We shall wait for Nami's return to settle this matter. Trick exclaimed. How do you know? What do you know? Nochigao queried. The dragon is not to be trifled with. No need to elaborate. I am already aware. Trick interjected, placing a finger over Nochigao's lips and embracing her. Startled by Trick's gesture, Nochigao felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Just as Nami had endured the loss of Belmere, so too had Nochigao. Trick's arms enveloped her like a secure harbor, reminiscent of Belmere's embrace during their childhood. Aboard the Going Merry, Nami was engulfed in thought, reminiscing about joyful times shared with Luffy and the others. She recalled the man who claimed to be her brother, always shielding her from harm. She wished to avoid entanglement in the dragon's turmoil. She had amassed 100 million berries to redeem the village, believing that all would improve thereafter. As she gazed at the distant Arlong Park, Nami felt an unusual calm. It appeared devoid of life today. What was that pile? Nami squinted at a cluster of red spherical objects on the shore. That is, the heads of fishmen. As the ship drew nearer, shock washed over Nami. Is it the Navy? The Navy would not act in such a manner. Who could it be? Has Arlong met his end? Nami was eager to confirm the truth. No. One should first investigate the village. Undoubtedly, some terrifying beings have arrived. Nami anxiously steered the helm. It appeared that the village remained unscathed. Nami exhaled a slight sigh of relief upon observing the intact village. This is not my foolish sister. The sardonic voice of Trek echoed from a nearby rooftop. After all, the malevolent dragon had not yet been vanquished, and Trek, fearing for Nami's life, had been vigilantly surveying the sea from above. What are you doing here? You must leave at once. This is no place for you. Nami cried out in distress. Furthermore, I am not your sister. I am merely deceiving you for your money. You fool. Do you truly intend to purchase the village with that money? Trek inquired. How do you know? Nami pondered, considering that Trek had likely encountered Nojiko. And with my visage, it seemed Nojiko had genuinely mistaken him for my brother, divulging everything. Oh, she is already my sister. After all, what is yours is mine. Trek chuckled. How infuriating. If you wish to live, you must leave this place immediately. Nami retorted angrily. Come with me. Trek beckoned as he headed towards Nami's home. And she followed. Nami, you have returned. This boy claims to be your twin brother. He has been standing high above, gazing out at the sea, awaiting your return. Nojiko cheerfully greeted the two. He doesn't tea-count. Nami felt a twinge of emotion but chose not to outright deny it. Disguise, cried Trek as he suddenly transformed into a malevolent dragon. Ah, the two girls screamed, only to be silenced by Trek's hand over their mouths. Do not panic. It is the power of the devil fruit. This must remain confidential, Trek whispered. You actually consumed a devil fruit. I had no idea all this time. Nami exclaimed. What do you intend to do as a dragon? Trek produced a snail phone he had acquired from Arlong Park and dialed Colonel Mouse of the 16th Navy Division. Is this Colonel Mouse? After a conversation, the collusion between Arlong and Mouse to oppress the people was laid bare before the two girls. Of course, the incident where Arlong sent Mouse to seize Nami's treasure had yet to occur. However, Trek, being who he was, had already disguised himself and discussed the matter with the dragon and Mouse in advance. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! Nami fumed with rage. Oh, my foolish sister. Only someone as naive as you would believe a pirate's promise. Do you think the entire world is like that fool Luffy? Trek interjected. By the way, that group of Luffys should be coming to find you. What am I to do? No, wait, what has transpired on the island? I just saw many heads of fishmen along the shore. Nami realized. It seems a battle has occurred. Even from this village, we can hear the dragon roaring. Nojiko speculated. Perhaps another wave of pirates has arrived. If only they could defeat the dragon. However, Nami panicked. But those heads piled up like a small mountain suggest that even more malevolent pirates have come. Ahem, they may not be that evil, after all. Those are the bastards who killed your adoptive mother. A swift death would be too lenient for them. Trick explained. How do you know they died so easily? Nami inquired. Because I was the one who did it. Trick chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. Nan. The two women exclaimed in astonishment. Is it truly you? Are you truly so formidable? In a certain sense, one might say so, replied Trick. Have you employed those peculiar magics of yours? Nami speculated. Just a tad. He responded. The evil dragon is not yet vanquished. Allow Luffy to handle it for you. If you wish to recruit my dear sister as a navigator, you must contribute in some manner. Trick said, gently ruffling Nami's hair. Arlong is quite powerful. Can you truly withstand him? Do you think they can? Nami expressed her concerns. Chirk thought, as he choked, that it was intended to allow you to vent your emotions while simultaneously honing the skills of Luffy and his companions. Bang. The sound echoed from Arlong Park, indicating their arrival. Trick led the two women towards the park. They saw Luffy, Sanji, and Joseph engaged in battle with Arlong. But the whereabouts of the other three remained unknown. It was likely that Johnny and Usopp had just arrived and taken Zoro to recover from his injuries. Nami. And who is this lovely lady? Sanji, battered and bruised, gazed with affection. Joseph had been sent flying, despite wielding the Dragon Slayer sword and the enhancement of his abilities. He was still unable to fend off the ferocious dragon. Only Luffy remained in the fray. President, you've arrived. Joseph exclaimed with joy. You still need to train. Trick replied, what transpired? As soon as we arrived, we encountered a multitude of fishmen heads. Upon entering, we found the dragon seated alone, muttering to himself. Luffy had mentioned coming to find Nami, which provoked the dragon's wrath as he belittled Nami, calling her a mere lowly human, merely a tool for drawing. He further taunted, claiming that such a contemptible creature could never compare to fishmen, inciting Luffy's fury and igniting a brawl. Joseph provided an overview of the situation. Subsequently, the villagers, alerted by the commotion, armed themselves, but Nami instructed them to refrain from intervening. After a fierce struggle, Luffy ultimately triumphed over the dragon. At that moment, Captain Mouse suddenly appeared, demanding to seize some treasures, only to be swiftly repelled. This mouse needs to be dealt with. Trick hastily concealed himself, contemplating sending him to prison and requesting some naval officers supportive of the guild to this location. Regarding the dragon, Nami was inherently averse to taking lives. Regardless of the enmity, her choice of weapon, a mere stick, spoke volumes. Trick, too, preferred the dragon to remain alive, as enduring pain was essential for true suffering. Thus, he decided to confine the dragon with Koya, given that the guild lacked a headquarters. Koya's eyes sparkled with excitement at the research material Trick had bestowed upon her. The village would host a feast that night in celebration of the downfall of the Arlong pirates. Nami, meanwhile, was at the doctor's office getting a tattoo. Indeed. You're here. Trick found Nami, who replied, wait a moment, you and Nojiko should return home. Hey, how did you manage to come in here alone? The doctor remarked. Oh, Dr. K, greetings. Would you care to join our adventure guild? Trick began to recruit members. For now, I wish to assist in rebuilding here. I'll register as a member for the time being, the doctor replied. As for that highly talented Miss Koya, she is welcome to come and learn for a while. You too. Didn't you see me waiting here with my back exposed? Nami exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. See you later, exclaimed Trick, sticking out his tongue before dashing away. Trick, where are you? Nami and Nokigo returned home only to find him missing. Here I am. Close your eyes and reminisce about the cherished moments of our childhood. Trick suddenly appeared, playfully pressing down on their heads. What are you doing? Nami inquired, perplexed. Just do as I say. Do not ask anything, Trick commanded as he began to activate the memory projector. Note, the memory projector, memory hippocampus once enchanted. It allows one to touch the forehead and access the willing memories of another, while also enabling the exhibition of one's own memories. Although Trick could disguise himself as Belmere through previously watched animations, those were mere excerpts, lacking the emotional depth. Thus, he utilized the memory projector to recreate the essence of Belmere as remembered by the two women. Together, they reminisced about the moments shared with Belmere, their faces lighting up with joy. Did you miss me? Suddenly, Belmir's voice echoed in the ears of the two women. Huh. Just as the two girls were about to scream, Kruik swiftly stuffed a lollipop, known as the foolish child lollipop, into their mouths. Note, there are 7 lollipops remaining in the bag. Nami, when an adult consumes one, they revert to childhood, and when a child indulges, they transform into an adult, with the effects lasting for a day. Belmir. The two children opened their eyes, their sweet voices resonating in unison. Nami and Nojiko, with tears streaming down their faces, tightly embraced Belmir. That night, the two little ones had countless words to share, while Belmir held the tear-streaked children close as they drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Luffy and his companions prepared their supplies, ready to set sail. Meanwhile, the villagers of Kokoyashi were gathered at the port, curious about Nami's whereabouts. A sweet, melodious voice exclaimed, "Hurry, set sail." It belonged to Nami, accompanied by Nojiko. The villagers stared in astonishment as the childlike Nami darted through the crowd towards Luffy's ship. "Catch me, you foolish brother," she called out, her short legs unable to reach the Going Merry, expressing her frustration midair. Usopp swiftly pulled Nami back into his embrace and returned to the ship. "Take care, everyone," Nami said, shaking her little skirt, causing a cascade of wallets to tumble down. "You little thief, return my wallets. You can come back whenever you wish. Just be safe." How could Nami have reverted to her childhood? "What a darling," exclaimed the villagers, each one voicing their delight. "Ha! That rascal, Crocodile, has turned Nami into a child once again." Luffy laughed heartily. "Little Nami is truly adorable." Sanji quickly approached and grasped Nami's small hand. "The first time I encountered you all, you were just 3 little children," Usopp reminisced. "Idiot," Zoro retorted. "Oh, I happen to have 5 left here, 1 for each of us. Shall we form a children's pirate crew?" Trick teased. "You dare," Zoro exclaimed with a menacing glare. All right, Luffy responded, brimming with excitement. "How fascinating. I wish to try it as well," Usopp inquired curiously. "This makes a perfect pair." "Just like a golden boy and jade girl," Sanji remarked. "A bunch of fools," Nami retorted, delivering a love-infused punch to each of them. "Who among you will navigate the ship? If we encounter an attack, we will be doomed." On this occasion, Nami did not chastise Trick for transforming her into a child. That night, although both Nami and Nojiko were aware that Belmir was a creation of Trick's magic, from that moment on, Nami wholeheartedly accepted him as her brother. Trick also invited Nami and Nojiko to become core members of the Adventure Guild. He enchanted a power capsule for each of them. The Straw Hat Pirates would initially operate under Nami's name for accepting commissions, as she managed the finances of the crew. Nojiko became the liaison officer for the Konami Island Guild, with plans for Koya to come over for training and to learn medicine. Note, Konami Island boasts over 20 villages, including Koko West Village and Hosha Town, and falls under the jurisdiction of the Navy's 16th Division. The Sword God and the Sword Saint remain to assist, although they would later need to further their studies in Frost Moon Village. Their reputation soared following the recent duel with Hawkeye, and the tales became increasingly embellished. Initially, rumors circulated that the Sword God could create massive sword shadows with a single strike, while the Sword Saint forced Hawkeye to kneel, prompting him to flee the East Sea in disgrace. Subsequently, it was said that the reason it was dubbed the Weakest Sea was due to the Sword God and Sword Saint eliminating those yet to reach their potential. Those who escaped from the Weakest Sea were deemed capable of contending with the 7 warlords, a notion reinforced when Luffy defeated Crocodile. Mischief points accrued to 30, with a balance of 55 available for capsule exchange. System. Tomato Clock, Abyss's grandfather, Boguden pressed the switch, hit the target, for 25 minutes. The target can only continue their current actions. 5-star Dragon Ball. Kaido collect all 7 Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon and make a wish. Power Capsule. Rob Lucci after enchanting, it boosts power by 100. The Tomato Clock can rigidly control a target, a true artifact. Now with 2 Dragon Balls collected, the pace is relatively swift. It remains uncertain if wishes will scatter them once again. The next destination should be Loguetown, followed by Battleship Island. Careful planning is essential. The transponder snail rang. Moshi Moshi, is this the president? A stunning beauty named Yarlbed claims you introduced her and wishes to become a core member. Makino announced. Yarlbed? The big cow? Trick pondered. Oh, is it Alrita? Has she emerged from her cocoon? Indeed, such a person exists. Trick replied. President, you truly are a flirt. Luring beauties from afar. First, a wealthy heiress, now a mature lady. Makino teased. The look in their eyes seems to suggest they wish to devour you. Ugh. Crack choked slightly. I merely coaxed them into joining the guild. Could it be that they are overthinking things? Craig pondered. This stunning beauty truly embodies kindness, performing good deeds everywhere, claiming it is for the sake of fulfilling wishes. Now, her number of fans has surpassed mine, Makino remarked with a hint of jealousy. Ahem. We are all on the same side. Additionally, it serves to attract more gentlemen to join the guild, Craig proclaimed with righteous fervor. No, no, no. It is not as simple as you imagine, Makino replied enigmatically. This Yalbert is parading around with a mirror, proclaiming it to be a wish-granting mirror. She asserts that it reveals the innermost desires of one's heart, and that through acts of kindness, one may find the opportunity to realize their wishes. Sincerity begets magic. Note, the beauty mirror, Yalrita the mirror displays an enhanced reflection. Cough. Cough. Trick mused internally, she understood the essence of sharing. Yet, wouldn't that be rather easy to expose? Is it genuine? Has anyone truly had their wishes fulfilled? Trick inquired with curiosity. Well, it seems to be remarkably effective, Makino described, struggling to articulate her thoughts. What? Could this item possess hidden capabilities? Trick pondered in astonishment. Those who followed Yalbert appeared to embody the very essence of beauty enthusiasts you mentioned. They became entranced by their own reflections, either bubbling with beauty or exuding a charm that left them utterly captivated. Each one yearned for their wishes to materialize, especially with a stunning beauty endorsing it. Subsequently, they fervently engaged in acts of kindness, with several individuals rushing to assist elderly ladies across the street. The homes of lonely elderly gentlemen were renovated time and again. Orphans were eagerly taken in, pampered until they became chubby little darlings. Even a dog relieving itself on the street would attract a small crowd of 6 or 7 eager individuals to clean and polish the area. Pirates attempting to loot were met with reckless abandon as people united to fend them off. Makino recounted with enthusiasm. There were countless more tales beyond description, while those who missed their chance wept bitterly. And then, did they truly see their wishes come to fruition? Trick inquired, a sense of embarrassment washing over her. Well, it appears they indeed transformed, becoming more beautiful, more handsome, and filled with newfound confidence. Those who once felt ugly and insecure are now showered with compliments from those they helped, radiating confidence and wearing bright smiles. Formerly disheveled individuals, driven by the desire to partake in benevolent acts, now present themselves in immaculate attire, their demeanor polite and gracious. The first impression they leave on others is undeniably pleasant. They exude beauty, handsomeness, and charm, Makino articulated with fervor. Chueku was left speechless for a considerable time, astonished, as more and more individuals joined. They established a sect known as the Mithraea Church, named after the Mirror of Wishes. Trick could not contain himself. What an absurd coincidence. Yalbed was revered as the Holy Maiden of Mithraea, while the Wish Mirror was regarded as a sacred artifact. The identity of the leader was said to be temporarily confidential. Every day, the Holy Maiden Yalbed brandished a wolf-tooth club inscribed with a prominent instructing her followers to perform good deeds and accumulate virtue in order to win others over with their kindness. Everyone desired beauty, flocking to join the faith. And a plethora of handsome men and beautiful women attracted even more adherents. Nobles and wealthy individuals soon followed suit, and the number of followers surged. Windmill Village had transformed into Windmill Town, and it seemed poised to become Windmill City before long. Makino astutely remarked that she was fortunate to have purchased a significant amount of land with the funds given by the president. Initially, she had intended to provide a home for orphans with uncertain futures and to establish a guild building. Given that the guild had minimal expenses, she continuously invested the funds received from the president into acquiring land. Now, with land prices skyrocketing, even selling a small parcel could yield tens of millions of burly, and the total sales could amount to billions. The land speculation was thriving. At that moment, Trick wore a bewildered expression. Had Yalbed and Makino become his hidden talents? Had he unwittingly become a wealthy figure? Yalbed was responsible for generating momentum, cultivating followers, and amassing popularity, while the Adventurers Guild had begun to operate, drawing many eager individuals. Amidst this population explosion, the substantial land holdings that Makino had accumulated in the early stages had appreciated immensely. Though neither woman had initially pursued wealth, their efforts had inadvertently led to Trick's skyrocketing fortune. Oh, my foolish sister. If only you knew that your brother's worth now amounts to billions of burly. Trick chuckled foolishly at the thought of little Nami playfully seeking coins from her brother's embrace. Silly brother, up to his antics again. A shiver ran down Nami's spine as she observed Trick, who was in a corner of the cabin, chuckling mischievously while on the phone. The actions of Yalbert, formerly known as Yarlita, truly took Trick by surprise. He had initially intended only to coax her into joining the guild. To his astonishment, she had taken his playful words and used them to persuade others. Perhaps she believed that the merit of one individual was less impactful than the collective goodness of many. Thus she shared the powers of the magic mirror. A simple beauty-enhancing mirror seemed to attract a multitude of admirers. It appears that no realm can resist the allure of beauty, for aesthetics is indeed a form of justice. It is said that numerous devotees aspire to perform good deeds and accept guild commissions, yearning for the chance to behold the wish-granting mirror. Makino lent them a photo-capturing insect, allowing them to take a stunning selfie before the mirror, which they then offered as a testament to their faith. How ingenious! The beauty mirror and the photo-capturing insect have birthed a phenomenon akin to a beauty camera. Nobles and wealthy individuals offered exorbitant sums for a chance to partake. Yet all were turned away. As for coercion, they dared not attempt it. The decree stipulated that opportunities must be earned through acts of kindness and the completion of guild commissions. This rule, which barred power and wealth from entry, rendered faith all the more precious. It is not status or riches that determine worth, but rather noble character and benevolent actions that yield faith. This has incited a fervor among individuals of various classes, as neither status nor wealth can secure it. For the aristocrats and affluent, faith becomes increasingly invaluable. For the impoverished and common folk, it embodies fairness and justice. What began as a quest for beauty has transformed into a universal belief in equality. Trick could not help but marvel at the ingenuity of the two women. Could it be that the Mithraea was indeed referring to me? The mere thought felt rather peculiar, as if the aesthetic did not quite align. Chueka pondered to himself. Makino, now a significant landowner and affluent in her own right, was further bolstered by her association with a crimson-haired lover, as well as the entwining ties of the Navy and the Guild. Both the underworld and the law-abiding citizens dared not lay a finger on her, especially in Windmill Town, where the followers of Mithraea were ubiquitous, making it a veritable nightmare for spies and assassins. These Mithraea devotees resembled the vigilant Chaoyang masses, ever on the lookout for peculiar individuals and extraordinary occurrences, eagerly striving to accumulate merit and perform good deeds. The ability of Alabasta, derived from the slippery fruit, was extraordinarily formidable. In the absence of natural abilities and hockey in the early stages, it was nearly impossible to inflict harm upon her. Even the deranged witch, Kaya, currently encountered, would find it challenging to outmaneuver her adversary. Kaya was notoriously difficult to eliminate, possessing a potent capacity for retaliation, and it was likely that poison could pose a threat to Alabasta. However, if the slippery fruit could eliminate internal fat, it stood to reason that it might also be capable of neutralizing poison. With Alabasta and Makino, the two hidden talents stationed in Windmill Town, the guild appeared to be on a path of assured prosperity. Speaking of the deranged witch, Kaya was yet another variable that Chueka had never anticipated. The deranged pills had been fervently developed by Kaya as if they were akin to a devil fruit, transforming into an ability reminiscent of a rules-based devil fruit. Chueka had initially intended to engage in a bit of harmless mischief, merely uttering a few playful remarks, yet it seemed he had inadvertently stirred up trouble. This was originally Usopp's CP, but it now appeared to be directed at him. Though Kaya was undeniably beautiful, he felt somewhat like a mere participant in a game of Versailles. However, each time he engaged in guild matters, she clung to him relentlessly, fixating on him with an invasive gaze. Her constant refrain was, "The president is my favorite toy. You may transform into Annie, but I am not a flame." Chueka lamented helplessly. Chueka had gleaned some insights into the illustrious deeds of the deranged witch from Krabatel. At times, he felt that Kaya's grand villa exuded an eerie atmosphere, reminiscent of a haunted asylum. He wondered where those laboratories were hidden. Would the evil dragon have already been transformed into a spicy fish head? Meanwhile, Krabatel exhibited a tendency towards deification, incessantly proclaiming, "The president is playing a grand game. The president truly is a godlike figure." Chueka pondered to himself, "I am orchestrating a grand strategy, yet the script has deviated from my anticipated course, leaving me utterly confounded. The combatants I had placed my hopes upon, the Blade God and the Sword Saint, have proven to be rather underwhelming, despite their illustrious reputations. Blade God Joseph, wielding his formidable 40-meter sword, excels at crowd control and ship slicing with explosive flair, yet falters against formidable adversaries. Sword Saint Johnny, adept in the dual-wielding art, employs the heavenly sword for immobilization while delivering lethal strikes with his other blade. However, he struggles when faced with overwhelming numbers. Thus, the duo can only achieve invincibility in the East China Sea through collaboration, but powerful foes remain out of their reach. Their current vulnerability lies in their inability to counteract long-range assaults. Should Eagle Eye unleash his soaring slashes from a distance, they would face considerable strain. Each time they encounter a slightly stronger opponent, the two jesters exchange parting words, with sentiments like, "If I perish, please convey my apologies to the guild leader. I can only repay his kindness in the next life." The Blade God and Sword Saint, who aspired to be valiant warriors, are somewhat lackluster, relying heavily on their reputations and rumors. Conversely, the character who intended to become a doctor, Kuya, has transformed into a top-tier assassin, mastering human anatomy and pharmacology with surgical precision akin to a butcher dissecting meat. The potential vase, Yalita, who sought to ingratiate herself into the guild, has metamorphosed into a saintly figure, amassing a legion of followers. Meanwhile, the front desk sister, Machi Nuwa, has become a real estate magnate, wielding a fortune in the billions. The scheming clock, who claims to possess high intelligence, second only to the red-haired pirate's first mate, Fan Beekman, indulges in self-aggrandizement daily. Truly, plans often falter amid unforeseen changes. Arriving at Loguetown, the Straw Hat crew disperse to attend to their own affairs. This town signifies both beginnings and endings, with Roger's execution platform serving as a notable landmark. Chueka contemplated how to orchestrate a grand prank. As Roger heralded the dawn of the great pirate era before his demise, Chueka mused whether he could instigate an era of grand adventures. He resolved to follow Usopp closely. "What are you trailing behind me for?" Usopp inquired, bemused by Chueka's persistent presence. "To abduct little children? Pa, I'm searching for new companions." Chueka retorted with a smirk. "Searching for new companions?" Usopp was engulfed in confusion. "Ah, I need to purchase a plethora of equipment. Can you assist me in carrying some items since you can make things vanish and reappear?" "I can carry a bit, but I have pressing matters to attend to later," Chueka replied nonchalantly. As Usopp ventured into a shop to procure goggles, the golden-haired lowly made her entrance, snatching the very goggles Usopp coveted. Upon chasing her out, Usopp spotted Chueka enticing a child and internally scoffed, wondering if this guy had a penchant for lolis, reminiscent of Nami's playful interactions with children. "Little one, would you like some candy? Where's your father? I'd like to befriend him," Chueka coaxed. "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Trying to lure me with sweets?" Kayla retorted fiercely. "I know the naval colonel here. That smoking naval uncle is my friend." "How terrifying. Not cute at all." Chirk, rendered speechless, could only scoff. It appeared he was quite the cunning little rascal. Hey, primarily, I wish to purchase those goggles first," Usopp exclaimed, beginning to boast. "I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 30 million, having vanquished numerous fishmen." 30 million? Are you two planning a robbery? How terrifying." Kayla feigned a look of fear. She then scampered over to a nearby gentleman, dressed in a Western cowboy style, and exclaimed, "Father, this is for you. Happy birthday. What a kind-hearted child you are, like an angel." Daddy praised. "I love you, Kayla." "Father, you are my favorite," Kayla declared. Yet, unbeknownst to them, one of the men was a trafficker intent on abducting Kayla, while the other was a robber aiming to seize the gift. Oh, do not speak so carelessly," Usopp hurriedly interjected. "I will pay for it. He might genuinely wish to kidnap the child. Then let us engage in a duel. If I win, the prize is yours," Daddy replied. "As for you, trafficker," Daddy glared at Chirk. "Children speak without restraint. I merely wish to make your acquaintance. I have some business to discuss." Chirk chuckled awkwardly. "Very well, I shall duel him first," Daddy asserted. "Hold on," cried Usopp in a flustered manner, but Trek swiftly intervened to stop him. The two exchanged puzzled glances. One was accompanied by a child, while the other was quite young. It would be utterly irresponsible to engage in a duel, both for the sake of the child and themselves. There are various ways to compete that do not involve violence. A contest of shooting accuracy would suffice, suggested Trick with an air of wisdom. Yes. Usopp quickly chimed in, realizing the merit of the suggestion. "All right, we shall proceed as you propose." Dottie agreed with a glance at Kaler. "Then let us commence." Dottie revealed 30 guns hidden beneath his cloak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 30. Are you truly the Dottie who brings a child? Usopp thought to himself, relieved that they had opted for a shooting contest instead of a duel. Dottie, Mastatson by name, was a former lieutenant of the Navy headquarters who forsook a promising career to become a bounty hunter for the sake of his only beloved daughter, choosing instead to target only insignificant pirates. His aim was merely to earn enough for a modest living with his daughter, avoiding needless sacrifice. Trick glanced at the illustration in his mind and recited slowly, "It appears you possess considerable knowledge." Dottie remarked, somewhat surprised, as he looked at Trick. Usopp and Dottie made their way to the elevated arena, where a crowd began to gather, drawn by the news. Did you hear? The Dottie with the child is going to duel someone. Quick, let us go see. What? I thought someone had lost their mind and was challenging the strongest bounty hunter in the East Blue. Turns out, it's just a shooting contest. That fool Usopp. But at least he has shown some wisdom this time. Thankfully, it's not a duel. Nami also came to witness the commotion, only to find it was Usopp. That guy is still a fool. If I hadn't intervened, we would have been digging new graves soon. Oh, my foolish sister. Trick suddenly appeared from behind Nami, playfully ruffling her hair. You fool brother. You're here too. Stop it. My hair will get messy. Nami protested, swatting away Trick's hand. Let us aim for that wind vein as our target and begin, Kaler declared as the referee. With a resounding bang, a gunshot rang out, causing the weather vane to spin rapidly. Dottie expertly hit the mark. The pressure mounted on Usopp, and as the weather vane began to decelerate, Usopp released a shot from his slingshot towards it, yet the vane remained stationary. Indeed, the crowd is utterly unaware of their own limitations. Remarkable. He has struck the crown at the very center of the weather vane. Dottie exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, Nami exclaimed as she gazed through the telescope. This pair of goggles is yours to keep. Surely you cannot be the son of Jesus, Burgess. Dottie and Usopp reminisced, recounting tales of their past duels with Burgess. Listening to their stories, Trix found himself bored and playfully pinched Nami's cheek. Fool. Nami finally could not restrain herself and delivered a powerful punch to Trek. Ouch. Ouch. Trek clutched his head and crouched to the side. Are these your companions? Are they twins? Daddy inquired, glancing at the two. Indeed, they are both my crew members. One is a money-obsessed individual, while the other is infatuated with his sister. Usopp boasted. Bang. Both individuals delivered a playful flick to Usopp's forehead. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am not a member of their crew. Rather, I am a mere stowaway. My name is Trick, and I run an adventure guild, which aims to. Trick commenced his role as a multi-level marketing lecturer. You fool. You're at it again, recruiting. Nami sighed in exasperation. I've heard whispers about this guild. It appears to have quite a reputation. It seems promising, yet becoming a core member entails obedience to orders, which could lead to encounters with formidable characters. I think I shall remain a registered member. Dottie hesitated. No. Currently, there are no formidable characters in the East Blue. The guild has essentially purged the larger threats. The Real Peril lies ahead in the Grand Line. However, we offer a nursery more formally known as the Guild Academy, where there are specialized personnel dedicated to caring for, protecting, educating, and nurturing the families of core members. Should a core member fall in battle, their family is entitled to substantial compensation, along with dedicated guardianship for the orphans. The nursery is filled with gentle older sisters and many children to befriend, even if you typically face lesser foes. There are times when you might inadvertently encounter a formidable opponent. Under the guild's tutelage, you will continuously grow stronger, enhancing your survival skills, which is far more meaningful. The guild conducts assessments and devises strategies for formidable adversaries, accomplishing missions at minimal cost. Upon task completion, you can return to the guild to see your children. And you can even take on a part-time role as a shooting instructor, teaching the children marksmanship. In summary, the benefits we offer surpass those of the Navy, both in terms of freedom and the nurturing of children. Surely, you do not wish for your child to accompany you on a life of constant upheaval. You would not want your child to lack companions and education, would you? Trick unleashed his ultimate persuasion. I want to stay with Daddy forever. I don't want any friends, Kayla declared. You will eventually grow up, and your father will age as well. I am largely inclined to join. But may I first tour the guild? Dottie inquired. Of course. I shall escort you to the temporary headquarters in Windmill Town. Trick replied, opening a portal. What is this? A power of the devil fruit? Is this the temporary headquarters? Dottie gasped in astonishment. Before Dottie stood an immense mansion. In front lay the guild's daily office and reception buildings, while behind them was a sprawling compound akin to a castle, enclosed by walls. The area was teeming with living quarters, commercial zones, academic facilities, medical departments, research sections, training grounds, and assessment arenas. Even Hogwarts from Harry Potter could not rival such grandeur. Trick, having been away from Windmill Village, now Windmill Town, for too long, found himself in awe. Pondering, I have yet to decide where the headquarters should be. That land baron, Makino, has erected such an extravagant establishment. The scale had certainly exceeded expectations. He had anticipated perhaps a single grand building. This was akin to purchasing the entirety of Windmill Village, and then some. Will future headquarters appear meager in comparison to this? Makino has certainly raised the bar for the guild, he thought, foreseeing the challenges that lay ahead. Dottie and Cairo, shedding their earlier indecision, eagerly followed Makino to complete the registration process. From this moment, Loguetown gained a renowned missing person, oh no, accompanied by a child. After abducting this father-daughter duo, Trix returned to Loguetown to capture other members. Upon his return, Trix hastened to find the enchanting beauty, or rather, the guild's head chef. The culinary competition must be nearing its conclusion, and he needed to locate the stunning chef Carmen, who was to compete against Sanji. Trix inquired with passers-by to ascertain the whereabouts of the culinary contest and hurriedly made his way there. Loguetown had its fair share of tasks, as Arlita had been recruited by the guild, and it was uncertain whether the clown Buggy would arrive. Thus, he also needed to rush to execute Luffy. Trix mused, planning to simultaneously implement his super plan. Upon arriving at the venue, Trix found that the competition had just concluded, with Sanji emerging victorious, and Carmen was about to depart. "Hold on, Miss Carmen," Trix called out, intercepting her. "Who are you?" Carmen asked, puzzled, gazing at the boy who bore a striking resemblance to the girl beside Sanji. "Greetings. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Trike, and I am the president of the Adventurers Guild. And I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our guild," Trike said earnestly. "The Adventurers Guild? Is that the one that has been gaining significant traction in the East Blue recently? Yet, I am merely a chef. What could I possibly contribute?" Carmen inquired. "Our guild encompasses a wide array of services, including various commissions, naturally involving culinary tasks as well. Thus, it is imperative to have a renowned chef from the East Blue on board," Trike explained. "However, I am not the champion of this cooking competition." "Why not invite that champion, Sanji?" Carmen retorted. "Ahem, that flamboyant cook is merely an external member of the guild, and he has embarked on adventures with the pirate crew. We require a resident chef," Trike clarified. "External member? Resident chef?" Carmen queried, perplexed. Their pirate crew has also registered as members of the Adventurers Guild, but the privileges for registered members differ significantly from those of core members. Our guild aims to. Trike began to elaborate on the guild's objectives, thinking to himself. He resolved to have Makino prepare some promotional brochures for the guild. Otherwise, he would be left dry-mouthed from incessantly explaining. That seems like a decent offer. Yet I cherish my freedom. I do not wish to be constrained. I could first settle for being a registered member, Carmen replied. It seemed Trike had to pull out all the stops. Have you heard of oblivious? The legendary sea that supposedly contains all the ingredients from the four great seas. That champion Sanji is in search of it. Yet, our guild aims to create our own oblivious through our logistical capabilities. Create oblivious? How is that even feasible? Even with Loguetown's proximity to Reverse Mountain, there are still very few fish from other seas. Moreover, ensuring the freshness of ingredients during long-distance transport is exceedingly difficult, Carmen challenged. These concerns need not trouble you. We will deploy various resources from the guild to achieve this. We can utilize devil fruits, flash freezing technology, biological transport methods, spatial teleportation technology, aerial transport techniques, and artificial breeding technologies, among other means, Trike boasted, spinning tales of sophisticated technologies, and as he spoke, more ideas flowed into his mind. He envisioned collaborating with Vegapunk to create clones of the meatball fruit via lineage factors, facilitating aerial transport. The snow fruit and the ice fruit could be employed for flash freezing technology. It seemed a sheer waste for the Don Quixote family's cadre to serve as spies. They should focus on cold chain logistics instead. Additionally, he could hire Akiji, who, despite not being a marine admiral, could be compensated generously. The two could even venture to create an ice and snow world, akin to another Harbin Ice Festival. Just imagine establishing an ice and snow world in Alabasta. The traffic would be explosive. All of this revolves around the essence of generating revenue. It truly baffles me how the denizens of the pirate world perceive these matters. They squander their talents and the potential of devil fruits in the pursuit of the least profitable endeavors, namely, brawls. Churik continued, proposing the establishment of an all-blue chain restaurant franchise. This venture would welcome participants from across the globe, with the guild providing a comprehensive supply chain for ingredients. Franchisees would be required to adhere to the guild's established standards for food processing and prescribed recipes. These recipes would be collaboratively developed by a diverse array of culinary masters recruited by the guild, ensuring both innovation and consistency in promotion. Imagine a world where your exquisite dishes could be savored by people everywhere, your reputation soaring alongside the renown of your culinary creations. Moreover, The guild would generously sponsor your participation in various culinary competitions and opportunities for global exchange, consistently enhancing your culinary skills. Indeed, Carmen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, but our guild is still in its nascent stages, currently confined to the East Sea. We will need individuals of your caliber to help fortify our foundation. I am about to venture into the Grand Line to expand our operations, with plans to radiate across the seas. What should I do now? Carmen inquired. I will arrange for you to connect with our temporary headquarters in Windmill Town, which serves as our provisional base, Trek replied, momentarily hesitating as he envisioned the grandeur of the Windmill Town branch. There, Miss Makino oversees personnel management, resource allocation, and the promotion of new members. You will lead the establishment of the ELLBLUE chain restaurant and may request resources and manpower from her. Isn't that a bit hasty? My expertise lies solely in cooking. Carmen expressed a hint of apprehension. Fear not. There will be management personnel to assist you. Your role is to maintain the culinary standards and nurture the development of more chefs. If all is agreeable, then let us proceed to register. Trek declared. Is it that urgent? How shall we get there? We need to book tickets for the ship to Windmill Town. No need for that. Just pack your belongings. We will be departing shortly. Immediately? Carmen inquired with a puzzled expression. Accompanied by her two assistants, Carmen carried an array of kitchen utensils and belongings. Trek promptly opened a portal within their room, leading to the VIP lounge of the Windmill Town Guild. What is this? From the VIP lounge to the guild hall. The three were utterly astonished. They felt like country bumpkins entering the city, their mouths watering in awe. Gazing at the resplendent guild hall and the seemingly endless guild buildings outside, they followed Margino with uncontainable excitement, peppering her with questions. They overlooked the beautiful Chef Carmen, who had already become quite familiar with Margino. Trek pondered deeply, contemplating whether he could simply pull his invitees here in the future without the need for exhausting conversations. It seemed that the grandeur of the guild's construction was indeed impressive. In a bid to promote Chinese cuisine, Trek showcased his culinary skills in the guild's kitchen. After tasting his dishes, Carmen was left utterly astounded and insisted on becoming his apprentice. As Trek felt the weight of her arms pressing against his, he reflected on his initial strategy, realizing it had been a misstep. Had he revealed his talents earlier, he could have avoided much hassle. It appeared that a chef's skills should speak for themselves. Reluctantly withdrawing his hands, Trek did not agree to take her on as a student, but promised to offer guidance whenever he had the opportunity. Thus, Loguetown gained yet another renowned missing person. What about the assistants? They would surely have something to say. After arranging matters with Carmen, Trek hurried to the vicinity of the execution platform, panting heavily. Running around all day is exhausting. He spotted Luffy on the execution platform, with police below demanding he step down. The absence of the clown buggy suggested that he might be delayed due to the guild's intervention with Alrita. It seemed that Trek's moment to act had arrived. Concealing himself as Buggy in a secluded spot, he procured a pair of shackles nearby and swiftly approached Luffy from behind, fastening him to the platform before sitting down on the shackles. What is going on? Luffy exclaimed, bewildered. Hey, Straw Hat Kid, you haven't forgotten about me, have you? You're completely immobilized now. Soon, you'll be facing a grand public execution. How glorious it will be to perish in the same place as the Pirate King. The faux Buggy proclaimed, observing the thickening clouds above, aware that Dragon must be nearby. This is my first execution, Luffy exclaimed excitedly. You're the one being executed. The faux Buggy retorted. What kind of joke is this? Luffy shot back in anger. Do you have any last words? It's not every day you have such an audience. The faux Buggy continued. I am going to be the Pirate King. Luffy shouted. The Pirate King? Speaking of which, we cannot forget about Roger. The faux Buggy declared. Let me tell you, I am a member of Roger's crew. He proclaimed dramatically. What's this? The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Observing that the Navy had stealthily surrounded them, Zoro and Sanji hastened towards the execution platform, where the impostor Buggy was about to deliver a speech. Having arrived at the execution platform of Captain Roger as a former crewmate of the Pirate King, I shall unveil a significant secret regarding One Piece today. What? The secret of One Piece? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Has the clown Buggy also been to Laugh Tale? Fool. As a crewmate of the Pirate King, he must have been there. He must have seen One Piece. Is it Roger's treasure? Speak quickly. What is the secret? The murmurs intensified, and several reporters, alerted by the commotion, swiftly gathered to capture the unfolding event. Should we apprehend him immediately? Desbones adjusted his glasses and inquired of Smoker. Wait, let us see what he has to say. Even a great secret cannot be worse than what Roger revealed back then. Smoker replied. Zoro, Sanji, hold your ground. Do you wish to witness your captain meet Roger so soon? The impostor Buggy threatened. You scoundrel. I shall slay you. Zoro's fury flared as he laid eyes on Buggy once more, yet he restrained his actions. The impostor began to prattle. In truth, One Piece harbors a secret that Captain Roger never disclosed. As a result, many foolish pirates naively seek One Piece, unaware that they have already forfeited their eligibility. One Piece is, in fact, a vast treasure trove. I refuse to listen. I refuse to listen. The turtle is reciting scriptures. Luffy, averse to the impostor's impending spoilers, attempted to cover his ears, but found it impossible. Silence. Do not interrupt my train of thought. The impostor Buggy delivered a love tap to Luffy. Now, where was I? The treasure trove filled with wondrous and rare treasures. However, the treasures of the One Piece trove can only be retrieved by those with pure hearts. Alternatively, one might say that Laugh Tale is a cursed island. Only those with pure hearts may set foot upon it. Thus, pirates who recklessly kill and plunder will be cursed if they attempt to seize the treasures. Fellow pirates with bloodstained hands have lost their chance to claim the treasures of the One Piece trove, unless... What's this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. What on earth? Could this be the reason why Roger did not acquire the One Piece? Smoker pondered. Fraud. Why should we believe your words? You merely wish to claim the treasure for yourself. You, a member of Roger's crew, failed to seize the riches of the One Piece? And what do you mean by unless? The murmurs of skepticism surged among the crowd. TSK. TSK. Do you not believe? Then allow me to unveil the truth. False Buggy continued. Years ago, before I set foot on the island, I fell ill with a high fever. That rascal Shanks bound me, causing me to miss the grand treasure. Thus, neither of us set foot on the island, and both Shanks and I escaped the curse. However, Captain Roger and his crew were not so fortunate. Upon reaching the final island, Laugh Tale, they uncovered the historical text that contained everything, along with the curse. Only those of pure heart can leave Laugh Tale unscathed. The more evil deeds one has committed, the deeper the curse will be. Moreover, the more treasures a villain attempts to carry away, the stronger the curse becomes. Conversely, those of great virtue who take treasures will be protected and will unlock the treasure's fullest potential. Plunderers shall be cursed. Was Roger's crew cursed? The crowd began to murmur. Aside from Roger's execution, we have heard nothing of the fate of the other crew members. And what of Shanks? Is he not the most prominent of the four emperors lately? Is he acquainted with the clown Buggy? Is there truth in what this clown speaks? Such revelations could potentially stifle the burgeoning tide of piracy. Smoker contemplated. In truth, Captain Roger was not captured. He succumbed to a terminal illness brought on by the curse. Ultimately choosing to surrender, False Buggy revealed. Alas! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Smoker, of course, was well aware of the truth and was not surprised. Many crew members dared not easily take treasures from the One Piece vault due to the curse. Only the captain had claimed a single treasure, convinced that he was not a villain. However, on the path to becoming the Pirate King, he inevitably clashed with the Navy, and many righteous souls among them fell victim to death. Thus, the curse took effect. The captain was stricken with a terminal illness. In his final moments, he sought to harness the curse of Raftel to eradicate the most wicked individuals and cleanse himself of his sins, to spare his child from the curse's repercussions. Indeed, Roger had a child, and she was still alive. Yet, his wife perished during childbirth due to the curse. Alas! The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Roger has a child. Is this truly Roger? What are the others? One Piece is Roger's trap. That scoundrel Roger. This is the very secret behind his refusal to claim One Piece himself, leaving it for others to pursue. I care not for any curse. I shall become the Pirate King and obtain One Piece. Luffy shouted from the sidelines. The audience grew ever larger, with reporters multiplying and numerous pirates infiltrating the scene. The execution square was now teeming with people. The sky was overcast, yet the rain stubbornly withheld its descent, mirroring the complex and tangled emotions of all present. Ahem! What of the other crew members? Though they did not seize the treasure, they were nonetheless affected by the curse to varying degrees. Mr. Rayleigh, Roger's first mate. You are aware, right? Cursed to live as a destitute slave for eternity. Little do you know, Mr. Rayleigh has been residing in Sabaody Archipelago, living a life of poverty. Reduced to auctioning himself for a drink, he drowns his sorrows in alcohol. Despite his formidable strength allowing him to escape time and again, he remains ensnared by the curse. Trapped in an endless cycle, he deliberately aids various pirates seeking the great treasure, hoping that more wicked souls will perish due to his curse or falter in the new world. In this manner, he can atone for his sins and mitigate the curse's grip. Indeed, accumulating virtue and eradicating evil can, to some extent, lessen the curse's influence. Thus, Rayleigh has devoted himself to good deeds, rescuing others and guiding the most nefarious pirates to their ends, as the false Buggy remarked. Is it true? The crowd murmured among themselves. Who has ever ventured to the Sabaody archipelago? How unfortunate for Rayleigh. So that is the reason. No wonder Rayleigh's behavior is so peculiar. The headquarters has completely disregarded him, Smoker pondered. Colonel Smoker, is it true that Rayleigh is actually a slave in the Sabaody archipelago? Dasky and the other Marines from the East Blue inquired eagerly. Perhaps so. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked. There was also the ship's doctor, Kurokus, who, as a healer, often tended to the wounded and was thus cursed to guard Twin Cape, unable to leave easily. If he were to depart, misfortune would ensue. The fake Buggy continued. Naturally, due to his frequent acts of saving lives and guiding notorious pirates through the treacherous waters of the Grand Line's first half. The effects of the curse should soon be waning after all these years. Traffic, wishing for Kurokus to join the guild, refrained from speaking too definitively. Kurokus? Isn't he perpetually the lighthouse keeper at Twin Cape? Though he did once serve aboard Roger's ship, Smoker pondered, perplexed. Could it be that the curse is merely a fade due to his status as a doctor? There were others as well, like Kazuki Oden from Wano, who met his demise through a curse, leaving behind a shattered family. Traffic continued. His foolishness led to the current Emperor Kaido seizing Wano, indirectly causing the deaths of countless citizens. Wano, being isolated in the New World, may not be widely understood, yet many prominent figures can attest to it, including high-ranking naval officers. After all, it was the Emperor Beast Kaido who eliminated Kazuki Oden. Kazuki Oden? I haven't heard of him. But I've certainly heard of the infamous Kaido of the 100 Beasts in the East Sea. The pirates whispered among themselves. Wano, the intricacies of the New World are unclear. But I shall seek out the headquarters for further information, Smoker contemplated. I will defeat Emperor Kaido and become the Pirate King. Luffy interjected. That fool. Doesn't he realize he should be thinking of escape while a knife is at his throat? Zoro and Sanji internally scoffed. There was also a figure known as the Devil's Heir, Douglas Bullet, who was imprisoned in the depths of Impel Down due to a curse, the fake Buggy continued. Until the curse's effects dissipate, he remains confined. However, should he manage to eliminate numerous vile pirates within Impel Down, he might emerge sooner. This is crucial intelligence. We must ensure that Bullet is securely contained when the time comes, Smoker thought. As for Roger's other crew members, they too were deterred from claiming treasures from the One Piece vault due to curses. Their curses were milder, yet they chose to retreat into obscurity, doing good deeds. Only Shanks and I, who have never ventured to Raftel, escaped unscathed. Hence, Shanks remains so eager to search for the One Piece. That rascal Shanks constantly preaches about maintaining balance, fearing that disruption would lead to further bloodshed. His fervent efforts to reduce violence, accumulate virtue, and cleanse his soul are all preparations for claiming the One Piece, explaining his reluctance to approach Raftel. As for me, I have no desire to be bound by such chaotic matters. Thus, I am in pursuit of the treasures of other great pirates. All of this was discreetly shared with me by Captain Roger after his return from Raftel. It's truly amusing to see you foolish pirates being deceived. Huh. The counterfeit pirate laughed heartily. Is this a jest? Why utter such words? Would it not be better to continue deceiving everyone? Inquired a fellow buccaneer. Indeed. The crowd echoed in unison. That foolish captain, who could not foresee the multitude of pirates. Before even locating the One Piece, he has already brought calamity upon the innocent. Thus, I have unveiled this secret, intending to urge those aspiring to claim the One Piece to temper their aggression towards the common folk. It is a means to encourage that foolish captain to perform benevolent deeds, sparing his children from the curse. It is a way to repay the captain's kindness. The faux Buggy elucidated. Meanwhile, Trek mused, when Ace faces execution, it will inadvertently validate the existence of the curse, and upon his rescue, it will affirm the efficacy of Buggy's words, a perfect loop. I am truly a genius. Do you yearn to acquire the One Piece? Do you desire to possess all of Roger's treasures? Let us commence. From this day forth, engage in acts of kindness. Purify your souls. Attain access to the legendary grand treasure. Indeed, performing good deeds and cleansing one's spirit can restore your eligibility to enter the vault of the One Piece. Thus, you still have a chance. Now, I shall execute you, the man who dares to proclaim himself the Pirate King. Let us conclude this era of great pirates. The faux Buggy proclaimed loudly. Is that clown Buggy even a pirate? Desbonus scoffed, sensing that he might be more naval than we are. A monumental upheaval is upon us. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami. I am sorry. I am dying. Luffy laughed heartily in his final moments. What nonsense are you spouting? Sanji retorted. Zoro was about to leap onto the execution platform. He smiled. Smoker observed in astonishment. In an instant, a blade slashed down. A thunderclap resounded. The execution platform ignited and collapsed, while Luffy emerged unscathed, laughing heartily. The clown buggy was reduced to ashes. The crowd was taken aback. Do you believe in God? Sanji inquired of Zoro. Stop talking nonsense. We must leave this place at once. Zoro retorted. We are surrounded by the Navy. It seems a great commotion is imminent. All Navy personnel, surround all pirates at the scene. Smoker commanded, pondering. That man in the straw hat smiled. Reminiscent of the Pirate King Gold, Roger, who had worn a similar smile 22 years ago on that very execution platform. Did that clown buggy leave behind a grand secret only to perish? The Straw Hat crew fled swiftly, with numerous pirates mingling among the crowd. Smoker had no choice but to employ his smoke fruit ability to control the situation. Nami and Usopp had already rushed to the ship, setting sail to evade the Navy's bombardment. Zoro was held back by Das Bones, while Luffy instructed Sanji to go ahead, intending to confront the obstructing Smoker himself, only to be captured by Smoker. Suddenly, Dragon appeared to thwart Smoker, conjuring a tempest that scattered everyone. There were indeed footprints on that face. My grandfather told me to defeat him, and he wouldn't stop me from going to sea. Just before being swept away, Luffy caught a glimpse of the shoe print on Dragon's face. Yet he saved me. It's so complicated. Never mind. I'll deal with it next time we meet. After a whirlwind, Luffy and his companions were blown to the shore. Utilizing the elasticity of his rubber fruit, Luffy brought Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp, who had descended to assist, aboard the ship. Did you all see Chirk? Upon returning to the pirate ship, they realized Chirk was missing, causing Nami great concern. Is Chirk not on board yet? Luffy asked. We must go back for him. Fool. The Navy is right on the shore. If we go back, we'll truly be unable to escape, Nami replied. Fiddling with the transponder snail. Is transponder snail ISNT working? Did he forget to bring one? The guild said the president is currently absent. Let's leave for now. I will continue to contact the guild with the transponder snail later to see if he escaped through the warp door. Considering Chirk's fruit ability and that peculiar warp door, Nami temporarily set her worries aside. How did you all escape? Nami asked curiously, noting that many people seemed to be flocking towards the execution platform. Could Chirk have gone to see the spectacle as well? Did you encounter any unusual individuals near the execution platform? Speaking of which, that was indeed monumental news. It concerns One Piece, Sanji remarked. From Sanji and Zoro, Nami had heard about Buggy the Clown's speech on the execution platform. Sensing a strong alignment with the guild's mission, she speculated that perhaps Chirk was causing a stir with his devil fruit ability. However, she welcomed the outcome, as it could diminish the pirates' misdeeds. I see. It all feels rather strange. What became of that clown buggy in the end? Nami inquired. At that moment, the clown buggy was about to strike Luffy, when suddenly a bolt of lightning descended, saving Luffy, while Buggy seemed to vanish into thin air. Sanji remarked. It felt as though a divine presence had intervened. Nanny, Nami exclaimed, her heart racing with anxiety. Indeed, that was the expression worn by everyone present at that moment. Sanji added, the clown buggy is utterly worthless. He fled without a second thought. You didn't see it clearly. Nami insisted urgently. A wave of confusion swept through the crowd. Why was Nami suddenly concerned about the clown buggy? Surely, there was nothing left of him, and the execution platform was engulfed in flames. Yet no one had witnessed anyone departing. Zoro added, urging for more details regarding Buggy's words. Please elaborate on what the clown buggy said. Nami implored, her voice trembling on the verge of tears. The group sensed something amiss and adopted a serious demeanor. Sanji and Zoro struggled to recall the statements made, eventually reiterating them. From these remarks, Nami deduced that Buggy must have been transformed by Trick. After all, both siblings had lost their parents to pirate raids. Thus, Nami was acutely aware of Trick's determination to diminish the scourge of piracy and the significance of establishing an adventure guild. Luffy, being closest to Buggy, had the clearest insight into whether the clown had perished. However, from Luffy's description, it appeared that Buggy had been utterly obliterated. A profound emptiness enveloped him, as if he had lost something invaluable. Memories of Trick's kindness and the bond to his soul-blood relative surged forth, and tears streamed down his face. Nami, what troubles you? The others inquired, perplexed by her emotional outburst. Yet, Nami remained silent about her suspicions, having promised Trick to keep them confidential. At that moment, the rain continued to fall upon the collapsed execution platform in Loguetown, and not a soul was in sight. Countless minuscule droplets coalesced around the ruins of the platform. Soon, a figure emerged. The faux Buggy appeared amidst the debris. I nearly met my demise. The imitation Buggy, Trick, gasped in relief. He had initially contemplated evading the lightning by instantaneously fragmenting into smaller pieces, recalling how Buggy in the original work seemed unscathed by being struck. To his dismay, he had been directly electrified, his body reduced to an atomic state. Fortunately, having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, he understood atomic structure and chemical bonds, subconsciously knowing how to reassemble himself. The most unfortunate aspect was that the storm, with its thunder and wind, had nearly cost Trick his life. Thankfully, he had managed to bring his atomic-level body into the crevices of a nearby building. Had he been swept away by the hurricane, he might never have reformed. After considerable effort, Trick's imitation Buggy finally reassembled. He contemplated the possibility of splitting into an atomic state. It was indeed feasible, albeit energy-intensive. For the time being, he would resort to partial fragmentation or merely break down to a particulate state. Trick pondered whether nuclear fission or fusion could be achieved. The potential power of such reactions was formidable. Nuclear fission typically requires uranium or plutonium nuclei, splitting into smaller atomic masses. Yet he possessed neither in significant quantities, though there seemed to be trace amounts of uranium. As for nuclear fusion, deuterium and tritium were present in minute quantities within the human body, making it a viable option. However, the magnitude of such power was uncertain, and it would surely pale in comparison to military-grade hydrogen bombs. Additionally, utilizing such elements would deplete his own reserves, leading to dire consequences. Crook experimented and discovered that he could seemingly aggregate trace elements from his surroundings into his body through atomic states. This way, he would not fear the deficiency of these trace elements. His only concern was the issue of nuclear radiation. However, it appeared that nuclear fusion did not produce such radiation. Currently, uranium can trigger nuclear fission, which is the basis of atomic bombs, and this fission energy can then initiate nuclear fusion, leading to hydrogen bombs. The resulting power is indeed formidable, yet Crook abandoned his experiment midway. Would it truly be beneficial to unleash nuclear devastation upon this world? Should he dare to open this Pandora's box? Extensive experimentation with this ability could potentially expose the planet to the dangers of nuclear radiation. One cannot commence a nuclear fusion devoid of radiation through the fission process that involves radiation. He must seek alternative methods to initiate nuclear fusion. Furthermore, his control over atomic nuclear fusion is limited in scope. He must escape through a portal just before the explosion, or he too would face annihilation from the nuclear blast. Currently, the atomic state division exhibited by Buggy seems impervious to any physical or magical harm, akin to elemental transformation. However, it drains considerable physical and mental energy. He cannot endure repeated atomic division and aggregation. Indeed, you are still alive. The voice of Dragon resonated from the rooftop nearby. Startled, Crook was taken aback by the sudden sound while experimenting with his abilities. The disparity in strength was evident. The other party possessed observation haki and could conceal their presence. Truly, the top-tier powerhouses of the sea were remarkable. Cough, cough. So it was the Revolutionary Army's dragon. You nearly took my life, just now. Buggy exclaimed. What an extraordinary ability you displayed. I sensed an ominous, unstable energy on the verge of eruption. Dragon remarked gravely. Is this the awakening of a devil fruit? Can it truly be felt? Is observation haki that astonishing? Crook pondered. A mere illusion. Just an illusion. Buggy dismissed. But how will you account for the lightning that struck me? I wish to invite you to join the Revolutionary Army. Dragon proposed. What? You can't just speak for me. You struck me and now expect me to serve as your subordinate. Buggy retorted. You are not the clown Buggy, are you? Dragon added. I am indeed the clown Buggy. Look at me. I am in pieces. Does this not prove it? Buggy exclaimed as his body fragmented. He thought to himself, how did this fellow discern that? Is observation haki truly that extraordinary? The words spoken earlier on the execution platform were not typical of a pirate. Moreover, this benevolent ideology seemed reminiscent of the recently emerging Mithraeot teachings. Most importantly, I have not noticed a powerhouse like you arriving on the island. It seems you appeared suddenly near the execution platform. As far as I know, Buggy is not that formidable. Additionally, your fruit ability appears to differ from his. Thus, there exists but one truth. You are not Buggy. Rather, you are an individual endowed with powers akin to the Buggy fruit. You must be the leader of the Mithraeot sect. or perhaps the president of the Adventurers Guild. The renowned detective, Dragon, is undoubtedly correct. You are none other than the illustrious Detective Conan. Indeed, there is but one truth. Trek mused inwardly, contemplating the remarkable intelligence capabilities of the Revolutionary Army. Recently, that lad Luffy was preparing to set sail, and I came to the East Blue to bid farewell, only to find the region cloaked in enigma. Dragon pondered. Upon further investigation, he discovered that all signs pointed toward the newly emerging Adventurers Guild and the Mithraeus sect founded by one of its officers. The principles of this guild are indeed worthy of consideration by the Revolutionary Army, and surprisingly, one of the earliest guild officers was Makino. Moreover, that enigmatic president seems to be quite familiar with Luffy. What did you say? I do not comprehend. What is this Mithraeus sect? What is this Adventurers Guild? The foe Buggy feigned ignorance. Do not pretend. I have been observing your transformation. It is you, Trek, the president of the Adventurers Guild. Dragon exclaimed. Ah, so I have been discovered. Spouting a plethora of deductions to appear astute, are we? Trek scoffed inwardly. It seems I must reevaluate the situation. Let us seek a more secluded spot. With that, Trek transformed into fine dust and departed from the execution platform. Indeed, a mere ruse, and the opponent readily confessed. Dragon secretly reveled in his triumph. Suddenly, two figures materialized upon the rocky shore nearby. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Dragon proclaimed. Greetings. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Agup, Trek, the president of the Adventurers Guild. Trek, shedding his disguise, greeted him. What a peculiar name. Does the P signify a particular lineage? Dragon mused to himself. A lengthy name, indeed, exuding an air of grandeur, though that surname, Ellis, strikes me as rather vexatious. Trek thought. Ah, Alice, it is a pleasure to meet you. Mr. Trek, upon observing the operations and principles of your guild, I sense a kinship between you and our Revolutionary Army. Dragon invited, gazing at the somewhat youthful face before him. Absolutely not. Our ideologies are still at odds. Trek firmly rejected. Disparities? Indeed, there will be differences, yet fundamentally. We all aim to overthrow the tyrannical rule of the celestial dragons and establish a world free from slavery and oppression, Dragon replied. How can you ensure that the new organization you create after toppling the celestial dragons and their brutal aristocracy will not merely become the next incarnation of the celestial dragons? Trek inquired. We will oversee the high-ranking officials in each kingdom to ensure that no slavery or oppression persists, Dragon asserted. But who will provide checks and balances against the very individuals tasked with oversight? If the overseers themselves are corrupt or wield excessive power, how can you maintain integrity? You may establish numerous institutions to counterbalance each other, yet this will only lead to bureaucratic bloat. Those institutions may intertwine and form alliances, allowing corrupt factions to consolidate their influence, thereby intensifying the pressure on the lower strata. Trek challenged. The individuals we select are steadfast in their beliefs. Dragon replied earnestly. Perhaps your current cadre remains uncorrupted, but what of their descendants? It is conceivable that the celestial dragons were not always as malevolent. Power devoid of checks and balances is inherently a breeding ground for corruption, Trek remarked. The dragon found itself momentarily choked. Yet refrained from any action? Would that not be even worse? Allow me to present a metaphor that, while perhaps lacking in precision, may aid in comprehension. Trek commenced to articulate his understanding. Imagine a fixed-size prairie populated by grass, sheep, and wolves. Ordinarily, the quantity of grass vastly exceeds that of sheep, while the number of sheep far surpasses that of wolves. When the sheep population swells excessively, the grass becomes insufficient, resulting in widespread starvation among the sheep, which in turn allows the wolf population to initially flourish, only to subsequently diminish. Conversely, a burgeoning wolf population leads to a decline in sheep numbers, which ultimately reduces the wolves as well, allowing grass to proliferate once more. When the grass rebounds, both sheep and wolves increase in number, creating a dynamic equilibrium fraught with hunger and bloodshed. Here, grass symbolizes resources, sheep represent the lower classes, and wolves denote the ruling elite. A scenario where sheep are abundant mirrors the situation in which the lower population exceeds resource availability, leading to substantial starvation among them. The ruling elite, benefiting from a growing populace, can extract greater tax revenues, resulting in an increased number of offspring, which places immense pressure on the lower classes for sustenance. Faced with the dual burdens of insufficient resources and heightened taxation, the lower classes may revolt, or wars may erupt between nations. Both the lower classes and the ruling elite dwindle amidst warfare and famine. A similar situation arises when wolves proliferate. As the ruling elite's oppressive taxation or excessive reproduction creates strain on resources in the lower populace, culminating again in warfare and starvation. A scarcity of grass, akin to natural disasters or resource depletion, leads to insufficient supply, thereby also exerting pressure on the lower classes, resulting once more in conflict and famine. Conversely, when resources are replenished following calamities, the lower populace gradually increases and the ruling elite follows suit. Thus, the current dynamic equilibrium of the world is sustained through war and hunger. Your overthrow of the celestial dragons essentially amounts to a mere substitution of one ravenous pack of wolves for another, and this bloody dynamic equilibrium will inevitably persist. How then can this be resolved? Do you have any thoughts? The dragon pondered and inquired. Presently, the world is characterized by an excess of wolves and a scarcity of sheep and grass, or a situation where wolves are gluttonous while sheep and grass remain scarce. Reducing the number of wolves is a process fraught with violence and bloodshed, which will also affect the sheep. Thus, we must enhance another variable, the quantity of grass, or, in essence, the availability of resources. Resources? That seems arduous, does it not? Moreover, if resources increase, how do we prevent the ruling elite from exploiting them further? The dragon questioned. To augment resources, one must elevate the level of resource development and enhance productivity. The vast oceans of the four seas and the great sea route teem with abundant resources. If we direct our technology and capabilities toward their development, they could sufficiently sustain a larger population. Currently, the world's devil fruits and technology are predominantly employed in warfare, with scant attention paid to enhancing productivity. This represents a misguided trajectory for development. For instance, the lava fruit can be utilized to enrich the soil and reclaim land from the sea. The snow fruit and ice fruit serve the purpose of food preservation and the production of potable water. The meatball fruit and target fruit are advantageous for transportation. The wind fruit can harness wind energy. The stone fruit and sand fruit are beneficial for engineering and construction. Those fruits of the food category possess the capability to generate vast quantities of sustenance. Meanwhile, technology is predominantly focused on the development of war machines rather than production techniques, such as large-scale fishing vessels, energy exploitation, and efficient farming and planting methodologies. Trek critiques the distorted technological tree of the pirate world, which indeed holds a significant truth. However, with the growth of resources and population, what becomes of the increasing wealth above? Is it not a perpetual cycle? Dragon, with childlike curiosity, inquires. The enhancement of productivity and the increase in resource supply merely provide opportunities for transformative change, Trek elaborates. This incremental process will see both established powers and emerging forces vying for these resources. We must cultivate our own influence during this process and establish mutually beneficial symbiotic relationships with the established powers. More importantly, it involves subtle transformations, wherein interests are intertwined to mitigate warfare through strategic gamesmanship and deterrence. For instance, the aim of founding an adventurers guild is to convert pirates into legitimate professions and transform warfare into productivity. Simultaneously, we seek to bind our interests with the Navy, ensuring that the Navy becomes a beneficiary, thus making it unlikely for them to engage in conflict with the Adventurers Guild. This process grants the Guild a quiet period for growth. Essentially, it is about acquiring leverage to negotiate with the world government without bloodshed. The strength of the Guild and the intertwining of interest will provide us with the leverage to negotiate with both the Navy and the world government, even to engage in strategic deterrence. At this juncture, proposals for world transformation can be presented, convening a genuine world conference with multiple factions to establish a global alliance. Through deterrence and negotiation, we can constrict the wealth and power of the celestial dragons, abolishing slavery and other unjust privileges, thus controlling the prevalence of wolves and their greed. We must calculate the size of the dominion, resources, and population, delineating the number of the ruling class. By employing technological statistics, we can set thresholds for both the ruling class and the lower tiers of society. It is essential to regulate the number of the ruling class and the tax limits for each nation. Should these thresholds be exceeded, the World Alliance must intervene promptly to avert famine and conflict. An excessive ruling class, without sufficient population to sustain it, necessitates the limitation and reduction of their numbers. Tyrannical monarchs or rulers must face judgment and replacement. In the event of natural disasters, the World Alliance must provide timely assistance. This aid can be financed through a national insurance fund system, where each country contributes insurance premiums based on its circumstances. Additionally, reasonable adjustments in fertility and population migration must be implemented for the lower tiers to ensure equitable resource distribution across regions. A benevolent ruling class that excels in its governance and cherishes its subjects can foster the influx of a greater populace, thereby enhancing tax revenues. Conversely, those who govern poorly and exploit their citizens will inevitably witness an exodus of their people seeking refuge in foreign lands. This compels all ruling entities to engage in a constructive rivalry in managing both the nation and its regions, ultimately ensuring that the delicate equilibrium of the world remains peaceful, devoid of warfare and famine. Trevor eloquently articulated these thoughts. As a promising youth of a new era, why did he not advocate for the abolition of the aristocracy? Such an endeavor is impractical. The ruling class can never be eradicated, only replaced, and this transition is often harsh for the common people. Thus arises the adage, in prosperity, the common folk suffer, in demise, they suffer even more. The aristocrats and celestial beings are merely archaic titles for their existence. Regardless of the era, familial ties and blood relations will persist. This revelation is indeed enlightening. Yet, the establishment of a global alliance is no easy feat. What if various factions remain obstinate and engage in disputes? Pondered Dragon. I propose that the World Alliance comprises 3 major powers alongside multiple smaller factions. The Adventurers Guild does not seek to dominate. It too requires checks and balances, for I wish to prevent the guild from succumbing to corruption due to excessive authority. A tripartite structure would provide stability, and the presence of 3 decisive votes would facilitate decision-making. Which 3 factions shall comprise this alliance? Inquired Dragon. The world government shall hold 1 seat, the Adventurers Guild another, and shall we also include a seat for the revolutionary forces? Trevor posed the question. Of course, remarked Long. The Adventurers Guild cultivates a substantial number of core members while simultaneously binding the Navy and converting a multitude of pirates, thereby enhancing its own strength and establishing connections with the world government. This binding refers to the Guild's strategy of distributing commissions to the Navy, ensuring that the military funding is not solely controlled by the world government. As for the final seat, it is estimated that the current revolutionary army does not meet the qualifications, interjected Sueka, dousing the enthusiasm. Long felt somewhat awkward. The revolutionary army remains formidable. However, their strength is still insufficient to compel the world government to engage in negotiations. Among the triad of powers, any faction must possess the capability to independently vanquish all other forces to ascend to prominence. Moreover, it is essential to establish connections with multiple factions, otherwise, ascending to power is unattainable. Furthermore, it is not solely a matter of strength. One must also wield control over certain resources that compel the world government to concede. Take, for instance, the 6 emperors who govern the dark underworld of trade. Although their strength may not be overwhelming, the resources they command are unparalleled by the world government. The 4 emperors of the New World, to a certain extent, possess the qualifications to vie for this position. The revolutionary army must either subjugate or infiltrate these factions to earn the right to negotiate. The management of the world still necessitates a substantial presence of lower-tier forces. My Adventurers Guild will also strive to subdue and contend for the resources of these factions. If the revolutionary army intends to take action, it must do so swiftly, or else risk losing everything. Trick jested. Cough. Cough. Engaging these factions will undoubtedly incur significant casualties and may inadvertently benefit the world government. Long remarked. The inherent antagonism between the revolutionary army and the world government precludes development akin to that of the Adventurers Guild, which thrives on a bundled growth strategy. Therefore, the primary focus should be on rapidly advancing elite combat capabilities and subduing these formidable factions. This approach offers both revenue and a supplementary influx of elite forces. Rather than instigating revolutions in minor nations, where even a victory would leave them in disarray, lacking sufficient power to safeguard against potential retaliation from the world government. In this tug-of-war, the common people become mere cannon fodder. Trick lamented. Well, Long felt a twinge of embarrassment, sensing that the revolutionary army might have inadvertently caused more harm than good. Listening to June's discourse was truly enlightening. He was immensely grateful for Mr. Trick's insights. Long bowed deeply in appreciation. We are comrades, in a sense. However, our paths in revolution diverge. Trick remarked, my next destination will be Alabasta in the Grand Line, where I intend to pilot a few concepts. You are welcome to visit then. Long replied, I shall bring my cadre along to learn and observe. As for Luffy, I kindly ask for your guidance. I truly feel like an inadequate father. Long chuckled. Trick inwardly mused. He possesses the protagonist's aura. I am merely picking up his scraps. Though outwardly he protested modestly, oh, not at all. I am still quite feeble, unable even to wield haki. The dragon suddenly realized that the strategist was merely a youth. He pondered, was his strength truly so meager? The peculiar abilities of that strange devil fruit, and the formidable energy he felt upon their first encounter, sent tremors through his heart. Thus, they bid farewell. It was likely that their absence would evoke anxiety. As Trick said his farewells, the dragon transformed into fine dust and vanished. Could this be the child of destiny? It seemed that he must strive harder. The dragon sighed and departed as well. The storm gradually subsided. An array of sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the rocks where the two had recently stood. As a rainbow slowly emerged, the dust-like form moved with ease in the air due to its low density. However, large-scale movement was not swift and was greatly affected by the wind and rain, making it difficult to control. Additionally, it demanded considerable physical and mental exertion. How exhausting. The faux Patrick appeared within a hotel in Rocktown. He checked into a room and opened a random portal, heading towards Koya's villa. Patrick chose not to pursue the Straw Hat crew, as he lacked direction, and the phone bug had just been struck down by lightning. Per phone bug. Unable to be stored in the spatial pocket, leaving the dragon to create yet another act of slaughter. Chairman, you have arrived, exclaimed Clabatel. Is Kuya there? Asked Tsueka. I'm here. Did you miss me? My favorite toy. Kuya's voice whispered close to Tsueka's ear, fragrant and gentle. Trek exclaimed, startled. This was not a horror film. The sudden appearance nearly frightened him to death. Haha, how amusing. Kaya chuckled. Are you angry now? Trek inquired, puzzled. Not at all. I am quite happy. Kaya laughed, wrapping her arms around Trek's neck. If you're not angry, why does it seem like that twisted personality has surfaced? Trek wondered to himself, questioning if the twisted persona was being deceitful. I have come to assign you some tasks. One of utmost importance, to investigate and track down the gang leader Bartolomeo in Roguetown. Bartolomeo is likely to possess information regarding the barrier fruit, and you must find and seize it. This fruit holds significant strategic value. Clabatel and Kaya, you shall head to Roguetown first. I will make my way to Twin Cape to meet Pirate King Roger's ship doctor, Dr. Kurokas, in due time. Should there be no leads on the barrier fruit by then, Clabatel will remain in Roguetown to follow Bartolomeo. Kaya, I will take you to learn medicine from Kurokas first. Later, we will meet the witch Dr. Kureha, the ship's doctor of the Pirate King. The chairman truly is remarkable, Clabatel remarked. Is she a witch? Koya pondered with intrigue, contemplating what another individual, who also claimed to be a witch, might be like. Oh, that's right. The snail phone should provide me with one, Trek exclaimed. Moses, is that you, Nami? Trek dialed the snail phone. You silly brother, you're still alive. Why couldn't I reach you on the snail phone? Why are you only returning my call now? Was that clown, Buggy, you? Nami fired off a rapid barrage of questions. I nearly met my demise. My fragile heart is still racing. You must comfort my wounded spirit later. Trek teased. You fool. Nami scolded through tears, unwilling to relive the anguish of losing Belmere. Please provide your sea area coordinates. I shall arrive shortly. Trek, bewildered by her reprimands, ended the call. Turning around, he found Koya gazing at him with a flirtatious smile. How shall I soothe your wounded spirit? I happen to be a doctor. Cough, cough. Trek embraced Kaya deeply and said, companions in illness, let us encourage each other. He then opened the portal to Roguetown, leaving Kaya blushing and covering her face. Rooted in place, the embrace had rekindled her original demeanor. He initiated the hug. Indeed, he must cherish me the most, she thought. What are you standing there for? Hurry and bring Clabatel over. You should be ready by now. Trek urged towards the portal. You too, while you're at Roguetown. Establish a guild outpost. This is the gateway to the Grand Line, bustling with navies, pirates, and merchant ships, promising significant business. After ensuring Kaya and Clabatel were arranged, Trek discerned his direction, extracted a small boat from his spatial pocket, and prepared to propel it forward using the spatial pocket's water spray. Wait, I could easily masquerade as a recently emerged dragon. I could transform into the wind and soar over. Yet, was the dragon a wind-type fruit? The information in the encyclopedia was insufficient, though it was highly probable. He could disguise his wind-controlling abilities as a dragon, but whether he could elementalize remained uncertain. Trek mused. Upon trying, he discovered that he could only accelerate the small boat's movement through strong winds, not elementalize it. Why not utilize Buggy's chop fruit? Because that fruit, in essence, does not enable flight. It requires partial support. This means on a ship at sea or on land, the particles supporting his body provide the necessary reactive force for movement. In essence, Trek transformed his body into light particles or atoms floating in the air. Without a medium to support him over the ocean, controlling his movement became challenging, leaning more towards drifting with the wind. Should he get swept into the sea or a windless zone, he would find himself in peril. Disguised as a dragon, Trek manipulated the wind to propel the small boat swiftly through the currents towards the area where the Straw Hat pirates resided. It felt akin to using water spray for propulsion, yet it liberated his hands. Mischief points accrued to 70, with a balance of 128. 70 points exchanged for a capsule toy, and 58 points retained for future use. These 70 points stem from my recent antics. It seems the deception of One Piece has had a significant impact, though some surely remain skeptical. The 58 points are from the team's long-term contributions, saved for later redemption. Trek contemplated. Taunting Candy, Bartolomeo with an inflated ego, he hurls insults at anyone who crosses his path, repeatedly challenging, "Come on, hit me," only to be met with a flurry of punches and kicks, yet he will not be mortally wounded. The Red Wolf's frying pan. Carmen creatures struck will be propelled far away without injury, the distance determined by the force of the blow, all while exclaiming, "I shall return." Subsequently, he would hasten back to the location of the frying pan. The tactical sniper scope, this device allows one to see through walls and other inorganic materials, enabling the observation of distant objects. With a ranged weapon, one can effortlessly penetrate obstacles without inflicting harm, targeting specific foes. The Darling's backpack, this charming backpack, can transform into various adorable doll shapes. When a target dons this backpack, adversaries will prioritize attacking the doll backpack before turning their attention to the wearer, while the backpack absorbs damage. It possesses a volume of 10 cubic units, capable of containing living beings, although it does not preserve them. The confusion glasses when worn. These glasses cause others to mistakenly identify the wearer as someone they frequently interact with. However, this effect is only applicable to individuals and fails in larger groups. The power capsule, once enchanted, it enhances one's power by 100 points. "Hey, I've drawn a divine artifact," exclaimed with an exuberant expression. Is clothing considered organic or inorganic? He pondered, donning it to examine his attire. TCH. It cannot penetrate clothing, he remarked with disappointment. It appeared that the vision could only traverse through rock, metal, wood, and fabric, rendering it ineffective against garments. He decided it would be more prudent to allocate this tool to the guild snipers instead. Darling? Never mind. He.S. quite an old man. If he were to sneak a peek in the bathhouse, it would tarnish the guild's reputation. I shall utilize it myself for now, and save it for the female snipers when they arrive, he thought with a serious demeanor. Finally, there existed a spatial artifact capable of containing living creatures. However, if it contained a living being, it could not be stored in the spatial pocket and had to be carried on the back. Decided to test it with a phone bug. He then activated which transformed into an adorable, cuddly little doll resembling Kawaii, exclaimed Churik, his eyes sparkling with delight. After a moment's thought, he transformed his backpack into a charming plush octopus, its 8 limbs capable of adhering to his body. With another shift, the backpack morphed into Hancock's pet snake, coiling around him. Yet again, it transformed into figures such as Hancock, Marguerite, Princess Shirahoshi, Frankie the Robot, and the Zombie Oz. It appeared that this backpack could assume various doll-like forms of characters and creatures, each possessing distinct characteristics. Just a day had passed since the grand revelation of the faux Buggy in Loguetown, as the news was urgently dispatched by the report seagulls worldwide. Both the seas and the Grand Line trembled with excitement. The World Economic News Agency proclaimed, "This is monumental news," exclaimed the president, Morgans, with palpable enthusiasm. What a pity I wasn't present. This secret could shake the world. One Piece is said to be cursed. Everything was orchestrated by Roger. And Roger has a child. Recent news from the East Blue has been incessant, with reports claiming that Mihawk knelt in the East Blue, though no footage of the moment was captured. Moreover, formidable beings such as the Sword God, Sword Saint, Sorceress, and Saint emerged, casting doubt on the title of the weakest sea. At the Sabaody Archipelago auction house, a commotion arose. Look, that old man seems to be the Dark King Rayleigh. I'll bid 1 million berries. What are you talking about, you miser? I'll bid 100 million. Your bids are futile. It said he always manages to escape. Let him escape. The former vice-captain of the Pirate King, Dark King Rayleigh, once served as a slave under me. How impressive is that? I'm not short on money. Spending it just makes a sound. I'll bid 200 million. 300 million. On stage, the illustrious Pirate King Rayleigh appeared utterly bewildered. Have I been exposed? What has transpired? What should I do now? The renowned proprietor of the auction house, Disco, rushed into the auction hall. Someone, bring Mr. Rayleigh some tea and pastries. He exclaimed. In the future, we can negotiate your auction commission. We can certainly lower our cut, as long as you continue to return to our auction house after each escape. Disco said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Rayleigh pondered, had he once sold himself short, only to now find his worth inflated? Why did this proprietor not fear him? Was his reputation no longer formidable? What had transpired? How did they recognize him as Rayleigh? Rayleigh inquired. Look here. The clown Buggy has divulged everything. Disco handed a newspaper to Rayleigh. Is that the clown Buggy? Rayleigh questioned as he gazed at the newspaper, astonished. A curse? His emotions were tumultuous. Could it be that the world government was orchestrating this? Such a scheme directed at him. However, this narrative would not thwart Roger's plans, and in fact, it might significantly lessen the chaos wrought by pirates. It appeared that he was on the verge of a windfall. With each auction, he could rake in billions. If he auctioned himself off, his drinking funds would be secured. Yet, upon reflection, once the newspaper hit the stands, it was likely that no one would approach him for contracts anymore, leaving him without a source of income. Should he tacitly accept the curse? Or perhaps just acknowledge it? Ultimately, it wasn't merely for the sake of his drinking habits, it was for the peace of the world. Thus, the Selfie King was born. Did Roger have a child? How was I unaware of this? And what of Kazuki, that unfortunate fellow? Could there truly be a curse? Roger confided in Buggy and Shanks but kept me in the dark. How ungrateful of him. I had always considered him a close friend. At Twin Cape on the Grand Line, Kuroka spent 100 berries to purchase a newspaper. Why have newspapers become so exorbitantly priced lately? Curse? I was unaware of it. I have not left Twin Cape since then, so I cannot ascertain whether misfortune will befall me. It matters not. Hiss. Are others suffering as much? Regardless of its veracity. I am fortunate to be a doctor, one who does not take lives. On the island of Onigashima, in Wano country. The death of my wife and the scattering of my children? Did not Kazuki offspring perish? Kaido pondered, taking a swig of his drink. And curses. I have attempted various methods of self-destruction, yet I remain unscathed. Should I fear a curse? Acts of kindness? Purifying the soul? Nonsense. This is a world that reveres the strong. That red-haired fellow meddles daily for this reason. Such hypocrisy. At Whole Cake Island, is it Roger's trap? A curse? Moreover, what exactly did Roger extract from the treasury? Are there delectable treats within? Go and find that clown Buggy. Bring him back. And investigate whether Roger's crew has been cursed, engaging in acts of charity. Aboard the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. Ace's identity might be exposed. Marco proclaimed, holding a newspaper. Is this curse genuine? Did Roger deceive pirates into sacrificing themselves to shield his own child from the curse's reach? That is hardly characteristic of Roger. Yet for Ace, perhaps it offers some solace. Whitebeard mused. Let us see if we can contact him, urging him not to pursue Teach. To return quickly, for the seas are becoming increasingly tumultuous. On the red-haired pirate's ship, what nonsense is Buggy spouting? When did the captain utter such words? Does the captain have a child? How was I not informed? I strive to balance the powers at play merely to minimize bloodshed. What does that have to do with Ledruff? And surely Buggy cannot truly be dead. Red-haired scoffed. The Windmill village is nearing. Why does the East Blue feel so peculiar lately? Others gaze upon their pirate flag with expressions that are ever-changing. First joy, then disappointment, followed by curiosity. On a small boat at sea, Ace perused a newspaper. Was the dawn of the great pirate era for me to escape a curse? Did my mother perish during childbirth due to a curse? Ace's heart was awash with conflicting emotions. Aboard Buggy's pirates, Captain, have you recently visited Loguetown? The captain was actually a crewmate of the Pirate King. Is there truly a curse associated with One Piece? The crew inquired, filled with curiosity. Speaking of which, Buggy transformed into Little Buggy, enduring countless trials and tribulations until arriving at Hand Island. Without Alvida's aid, Buggy remarkably evaded being devoured by the giant crab. After all, the crab could not crush him. Ultimately, Buggy coerced the crab into transporting him to a nearby island. There, he serendipitously encountered his subordinates captured by the Barehand tribe. Swiftly reattaching their dismembered limbs to rescue them, he then set sail once more, intent on pursuing the Straw Hat lad. Who do you ask when you inquire of me? Within his heart, Buggy lamented, who is this impostor masquerading as me? Now I find myself under the scrutiny of the Navy. However, the individual in question has already met his demise by lightning. Perhaps I could conveniently conceal my identity and feign my own death. Since you have uncovered my ruse, I shall no longer pretend. I openly declare that I am indeed a crew member of the Pirate King, exclaimed Buggy. The captain is truly remarkable. Following him, we are destined to dominate the seas, cheered the excited crew. As for the curse, it may exist, but I have no intention of being shackled by such trivialities. Hence, I am in pursuit of the treasures of other notorious pirates. Buggy tacitly accepted these sentiments, pondering that he could hardly admit to being too weak to venture into the Grand Line and seek his own demise. Long live the captain. It would be splendid for us to roam freely as pirates, plundering at will. The crew expressed their exhilaration. Indeed. But why does the East Blue seem so eerily tranquil lately? It feels as though we have not encountered any other pirates. Buggy mused. We are not entirely certain, Chief. Ever since you were sent flying, we have not ventured far, replied one pirate. However, the newspapers have recently been filled with numerous advertisements for new adventure guilds and training institutions in the East Blue, making me quite tempted to enroll. What on earth? Buggy gazed at the bizarre advertisements, utterly bewildered. This guild even offers treasure hunting services. Judging by the silhouette on the execution platform in the newspaper, the Straw Hat Kid is likely on the verge of entering the Grand Line. Let us visit this guild and see if there is any information regarding treasures. At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, Sengoku pondered deeply after receiving a detailed report from Smoker via the Den Mushi. This Buggy had previously been overlooked. He was once a crew member of the Pirate King. What has the intelligence department been doing? It is said that he was possibly struck by lightning. But a crew member of the Pirate King should not be that feeble. Has he been masquerading as a weakling all along? Or was someone else pretending? And what of the curse of the One Piece? The Island of Curses? Roger's Trap? Could it be that Buggy is a spy for the world government, orchestrating a performance to prevent pirates from landing on Ladriv? Yet, that does not seem plausible. The world government is not known for its benevolence, performing good deeds, purifying souls. To acquire the legendary great treasure? Such sentiments hardly resonate with the rhetoric of a spy organization. Nonetheless, this matter appears to be fortuitous for both the Navy and the world government. Suddenly, the Den Mushi rang, and Sengoku answered the call. Is this Sengoku? What is the situation concerning the news of the One Piece curse? Was Buggy not captured in Loguetown? Lord Gorosei, it is suspected that Buggy was struck by lightning. Perhaps the curse is at play. I initially thought it was your scheme unfolding there. The specifics are. Sengoku recounted the events in Loguetown. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, even made an appearance. What connection do they have to this matter? One of the Gorosei pondered in confusion. In his heart, the warring states lamented that the dragon was merely visiting his son. That rascal Garp. One son is a revolutionary and the other a pirate, recently boasting a bounty of 30 million. Regardless, this situation works to our advantage. We can solidify the notion of this curse. Another Elder Star remarked that this curse could deter a significant number of pirates in search of the One Piece, considering that no pirate's hands are free from bloodshed. As for the lesser scoundrels, the mere plunderers pose little threat. The Elder Stars remained indifferent to pirate raids, after all. This would facilitate the accession of more non-member nations to the world government, contributing to the coffers. Although Roger's surrender embarrassed the Navy, acknowledging that he perished due to a curse would serve us better. While we need not admit it publicly, we can discreetly circulate the information to reinforce the existence of the curse. Furthermore, an investigation into Buggy and Roger's former crew members is in order. To ascertain the true nature of this alleged curse, one Elder Star added. Very well, responded Sengoku. It seems this matter is not as straightforward as it appears. Even the 5 elders are uncertain about the authenticity of the curse, commented Admiral Zoro. There is an underlying sense of a trap. Yet it possesses a certain degree of credibility, Sengoku remarked. Frequently sold into slavery to procure liquor, I had previously thought that the Dark King, Rayleigh, was somewhat deranged. And then there's that fellow Barrett. Ever since Roger's demise, he has been rampaging across the seas, stirring chaos, possibly under the influence of the curse. We could dispatch someone to Kuroka's to verify whether misfortune truly befalls those who leave Twin Cape. Since his return from Ladruv, it seems he has not departed from Twin Cape, making it difficult to ascertain. Tsuru added. That rascal Garp seems to still be in the East Blue. Let him investigate while he is at it, Sengoku instructed, and his grandson as well. He ought to be apprehended swiftly. Ahem, I suspect he might be lenient on him. Zoro remarked. None of them can be relied upon. Sengoku lamented. Moreover, aside from the Buggy incident, the East Blue has been quite tumultuous. A newly established organization has emerged. Rapidly developing, known as the Adventurers Guild. Not only have numerous pirates registered, but many personnel from the Navy have also joined. Zoro mentioned another matter. What? Pirates and the Navy joining forces. Are those factions colluding? Sengoku exclaimed, visibly unsettled. The situation appears rather intricate. For the Navy, it might even be a fortuitous development. Zoro organized his thoughts. Initially, it was the Navy's responsibility to handle the pirates' involvement, but this guild also accepts commissions to eliminate pirates, and even without requests. They dispatch individuals to cleanse the seas of piracy. It bears some resemblance to bounty hunters, albeit a more complex organization. Many notorious pirate leaders have been eradicated, significantly alleviating the Navy's burdens. A multitude of pirates have been coerced into registering as guild members to serve as guards, engage in transportation, construction, treasure hunting, and mining. Furthermore, many Navy branches, while patrolling, accept commissions for escorting merchant vessels and delivering mail, known as the Bang Bang Express service. Now, just before a naval vessel sets sail, they knock on the hull with wooden planks, creating a resounding bang, while various commission agents approach to present their organized services. The revenue for Navy branches has increased considerably, alleviating the financial strain for military expenditures. Many Navy personnel on leave are taking on commissions, resulting in a noticeable improvement in income and living standards. Those retired due to injury or age with certain skills are accepting training commissions, responsible for instructing combatants, navigators, chefs, and sailors alike. Many retired Navy members earn far more from educational training than from their pensions and benefits, with rumors suggesting that their earnings are packed in burlap sacks. The training institution under the Adventurers Guild is called New East Blue. They have also released some peculiar slogans that have become popular on the streets, leading to various performances, such as the following scene: which institution excels in navigation skills? New East Blue training is the strongest. In the bustling streets, a girl with vibrant orange hair, clad in suspenders, energetically bounces a beach ball while performing a lively rap. The girl, Nami, exclaims, "Is it so wrong for me to earn a little extra cash? Primarily because my foolish brother gives me too much." Aspiring to become a chef, she expresses her enthusiasm for the New East Sea, proclaiming it to be a splendid place. Meanwhile, the talented chef Carmen, a striking beauty, wields a frying pan alongside two assistants, rhythmically drumming and recruiting apprentices. Carmen declares, "Alabasta restaurant. First, we gather apprentices. Then we open our doors, grow strong, and achieve greatness. This year, we want to accept any newcomers. We only welcome those from the New East Sea." A certain red-haired pirate captain, just returned to the East Sea for a family visit, shouts boisterously at the port. Red-haired Shanks laments, "What a disgrace. I was coerced by Makino. She is now quite affluent and radiates a commanding presence. Previously, people referred to her as the Empress of the Four Emperors, but now they call me, The principal's man has finally returned. Note, in the future, only students emerging from the New East Sea will have the privilege to refer to Makino as the principal. New East Sea, where learning is effortless. A golden-haired gothic loli, carrying a small backpack, strolls through the streets with her father. Daddy remarks, "Now my father need not worry about my studies." This line resonates with me. I too wish to have my own catchphrase. "All right," replies Carol, though she feels it sounds somewhat off. "Why are you chasing me?" Ponders Li Xiang, a small loli, as she flees down the street, pursued by a ruthless naval extra. "I need to enroll in the New East Sea," she cries. Why describe the Navy as ruthless? Why must they partake in such absurd theatrics? A naval soldier responds, "Running training courses is incredibly profitable. We're literally starving for money. Children who are mischievous seldom change. Most likely they have been spoiled. The New East Sea training is stringent, with strict instructors ready to discipline those who repeatedly misbehave." The naval soldier in a dog-head suit clenches his fists, the joints cracking ominously. Why is Garp here? He wonders. Garp explains, "They say that wherever I land, if I shout a few lines, I might be rewarded with free senbei and donuts." Admiral Sengoku sighs. These promotional phrases spread like wildfire, causing a surge of eager applicants. He continues, "If the headquarters were to prohibit this, it would severely dampen morale and potentially hinder recruitment. The core members of the Adventure Guild enjoy lavish benefits that far exceed those of the Navy, while registered members receive minimal perks, merely a subsidy based on their rank. Thankfully, the guild appears reluctant to recruit many core members, as there seem to be few. If it weren't for the stable income and complementary training system provided by the Navy, many would likely pursue full-time commissions from the Adventure Guild. As Admiral Tsuru pointed out, it feels like a potential rival to the Navy, yet it somehow benefits us. This Adventure Guild is quite formidable. Warring States expressed astonishment. It was entirely a substantial boon for the Navy, supplementing the insufficient military budget, facilitating the resettlement of retired soldiers, and rehabilitating pirates. The efficient utilization of resources and talent was something the Navy had failed to manage effectively. Truly, it was a stroke of genius, Rear Admiral Tsuru exclaimed with excitement. The guild members had even established a Maitreya sect, and even noble believers had begun engaging in charitable acts. The East Sea was rapidly transforming into a veritable paradise, with the Navy's primary tasks evolving into escorting, patrolling, and transporting. Nobles were partaking in benevolence. Surely, you jest? Who founded this guild? It cannot possibly be some saintly nun. Warring States could hardly fathom who would undertake such an endeavor. It transcended the realm of justice and surpassed the Navy's understanding. Intelligence indicated that a youth named Treek was behind it, and the guild was established in Windmill Village. Rear Admiral Tsuru responded. Windmill Village? Could it possibly be the grandson of Garp? Warring States remarked with a furrowed brow. It seems both likely and unlikely. Rear Admiral Tsuru recalled the intelligence, which was challenging to assess. What does this mean? Sengoku pondered. This trick appears to claim to be the half-brother of Makino, who is known as the spokesperson of the Adventurers Guild. It is said that Makino is a woman associated with the red-haired emperor and has been entangled in a love triangle with the pirate king, Sig. Garp is quite familiar with Makino, and it seems that Garp's grandson, Luffy, has been under her care. Thus, it is possible that Trick is Garp's adopted grandson, speculated the Admiral. A love triangle? Could it be that Trick is the offspring of Makino and the pirate king? Sengoku scoffed. Trick would undoubtedly retort. You are the son of the pirate king. Your entire family is composed of the pirate king's descendants. He would directly call Garp. How is it that every child he raises turns out to be a peculiar creature? One son joins the revolutionary army, another aspires to become the pirate king. And now yet another is the president of the Adventurers Guild. Is he attempting to dominate the entire world? However, it is likely that this guild president is the one who most delights Garp. Although not a member of the Navy, he is practically akin to one. A true treasure of the Navy. It remains uncertain whether he can join the Navy, but perhaps a department could be established for him, overseeing the Navy's logistics and welfare. Provided he possesses sufficient strength, they might even supply Sunbei for free. Becoming an admiral is not out of the question. Let us call him the Sunbei Admiral. Sengoku began to muse. A clever play on words. Sun refers to divine, while Bei signifies belly, together hinting at the god of wealth Admiral. I am truly a genius to conceive such an extravagant title. Moses. Garp, how many grandsons do you have in the East Blue? Sengoku inquired through the din mushy. Grandson. Garp exclaimed in bewilderment upon answering the transponder snail. Shouldn't there be two? No, three. One of the grandsons cannot possibly be named Trick, can he? Sengoku inquired. Trick? No, I do not recognize that name. Garp firmly denied. Aside from Ace and Luffy, who might the other one be? Sengoku pressed on. There is a boy named Sabo, but it seems he has already perished under the fire of the celestial dragons. Does he hold some distinguished status? Garp responded gravely. The celestial dragons. Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment, pondering the motives behind the celestial dragon's attack on a mere child. Could that child possibly be Trick? Might he be seeking vengeance against the celestial dragons? Do you know that Makino has a younger brother? He has orange hair. Sengoku inquired. I don't recall. No impression. Garp replied, picking his nose. What color is Sabo's hair? Yellow. Oh, that is not the case. What exactly are you trying to inquire about? Who is Tsuk? Garp asked. You even endorse a training institution for them, yet you remain unaware of who they are. Sengoku remarked. What a spokesperson. Free donuts and rice crackers. Oh, is that so? This organization is founded by my new grandson? How thoughtful. Garp exclaimed. So quickly he has become your grandson. Sengoku was rendered speechless, though he too longed for such a dutiful grandson. This Trick is no ordinary individual. Rear Admiral Crane began to introduce Trick and his adventurous guild. Nanny, why isn't my own grandson like this? He is simply a treasure of the Navy. Garp lamented with a pained expression. Trick, are you referring to a boy with orange hair, Admiral Garp? Koby, passing by, inquired upon hearing Trick's name. Do you know him? Garp inquired. I encountered him in Shell's town. He claimed to be a friend of Luffy, stating that his sister had raised Luffy. He also proclaimed himself a master of dreams, assisting me in vanquishing my former timid and cowardly self. However, that fellow seems to have a penchant for playing with children, not even sparing their mothers. Koby recalled the scene where Trick was playing with Rika, even suggesting that her mother join the guild. I'll tell you, he is slandering me. He is defaming me, Koby exclaimed, imagining that Trick would undoubtedly deliver him a playful slap if he were present. Garp and the two individuals on the other end of the line fell into silence. He might be an orphan, deprived of companionship and maternal love since childhood. Major General Crane interjected, attempting to offer an explanation for Trick. When the time comes, I shall utilize the wash fruit to provide him with a form of psychological guidance. Indeed. There are countless children in this world who have become orphans due to pirates. Perhaps this is why he has undertaken so many initiatives that benefit the Navy and diminish the threat of piracy, Sengoku remarked. Is he with Luffy? I shall go and observe these two grandsons of mine. Garp laughed heartily. He wouldn't be joining that Straw Hat Brat's pirate crew, would he? A sense of foreboding washed over Sengoku. No. He merely seeks a ride. Luffy and he seem to be independently recruiting companions. It appears he aims to establish a guild. The mother and daughter from Shell's town have already been ensnared, Koby clarified. Ensnared? That term is quite problematic. It should be called an invitation. Sengoku felt an irritation towards Koby. According to Garp, this rascal incessantly clamors to become an admiral of the Navy. He is undoubtedly eager for me to abdicate my position. Should Garp encounter this Trick, he would see if it is possible to recruit him into the Navy. Any conditions could be negotiated, even positions beneath the rank of admiral. Sengoku commanded. At such a young age, he aspires to be a rear admiral? Is that boy truly formidable? Garp chuckled. His strength should not be underestimated. What is paramount is his financial acumen, Sengoku pondered, as the rain ceased and the skies cleared. Trick sailed swiftly across the sea in his small boat. A flock of seagulls circled above. Noticing them, Trick reduced his speed. He adjusted the perspective sniper goggles to focus. And there she was, the whimsical lowly, Apis. The perspective sniper goggles, Dottie, allow one to see through walls and other inorganic materials, providing a long-range view of distant objects. They enable remote weaponry to penetrate barriers without harm, targeting the desired objective. Nami and the others should also be nearby. No, wait, have I sailed too far ahead? I am artificial wind. My path is linear. I must have missed them. First, I shall rescue her. After all, she is the future ruler of the frozen throne. Trick accelerated towards her. The sight of her rolling her eyes, mouth agape, was utterly horrifying. It appeared as though she were trapped in eternal unrest. Trick observed Apis sprawled across the semi-submerged boat. Checking for breath and pulse, he confirmed she was still alive and carried her back to his vessel. Unable to wake her, she is soaked through. Should I change her clothes? If only I could return through the door of arbitrary, but this small boat cannot anchor, making it difficult to mark the location. Once I leave, I may not return. I suppose I shall first remove her outer garments and wrap her in a towel to absorb the water. Trick contemplated as he began to act. Before long, a silkworm appeared. Trick hung the outer garments on the mast to dry. First, I must find Nami. She can handle this situation more conveniently. Trick utilized the super distance feature of the perspective sniper goggles to search for the Mary. Got it. Frankie accelerated, charging ahead, and due to the immense speed, splashed a great deal of water. It resembled a gigantic fish swiftly swimming towards us. Usopp, peering through his binoculars, exclaimed, "A big fish. Perfect for a feast. Look at me. Rubber harpoon?" Luffy was ecstatic. "Oh my silkworm," Frankie quipped. Preoccupied with steering the ship, he inadvertently wrapped the cocooned Apis up in the chaos, only for Luffy to pull her away with his rubber harpoon. Zoro, who was sound asleep, could not escape the fate of becoming a cushion, being flung into the sea. Rolling his eyes, Zoro muttered, "One day, I will definitely make him pay." "You see? That is clearly not a fish," Sanji remarked. "It's a girl," Nami added. The object was still rapidly approaching. Usopp noted, "Ah, wait. It seems to be a small boat." "Idiot. That's Frankie," Nami observed through her telescope. "Frankie is out there inviting children to join his crew again." Luffy chuckled. "Isn't that a crime?" Usopp questioned. "Fool. Talent development must start from a young age." Frankie leaped aboard the Mary, casually delivering a swift smack to both Usopp and Luffy. "Luffy, you fool. If it weren't for this kid's resilience akin to a cockroach, you would have gotten him killed." "Excuse me." Luffy quickly bowed in apology. "Who is this child? Where did you pick him up?" Nami inquired. I found him floating at sea, Trick replied, pulling out a set of children's clothes from his spatial pocket. How is it that you carry children's clothes with you? This is certainly suspicious. The group regarded Trick with skepticism. Ahem. I am simply a kind-hearted person who cannot bear to see children suffer. Whenever I encounter orphans clad in rags, I feel compelled to buy them clothes and bring them back to the guild. Trick explained. So it is entirely reasonable for me to have children's clothes on hand. Indeed, Trick is truly a good soul. We have misjudged him. The others were moved to tears. They observed his fondness for transforming Nami into a child and had mistakenly believed there was something amiss with him. Trick was rendered speechless, pondering that having an adorable younger sister would undoubtedly lead to similar predicaments. Sanji prepared some ginger tea to ward off the chill, especially after the torrential storm that had lashed down the previous day. Nami first dried her off and helped her change into fresh garments to prevent her from catching a cold. Trick took charge of the situation, and after some effort, Nami successfully dressed Apis in new clothes, only to be met with an exasperated expression. Aren't you going to explain this, you foolish brother? Why the overalls? She exclaimed. Are you attempting to shrink me down so I can continue to wear them and perform rap dances? We must start recruiting from a young age. Thus, utilizing the charming little Nami as an advertisement is far more enticing, Trick explained. Nami, she exclaimed, 1 million berries as an endorsement fee. Each time I jump on an inhabited island or town, it's paid immediately. The candy that transforms me into a child is running low, so I shall refrain from using it for the time being. Nami was about to say. Furthermore, as your reputation as a navigator grows, the endorsement fees can significantly increase. All right, Nami exclaimed, bending over for Bailey. Is it merely about singing, dancing, and rapping? I can dance you into bankruptcy. That night aboard the Mary, in the kitchen that doubled as a conference room, everyone was relaxing after dinner while Sanji prepared ginger soup and other dishes. Chopper was at the table, sketching and organizing the guild's documents and development plans. Luffy glanced over and noticed Chopper drawing a smiley face with starry eyes. Are you drawing? He asked. I'm designing the guild's emblem, Chopper replied. Just like the Straw Hat Pirate's flag. Luffy exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. You must have many companions now. Should we throw a feast? Great idea, but let's discuss it in a few days, Chopper pondered. Considering that the East Blue Branch was taking shape and the members should get to know each other. 1, 10, 100,000. Nami casually caught sight of certain financial reports. That's confidential information. Don't pry. Chopper snatched it away, stowing it securely. Oni-chan. I'm really short on money lately. The clothes I bought in Loguetown got ruined in the rain. Nami immediately clung to Chopper's arm, playfully seeking his sympathy. As the delightful aroma wafted through the air, the crowd stirred. Apis awakened, instantly springing to her feet, delivering a forceful headbutt that sent Usopp tumbling to the ground. Ouch. That hurts, cried Abyss. You are awake. Nami greeted, introducing everyone one by one, until Luffy declared himself the captain of this pirate ship. Pirate. Apis stood frozen in shock. Hey, little one. I rescued you. As your savior, is it too much to make a modest request? Trek sat beside the overalls-clad Apis and affectionately ruffled her hair. Albies remained rigid, truly unable to move. Are you hungry? Have something to eat. Sanji. Ginger soup and food. Trick took the ginger soup and began to feed her in a forceful manner. He introduced her without restraint, saying, This child is named Albies. She is quite formidable. During the storm, she leapt from the mast of a naval warship in a leap of faith, and astonishingly, she survived. Just as Albies was about to speak, Trick shoved a large mouthful of food into her. As for why the Navy was pursuing her, it was for the bones of a millennium-old dragon. She fought fiercely for a venerable dragon she had never met. Furthermore, she possesses the ability of the whispering fruit, enabling her to communicate with animals. How do you know this so well? The others inquired. In truth, Albies is the reincarnation of the Lich King Arthas, the master of the Frozen Throne. I was guided by a divine presence in my dreams to bring her back to her rightful place. Trick rambled on. Nani, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. Who is Arthas? He appears to be quite formidable. What kind of king is he? Luffy inquired. That foolish brother of mine is at it again, Nami scoffed, thinking to herself how he never learns from the last time he was struck by lightning. Truly impressive. In my past life, I was also a general leading millions of subordinates. Usopp chimed in, boasting. Do not interrupt, Creek thought to himself. For your interjections would render the tale I weave utterly implausible. Apis was utterly bewildered, at a loss for words. Trick commenced narrating bedtime stories to the little ones, In the ancient era, several millennia ago, there existed a formidable class of sorcerers known as Lich, who commanded the mightiest of beasts. The Lich King was the sovereign among them. During this primeval age, monstrous creatures roamed freely, and humanity was but a fragile entity, struggling to survive. The intelligent demon beasts bore a semi-human form, while many of the magical beasts were colossal in size and power. Certain demon beasts possessed the ability to dominate some of the magical creatures. Presently, some races in the world are descendants of these demon beasts. The formidable magical beings that have survived are akin to the current sea kings, while the relatively weaker ones are large sea creatures and other beings. At that time, a fortuitous event led a human woman to save a semi-human demon beast, and over time, they fell in love. They bore a child, who inherited part of the demon beast's bloodline and awakened the ability to communicate with and command magical beasts. This child was none other than Arthas. Unwilling to accept the subservient existence of humanity, he relentlessly trained to grow stronger. He nurtured a cadre of human sorcerers, who ultimately evolved into a formidable Lich army. Riding upon the mighty dragon steed and wielding the seven-star holy sword, Arthas led this legion of Lich and commanding magical beasts, carving out a realm for humanity during the ancient times, earning the title of the uncrowned king. Humanity surpassed all other races, becoming the preeminent species, and they revered him as their hero. Upon his death, in his memory, humanity constructed a frozen throne atop the ice-crowned citadel, entombing his body eternally within it, for generations to venerate. As history ebbed and flowed, humanity experienced numerous rises and falls, and now, no one remembers the once great Lich King, Arthas. His renowned sword, the seven-star sword, became lost to the world, imbued with potent demonic power, rendering it unmanageable by ordinary individuals and prone to control, thus earning the epithet of the Cursed Sword. After millennia, through the passage of time and change, the soul of Arthas reincarnated. This rebirth was aligned with the Whisper Fruit and the ability to communicate and command magical beasts. The Whisper Fruit, in its mysterious wisdom, chose Apis as the reincarnation of Arthas. The heroic figure of humanity was now gazed upon with admiration by all as they revered Apis. At this moment, Apis became even more rigid, more shocked than when she learned she had fallen into the hands of pirates. I am beginning to believe it. Could it be true? The words are so vivid and compelling. Nami thought to herself, I can rescue you from the vast ocean. It is the guidance of the divine. Your past and present have been revealed to me in dreams. This is a fated encounter. I am your guide. I shall lead you to reclaim your former glory. Retrieve the holy sword, command the 1,000-year dragon, and reignite the dominion of the beasts over the world. Trick proclaimed passionately. Am I truly the reincarnation of Arthas? Apis asked weakly, her eyes shining with innocence and naivety. How else could I possess such intimate knowledge of your past? Everything is a revelation from the divine. Trick insisted with unwavering confidence. Moreover, how could your subconscious compel you to risk your life for an ancient dragon? The dragon trusts you implicitly. This is the bond of souls between former comrades. The courage to face the formidable navy alone. The luck of a small figure leaping from 100-meter mast in a storm and surviving. All these signs point to you being the child of fortune. The hero reborn. The king returns. In those days, the dragon knight Arthas wielded the seven-star holy sword, commanding countless beasts. The Lich King has already emerged. The 1,000-year dragon is about to return. The seven-star holy sword shall take its rightful place. Trick continued. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Trick. Not a pirate, but the president of the Adventurers Guild. I established this guild to end wars, reduce oppression and exploitation, and make the world peaceful and enjoyable. Currently, we are weak and in need of the assistance of the former hero, Lich King Apis. Thus, I hope that you, Lady Apis, will lend me your strength and join the Adventurers Guild to rescue all races from peril. Trick began his invitation. All right, if you can help me save Lord Dragon and bring him home, I will join the Adventurers Guild, Apis replied. Alas, cried Trek as he took out the horn of bluster and blew into it with great fervor. The horn exhibited slight cracks. Had he exerted too much force, straining the artifact beyond its limits? Trek contemplated the fissures. Note, the horn of bluster, Usopp when the listener believes your grandiose claims. Blowing the horn may render those claims a reality. Why have you suddenly started blowing the horn? Nami inquired. To summon the Millennium Dragons. Soon, the dragons shall arrive. Trek announced. Really? Then Lord Dragon will be able to find his way back. Apis exclaimed with excitement. Skoy. Millennium Dragons. Lich King. Luffy cheered. The seven-star holy sword? A human hero should also be a master swordsman, but alas, still too small. Otherwise, I could have had a spar. And she is a girl. If she ultimately becomes the world's foremost swordsman, Guena should. Zoro pondered. Is this a ruse? We saved a hero from the ancient era? Soon. I could boast about it. Usopp mused. Why does Nami's brother feel increasingly enigmatic? Sanji took a puff of his cigarette. Surely this group doesn't genuinely believe it. Nami thought, exasperated. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, my adventure guild has issued a quest. I entrust you with aiding the Millennium Dragons in their return home. Trek declared. You need not speak further. I shall agree. I wish to see the Millennium Dragons too. Luffy replied with a grin. There's a commission, chuckled Trick. I am the liaison for the Straw Hat Pirates. How much is the commission? We seem to be facing a considerable number of Navy forces. The fee cannot be low. Nami kicked Luffy aside, rubbing her hands as she inquired of Trick. Considering the difficulty, it starts at 5 million berries. Great. So what is our current status? Nami turned to ABIs and asked. We're headed to Battleship Island. Master Long is there. It's also my hometown. It's quite close to the doldrums. So we can change course and sail west. Nami studied the nautical chart. Wonderful. Thank you all. ABIs, clad in overalls, leaped up in jubilation. Late at night, the group dispersed to return home for rest. Were you just lying earlier? Nami secretly asked Trick as they settled into their room. Guess what? Trick exclaimed with a mischievous grin. Don't lead that poor child to her demise. She could end up being devoured by the Sea Kings. Nami retorted in exasperation. And what of that cursed sword? Is it real, or will you hand her a mere toy knife? After all, she is still just a child. Yet, isn't it every boy's dream to be a hero? Aren't girls meant to be princesses? You truly have a knack for persuading girls to become dragon knights. You will stop at nothing to entice children into the guild. She is still a child. Do not involve her in perilous affairs, Nami lamented. That's hard to say. Perhaps she is destined to be the future queen of the world. Trick mumbled. He contemplated that the whispering fruit grants the ability to hear all things. And with Abyss possessing a remarkable affinity, communicating with the Sea Kings could be attempted. Moreover, Abyss is indeed quite audacious, even more so than the boys, unlike timid Shirahoshi. Despite being the ancient weapon of the Sea Kings. As for the cursed sword, it seems that in the grand line, Abyss's pure heart should shield her from being controlled. Right? We shall see when the time comes. The seven-star sword inherently possesses the power to command and control, and combined with the Horn of Bluster, the Lich King who commands beasts could be born. A flawless logical loop. The next morning, the Mary sailed across the waters towards the Battleship Island. Behind them trailed a fleet of warships. Usopp shouted from the lookout. The warships commenced bombardment, demanding Abyss's surrender. Panic ensued among the crew as Abyss learned through a seagull of an impending violent storm. The Mary was swept away by the fierce winds, evading the pursuit of the warships, yet found itself caught in a windless zone. Alas! Nami exclaimed in panic. Quickly, turn back and row together. No, brother. Hasten and utilize your water-spraying abilities. Why? The crowd inquired. Because Abyss's monstrous army is approaching. Trek replied with a smile, then utilized a spatial pocket to spray water. However, it was evident that the small vessel fared better while the larger ship struggled. An army of sea monsters? The crowd murmured in confusion. Fools! This is the doldrums. The lair of the Sea Kings. Nami exclaimed. Quick! We need assistance. Why not have the Sea Kings carry us out of the doldrums, ABIs? Luffy suggested with a grin. I can't do that. ABI stammered, flustered. You imbecile! Do you actually believe what Trek said? Nami shouted angrily. Suddenly, the sea trembled violently, and a multitude of colossal Sea Kings emerged from the depths, lifting the merry-go along with them. How magnificent! The crowd gazed in awe at the colossal sea creature, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Abyss, you are truly remarkable, to have commanded such monstrous beings in your past life, Usopp exclaimed. A mixture of astonishment and dread evident in his voice. What terrifying power that must entail. Truly. The hero of humanity and the king of the human race is no mere legend, Sanji remarked in admiration. Such strength would be formidable even for a master swordsman. Zoro added, equally astounded. Fool, think of a solution quickly. If all else fails, brother, you must use that door. Nami cried in desperation. The ship is unstable. We can't use it. Chopper responded anxiously. How did Luffy and the others escape the doldrums? Chopper pondered deeply. Abyss has fallen. What a gigantic frog. I am here, exclaimed Trike, leaping forward with remarkable agility, cradling ABIs in his arms. Can you fly? Is this also a power of the devil fruit? ABIs inquired, perplexed. No. It is the Marine 6 styles. I shall teach you later. Trike replied. Marine 6 styles? Let us pluck the nostril hairs of that sea king, ABI suggested, her mind racing at the sight of the creature's nostrils. Nostril hairs? Oh, we can use them to make it sneeze. Trike recalled. Luffy, grab hold of me, Trike urged, asking Luffy to extend his arm and secure him, lest he fall behind. What are you two up to? Nostril hairs? That creature will sneeze. The others exclaimed in astonishment as they witnessed Trike and ABIs preparing to pluck the Sea King's nostril hairs. Once pulled back onto the ship by Luffy, ABIs raised her thumb in fierce approval. Achoo! The Mary was expelled from the doldrums, as if returning to familiar waters. Nami, there are no more Navy ships. Sanji. I thought we were doomed. Usopp. Not bad at all, exclaimed Luffy. Not bad. Abyss raised her thumb. Look at this guy, so reckless, asking me to pluck nose hairs. A true adventurer. Once a hero of the human race. Trock remarked. Fool. True courage is genuine valor. I fear, brother, that you might indeed lead her to her doom. Nami expressed her concern. After a lengthy voyage, the group finally arrived at Battleship Island. At Abyss's invitation, Luffy accompanied her to her grandfather Bogdan's home for months. Following that, Abyss guided the party to the cave of the Millennium Dragon. The group deliberated on how to locate the Lost Island. Trock understood that the Lost Island was, in fact, Battleship Island itself, yet he refrained from dissuading the others. Trock aspired to utilize the Millennium Dragon to uncover the concealed, mysterious island adjacent to Battleship Island, which could only be reached by traversing a tempest. This island served as an exquisite secret outpost, unmarked on maps and shrouded by an invisible barrier, rendering it difficult to detect. Additionally, enveloped by a cyclone. It lay within the eye of the storm, making it challenging for vessels to approach. Typically, one could only access the island via a door to another dimension, making it an ideal clandestine stronghold for the Adventurers Guild. How can we bring such a massive Millennium Dragon down the mountain if it can't fly? Sanji inquired. First, we need to create a cart, Nami suggested. No need. I have a backpack, Trock exclaimed, producing the adorable backpack. The adorable backpack, Daddy's daughter capable of transforming into various cute doll-shaped designs. When the target carries the backpack, enemies will prioritize attacking the doll backpack before targeting the wearer. And the backpack absorbs damage. It boasts a void volume of 10 cubic units, sufficient for accommodating living beings but not for preservation. How can you fit such a large Millennium Dragon into that tiny backpack? Nami scoffed. And why does this backpack look like that? What a bizarre taste. Nami fumed. Kawaii, exclaimed ABIs, as she petted the Nami doll backpack that resembled a pleading figure for a hug. Indeed, it seemed she was quite infatuated with her sister. Others chimed in with playful teasing. Ahem. Now, how many steps does it take to fit the Millennium Dragon into the backpack? Trick transformed the backpack to resemble a Luffy doll. The first step was to open the backpack. Trick yanked the opening, mimicking Luffy's wide mouth. The second step was to stuff the Millennium Dragon inside. He grasped the dragon's tail and pushed it into the bag. The third step was to close the backpack. Trick secured the zipper. The backpack, possessing a capacity of 10 cubic units, was somewhat inadequate to accommodate the enormous Millennium Dragon. However, with the backpack's unique rubber-like properties akin to Luffy's, it merely expanded slightly, effectively increasing its capacity. Trick was inspired by Luffy's abilities. Suddenly, it transformed into a miniature Luffy. The crowd stood in astonishment. What kind of devil fruit power does Trick possess? ABIs gazed on with keen curiosity. Let us embark, declared Chirk. It was nighttime. We shall discuss it tomorrow. Will it not be suffocating inside? Nami inquired. It will not, and I can poke my head out. This way, I can navigate while moving. Suddenly, a dragon's head emerged from the mouth of Luffy's doll, leaving everyone astonished. It resembles me. Can I do that too? Exclaimed Luffy, his eyes sparkling in delight. Thank goodness it's not me. That's quite revolting, Nami thought to herself. Very well, we shall set sail at dawn. The following morning, the Straw Hat Pirates embarked with the Millennium Dragon in tow. Having landed the previous day, they were already pursued by the Navy. On board, ABIs carried the adorable backpack containing the Millennium Dragon, which posed a challenge for the aging creature to navigate. Chirk instructed Usopp to fashion 2 makeshift wings to simulate the dragon in flight. Will this be effective? The crew pondered. Chirk, however, pressed his hand against the dragon's head to access its memories. Yet, the recollections were murky and convoluted due to the dragon's extensive lifespan, making it difficult to extract useful information. Note: memory projector, memory hippocampus after being enchanted. One can touch the head to access memories that the other is willing to reveal, and likewise can display one's own memories. Eureka! Eastward, Chirk glimpsed a fragment of the Millennium Dragon's memory, depicting its leap over a mysterious island to reach the Battleship Island. The Mary set its course to the east. That enigmatic island must remain concealed from the Navy. Measures must be taken, Chirk contemplated. A mercenary named Cyclone Eric, possessing the abilities of the Scythe Fruit, was aboard the ship, and his powers were indeed impressive. Depart without delay. Trek ascended into the sky using his water spray skill, then camouflaged himself as the Whirlwind Eric. Scythe Windblade. Dozens of wind blades were unleashed towards the mast of the naval warship, resulting in its shattering and leaving the ship immobilized. What is happening? How could the mast have broken so easily? The Navy was thrown into disarray. Is that a blade of wind? Eric exclaimed in astonishment, bewildered by the multitude of wind blades manifesting in the sky. Could it be that the adversary possessed a similar fruit ability? This predicament does not bode well. Eric, I require your explanation. How is it that these masts appear to have been severed by your fruit ability? The irate Admiral Nelson Rosen of the Gluttonous Pig Navy demanded. It was not my doing. The opponent may possess a fruit user akin to mine, Eric responded gravely. You had better be telling the truth. I have paid good money to employ you. Do not harbor any ulterior motives. Nelson Rosen threatened. What is this? Nami, Usopp, look. Luffy at the bow of the ship gazed at the mirror-like expanse ahead. The ship's bow began to vanish. Nami and Usopp stared in terror at the bizarre sight, crying out in alarm. We finally found the mysterious island, Trick exclaimed, filled with exhilaration. The Mary entered the concealed sea, enveloped by mist, soon followed by a tempest. There are islands in the eye of the storm, Usopp shouted. Advance towards the eye of the storm, Trick urged. The group disembarked, with Trick knowing that this was not the Dragon's Cave, but rather the island where the ancestors of ABIs resided. You may carry on as you please. I have matters to attend to. Please inform me before you depart. What do you intend to do? Nami inquired. This place is isolated from the world, unmarked on any map, making it an ideal secret outpost. I propose we establish the guild's hidden base here, Trek responded. It is so desolate, with storms raging outside, making it difficult for ships to reach. Nami remarked. Precisely, that is what ensures its secrecy. The guild can utilize the teleportation doors to access this location. In the event of a crisis, we can relocate personnel here and conveniently move the treasury as well. The treasury. Surely the guild's treasury holds a substantial fortune at present. I am somewhat of a relative to the president, am I not? Allow me a glimpse. Nami's eyes sparkled with excitement. Being accustomed to wealth does not serve one's ambition. You all should attend to your tasks. Hurry along. The sooner you depart, the sooner you shall return, Trek urged. Subsequently, Trek began marking the teleportation door, setting off for Windmill Town to find Makino. The others followed to the highest point on the island, eager to assess the situation and seek out the dragon's lair. Makino, please set aside any current matters. Trek called out to Makino, who was busy at her desk. What is it, President? It is rare for you to return, Makino responded. I have discovered a secret outpost. Please arrange for personnel to commence its construction. Where is it? The East Sea, situated near the inverted mountain and the doldrums, possesses a natural invisible barrier. Trek began to elaborate. It serves as an excellent outpost. The construction must be undertaken with care. The island is home to abandoned towns, lush vegetation, and rocky terrain. We should arrange for personnel to cultivate the land and utilize local materials for construction. Maintaining confidentiality is paramount. Once the team is assembled, I will use the door of all possibilities to transport them. Furthermore, I have recruited a child endowed with the Whispering Fruit. She will be a focal point for future development and will be brought over shortly. Have you abducted another child? Makino teased. Who have I abducted? Such slander. I have communicated with her grandfather. Currently, the only child is Lihua. Moreover, her guardian is accompanying her. Trek exclaimed, visibly agitated. One must not speak carelessly. I utterly despise human traffickers. I invited them to the guild for diligent study and self-improvement. This child is quite reckless. A true adventurer. I believe she is the reincarnation of a human hero. You must assist me in portraying her. This child cannot be foolish, can she? Makino expressed her concern. She might become the guild's most formidable beastmaster. The Whispering Fruit could enable communication with sea kings. Sea kings? Those colossal sea beasts. Makino was astonished, as she, being the person in charge, was privy to a wealth of information. This child is a treasure, albeit a bit wild. With proper nurturing, she will be the guild's rising star. Thus, This secret outpost was named Dragon Island. Trek mused. The island is adorned with dragon totems, likely once used to worship a millennium-old dragon. I will proceed with the arrangements. The guild has been quite busy lately. However, the core membership is somewhat lacking. Relying too heavily on outsourcing is not ideal. Makino remarked. The East Sea region should not require excessive combat strength for the time being. A flattened management structure can help avoid personnel bloat and bureaucratic tendencies. If there are registered members who are particularly outstanding and trustworthy, you can develop them into core members. Outsourced operations can enhance the competitiveness and optimization of entrusted teams. This way, the seasoned veterans can be timely eliminated, maintaining the guild's vitality and competitiveness. The guild must also disperse subsidies according to the highest historical rank levels to ensure those who contribute are rewarded, while preventing the later stage underperforming members from experiencing panic and internal strife, Trek stated. Subsequently, the guild arranged for a staff gathering. The primary personnel in the East Sea region were predominantly these individuals. I estimate I will head to the Grand Line in a few days. Are you going with Luffy? His bounty has reached 30 million now. For the time being, yes. Later, I plan to initiate an economic pilot in Alabasta, and the guild will prepare personnel and supplies for now. Alabasta? That desert nation. It seems to have been experiencing drought and desolation lately, Makino commented. It is also a populous nation with significant development potential. We should recruit and train more management personnel here. Alabasta will serve as the guild's headquarters for the first half of the Grand Line. After arranging matters, Trek hurriedly departed. The Straw Hat crew had returned and, from the architecture atop the mountain, deduced that Battleship Island was indeed the dragon's lair. They traversed through a tempest, leaving Dragon Island for Battleship Island. Near Battleship Island, the Straw Hats engaged in a fierce confrontation with Admiral Nelson Rosen's fleet. At that moment, the dragon's nest emerged, heralding the return of the Millennium Dragon Swarm and the hatching of Millennium Dragon eggs. Cyclone Eric defeated Admiral Nelson Rosen, intent on slaying a Millennium Dragon to obtain its bones. However, the Straw Hats triumphed over Cyclone Eric, who possessed the Scythe fruit abilities. Trick captured Eric and delivered him to the guild's Koya, instructing her to detain him, as these devil fruit users would prove useful in the future. Trick then leveraged guild connections to communicate with the remaining naval officers, suppressing news of the Millennium Dragons. The guild agreed to support the cooperating navy in becoming the next admiral and to bear the losses of this encounter. They subsequently commissioned the navy to patrol the route to Battleship Island, vowing to eradicate any encountered pirates, which delighted the naval soldiers. The blame for the incident was shifted onto Admiral Nelson Rosen and the internal strife with mercenary Cyclone Eric. ABIs, would you care to join us on the Grand Line? Luffy invited. Our bonds are so strong. Naturally, I wish to go, but I must remain to guard the dragon's lair. ABIs replied. Once the Millennium Dragon hatchlings grow here, they will leave and return in 1,000 years, Usopp remarked. Though I may not witness it, my descendants surely will. Thus, I must protect this dragon's lair for generations to come, ABIs declared. Ahem, are you foolish? Why not let them stay and take you flying? Besides, you are already a member of the Adventurers Guild. Trick admonished. How can I force them to stay? ABIs countered, I will join the guild. But I do not wish to leave Battleship Island. I must protect these Millennium Dragons. TSK. Your vision is too narrow. This world is vast. And with the flying abilities of the Millennium Dragons, they could traverse the globe in mere years. They likely only change their abundant habitats and return to spawn. This may not even be their sole breeding ground. If you wish to protect them, you ought to study and understand their habits rather than hastily encountering and departing from them. With the powers of the Whisper Fruit, you should cherish this ability to communicate and learn about the Millennium Dragons. You could very well become a dragon herder, leading the dragon swarm in search of food and habitats. Moreover, once settled, you could often ride a Millennium Dragon back to Battleship Island or seek us out on the Grand Line. After all, commanding a Millennium Dragon allows for swift mobility. You are the Dragon Knight, Lich King Arthas, a hero of humankind. How could you confine yourself here? Trick counseled earnestly. Well said. Nami nodded, pondering. But a Dragon Knight? Lich King? Trick, are you serious? Is it truly possible? Will the Millennium Dragons heed my call? Why not give it a try? Said ABIs. At that moment, the elderly dragon, Long Yi, croaked several times in response, conveying Abis's goodwill to the other 1,000-year dragons. Indeed, the ability to listen to the voices of all beings is remarkably convenient, thought Trick. Moreover, this was his very own airborne mobile force, a rare treasure in the pirate world where flying capabilities are limited. It could easily form an aerial transportation squadron, swiftly traversing the doldrums and delivering fresh ingredients from all blue. In the future, establishing a dragon courier service would be entirely feasible, allowing for the artificial domestication of these dragons rather than having them perpetually migrate in search of food. With this thought in mind, Trick proposed, in fact, rather than constant migration, there is another method that could allow the 1,000-year dragons to stay by your side for the long term. This would also facilitate their protection. And to safeguard them, you must grow stronger. Our guild could offer shelter and food as compensation, enabling the 1,000-year dragons to undertake transportation tasks. ABIs. You would be perfect to oversee this. As for the rumors surrounding the longevity of dragon bones, our guild can help clarify them. After all, if such effects truly existed, there would have long been large-scale breeding of 1,000-year dragons in this world. Is it possible? ABIs felt a stir in her heart, after all. A hasty farewell made it nearly impossible to meet again after a millennium. The key lies in your need to become formidable. First, communicate with various creatures and marine beasts. Then attempt to converse with the Sea Kings. Ultimately, dominate these magical beasts, for with such powerful entities at your side, who would dare covet your Millennium Dragon? Devote time to developing the Whispering Fruit. In the future, if you can enlist sea beasts to draw ships and communicate with the Sea Kings, establishing an adventurers' guild along the trade routes in the Calm Belt, you shall truly become the sovereign of the transportation realm. Trek painted a vivid picture. Really, I shall give it a try. Abi's eyes sparkled with excitement, for she was a wild child brimming with adventurous spirit. Hiding in a military ship was not her style. You can frequently ride the Millennium Dragon to befriend the Sea Kings in the Calm Belt, unravel their nesting distributions, formulate reasonable routes to avoid them, and even tame some to escort or transport. Should you require assistance, you may seek Miss Makino. And you must attend the Guild's training academy to study various disciplines and hone your combat skills. In the future, you shall also serve as a beast-taming instructor, teaching more students and expanding your team. School. Teaching. ABI suddenly felt overwhelmed. After all, she had often been regaled by her grandfather with tales of ancient dynasties all day, leaving her with a psychological burden. There will be many classmates at school. You can find like-minded companions to protect the Millennium Dragon together. Moreover, you can learn biological knowledge, facilitating a better understanding of the habits of the Millennium Dragon and other creatures. Trek transported ABIs to Makino through a portal. The reckless child you mentioned is actually a girl. Makino exclaimed in astonishment. Did I not mention she was a girl? Trek pondered, thinking it was all the same. I leave her in your care, and here is the logistics development outline I have prepared. ABIs will primarily be in charge of biological transportation, and we can gradually establish the ELLBLUE franchise restaurants thereafter. Initial prices may be high, but as the routes are established, costs can be reduced. ABIs leaned against the massive floor-to-ceiling window of the Grand Guild, her eyes wide in wonder as she gazed at the diverse array of people and activities outside. In the training area, some were learning combat techniques, others practicing shooting. Some were honing their swordsmanship, while others trained animals. In the plant cultivation base, there were numerous peculiar plants, including a flower with a large mouth and peas that spit seeds. The animal breeding base also housed many rare beasts, including one with a rooster's comb resembling a fox, another with a mane like a lion, looking akin to a lion itself, a creature with long rabbit ears and fur, resembling a snake, and a gorilla with a mushroom head growing from a box. Are you polite? Common inquired. Crook has taken some of the creatures from the Beast Island back to the guild for cultivation, with plans to establish a rare beast zoo. While the original Beast Island will be preserved as a nature sanctuary, the zoo is not merely a prison for these extraordinary animals. They will have designated working hours and can even take shifts. After work, they are free to roam and return to Beast Island. Naturally, their activity areas will be confined to the guild's private territory, as there are concerns about poachers. The guild offers ample and diverse sustenance, along with numerous recreational facilities. During their shifts, the creatures will engage in activities such as taking photos with people, interacting, and playing. The guild even facilitates matchmaking, and many of the rare beasts seem quite enamored with their new life. Additionally, this is the guild's emblem, a smiling face with starry eyes. The stars symbolize fun, while the smile represents joy. Crook casually provided this information. Great. I will promptly arrange for the creation and marking of it. What about this child? Makino inquired, glancing at Abyss. First, they should learn some fundamental knowledge: arithmetic, language, physical fitness, common sense, first aid, science, biology, history, geography, politics, swordsmanship, marksmanship, combat, culinary arts, navigation, painting, wilderness survival, special operations, reconnaissance, and counter-reconnaissance, Crook enumerated, counting on his fingers. Wait. As Abyss listened, her heart grew increasingly anxious. Could she not study? Or perhaps only learn one or two subjects? No. You were once a hero of the human race, the Lich King. All these must be learned. They are elite courses, taught by renowned masters. In the later stages, you can focus on your specialties, but you must also have a grasp of others. After all, understanding your opponent's combat methods is essential for devising strategies against them. Could you spare me? I'm still just a child. Abyss, with tears in her eyes, looked at Trick with a pitiful gaze. She regretted her decision. She had been a carefree girl, picking flowers on Battleship Island every day. Now, she was to become a pitiful student enslaved by a terrifying demon. No, education must begin at a young age. A strong child makes a strong guild, Trick asserted. Remembering his own struggles, always desiring to tear away the umbrellas of others, Abyss felt as if the sky had fallen. She once had a carefree life laid out before her, but she had not cherished it. Now, in her loss, she experienced the greatest sorrow of all, regret. If heaven could grant her another chance, she would tell that life 3 words, I love you. If she had to assign a time frame to that love, she would wish for it to last 1,000 years. Opportunities for outdoor activities also existed, such as riding a millennial dragon to tame or communicate with the Sea Kings. Trick added, I shall tame the Sea Kings. Near Sea Kings. I, the Lich King, can easily conquer them, Abyss declared, raising her thumb confidently. Compared to the terrifying courses, the Sea Kings suddenly seemed endearing, like her saviors. Years later, whenever someone asked the great demon Lord Abyss what had shaped her into who she was today, she would recall that daunting curriculum and towering piles of homework. Her desire to avoid countless classes and assignments had driven her to dominate the beasts. Ah, Abyss, come here, Trick exclaimed, handing Abyss 5 energy capsules. Ouch. Why did you hit my head? Abyss retorted with an angry face. Awaken the primal power within you, Trick teased before slipping away. Upon returning to Battleship Island, Trick hurriedly boarded the Mary with a small boat, catching up with them. Look, there's a big fish, Usopp shouted. Fool, I've told you several times, that's Trick, Nami replied. Quick, get on. A storm is approaching. Trick leaped aboard the Mary, battling the storm. The crew worked together as the Mary surged up Reverse Mountain. With joy on their faces, they rushed toward the Grand Line. Aren't you all celebrating too soon? Trick said, opening his spatial pocket and beginning to spray a large amount of seawater to slow down. Nanny? It's a whale. Turn the helm, Nami shouted anxiously. The steering wheel just broke. Usopp panicked. Trick, that's my designated spot, Luffy exclaimed as he was about to head to the cannon room to slow down. Noticing Trick standing on the figurehead of the Mary, it seems I must take action. Crook ascended directly onto the head of the Melly Sheep and retrieved the flat pan belonging to the Red Wolf. Note, the Red Wolf's flat pan, Carmen, causes any being struck to be propelled away without harm, the distance determined by the force of the blow, while proclaiming, I shall return. Subsequently, it will hasten back to the position of the pan. What does he intend to do? The crowd pondered in confusion. No way. From the looks of it, he seems poised to strike a whale with a frying pan. Is he a fool? Does he truly believe that a frying pan could propel such a massive creature? Come down. It is perilous up there. Unfazed, Trick assumed a stance as if preparing to swing at a baseball. A resounding bang echoed through the air, leaving my ears ringing with discomfort. I fear I am becoming deaf. What? The crowd was taken aback, their expressions akin to that of a meme. Before them, a colossal whale was sent soaring by a frying pan, emitting a tremendous cry. Chopper must surely interpret the whale's lament as, I will return. The merry-go safely descended, and Luffy's special seat remained intact. Is Zoro truly astonished by the newfound strength of Frankie, capable of sending such a massive whale flying with but a single frying pan? Saved, Nami exclaimed, collapsing onto the deck in shock. How could such a colossal whale exist here? Indeed, the Grand Line is no ordinary place. That whale will surely return. Trix remarked. Then we must flee. Hoist the sails, Nami urged. It's too late, Trick exclaimed, gazing at the enormous shadow beneath the sea. Contemplating it was time to meet Colocus. A gigantic whale's mouth suddenly engulfed the Mary, evoking the sensation of an abyssal maelstrom. You're still laughing, you fool, Nami chided, shaking Trick vigorously. Are we dead? Where are we? The group looked around at the peculiar space in the small island. Look, it's the Great King Octopus. They prepared for battle. 3 harpoons struck the great king octopus, and it promptly met its demise. An old man emerged from the island, exuding an air of authority, and settled down to read the news. Then, Sanji, Zoro, and Coloca's engaged in playful banter. Trick observed, realizing Vivi must be up to mischief inside the whale's body. This time, Luffy hadn't fallen behind, and he needed to investigate. Trick, where are you going? Nami called out as she saw him gracefully stepping away. Trick is flying again. Teach me to fly too. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. How could a pirate know the Marine 6 styles? Coloca's questioned, puzzled. Who are you, really? I am Monkey D. Luffy, destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy boldly introduced himself. The Pirate King? An interesting little brat. You're not traitors to the Marines, are you? Coloca's inquired with skepticism. Cough, cough. We are not traitors. Although my grandfather was in the Marines. Luffy replied. Nan, the rest of the Straw Hat crew was taken aback. Indeed, aside from the Navy traitors, how could anyone possibly exhibit the 6 powers of the Navy so evidently? Your grandfather was in the Navy, and we were unaware of it. How could you embark on a journey as a pirate? Should your grandfather then forsake familial ties for the greater good? Has your grandfather retired? If captured in the future, will he be able to leverage connections to secure his release? The crew surrounded Luffy, bombarding him with questions. A grandfather is a grandfather, and I am my own person. No one, not even my grandfather, can deter me from my dreams. Luffy declared resolutely. Ah, truly, the rebellious phase has arrived. Kuroka's remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Bang. Mr. 9 was unceremoniously tossed onto the ship by Truck, while Miss Wednesday found herself cradled in the arms of Truck. Who is this enchanting lady? Truck. Release your filthy hands and allow me to embrace her. Sanji, with hearts in his eyes, dashed towards Truck. What? Sanji, are you seeking your own demise? This is the wife I have acquired. Truck kicked Sanji aside. Jealousy has distorted my visage. Sanji, biting his nails with envy, glanced around, wishing to find one of his own. It seems these 2 ruffians remain here. Coloca's furrowed his brow. Moments ago, I forcefully kicked open that door and found them both sprawled out. Truck explained. They wouldn't be rendered unconscious behind the door by your foolishness, would they? Silly brother. Am I to have a sister-in-law so soon? Nami forced a smile. They intend to hunt Laboon, the very whale itself, as long as I draw breath. I shall not permit them to lay a single hair on Laboon. Coloca's declared. Do not utter such words. I shall assist you in dealing with them. I happen to have matters I wish to discuss with you. Truck responded. Suddenly, the entire space trembled as Laboon collided with the red line. Coloca's hurried off to administer a tranquilizer to Laboon. The merry-go was guided through the great door in Laboon's belly, and the group finally escaped from the confines of Laboon. Coloca spoke of Laboon's past. Just as Luffy was about to break the ship's main mast to make a pact with Laboon, he was sent flying by a kick from Truck. Luffy, what do you intend to do? Truck questioned. I aim to plant the mast upon Laboon's head and forge a new agreement with him. Luffy declared. Fool. The crowd immediately pummeled Luffy, leaving him with a bruised visage. Allow me to take charge. Labu is a companion I wish to invite, proclaimed Churik. Aren't you all on the same team? Kuroka's inquired, perplexed. Let me introduce myself. I am Churik, the president of the Adventure Guild. I would like to extend an invitation for you and Labu to join my guild. Churik continued. Adventure Guild? What is that? I am but an old relic and cannot withstand the trials of adventure, Kuroka's declined. The Adventure Guild primarily offers services and commissions for adventurers. You need not partake in any perilous endeavors. Currently, the guild seeks to dispatch some exceptional medical students to learn from you, Mr. Kurokas. The former ship's doctor of the Pirate King. Really? Exclaimed the members of the Straw Hat crew. You actually know. Are you a member of the Navy? Kurokas inquired. No. Our guild has a vast range of operations. Collaborating with the Navy is quite normal. Moreover, we have ample sources of information that can assist Labu in locating his former companions. Trick responded. What a joke. It's been 50 years. The Rumbar pirates are likely long gone. Kurokas doubted, sensing that Trick was deceiving him. You must believe in the power of miracles. This world is filled with extraordinary things like devil fruits. What is truly impossible? Trick asserted. Providing Labu with hope and encouraging him to work hard can help him forget the past, can't it? If you join the guild, we will do our utmost to assist you in finding information about the Rumbar pirates, Trick persuaded. Surely you do not wish for Labu to wander the red line indefinitely, ultimately suffering and perishing. I have no issues with providing medical guidance, but what exactly do you want Labu for? Kurokas pressed. I intend for Labu to engage in transportation for the guild. He can swallow supply ships and deliver them directly to their destinations. This method is swifter than navigating the seas and is impervious to harsh weather. He can even submerge to evade pirates. Traversing the doldrums will pose no challenge. Trick proposed his vision. The doldrums are home to sea kings. It is unsafe for Labu to traverse that area. Kuroka's warned. Labu is about the size of a sea king himself. Few sea kings would dare to attack him. Furthermore, our guild is already developing routes through the doldrums, with dedicated personnel scouting to avoid sea king nests. We have also negotiated safe passage with certain sea kings already. Sea beasts are transporting ships laden with sea prism stone along the doldrum routes. In due time, Labu can also carry some sea prism stones to deter the sea kings. Trick elaborated on the guild's measures. Is your guild already that formidable? That technology regarding sea prism stones seems to be exclusive to the Navy, Kuroka's remarked, slightly astonished. We exchange our safe route maps with the Navy in mutual benefit. This makes traversing the doldrums considerably safer, Trick explained. He recalled how ABIs had been actively engaging with sea kings, or rather, idling, not anticipating such swift developments. She had directly sketched several safe routes and expressed her intent to complete the entire doldrum map before slipping away. ABIs simply wanted to voice her struggles. The workload was overwhelming, and the assignments seemed never-ending. Completing one set of exercises merely led to another. She could only numb herself with work, seizing any opportunity to escape and enjoy life. There are numerous dangers along this grand line, and I fear for Labu's safety. Kuroka's continued to voice his concerns. Wait a moment, exclaimed Trick, contemplating whether he could procure any useful items now that he had entered the grand line. He dashed to the side to examine the system. His mischief points stood at 588, a result of the recent changes throughout the East Blue that had accelerated the accumulation of these points. He decided to exchange 300 points for a capsule toy, retaining 288 points for future use. Among the available items were the doubling pill, doubling fruit, which allowed the user to magnify or minimize their size by 100-fold, and the heart chocolate, Makino, which, when consumed, would make someone fall in love with the eater, albeit with the side effect of clinginess lasting for a day, 10 pieces per box. There was also the Russian roulette gun, Rain Banquet, which could be imbued into capsule toys and required usage or consumption to take effect. It enchanted the target when hit, allowing the user to fire one shot at themselves before they could attack the opponent, with bullets firing randomly. Additionally, the dance battle speaker, Dance Powder, would instigate a dance-off whenever a fight was intended, accompanied by localized rainfall. Finally, the sleeping apple, Poison Cue, would induce slumber upon consumption, with awakening possible only through a kiss from someone of the opposite sex. Such valuable items, particularly that heart chocolate, truly a game-changer. Ahem, I am a serious individual. Trick hastily quelled his immature thoughts. He decided to give the doubling pill to Labu to enhance his mobility and passage capability. With this in mind, Trick set off to find Kurokasu. For Labu's safety, our guild is willing to offer a miraculous pill, allowing him to freely alter his size, expanding up to 100 times his current dimensions or shrinking to 100 times smaller. If he were 100 times larger, few sea kings could harm him. And if he were to shrink, he could navigate the upward currents of Upside Down Mountain with ease. Is there truly such a pill? I have never heard of it. Could it be a devil fruit? Kurokasu questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. Certainly not. You can see for yourself. Our guild possesses many wondrous items, Trick replied. We can indeed vouch for that, Nami added from the side. I can now speak with Labu. You should also hear his thoughts, Trick said as he donned a pet collar and hurried off to find Labu. Note, the pet collar, ABIs, allows communication with other species. Does this fellow, like the Straw Hat Kid, possess the ability to converse with animals? How fascinating. Kurokasu remarked, observing Trick's peculiar affinity for the collar. Do not misunderstand. The collar around his neck grants him the ability to communicate with animals, not a peculiar obsession, Nami clarified. After an engaging exchange of camaraderie between Trick and Labu, the latter agreed to Trick's invitation. After all, even if Trick could not locate the Rumar pirates, the effects of the doubling pill would enable Labu to traverse the Red Line and the Calm Belt without hindrance. Seek out the Rumbar pirates on your own, simultaneously transporting goods while searching for them, multitasking at its finest. Trick and Labu have made a pact. Labu will join the guild and contribute his labor, while Trick will assist in the search for crew members. Trick has provided Labu with a doubling potion. It appears you have all come to an agreement. I harbor no objections, although, I must admit, I shall feel somewhat lonely without Labu. Kuroruka sighed as he settled back into his reclining chair. Loneliness is hardly a concern. In the future, many medical students will come to study here, so as long as you do not mind the commotion, it will be quite lively. Labu frequently traverses Twin Cape to transport goods to the North and West Seas. Therefore, you will see him often. On occasion, you may accompany Labu on his deliveries. Leaving Twin Cape? Though Kuroruka's is the lighthouse keeper, he has ventured away in the past, following Roger. Whether or not he tends to the lighthouse is of little significance. Recently, however, that rascal Buggy claimed that I am cursed and must not leave lightly. Should I depart, misfortune will surely follow. As you know, I was a crew member of Roger's ship, so you must have heard of this curse. I certainly wish to avoid an untimely demise, Kuroruka's remarked to Trick. Ahem. That is of no concern. Did not Buggy mention that after all these years, the potency of your curse should soon wane? Trick replied, his face tinged with awkwardness. Nami stifled a laugh nearby, while Luffy and the others frolicked atop the shrinking Labu's back. Buggy will not be joining your guild, will he? He has been spouting nonsense. Regardless, you shall be fine. As for everything else, who knows? Trick cast a sidelong glance at the sky, whistling nonchalantly. It appears that this guild is indeed up to something. However, it is not necessarily a negative development. With this thought, Kalokas decided not to dwell on it any longer. Please wait a moment. I shall go fetch someone. Trek exclaimed, pulling out a portal to the guild's outpost in Loguetown. What a remarkable ability. Kalokas was astonished by Trek's actions. Getting used to it is all that matters, Nami remarked, expressing her desire to visit Loguetown for some shopping. However, following the previous incident, it was now inconvenient for her to appear there. Clabatel, where's Kaya? Trick inquired, glancing at Clabatel, who was busy at his desk. Welcome, esteemed president. Miss Kaya has personally gone to accompany Bartolomeo. Clabatel replied. Haven't we located the fruit yet? If necessary, send someone to keep watch. If we miss this opportunity, I might be compelled to resort to extreme measures to acquire it. Also, contact Kaya and bring her back. I intend to have her seek a mentor. Never mind. Just report the location. I shall go myself, Trick declared. Extreme measures? It seems the president has a method to obtain the fruit, Clabatel pondered. As he reported the location near the port, where Bartolomeo frequently received shipments. Watching Trick disappear in haste, Clabatel thought, I hope the president can recognize Kaya. Trick searched the rooftops near the port, growing increasingly frustrated without finding Kaya. Instead, he noticed Bartolomeo embroiled in a heated argument with a young girl, exchanging harsh words. At that moment, the girl appeared to consider herself a formidable figure, or perhaps she regarded Trick as merely a little girl. With her gray and white hair, adorned with a black skull bandana and a series of rebellious braids, her tightly bound chest revealed a smooth abdomen. A steel needle dangled from her mouth, while she wielded two large knives, clad in a heavy metal jacket and a punk-inspired leather skirt, with knee-high studded boots. A striking black tattoo adorned her thigh, depicting a heart pierced by a needle, symbolizing love amidst chaos. Here, I am in charge. I collect protection fees, so you get lost, the girl exclaimed, balancing on a barrel, brandishing her knives, and commanding a group of followers with a fierce demeanor. Who is this madwoman? Does she not know this territory belongs to the great Bartolomeo? Bartolomeo retorted, raising his middle finger in defiance. The two continued their verbal clash, never resorting to physical confrontation. Resembling two dogs restrained from fighting, Trick observed the girl from a distance, increasingly perplexed and alarmed, filled with questions that made him question his own reality. Unbeknownst to him, he had drawn closer, now standing beside the two quarrelers, scrutinizing the girl with keen interest. The two combatants finally noticed his presence. Honey, you finally come to find me. I've missed you so much, the girl exclaimed with delight, embracing Trick tightly and gazing into his eyes with undeniable affection. The familiar sensation, the heartbeat. The familiar scent of blood, though now transformed from a fruit knife to a watermelon knife, and adorned with piercing metal studs, left Trick bewildered. What on earth had transpired? Where had the innocent maiden, the affluent heiress gone? Even a lovesick girl would have sufficed. However, the thrill of this new persona was undeniably exhilarating. Despite the discomfort from the sharp adornments, Trick internally lamented, tinged with a hint of excitement. Baby, it turns out you were here all along. I searched for you for quite some time. Do not lower yourself to the level of those insignificant characters. Let us return and enjoy some watermelon. Trek wrapped his arm around the slender waist of the young girl and headed back, leaving Bartolomeo and a group of minions bewildered in the wind. The transformation was astonishing. The fierce leader of the underworld had instantly morphed into a charming darling. Oh, that fellow just called me insignificant. Bartolomeo, realizing this, was about to explode in anger. But in the blink of an eye, the pair was nowhere to be found. Where did the boss go? The young girl's followers frantically searched. But they could not locate her, causing them to scatter like startled birds. The girl and Trek vanished in an instant, reappearing in a desolate alley. Honey is my favorite toy. The girl cooed as she leaned against Trek. It was confirmed. This young lady was indeed Koya. Trek finally recognized her. What is this attire? He stammered, feeling a sudden prick of discomfort. Don't get too close. How annoying. I'm adopting this persona to complete the mission and seize resources from the green-crested fowl more efficiently in order to locate the barrier fruit. Koya playfully punched Trek in the chest. Trek pondered the lingering effects of the Yandera pill. Never mind. Let us hurry. They are waiting over there. I will take you to a renowned healer. This is the ship's doctor of Pirate King Roger, and it took considerable persuasion to secure his agreement. Koya exclaimed, Only Honey truly cares for me. The master I hired is of the highest caliber. She rewarded Trek with a kiss on the neck. You are too immersed in the role. Stop acting. There's no one here. Let us go, Trek said, shivering as he pushed Koya away. Opening a portal, the two arrived at Twin Cape. Brother, you have finally returned. Who is this? Nami was at Kuroka's gathering information about the Grand Line when she turned to see Trek emerging from the portal with the stylish girl. It's been a while. Nami, Koya exclaimed, embracing Nami and planting a kiss on her neck. After all, Nami bore a striking resemblance to Trek. Kissing Nami felt akin to kissing Trek himself. Nami inhaled sharply, momentarily losing her composure, for in addition to her sensitive neck, the nails below were quite piercing as well. Who are you? Do we know each other? Nami asked, reluctantly pushing away the clingy little girl. How rude. It's been such a short time since we last met, and you don't even recognize me. You're still in my room, you know. Kaya teased, playfully shaking Nami's hand. Room? What? You are Kaya. Nami's eyes widened, repeatedly confirming the identity before her. What on earth had happened? Trick, what have you done to her? Nami grabbed Trick by the collar and shook him vigorously. You need to let go of her, Nami. Kaya exclaimed, brushing Nami's hands away. I don't know. I just asked her to follow the underworld leader. She got too immersed in her role. At first. I didn't even recognize her. Trick shrugged helplessly. The commotion drew the attention of the Straw Hat crew, who were playing with Laba nearby. Lovely lady. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Sanji appeared before Kaya with love-struck eyes. What a cool outfit. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Is that a sword? A watermelon knife? Zoro mused, eyeing the watermelon knife in Kaya's hand. Who is she? Is she a new recruit of yours, Trick? Usopp inquired. Ahem. Kaya. Trick was taken aback that Usopp, who had grown up with him, was equally confused. Why are you bringing up Kaya? Is something wrong with her? Usopp asked. Gripping Trick anxiously, a mix of confusion and concern evident on his face. Nami and Trick were rendered speechless. I mean, this uniquely styled young lady is Koya, Trick emphasized. Covering his face. Nan. The Straw Hat crew gasped in astonishment, with the exception of Sanji, who felt no sense of dissonance as it was his first encounter with Koya. Are you jesting? Usopp exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at the young girl before turning to Frankie. It's Usopp. Long time no see, you feeble creature. And you're still alive. Koya taunted, addressing the swordsman with the knife-throwing style. Straw Hat Luffy. It's been ages. She continued with an air of superiority. Who is this golden-haired handsome fellow? Knife-throwing style? I yearn to engage her in combat. Zoro declared, his expression a mix of agitation and the sensation of being preyed upon by a ferocious beast. I am the rubber man of the Straw Hat crew, not a scarecrow. Luffy corrected, digging into his nose. You just called me handsome. Sanji fainted, blood gushing from his nose. Feeble. You're still alive. Koya's words echoed persistently in Usopp's mind. He stood frozen, his backpack dropping to the ground, utterly disheartened, as the winds of his youthful days seemed to vanish. This curly-haired lad needs treatment, Koya remarked, kicking the fainted Sanji for analysis. Ahem. Pardon the interruption. Is this young lady aspiring to study medicine? Dr. Kuroka's interjected, breaking the conversation. Yes, indeed. She possesses exceptional knowledge of human anatomy, pharmacology, and toxicology, capable of easily diagnosing various ailments. Wielding a scalpel as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables, Frankie boasted about Koya to Kuroka's. Human anatomy? Chopping vegetables? Kuroka's observed Koya, adorned in delinquent attire, wielding a watermelon knife, and his lips twitched. He thought to himself that her expertise in human anatomy must stem from excessive practice and dismemberment. And was he certain that was a scalpel and not a watermelon knife? Very well. Follow me. I shall test her. Kuroka's declared, striding toward the small house. Farewell. Straw Hat Crew. And Hani. Koya blew a kiss, her hands clasped behind her back, 2 watermelon knives tucked at her waist as she followed Kuroka's into the small abode, leaving the rest wide-eyed and Usopp in a stupor. What on earth did you do to her? She was perfectly fine before we left. How did she join the Adventurers Guild and turn into this? Usopp awoke from his stupor, shaking Frankie vigorously. Frankie promptly retaliated with a swift knock to Usopp's head, stating that the guild does not interfere with its members' interests in attire as long as it isn't excessively bizarre. She used to be cooped up for too long. Now she has liberated herself. Previously, she was merely a caged canary. Now she is an eagle soaring in the sky. It is the guild that allowed her to experience the vastness of the ocean. How can you blame her for wanting to revel in freedom? Usopp was left speechless as Frankie expounded passionately, his eyes darting around. Where is my wife? Frankie suddenly realized Vivi was missing. My home has been stolen? Wife? That blue-haired woman? I didn't notice. She vanished in the blink of an eye. Nami replied. Fortunately, I took their record pointer. She will surely return. Certainly. Crocodile conducted a thorough search of the 2 individuals, the kind that is quite proper. If it were otherwise, Crocodile could hardly restrain his own impulses. You actually possess a log pose. Nami exclaimed in astonishment, having just learned from Kuroka's that navigating the Grand Line necessitates such a device. A resounding explosion echoed from afar. It was Vivi, the unfortunate member of the ill-fated duo, having failed in her mission to silence her target. Lab, save her, cried Trick as he reached Lab after a month. Vivi and Mr. Nine emerged from the water's surface, sputtering. Cough, cough. They were saved. The pair coughed violently, expelling the water that had entered their throats. Trick gently patted Vivi on the back. Thank you. Cough, cough. Vivi expressed her gratitude to the considerate young man before them. Subsequently, the 2 knelt, beseeching the Straw Hat Crew to escort them back to Whiskey Peak. Amidst a flurry of discussions, Luffy resolved to take them to Whiskey Peak. Trick, however, stood aside, lost in thought. A prodigy. Indeed, a rare genius of a century. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from Kuroka's small house. Kuroka's emerged, addressing Trick. This young lady is far more remarkable than you described. Your earlier portrayal was an understatement. In many respects, she has surpassed me. And I find there is little I can teach her. I only need to share my years of medical experience and research notes with her. Nan and I. The crowd was taken aback, for just a short while ago, Koya had been frail and her studies in medicine were still in their infancy. It's not as simple as it seems. Mastering medicine requires more than just having hands. Dissecting a few bodies, administering poison, and understanding detoxification are basic skills that anyone would grasp. Koya languidly strolled over, exuding an air of nonchalance. Dissection? Poisoning. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Is the field of medicine truly so macabre? What had Koya endured that made such gruesome practices seem trivial compared to her eclectic style? The current Koya was a stranger to Usopp, evoking a sense of trepidation within him. Vivi and Mr. Nine, upon hearing these words, gazed at this medical prodigy with an air of defiance, suddenly feeling as though they had inadvertently wandered into a den of wolves. She appeared more villainous, while they felt like the protagonists of righteousness. The guild had provided an abundance of medical texts, and Koya's extensive travels throughout the East Blue, where she treated ailments, had naturally honed her skills. Trickery was at play. After all, Kirabatel had reported Koya's actions, detailing how various pirates were captured and dissected, only to be sewn back together and restored to life. Those who were not ill were subjected to a myriad of viruses, subsequently cured, in an incessant cycle. Even the fearsome fishman dragon had become material for Koya's research. She had long lamented Trick's decision to leave behind fewer live specimens, which hindered her ability to conduct comparative studies and diminished the thrill of her research. Those vile pirates and brigands, subjected to Koya's relentless methods, had been reduced to quivering messes. Those who had committed no crimes returned home to their fields, obedient and subdued, haunted by nightmares, relieved that they were no longer on the operating, dissection, table. Most terrifying of all was Koya's penchant for fishing for justice, masquerading as a delicate, wealthy young lady, though she was indeed of noble birth, wandering alone in regions plagued by pirates, enacting a piratical rendition of a Chinese ghost story. The title of Yandere, which instills terror in the hearts of wrongdoers in the East Sea, while simultaneously serving as a beacon of hope for countless ailing patients, resulting in a highly polarized reputation. It is worth noting that due to the peculiar nature of the Yandere pill, Koya's powers fluctuate unpredictably, leaving even Trek perplexed. After all, he hesitates to unleash his full strength, and as Trek's prowess grows, their battles become a seesaw of dominance. With moments of triumph followed by instances of defeat, one cannot ascertain whether Koya is merely holding back or possesses an exceptional capacity for learning. Note, the Yandere pill Koya, when consumed by the frail and ailing, it allows for the swift identification of ailments. When enraged, it unleashes a terrifying combat prowess alongside a slightly Yandere personality. The weaker the body, the stronger the effect, while robust health temporarily nullifies its potency. I sense the aura of a formidable warrior. You wield a blade. Are you not a swordsman as well? Shall we engage in combat? Zoro suddenly challenges Koya. Feeling humiliated by the mockery surrounding his knife-throwing skills, and the unnerving sensation of being targeted by a fierce beast is quite unsettling. Have you lost your mind? Zoro, even if Koya wields a watermelon knife, she remains a delicate female doctor. That knife is merely a prop. Usopp interjected. Green algae head. How could you possibly raise a blade against such a lovely lady? If a fight is necessary, come at me, Sanji exclaimed, delivering a kick towards Zoro. Deflecting Sanji's kick, Zoro retorted, You fools, cannot you perceive the presence of a true warrior? The bloodlust emanating from her is palpable. The aura of a specter looms ominously. It is as though she has emerged from a battlefield of carnage. What has she endured during this time? What? Zoro, have you lost your mind in your obsession with swordplay? Usopp expressed disbelief. That is hardly a justification for your aggression. Koya-chan, she is so adorable. How can one raise a hand against her? Sanji scoffed, taking a drag from his cigarette. Bloodlust? Spectre aura? What do those even mean? Is it not normal for a doctor to carry a sin of blood, especially a female doctor who experiences such occurrences monthly? Nami remarked, speechless, pondering whether Zoro is merely seeking vengeance under the guise of ridicule. Creaking with disbelief, Trick pondered whether Zoro truly possessed such acute instincts. The East Sea had recently transformed into a veritable graveyard for pirates, largely due to Kia's significant contributions. The originally designated combatants, the Sword God and the Sword Saint, were now idling away, having been sent by Trick to Frost Moon Village for training. However, Kia's kill rate was disappointingly low. Most adversaries succumbed to a mere strike or stab, only to be captured and taken for research purposes. The heavy atmosphere of blood in the operating room was quite normal, as was the presence of ominous energy, especially when dissecting corpses. Come forth, blade toss style. The East Sea is merely teeming with weaklings. I wonder if you're among them, Kia teased, twirling her braid and licking her lips as she advanced towards the clearing at Twin Cape. Hey, Kia, have you lost your mind? Zoro has clashed blades with the world's greatest swordsman, albeit he ultimately faced defeat. Usopp interjected from the sidelines, attempting to dissuade her. Curse it. Upon hearing Usopp's incessant taunting of his wounds, Zoro uttered a curse, donned his bandana, grasped the sword Enma, and brandished his twin blades as he followed suit. He contemplated whether this time, having prepared his weapons in advance, he would avoid misplacing them. Are you not going to intervene, brother? Nami inquired, casting a glance towards Frankie. Frankie shrugged nonchalantly. Our guild operates with a degree of freedom. Just observe. I too am eager to witness the prowess of those two. Impressive, Luffy exclaimed, reveling in the excitement of the moment. Go, Zoro, don't let us down. Ugh, just don't lose your swords. Zoro wore a grim expression, burdened by frustration. Here I come. 360 troubles. Just as Zoro was about to unleash his technique, the sharp clashing of swords resonated violently. As Koya swiftly drew two watermelon knives from her waist before Zoro could fully articulate his move, Zoro, overwhelmed and retreating step by step, was drenched in sweat and bewildered, utterly unable to perceive Koya's watermelon knives. Clang, clang. The blade in his mouth was sent flying. Clang, clang. The knife in my left hand was also sent flying. With a sharp clang, the knife in his right hand was sent flying. At this moment, Zoro lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, his body unscathed. Yet his spirit was struck by 1,000 blows. The initial movements of his technique were excessively lengthy and ostentatious. It would be prudent to first master the grip of the blade before delving into the art of swordsmanship. How foolish of him to wield such a clumsy style. Two large knives were deftly sheathed at his lower back, while Yasa extracted a steel needle that pierced near his heart and placed it back in his mouth. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the same Koya who could barely walk 2 steps without succumbing to a coughing fit? Her combat prowess now seems capable of overwhelming everyone present, rivaling even the great Mihawk. Only Trick noticed Koya's reckless action of plunging the steel needle near her heart. She was indeed playing with fire. While the peculiar properties of the Yandra pill could grant her overwhelming strength in an instant, it lacked any regenerative qualities. A fatal blow would undoubtedly lead to her demise. If that needle pierced her heart, it would spell disaster. Are you out of your mind? You could inadvertently find yourself dead. Trick pulled Koya aside, reprimanding her in hushed tones. Honey, you truly care for me. Fear not. I possess a comprehensive understanding of human anatomy and acupoints. The more intense the battle and the greater the anger, the faster the heartbeat, which amplifies the needle's effect and consequently enhances my combat power. Koya crossed her arms and squeezed them together. As long as I can regulate my emotions, I can deftly control my strength, far more flexibly than with previous medications. So, honey, just thinking of you will significantly accelerate my heartbeat, but you lack any self-healing abilities. The damage from the needle is irreversible, correct? Trick inquired, perplexed. To be pierced by thoughts of you warms my heart. I willingly embrace that painful affection. Koya feigned agony while clutching her chest. Can we be serious? Is it truly safe to stab your heart? Trick glanced at her bandaged chest, swallowing hard. Do not worry. That position will merely induce rapid fatigue, allowing me to manage my emotions and heart rate, with no lasting effects post-battle, Koya explained while biting the steel needle. Continue your training as normal. Do not recklessly employ this ability. Trick insisted. Fear not, darling. I can effortlessly eliminate ordinary foes without relying on this, Koya chuckled, patting her chest confidently. What are those two whispering about? They even seem to be laughing. Jealousy twisted Usopp's features as he discarded his usual drab green bandana, joining Sanji's disfigured crew. After Zoro's defeat at the hands of Mihawk, the humiliation of being bested by Koya again must be even more profound. After all, Mihawk is the world's greatest swordsman, and not long ago, Koya was merely a frail girl. Nami expressed her concern. Koya is truly formidable. With her around, we'll never lack for challengers. Buck up, Zoro. Luffy encouraged the exhausted swordsman lying on the ground. In that moment, Zoro shielded his eyes with his forearm, tears streaming silently down his face. Kuina, can you see me up there? The notion that a swordswoman could never become the world's strongest due to physical limitations is utter nonsense. Yashikich, are you polite? Right here stands an extraordinary swordswoman who has only trained for a few days. If Zoro were aware that Koya had never trained in swordsmanship, he would surely be astounded. Zoro, you're crying again. Don't be sad. Luffy attempted to console him. Fool, these are tears of joy. I am elated to have encountered such a powerful opponent. Zoro rose to his feet, retrieving 3 blades, his resolve tempered through relentless trials. At this moment, he paid no heed to the taunts. Instead, he made a steadfast determination within himself. If Koya could attain such strength, then nothing in this world was impossible. He vowed to carry forward Kuina's dream and become the world's greatest swordsman. Naturally, Koya would seek to challenge him again in the future to reclaim her honor. Koya was temporarily left at Twin Cape by Trek, while Labu summoned ABIs to discuss their tasks. Observing ABIs, who was blissfully free from classes, Trek felt a sense of bittersweet satisfaction. Ultimately, Trek presented a pet collar to Koya, instructing her to don it while the subsequent task coordinators would take on the transport duties. Why not have Labu wear it? Obviously, the collar would not fit an island whale. As for ABIs, Trek sent her back to continue her lessons, leaving her with tear-filled eyes as she glanced back at the guild with lingering reluctance. Woof, woof. Master, pet me. Koya, adorned with the pet collar, playfully mimicked a puppy, sticking out her tongue and raising her paws. Poof. Chopper couldn't help but exclaim, realizing there were others present nearby. Then let's play when no one is around. That's not what I meant. Then what do you mean? I don't mean anything. To be honest, the pet collar paired with Vivi's punk-inspired attire was quite fitting. If we don't leave soon, I might just be overwhelmed by cuteness. Chopper hurriedly boarded the Going Merry, setting sail towards Whiskey Peak. On the Merry, the weather on the Grand Line was capricious. Just moments ago, the sky was clear, but suddenly, heavy snow began to fall. The carefree Luffy and Usopp were frolicking in the snow, while Sanji was shoveling it, and Zoro, the sleeping god, was in a deep slumber. Have you seen Chopper? And where did that blue-haired woman go? Nami inquired of Mr. Nine in the living quarters. I don't know either. Maybe she went to the restroom? Mr. Nine replied, equally puzzled. Upon boarding, Miss Wednesday had vanished, likely unable to hold it in any longer, so he tightened his blanket and continued sipping hot tea. You fools. You're not guests. Get out and help shovel the snow, Nami exclaimed, giving Mr. Nine a firm shove outside. Honestly, these people are truly troublesome. This weather is utterly unpredictable. Meanwhile, in Nami's room, don't do that. I'm going to scream. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will pay you any mind. Help? You really are screaming. Miss Wednesday, or rather, Nefertari Vivi, princess of the Alabasta kingdom. Chopper had just boarded the ship when he stealthily captured Vivi and brought her to Nami's room, attempting to frighten her with a wall slam. To his surprise, Vivi genuinely cried for help. He had no choice but to cover her mouth. Right? Use your hand, not like in those melodramatic dramas where they use their mouths. Vivi thought to herself, I was terrified at that moment. After all, this guy's subordinate is a notorious madman. With her true identity revealed, Vivi's face was now a portrait of fear, her eyes wide open. Chopper, using his other hand, gently brushed through her hair to remove her hairband, causing her blue wavy locks to cascade like a waterfall. Indeed, she was a stunning beauty. Chopper marveled at the transformation in that instant, while Vivi remained frozen in fear. Villains often have their looks misrepresented, with droopy brows and squinty eyes, but once they turn heroic, they possess thick brows and bright eyes. The moment my identity is exposed, my beauty is unlocked. How fascinating. The two stared at each other for a long while, with Chopper making no further moves and Vivi too afraid to stir. The atmosphere gradually becoming somewhat awkward. All right, no more jokes, Chopper said, feeling a bit embarrassed as he averted his gaze and sat down on the sofa, thinking that he was indeed ill-suited for the role of a domineering CEO. Please, have a seat. Let us converse. Chopper patted the sofa beside him in invitation. Vivi cautiously perched on the edge of the sofa and asked nervously, would you like to discuss about the situation in the Alabasta kingdom? I trust you are already aware of Crocodile's plot to usurp the throne. Trick poured a cup of coffee and handed it to Vivi. How do you know? Vivi asked, somewhat astonished. Had they not just arrived from the East Sea as pirates? How could they possess such knowledge? This information was something she had uncovered after a prolonged period of stealth and surveillance. I am not a pirate, Trick clarified. I merely took a ride on the Straw Hat cruise ship to conduct business in the Grand Line. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Trick, and I am the president of the Adventure Guild. Our guild accepts various commissions, including those aimed at saving nations. As our first business endeavor in the Grand Line, we can offer you a discount. Adventure Guild? I have not heard of it. Is your guild particularly powerful? Vivi inquired. Our guild currently specializes in the East Sea. You must have noticed that little doctor. Her strength is not to be underestimated. Is it truly formidable? Vivi pondered, unaware of Zoro's combat prowess and lacking any concept of Kai's ability to easily defeat him. Ahem. We are well informed about all matters concerning the Alabasta kingdom in the East Sea, which clearly demonstrates our guild's intelligence capabilities. To speak candidly, the East Sea is essentially under the dominion of our Adventure Guild, Trick boasted. Vivi had initially harbored some belief, yet now she found it to be somewhat disingenuous. Crocodile is indeed one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Under the auspices of the world government, he is a pirate authorized to plunder. Can you truly contend with him? There is no need for concern on that front. After all, you need not pay the remuneration up front. Compensation will be rendered upon task completion. Entrusting this to our guild incurs no losses. So, what remuneration do you require for thwarting Crocodile's treacherous plot? Currently, Alabasta is engulfed in turmoil and lacks substantial funds. Our guild seeks no payment. Rather, we shall provide financial assistance to your nation to alleviate its plight. But we require the unwavering support of the Alabasta royal family. Monetary aid? Support? Vivi was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Sensing that she was merely leaping from one conspiracy into another. What precisely does your support entail? Do you seek positions among Alabasta's ministers or noble titles? Vivi perceived this as an ambition to wield power, rendering the royal family a mere puppet. Observing Vivi's guarded demeanor, Trek pondered for a considerable time before continuing. Given your nation's current predicament, even if the war were halted, the issues plaguing Alabasta would remain unresolved. The scarcity of water and the fragility of its economic structure are the fundamental challenges that persist. Crocodile has merely intensified these contradictions. In truth, he has indirectly spurred your nation toward reform. As a descendant of one of the original 20 who established the world government, Alabasta bears no celestial tribute. inherently alleviating some burdens. Yet, after all these years, the nation remains impoverished. The royal family's light taxation has not fundamentally enriched the country, merely dangling the lives of the lower classes, and in times of drought, they are utterly helpless. For 800 years, this issue has remained unsolved, with the populace merely struggling to meet their basic needs, a clear dereliction of duty on your royal family's part. In comparison to your so-called beautiful homeland that has remained unchanged for 800 years, Crocodile's ambition to establish a new ideal state is, in fact, more progressive, even though his ultimate intentions may not align with this. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. As a member of the royal family, enjoying the privileges and wealth that come with it, one must also fulfill the corresponding obligations and responsibilities. Vivian found herself rendered speechless by Trek's words. Reflecting on her childhood, she recalled how little Ko Sha had once questioned their father for not rescuing their parched village. The king had replied that the weather was dictated by divine will, and that a sovereign was powerless against the forces of nature, only capable of attending to human affairs. Ultimately, he could only alleviate their plight by curtailing royal expenditures and facilitating their migration to other oases. Lies do not inflict harm. It is the truth that cuts like a blade. Once a carefree princess, Vivian now felt, after Trek's remarks, that the royal family had indeed been living off the fat of the land. Although compared to other nations, Alabasta, under the rule of Nefert, did not overtly exploit the lower classes, allowing the populace to enjoy relative sustenance. They were utterly helpless in the face of natural disasters, where hunger and death became the norm. Stopping Crocodile would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. This underscored the significance of my presence here. Our guild's mission is to enhance production, foster global communication, alleviate hunger, eradicate war, and create a relatively peaceful and engaging world. Trek rose to articulate his dreams and his purpose for coming to Alabasta. The crux of Alabasta's problems lies in its aridity and its singular economic structure. However, Alabasta is not devoid of water. The St. Dora River boasts a vast basin area, and its water resources are reasonably adequate. By constructing dams to store water, they can mitigate both droughts during dry seasons and floods during rainy periods. Of course, dam construction upstream may lead to saltwater intrusion at the estuary, necessitating the construction of coastal barriers to control maritime passage through sluice gates. Nevertheless, specific measures must be grounded in thorough field research, for without investigation, one lacks the authority to speak, and practice is the only criterion for truth. Once water is stored in the dams, canals must be excavated to redirect the abundant freshwater flowing into the sea towards farmland and deserts. These large canals would also facilitate navigation for vessels and enhance local trade. To combat soil degradation, afforestation is essential to stabilize the sand, enhance fertility, cultivate arable land, and increase food production. While these projects are indeed challenging, the existence of devil fruits and Vegapunk technology in this world offers a viable means to harness their power for constructive purposes. It is lamentable that many choose to apply these resources to warfare. The correct application lies in production and development. Once basic survival is assured and resources are abundant, the next step is to address the issue of economic singularity. A subsistence economy reliant on agriculture and textiles is inherently fragile. Although Alabasta possesses vast territorial expanse, its ecological structure is relatively uniform, and its climate is similarly consistent. A significant disaster would have far-reaching consequences. At such times, it becomes imperative to procure food and other resources from nations unaffected by calamity. However, Alabasta lacks other decisive commodities to exchange for food, leading to a complete economic collapse. Therefore, it is imperative to develop various industries to enhance economic resilience. This way, during times of national food shortages, the country can procure supplies from abroad. And due to its possession of resources and technologies sought after by other nations, it will not fall victim to exorbitant pricing. The first step must involve exploration to identify the nation's mineral resources, initiate mining operations for revenue, and establish industries. Old Shah, known as Shah Crocodile, is particularly suited for this task. Once funds are secured, the country can attract investments, acquire and develop technologies, promote education, and build a reserve of skilled personnel. Moreover, Alabasta boasts vast territories and tourism resources, which can be leveraged to develop the service industry. For instance, hosting various global competitions and offering desert excursions and adventure activities can attract numerous participants and tourists, generating ticket sales, enhancing the nation's reputation, endorsing products. and auctioning broadcasting rights. All these endeavors can yield substantial revenue and invigorate the economy. With adequate funding, it becomes possible to recruit and cultivate formidable individuals to support a powerful army that embodies the interests of the entire populace. This army, dedicated to safeguarding a nation where every citizen thrives in peace and happiness, would be invincible and undeterred by any calamity, let alone treachery. Through this transformation, Alabasta could evolve from a significant nation into a global powerhouse, even guiding the world and rescuing those suffering from hunger and conflict in other countries. Just as China has never been confined to auspicious lands, enduring harsh terrains such as wilderness, swamps, deserts, and pestilent jungles, it has been shaped through generations into a fertile land, proving that humanity can triumph over nature. Trick paced back and forth in Nami's room, occasionally bowing his head in contemplation, at times engaging in grandiloquent discourse, growing increasingly animated. As he spoke, he suddenly realized the room was eerily quiet. Vivi had not uttered a word. Turning to her, he found her staring blankly with her large, watery eyes. He waved his hand in front of her face. But Vivi remained unmoved, seemingly oblivious. Was she dazed? Did she not comprehend his words? Though Vivi appeared calm at that moment, a tempest brewed within her. Trick painted a splendid vision of a nation, a world unlike any other. To hear his words was more enlightening than a decade of study. Previously, she had only been educated in court etiquette, understanding superficially how royalty should conduct themselves with grace and refinement. Although she knew the importance of caring for the populace, her knowledge was limited to mere awareness, devoid of practical application. In the aftermath of the drought-induced rebellion, she had merely flitted about, undercover at the Baroque Work Society, desperate to halt the conflict without grasping the true demands of the citizens. It seemed her efforts could not alter the course of events. Everything she did felt utterly insignificant. Yet, a preacher has now emerged, a guiding light capable of leading our nation away from the clutches of war and famine towards prosperity. May I apply to join your guild? After a prolonged silence, Vivi finally mustered the courage to speak. Is that all? Of course, you may. And you can even become a core member, as we are destined for profound collaboration ahead. Trick, relieved to see Vivi finally respond, sighed in relief. Grateful that his efforts to communicate were not in vain, for he had momentarily feared she was merely a wooden figure, wasting his emotions. Yet, in Trick's heart, the notion of her becoming his wife held greater allure than merely joining the guild. At that moment, Vivi was not devoid of excitement. Rather, she had transcended the very bounds of exhilaration. Had Trick's mere display of prowess been sufficient to thwart Crocodile, she would have leaped with joy, embracing him in tears of elation. However, Trick's remarks had shaken her worldview, leaving her mind somewhat in disarray. Suddenly, Trick reached out and pinched her cheek. Ouch. What are you doing? Vivi protested, swatting his hand away while rubbing her reddened cheek. Should we allow our adventurer-esque guild to undertake the mission of preventing war and transforming Alabasta? Provide me with an answer. Trick inhaled deeply. Absolutely. As long as you can deliver. The royal family of Alabasta will fully support the Adventurers Guild. I will speak with my father. I will ensure he consents. No matter what. Vivi felt her cheeks flush as she observed Trick's determination. It's a deal. Now, let us venture forth to assist. The Grand Line is fraught with unpredictable weather. A storm is likely imminent, so be wary of slacking off, lest Nami decides to unleash her wrath. With that, Trick grasped Vivi's hand and exited the cabin. Where have you been hiding, you slacker? And you? Are you Miss Wednesday? Nami inquired, momentarily failing to recognize Vivi with her hair down. We just went to the restroom. Both Trick and Vivi replied in unison, exchanging a glance. She went in first. They said simultaneously once more, then fell into silence. What is this? You two are so peculiar, holding hands to go to the restroom together, Nami remarked, her disdain evident as she observed their intertwined fingers. As they were momentarily lost in their thoughts, Trick and Vivi, who had just been holding hands, quickly released each other in silence. Suddenly, an iceberg loomed ahead, prompting Nami to instruct everyone to manage the ship and lower the sails to evade the impending obstacle, thus alleviating the awkwardness between the two. The unpredictable weather of the Grand Line left the crew in a flurry of activity, and after much chaos, they finally reached a moment of calm, collapsing onto the deck and gasping for breath. At that moment, a just-awoken Zoro, disapproving of the crew's lethargy, received a thorough beating from Nami. Indeed, idleness often begets dire consequences. Trek and Vivi exchanged glances, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement at Zoro's predicament. Upon arriving at Whiskey Peak, Just as Vivi was about to warn Trek about the traps that lay in wait, he interjected, assuring her that he was already aware, thus halting her words. Vivi and Mr. Nine took the lead, as Vivi intended to communicate with her subordinate, Icarus. They were warmly welcomed by the residents of Whiskey Peak, indulging in food and drink, while Trek and Sanji found themselves at a table, both reveling in their mischievous antics. The Straw Hat crew succumbed to intoxication, leaving them in a state of oblivion, while the residents, bounty hunters, prepared to set their plans into motion. Although Icarus was Vivi's subordinate, he was currently a member of Baroque Works and felt compelled to align with the majority's intentions, also seeking to gauge the strength of the person the princess spoke of. Zoro quickly discerned that they had entered the stronghold of bounty hunters, and as he appeared atop a building, the bounty hunters were taken aback. Just as Zoro was about to spring into action, "Hold on," exclaimed Trike, interrupting. "Are you not intoxicated either?" Zoro halted upon recognizing Trike. "In gratitude for the warm hospitality extended to us, I present a sum of 100 million berries. Let everyone partake. Harmony breeds prosperity. So let us refrain from resorting to violence." "Nanny, the Straw Hat Pirates possess only a few tens of millions of berries, which stirred the hearts of the crowd. If we capture you, that fortune shall belong to us," one person exclaimed. "Everyone, behold my fist." Crocodile raised his fist high. "What does he intend to do?" The crowd murmured in confusion. With a swift punch, Trick generated a powerful gust of wind, then activated the detonator in his hand. In the distance, the cactus rock erupted in a violent explosion, losing a significant portion. The onlookers stood agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Will you accept my gratitude? Or shall you experience the force of my fist?" Trick inquired politely. The individual who had shouted moments earlier swallowed hard. "If there are no objections, Mayor Eichelm, you may distribute the funds." Eichelm, dazed, accepted the box of money. "Everyone, feel free to return to your slumber. Disperse," Trick declared. Though, as a member of the Baroque Works, such actions could invite organizational punishment, the sight of that fist compelled the crowd to take their share and flee. Trick harbored no desire to create unnecessary bloodshed. After all, these bounty hunters were quite adept at hunting pirates. Moreover, the lovely ladies were eager to attend to him. And he was not as ruthless as Zoro. Recently, Trick had infused his power with an additional 1,500, bringing his total energy level to around 2,600, enabling him to unleash a formidable punch. However, generating such power from a distance seemed somewhat exaggerated. Hence, he had strategically placed a substantial amount of explosives on the cactus rock using moonwalk, timing the detonation precisely to unleash the so-called King's Fist, capable of obliterating the 4 emperors in one strike. After the crowd dispersed, Nami, pretending to sleep, found not a single berry in the bounty hunter's lair. Upon hearing that there were 100 million berries being distributed, she became exhilarated. Yet, her spirits plummeted upon realizing that it was Trick who was distributing the 100 million berries, adhering to the belief that her brother's money was hers. Nami rushed out and delivered a sharp slap to Trick, vigorously shaking him. "You fool brother! My money! My money!" It was only when Trick mentioned he had a commission for the Straw Hat crew, costing 200 million, that she was pacified. Vivi watched Trick's dealings with a furrowed brow, suddenly feeling as though she had been swindled by a middleman, though thankfully she had not spent a dime. What just transpired? How could there be such a colossal explosion, greater than my nose-picking bomb? Mr. Five and his partner Miss Valentine appeared on the street. "Mr. Five, Miss Valentine, what brings you here?" Eichelm exclaimed in surprise. The duo then revealed their purpose, to address Vivi's royal identity. Vivi immediately sought refuge behind Trick. For the first time, Trick felt the weight of the crowd's trust. Evidently, the King's Fist held considerable deterrent power. Clearing his throat, he said, "Ahem. Zoro, you take care of them. I fear I might reduce them to ashes." "Why should I listen to you?" Zoro retorted, disgruntled. Nami delivered another slap to Zoro. "You still owe me money for borrowing to buy swords back in Loguetown." Nami launched into a tirade, leaving Zoro with no choice but to reluctantly take action. Trick gazed thoughtfully at Miss Valentine's string fruit abilities, not due to an appreciation of the view beneath her floating skirt, but pondering whether this was a gesture of goodwill. "I shall refer to her as welfare sister." The two were effortlessly defeated by Zoro and fell unconscious, upon awakening to relieve himself. Luffy grasped the situation and resolved to accept the commission. Eichelm intended to disguise himself as Vivi, setting sail alone, while Luffy, Nami, and the others would accompany Vivi to the shore for her farewell. Trek pondered over the unconscious forms of Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day. Their next target was the elderly Sand, who had evidently been weakened in this version. After all, a character capable of matching Barrett cannot be weak. Especially in his own territory, the Sand fruit is truly insurmountable, lacking formidable combat strength here, although Luffy could be empowered by his protagonist aura. Trek did not plan to follow Luffy all the way, as there were numerous strategies to orchestrate. As Alice stated, the Akatsuki organization understood that two individuals traveling together ensured safety. Yet, as for Kaya, it was best to refrain. Further arrangements were needed for their journey to Drum Island for training, and Kaya's combat prowess was too taxing on her body, failing to counter natural types. The Sword God and the Sword Saint were too weak, capable only of dealing with minor foes. A hard control strategy could not withstand long-range attacks, nor could it contain those without the will to fight. As for Yarlbed, the slippery fruit was also unsuitable. Observing the two unconscious figures, Mr. Five and Miss Valentine's Day, presented an excellent opportunity to convert foes into allies. It was a matter of mutual benefit without remorse. The nose-pick man was utterly revolting, yet this generous Miss Valentine's Day, whose real name was Makino, caught his attention. Trek bypassed Mr. Five, hoisting Miss Valentine's Day away. A violent explosion echoed across the sea. It seemed Ikelim's ship had been destroyed. The Straw Hat crew hurriedly gathered Vivi and the still slumbering Sanji. While Usopp returned to the ship, Trek intercepted Vivi and Nami, granting them both an additional 500 strength. "Brother, have you empowered me again?" Nami inquired, feeling the surge of power coursing through her. Vivi, too, was astonished by the sudden influx of strength. "I shall not accompany you to Alabasta for now, as I have matters to arrange, but I will catch up promptly. Nami, you should depart first and prepare for departure. I have something to discuss with Vivi." Seeing the two seemingly intimate, Nami giggled quietly and left. Trek produced a Lux cigarette, a Russian revolver, and a sleeping apple, placing the sleeping apple capsule into the revolver. Then handing both the gun and the cigarette to Vivi. Note: Lux cigarette. Sanji lighting a Lux cigarette will grant fortune for a time. Note: a box contains 20 sticks. Russian revolver. Rain Feast can load capsule items. Characteristics that require use or consumption to be effective can be directly enchanted onto the target struck. Each time one fires, they may attack on the next shot. Bullets are fired randomly. Sleeping apple. Toxic Q, consuming it induces slumber. Only a kiss from a member of the opposite sex can awaken the sleeper. "What is this?" Vivi asked, her face etched with confusion. The gun, loaded with bullets designed to induce slumber, could strike Crocodile, even though he belonged to the natural element. As long as he did not evade, the effect would take hold, plunging him into sleep, from which only the kiss of true love could awaken him. In truth, any member of the opposite sex could rouse him. Trek had intentionally woven the notion of true love from fairy tales into this, wickedly pondering whether Crocodile would require a kiss from a beloved boy to awaken. As for the cigarette, it was a good luck charm, essential to offset the peculiar characteristic of the Russian revolver, which required one to fire upon oneself before the next shot could target the opponent. This ensured that shooting oneself would be a fortunate state, avoiding injury. To clarify, lighting the good luck cigarette would bring fortune. However, smoking is detrimental to health, thus it suffices merely to light it without inhaling. What peculiar items these are, Vivi remarked with curiosity. "Come aboard. You can inquire with Nami, who is well aware of my myriad of wondrous tools. There is no need to elaborate now. Let us depart." Trek lifted Vivi and boarded the ship, setting sail. At that moment, Robin seemed to be riding a turtle on the sea. Never mind, they could discuss it next time, as she would inevitably become a member of the Straw Hat crew. With this thought, Trek departed the dock. Upon returning to town, Trek carried Miss Valentine's Day, Machida, as he ascended the towering cactus rock, the site of the crater he had just created, still reeking of explosives. Trek had been meticulously observing the characteristics of Machida's heavy fruit, harboring a tentative hypothesis. Once confirmed, Machida could potentially become a formidable ally. After the dissolution of the Baroque works, Miss Valentine's Day had been apprehended by the Navy while attempting to rescue her comrades, only to be saved later by Miss Golden Week, indicating her deep sense of loyalty. However, she currently remained on the opposing side. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to win her over, cultivate her trust, and avoid the risk of betrayal. Trek extracted a box of heart chocolates. Examining the properties of this item, heart chocolate, Machida, consuming this will cause you to be fond of the giver, though it may lead to clinginess, with effects lasting for a day. Each box contains 10 pieces. Alas, only a day's duration. It seemed he would have to complement it with persuasive dialogue and skillful acting. The classic trope of heroically rescuing a damsel never fails. Trek rolled on the ground, tearing his clothes and soiling them with mud and blood, removing his shirt. He activated his disguise fruit, causing grotesque wounds to appear on his back, his complexion turning pale. He then wrapped bandages around his body, allowing blood to seep through. He also splattered his own blood onto Miss Valentine's Day. This was a new skill he had developed with the disguise fruit, dubbed severe injury disguise. Trek discovered that with sufficient imagination, the potential for development was vast and not merely confined to the simple descriptions provided by the system. In fact, clothing could also be altered through the disguise fruit. Although it lacked precision, if he accidentally reverted to his original form and the wounds vanished, it could be claimed he was healed, but if his clothing suddenly appeared new, it would surely expose him. Particularly, Trek planned to spend some time with Miss Valentine's Day, thus adopting a guise of authenticity. He produced a handkerchief, dampened it, and gently wiped her face. She was quite lovely, though her beauty was obscured by the villainous filter of circumstance. Ouch. The chill of the cloth roused Miss Valentine's Day from her stupor, and as she held her head, she beheld the disheveled figure before her. Wide-eyed, she exclaimed, "Isn't that the person from across the way just moments ago? You are awake. Your Baroque agency is truly terrifying. Upon failure, they resort to silencing their own." Trek feigned nonchalance as he coughed violently, spilling blood. "You saved me? Are you injured?" Miss Valentine's Day observed Trek's near-death state with concern. "Those pursuers favor using high-powered explosives. Fortunately, I managed to shield you by leaping away just in time when the explosion occurred." Trek sat cross-legged on the ground, appearing utterly spent. "Are you all right? You're not going to die, are you?" Miss Valentine's Day hurried to support Trek, only then noticing the blood-stained bandages on his back. She also discovered numerous splotches of blood on herself, yet miraculously, she bore no significant injuries. Suddenly, a wave of emotion washed over her. It was a common practice within the agency to execute those who failed missions with explosives. Hence, she held no doubts. For it was easy to imagine how perilous the situation had been. He had shouldered all the harm for her sake. Was this her moment of illumination? She felt enveloped in a profound sense of security. "Thank you. I am Makino. What is your name?" The typically confident Miss Valentine's Day found herself somewhat bashful. "Not at all. My name is Trek." For a moment, Makino was at a loss for words and inquired about the subsequent events. "What happened afterward? What of my partner? Where are the others? Did the pursuers leave?" "I did not see your partner. The others fled, and the pursuers pursued them. It was inconvenient for me to continue with the Straw Hat Pirates vessel while carrying you, so I stayed behind to look after you." Trek replied, partly in jest. "Are you not part of the same group?" Makino sat on the ground, intrigued. "I am not a pirate. I merely sought passage to the Grand Line to expand my business." Trek sat cross-legged beside her. "Expand your business? Are you a salesman?" "Ah, something of the sort. I promote guild services." At this moment, Trek coughed genuinely, rather than feigning. "Guild?" Makino inquired with curiosity. "I established a guild." Trek succinctly elaborated on the Adventure Guild and his aspirations. "Your dream is truly magnificent." Makino praised, expressing profound admiration for Trek, her fondness for him growing with each moment. After all, Trek was not only kind-hearted but also a young, affluent, and handsome success story. "And you? What dreams do you harbor, Makino?" "I. As a member of an assassin organization, what dreams could I possibly have?" Makino replied, her spirit dimmed, though secretly, her heart longed to open a chocolate shop. "You can no longer return to the organization. You are no longer a member of the assassin group, and it remains perilous, as you must constantly guard against their pursuit. Why not join my guild?" Trek suggested. "The guild can offer you protection, and our affiliated departments boast a plethora of career choices. Is that feasible? Do you mind that I was once part of the Baroque Works?" Makino asked, a mixture of hope and concern in her voice. Baroque Works primarily focused on capturing pirates. It is not a deed of utter wickedness. It was, in essence, a noble endeavor. Our guild also engages in such activities, with better benefits. And we do not resort to silencing individuals at the drop of a hat. "What must I do now?" Makino asked, her excitement palpable. "For the time being, accompany me as we expand our business on the Grand Line. Our first destination is Alabasta." "Your injuries?" "It's nothing. I will recover in due time. I typically refrain from engaging in battles and bloodshed. I prefer to win others over through virtue. As a token of welcome, please accept this chocolate." Trepidatiously, and with a hint of awkwardness, Trek presented a heart-shaped chocolate, meticulously wrapped in an elaborate gift box, extending it with both hands. Note: heart-shaped chocolate. Makino consuming this chocolate may evoke affection, though it carries the side effect of clinginess, lasting for a day. Each box contains 10 pieces. Trek appeared uneasy and clumsy due to his guilty conscience for misdeeds, yet in Mikado's eyes, his demeanor was merely a reflection of shyness. Oh dear. Machida's cheeks flushed as she began to engage in a whirlwind of thoughts. Was it truly appropriate to present such a gift upon their first encounter? How did he discern her fondness for chocolate? Was he, perhaps, too shy to express his affection, using the guise of a newcomer-esque gift as a means to convey his feelings? Who on earth bestows heart-shaped chocolates as a mere token for a newcomer? No wonder he risked his life to save her. It appears he was smitten at first sight. After her mental tumult, Machida concluded that this was indeed a confession of love. She was inclined to accept. No, thank you. Machida nearly blurted out her thoughts, murmuring softly to herself. Nervously, she accepted the heart-shaped chocolate and unwrapped it, taking a bite. It was exquisitely sweet, melting smoothly in her mouth. Was this the essence of love? Willing? Willing for what? It seemed she had whispered, "I am willing," but it was too faint to be heard clearly. At that moment, Trek felt a twinge of uncertainty and failed to catch her words. Unbeknownst to Trek, under the influence of his selfless act of bravery, coupled with the confession, misunderstanding, and the enchanting qualities of the heart-shaped chocolate, Machida's mind was ablaze. What troubles you? Trek inquired, gazing in bewilderment at the blushing, wide-eyed Machida, who was fixated on him. He pondered whether the affection stirred by the love chocolate was truly so intense as her cheeks burned like molten iron. This fervor of attraction could only last for a day. How could he deepen their bond? Perhaps a date? A meal? A movie? While Trek contemplated these notions, Machida suddenly lunged at him like a ravenous tiger, knocking him down as she seated herself on his lap. What are you doing? Stop that. Don't behave this way. I will scream. Even if you were to cry out until your throat was raw, no one would heed your call. It was now Trek's turn to experience a classic scenario. As Machida pinned him down, the details of their struggle were too numerous to recount. Trek genuinely wished to resist, and indeed wanted to call for help, not in a trivial sense. He was acutely aware that Machida possessed the power of the heavy fruit, weighing a staggering 10 tons. The more he struggled, the heavier she became, rendering him utterly immobile and on the brink of a catastrophic fracture. With his life hanging by a thread, Trek resorted to the illusion known among sea enthusiasts as the most formidable of illusions, iron block. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes had been intently observing them from the cactus rock for a considerable time before vanishing. Thus, a day and a night passed. The luminous moonlight once again bathed the cactus rock. After a long while, Trek opened his eyes to find Machida still slumbering in his embrace, her moonlit cheeks appearing exceptionally sweet. He had nearly lost himself in this predicament, although he had ultimately opened the door to a new world with iron block. Trek couldn't help but mock those who deemed the iron block an illusion, the ineffective traversers who were nothing but staunchly masculine. As a traveler himself, he considered those who did not learn the iron block to be utterly ineffectual. Moreover, the implication of the affection instigated by the love chocolate was rather ambiguous. Was it truly the effect of a gasapon? If that were the case, how was it any different from a drug? Alice, come forth. TSK, TSK, TSK. The little demon Alice appeared above Trike, observing and offering her commentary. Would you not elucidate the characteristics of this heart-shaped chocolate? Is there a distinction? Is falling in love with you not akin to loving you? It is merely an action. A verb. Trek was left speechless. Is it truly a verb? Trek and Alice delved into the realm of literature. It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps your previous actions and persuasion have transformed the preposition into a verb. In other words, upon reaching a certain emotional state, under the influence of this catalyst, a preposition may indeed metamorphose into a verb? Trek speculated. That seems plausible. Otherwise, why not seek others to experiment with? Alice suggested. Ahem. I am a person of integrity. Trek proclaimed with feigned seriousness. Bah. With a look of disdain, Alice vanished without a trace. As dawn broke, Machida awoke to find the bandages on Trick had unraveled, revealing the grotesque wound on his back. Memories of Trick's selfless rescue flooded her mind, igniting both affection and a profound sense of guilt within her. What had come over her? Throughout that day and night, Machida had remained fully conscious, acutely aware of the events that transpired. Her CPU whirred with intensity as she meticulously reflected on the moments, particularly when Trick had wielded iron blocks alongside her during their fruit activation. As she attended to his bandages, her gaze lingered on his muscular physique and robust chest, causing her thoughts to drift into a haze of infatuation. You. Come back. Trick was at a loss, feeling the mischievousness of Machida's hands. Had the effects of the heart-shaped chocolates not already worn off? A lifelong singleton. Trick could only endure the bittersweet sensations as he embraced the empowerment from the iron block and resumed practicing with Machida. After a long day of rigorous training beneath the blazing sun, they finally decided it was time to eat, having gone hungry for an entire day and night, an endeavor that left them both drained. Yet, Machida clung tightly to Trick's arm, her affectionate demeanor proving quite tenacious. Trick pondered the oddity of her behavior. Had the chocolates truly lost their potency? The joyful moments had slipped away. And now Trick felt an urgency to validate his theories regarding the weight and density fruit. As for concerns about Machida's potential betrayal, observing her cling to him, Trick surmised that this young lady seemed to have developed an addiction to him. Through their conversations, Trick learned that the weight and density fruit allowed her to manipulate her body weight freely between 1 kilogram and 10,000 kilograms. She could float like a feather or exert an astonishing weight to subdue her adversaries. The umbrella Machida carried was intended to correct her trajectory and maintain flight. Trick instructed her to move at various weight levels, and Machida confessed that as her weight increased significantly, her mobility became severely restricted. Trick noted that once Machida's weight reached 10 tons, she found it exceedingly difficult to move. However, her body exhibited no signs of distress or impending collapse. The reason dinosaurs could not grow larger was due to the limits of their skeletal muscle strength. Machida's extraordinary weight and body size evidently surpassed that of dinosaurs. This implied that the fruit's weight granted her an exceptionally high bodily density or strength, ensuring she would not be crushed by her own mass. When Trick had her reduce her weight to 1 kilogram, he observed a decrease in her bodily strength. Yet it remained at a level comparable to that of an average person. Otherwise, a body with insufficient density would inevitably collapse. This seemed to be the protective mechanism of the devil fruit. Without it, the fruit's power could not sustain a user. One use would spell disaster. Thus, Machida was merely lacking a lower limit, or foundational strength. With sufficient power, she could effortlessly wield immense force. This revelation could very well establish Machida's potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the world's combat prowess, especially under the influence of Trick's external aid. The rate of growth is nothing short of extraordinary. Machida's current techniques are rather lackluster. 10,000 kilogram weight. First, the practitioner lightens their body, allowing it to float in the air, and then, in an instant, transforms their weight to 10,000 kilograms, crashing down to obliterate the target. 10,000 kilogram guillotine. Initially, the body is made light enough to hover, followed by a sudden increase in weight to 10,000 kilograms, using the legs to target the enemy's neck with a downward force, increasing weight stone by sitting atop the opponent. The weight is gradually increased, about 100 kilograms at a time, inflicting torment upon them. What distinguishes these three techniques? Trick is perplexed, save for the last one, which resembles a torture device. Machida, I am about to teach you the 6 forms of the Navy. If all goes well, in a few days, you will attain the combat prowess of a Navy Vice Admiral. The 6 forms of the Navy? You are a Navy member? How could one possibly reach the strength of a Vice Admiral in such a short time? I am well aware of their formidable power. Machida is astonished by Trick's assertion. I am not a member of the Navy, but I am proficient in the 6 forms. I harbor many secrets, which I will divulge to you shortly. First, allow me to explain the 6 forms of the Navy. Trick begins his exposition. Shave. In an instant, the practitioner rapidly stomps the ground dozens of times, generating explosive reactive force for swift movement. Iron body. By harnessing the power of a well-conditioned physique, the body attains a hardness akin to iron, impervious to bullets and blades. While using iron body, free movement is generally restricted. However, it accelerates blood flow, allowing for muscle movement. Paper drawing. By relinquishing all bodily strength, one can attune to the airflow changes caused by the opponent's movements, rendering the body as light as paper, allowing for effortless control and evasion of incoming attacks. Moonwalk. By exerting powerful leg strength against the air, a substantial levitation force is generated, enabling one to walk through the air as if traversing stairs, though prolonged suspension in the air is unfeasible. Hurricane kick. Utilizing ultra-fast and powerful kicking techniques, a vacuum is created, delivering slicing attacks to the opponent, capable of cleaving the target in two with ease. Finger gun, a technique that possesses the firing power of a bullet. It concentrates all bodily strength in the fingertips, releasing a swift strike with hardened fingers. The fingertips carry the striking force of a bullet, capable of easily penetrating the human body. After my earlier testing, What revelations have you gleaned from this? Trick gently probes. The 6 forms of the Navy seem quite attainable for me. I feel that, when combined with the wait fruit, I should be able to employ them with relative ease, Machida responds. The 6 forms are exceptionally challenging to master. Many powerful individuals can only wield 1 or 2 forms, and those proficient in all 6 are exceedingly rare upon the vast seas. Your wait fruit is perfectly designed for the 6 forms. To utilize the shave, moonwalk, and paper drawing for movement and evasion, one can instantaneously reduce their weight. Conversely, to execute the hurricane kick, finger gun, and iron body for offense and defense, one can instantaneously increase their weight. Under the enhancement of the light and heavy fruits, one can not only effortlessly master the 6 forms but also achieve results that far surpass those of others. The primary challenge lies in timing the activation of the fruits to create the maximum effect. For instance, when launching a surprise attack using shave, one must activate heavy just as the force of the punch reaches its zenith, utilizing iron block at that moment. This instantaneous surge of inertia will annihilate the target through the power of the fist, by generating tremendous acceleration through the application of light and formidable inertia through the deployment of heavy. The target is rendered to mere dust under the influence of such overwhelming forces. May I interject? What precisely are acceleration and inertia? Makino raised her hand, inquiring. Trek commenced a physics tutorial for Machida. After an elaborate demonstration, Machida finally grasped that mass is inversely proportional to acceleration and directly proportional to inertia, while altering weight is akin to changing mass. Under normal circumstances, an object of immense mass cannot readily achieve great acceleration. However, the heavy light fruit presents an exception to this rule. Of course, when Machida launches an attack from the sky, there is no need to consider the timing of the strike. Gravity acts downward, and the direction of the overweight attack remains unchanged. If she throws a punch horizontally and exceeds the weight prematurely, the attack will deviate significantly downward due to gravitational influence. Conversely, an aerial assault does not require precise timing to account for gravitational variations. She can even maximize the gravitational force, leveraging gravitational acceleration to amplify the damage. Allow me to demonstrate, Trek said, sequentially employing the Marine 6 styles. After observing several times and practicing for a while, Machida quickly learned to execute Saru, Jeppo, shave, finger gun, and iron block. However, the gale kick proved to be more intricate. After several attempts, she inadvertently sent herself flying, landing unceremoniously and exposing her skirt, which was rather ungraceful. Trek shamelessly covered his wide eyes, realizing she was indeed a benefactor in disguise. Presently, Machida's foundational combat prowess was modest, relying solely on her fruit abilities to activate the Marine 6 styles. To execute the gale kick, Machida needed to continuously increase weight throughout the kicking motion and cancel the weight at the instant of impact to create a vacuum that generates a cutting blow. Failing to cancel the gravity timely could lead to an effect reminiscent of Thor's hammer, sending someone soaring in the Marvel Universe. By a twist of fate, she unwittingly developed a movement technique akin to Thor's, gradually accumulating powerful acceleration through increased weight and then canceling gravity, allowing her to soar through the air. Integrating this technique with Jeppo, Machida gained remarkable aerial suspension capabilities, even enabling long-distance flight, with the occasional respite provided by an umbrella. Trek pondered whether Machida should adopt a small bird, which could assist her in long flights without the need for Jeppo. However, the foremost priority at present was encouragement. Trek retrieved the horn of bluster, which had already suffered some cracks from his previous embellishments to ABIs. Note, the horn of bluster, Usopp when the opponent believes in your tall tales. Blowing the horn may make those tales come true. Trek lifted the fallen Machida, who had inadvertently revealed her underwear, and began to encourage her. Machida, your heavy light fruit was made for the Marine 6 styles. Once you swiftly master them, any vice admiral will appear as mere fodder before you. In time, once you cultivate haki, even admirals of the natural type will steer clear of you. You possess the stature of an admiral. Really? I must indeed be a genius. Ha ha ha. Machida's eyes sparkled with confidence as she laughed exuberantly. Trick wore a look of concern, sensing that further encouragement might lead to her becoming overly exuberant. Disregarding this, Trick, after boasting, picked up the horn of bravado and began to blow into it. The horn displayed several cracks, appearing ready to shatter at any moment should he continue. Although she had yet to master the gale steps, Machida was quite adept in her techniques of shaving, moonwalking, and what could be dubbed fling, allowing her to maneuver swiftly and gracefully in the air, relishing her aerial antics. For the sake of convenience, Let us refer to Thor's movement technique as fling. Trick deemed this insufficient, realizing that his combat power was lacking, and thus resolved to enhance his capabilities further. He accessed the system, noting a balance of 365 points of mischief value, recently redeemed, leaving a small reserve. He decided to exchange 300 points for a capsule toy, retaining 65 for emergencies. The 300 points yielded the following items. Frozen time capsule Aikiji. Upon contact with an opponent, it creates a large time capsule that freezes the life state within. The release button can undo this state, making it useful for preserving critically injured or gravely ill patients. Flying magic carpet, camel eyelashes. It can only solidify for the ride of a beautiful maiden. 50-50 cigar, sand crocodile when smoked. It ensures a draw regardless of the opponent. Spirit summoning scroll, teleportation fruit. It allows for the contracting of a creature, with the medium being a substance containing the creature's DNA. Once the scroll is unfurled, it can rapidly summon the creature through time and space. However, the summoned being cannot return and must be recontracted after each summoning. Paintball sniper rifle, Mariano, capable of firing colored bullets from a distance, leaving color marks on the opponent. Once one masters the application of hockey, it can break through armored defenses. Power capsule toy, Rob Lucci. After enchantment, it increases power by 100. After departing from the East Sea, although the initial setup generated a significant amount of mischief value, the diversity of capsule toys diminished, leading to an overwhelming focus on acquiring power capsule toys. Nevertheless, their quality remained commendable, and power capsule toys proved to be an effective means of enhancing one's strength. As for the flying magic carpet, one must wonder about its legitimacy. Could it possibly belong to a male? The spirit summoning scroll holds immense value, serving as an exceptional temporal tool. The paintball sniper rifle seems to suggest a need to recruit Miss Golden Week, the artistic loli from Romariano. The other two items, however, could indeed serve as life-saving provisions. Come here. Trike raised his index finger and unleashed a lion's roar at Machida. Suspended in midair, Machida was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Trike's playful antics with a sense of bewilderment. In an instant, Machida appeared before Trick, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, cough. Her control still lacked finesse and grace. She needed to release her weight before landing, using the moonwalk to halt her descent, or refrain from employing excessive weight during non-combat states. The dust choked Trick, causing him to cough, while he gestured animatedly at Machida. She could only respond with a series of hesitant ahs like a quail. Your current abilities primarily revolve around the perception and control of the timing of power usage, akin to Tai Chi. Don't ask me what Tai Chi is, Trick interrupted as he noticed Machida's eagerness to inquire. Yet, gazing into her inquisitive eyes, he could only offer a brief explanation. It is about using a mere 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. You cannot resist or restrain overwhelming force. However, you can seize the moment to redirect great power with minimal effort. Nevertheless, your 4 ounces is somewhat insufficient. Allow me to enhance your foundational strength. With a sharp clap, Trick bestowed 20 energy capsules upon Machida. Coupled with her inherent abilities, she now possessed at least over 2,000 energy units, comparable to that of long-nosed Kaku. Machida exclaimed, feeling the surge of power coursing through her. What's wrong? Trick, preoccupied with enchanting the capsules, looked up in confusion at Machida's unusual state. At this point, Trick's cultivation combined with the enchanted energy capsules brought his energy level to approximately 2,600. Without resorting to the disguise fruit to mimic other formidable characters, his power could not match the extraordinary surge granted to Machida by the weight light fruit and the 6 styles enhancement. What do you intend to do? Trick gazed at Machida, whose eyes were fixed upon him with a predatory intensity, and he quickly retreated to a safe distance. Stop. I did not mean that. Please, do not approach me. Trek stammered, simultaneously attempting to flee. All efforts seemed futile. Trek's Navy 6 style was no match for Machida, who was augmented by the powers of the fruit of weight and light. Why didn't Trek activate his camouflage fruit? Machida was far too swift, and the camouflage fruit required specific triggering conditions. Moreover, transforming into another person would leave Trek feeling as though he had betrayed himself. Why not transform into a woman, then? That would evoke an even more uncomfortable sensation, akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel. Consequently, Trek was dragged away by Machida, and the two resumed their training on Cactus Rock, focusing on Iron Block. With her significantly enhanced strength, Machida left Trek utterly defeated, which subsequently drove Trek to train frantically in the Iron Block technique. He learned to utilize it partially, as the iron block possessed extraordinary resilience. Even in a state akin to Gabra from CP, he could still move while in iron block form, aspiring to rise from his lowly status. Trek found a solid foundation for cultivating his armament hockey. Welfare Princess. Enough. Stop. We have serious matters to attend to. Trek finally could no longer bear the gravity of several tons during training. Why do you sometimes call me Welfare Princess? Machida stood up, still exhilarated, and adjusted her disheveled attire from training. Well, every time you attacked someone before, you would ascend into the air wearing a skirt. Isn't that a clear display of generosity? I have legs, you know, and now, I'm fast enough that others won't see them. Machida replied with a shy expression. Only amateurs fail to notice. Skilled individuals can still see the yellow flashes, Kakashi remarked. Are you being polite? I certainly do not wish for my woman to be taken advantage of. Here you go. Noticing Makida's habit of wearing gloves, Trek produced an onion glove. Note, onion gloves, onion heads, cause one to weep uncontrollably for a prolonged period when struck. Is this a token of affection for me? Makida inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity. This can make anyone cry. When a strong person is brought to tears by your strike, they will be unable to see, or perhaps too distracted to appreciate your benefits. What are you doing? Cried Trek, his face a mask of terror as he beheld the raised fist of Machida. There was no one else around. Machida playfully stuck out her tongue, retracting the fist that was poised to strike Trek. A mere touch is harmless. Only a forceful blow would have an effect. The greater the strength, the more one cries, and for a longer duration. I have tested this. Trek hastily added. How intriguing, exclaimed Machida, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What Trek did not anticipate was that this onion glove had become a nightmare for many formidable warriors. Losing a battle is one thing, but being reduced to tears is akin to a public execution, a fate worse than death. After all, not everyone possesses the same insanity as Kaido, who fights while weeping. Furthermore, there exists a hidden feature. It shatters the conqueror's haki, for once one has been brought to tears, how can they maintain any semblance of bravado? The name Tearful Punch Machida resounds across the seas. Beware, for I shall make you weep. This has become Machida's catchphrase, a whisper of the devil. With the enhancement of the Dao Power Gacha, Machida ultimately mastered the Gale Kick, and the other 5 techniques of the Navy are but trivial matters. Ha ha ha. Makida stood triumphantly in the crater, her laughter echoing through the air. The colossal cactus rock lay utterly obliterated beneath the force of her descending fist. The Buddha's palm. The supersonic missile. Trek observed the devastating might of Makida, his composure beginning to unravel. He could scarcely fathom that Makida had conjured such a fearsome maneuver. Accelerating from great heights, combined with the indestructibility of her onion gloves, Makida struck the cactus rock with nearly 2 Mach of supersonic force. Had Trek not been concerned that Makida might suffer from oxygen deprivation at higher altitudes, or potentially harm herself during descent, he would have been powerless to halt her reckless ascent. Subsequently, Trek meticulously perused Makida's character dossier, discovering her fondness for lemon tea and chocolate, which explained her fervent gifting of heart-shaped chocolates. Furthermore, he noted her personality traits, an excessive confidence in her own abilities, a disdain for her adversaries, and a strong aversion to being underestimated. She delighted in mockery and executed her missions with ruthless efficiency, believing that anyone who obstructed her objectives deserved to be eliminated. Curiously, her torment had shifted from her opponents to Trek himself, who found himself caught in a tumultuous blend of pain and joy, his legs trembling as if he were on the verge of becoming a national treasure. Trek surmised that Makida's meteoric rise in power had inflated her ego, liberating her arrogance and madness. Fortunately, she held her companions in high regard, even after the dissolution of the Baroque works. She had ventured forth to rescue comrades she had never met. Thus, it seemed unlikely she would inadvertently bring about her own demise. It appears I must handle this delicately, Trek reassured himself. After all, the Fallen referred precisely to that descending assault, paired with her imposing presence. Even the most astute of admirals would find themselves overwhelmed by its speed and force, despite the preparation required to ascend to such heights. He pondered the importance of preserving the landscape, as the unique feature of Whiskey Peak was the cactus rock. It would be wise to leave a few behind, for these islands were destined to become the guild's stronghold. Thankfully, the bounty hunters on the island had fled when Trek had compensated them. Otherwise, the seismic disturbances might have proven fatal. What did you say, honey? Makida turned her gaze, challenging Trek with her intensity. I said I hold you in high regard. You are of great importance to me. Trek quickly amended his words, disregarding the scenery. We must depart. The Straw Hat Pirates should be arriving at Little Garden by now. I still need to recruit additional allies. There should be former colleagues of yours there. Would it be convenient for you to introduce me? Little Garden? It seems Mr. 3 and Miss Golden Week are there. Shall we recruit them? Makita's eyes sparkled at the thought of reuniting with Miss Golden Week, reminiscing about her leisurely picnics. It has been too long since I last saw her. We should enjoy tea together. She truly knows how to save her life, balancing work and leisure effortlessly. Do you possess the Eternal Pointer and the Record Pointer for Alabasta? Trek inquired, noting that if she did not, he would need to utilize the guild's resources. However, it will take some time. As for the previous Record Pointer, I have given it to Nami. I possess the permanent pointer to Alabasta, and there should be quite a few record pointers at Whiskey Peak. After all, it takes a year to fully fill a record pointer in the Little Garden, and many have turned back only to be eliminated by bounty hunters. Machida produced the permanent pointer to Alabasta and said, after locating the record pointer. Trek took out the flying carpet and declared, "You shall pilot it." Note, the flying carpet, camel eyelash, can only become solid enough to ride with the presence of beautiful maidens. Is this a carpet? This is an aircraft, one that requires a beautiful and charming maiden like you to pilot. The flying magic carpet, drooping in the hands of Trek, instantly straightened up upon seeing Machida soaring directly in front of her and pointing a corner towards its back, inviting Machida to take a seat. Your prop is quite peculiar. Getting used to it is just fine. Trek scoffed inwardly, beast. He then climbed onto the flying magic carpet with Machida, tightly wrapping his arms around her waist, heading straight for the Little Garden. After all, for safety's sake, it was prudent to hold on, lest he tumble off. Machida, noticing the two large hooves in front of her, chose not to comment and accelerated rapidly. Having experienced nearly Mach 2, this speed felt like a mere drizzle. The fierce wind whipped against Trek's face, granting him a peculiar sensation of exhilaration. After traveling a short distance, Trek spotted a giant tortoise on the sea. Was that Robin? Theoretically, she should have returned to Alabasta after meeting Luffy and the others. Why was she still lingering nearby? Hold on a moment, Machida. Trek gazed at the floating tortoise in confusion. What is she doing here? Has she been pursued here? It's fine. Honey, I'm quite capable now. Leave it to me. Machida, surprised yet unperturbed, maintained her composure. Wait, allow me to converse with her. Perhaps I can recruit her into the guild. Don't move for now. Trek instructed Machida to hover in the air on the magic carpet while he swiftly teleported directly onto the giant tortoise. Startled by Trek's sudden appearance and his arms around her waist, Robin gasped. Hi, is that you, Big Sister Robin? What brings you here? Haven't you returned to Alabasta yet? Make some room. Trek greeted her with an air of familiarity, squeezing into Robin's space on the couch. Oh, you know me? Robin's composure faltered slightly upon hearing her real name. However, she quickly regained her poise and feigned ignorance, inquiring further. In reality, Robin had not strayed far from Whiskey Peak. She had noticed Trek carrying off Miss Valentine's Day and was curious about his intentions. Using her devil fruit powers, she had been observing Trek's series of audacious maneuvers from a distance. Unfortunately, Trek, lacking the ability to sense his surroundings, remained blissfully unaware of her scrutiny. Robin had witnessed everything, including Trek's heroic rescue and the subsequent vibrant scenes that unfolded, with her keen eyes captivated by the spectacle. After all, Robin was no naive girl. Having spent her life on the run, she had seen it all and was not one to shy away, relishing the unfolding drama. As she watched the two engage in their flirtations, Robin initially intended to depart. However, she noticed Machida, under Trek's guidance and peculiar tactics, remarkably enhancing her abilities. The final strike, Fallen, reverberated even across the sea, causing Robin's eardrums to ache. That punch not only obliterated a massive cactus rock, but also shattered Robin's worldview. Realizing that the duo was preparing to leave, she deemed it prudent to make her own exit, wary of being discovered. After all, Robin was uncertain whether she could escape unscathed. To her surprise, they opted for flight, leaving her exposed on the sea, and she was instantly spotted. With a bounty of 80 million berries, how could she remain unrecognized? Trek, intending to tease Robin, had transformed from a novice into a more audacious figure. And as he floated, his hands grew restless, inching upward from her waist. Robin's heartbeat quickened as he realized that this little scoundrel seemed to have set his sights on the bounty placed upon him, now seeking to take advantage of his situation. The dreams he had previously whispered to Makino might not be mere fabrications. After all, a deceitful scoundrel preying on an innocent girl. What are your intentions? Robin assessed that this individual possessed considerable combat prowess, and with Machida looming in the sky, watchfully observing, he realized he was ensnared in a precarious predicament. What? Chueku instinctively took this as a humorous response. Ah, Robin's expression darkened. Although Robin's complexion was already quite dark, the change was hardly noticeable. Unbeknownst to Robin, who was unaware of this reference, she had witnessed Trek and Machida reveling in the exchange of this dialogue, which had excited them immensely. Cough, cough, cough. The future of Trick was suddenly grasped by Robin, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he swiftly employed an iron block. He silently expressed his gratitude to the inventor of the iron block for safeguarding his future. Trick almost forgot about Robin's dark past. Frankie was a seasoned victim of it. Feeling the unyielding nature of his future, Robin pondered whether she was truly that alluring. Was this individual so hardened? With her other hand, Robin withdrew a poison dagger. Not aimed at Trick, but rather at her own face. I know I cannot defeat you. However, I could take my own life, disfiguring myself and ensuring you receive no bounty. Trick instantly realized the gravity of the jest. Robin, having failed to assassinate Crocodile, was now contemplating suicide in the funeral hall. Furthermore, Robin had spent her childhood seeking employment to sustain herself. Due to her identity and the astonishing bounty on her head, she had been betrayed and abandoned numerous times. For 20 years thereafter, she had hidden in the underworld to evade the Navy's pursuit, surviving by betraying others. Her jest had struck a chord deep within her. Wait. Do not act. I implore you, do not proceed. With the dagger drawing perilously close to her face, Trick urgently pleaded for her to cease. The scene had become rather peculiar. Robin was contemplating suicide while Trick was begging her not to act. Confounded, Robin thought, I am not aiming at you, and you do not seem afraid of being stabbed. Why are you begging me? Indeed, she mused, you must be lusting after my body, you wretch. In a moment of desperation, Trick shouted out the information. Saru is alive. Upon hearing the name Saru, Robin halted her actions. Put away that dagger. It is laced with deadly poison, and even a slight cut could be fatal. Trick cautioned with utmost care. How do you know about Saru? And how do you know the dagger is poisoned? Robin inquired, astonished. Put the dagger away, and I shall share the information. You threaten me with your life as if you were my wife. Trick retorted, thinking that it was merely a guess, if the dagger were not poisoned. How could one hope to kill old sand? Ultimately, Robin sheathed the dagger. After all, she felt she had little left to lose. If he wanted it, so be it. Saru had not perished at the hands of Akiji. The latter had shown mercy. Saru had eventually taken the books of O'Hara to Elbaf. How do you know this? Robin questioned skeptically. I am the president of the foremost adventurers guild in the East Blue. What information do I not possess? Trick asserted. Do you truly believe that without Akiji's leniency, anyone could have escaped and survived until now? Akiji is a relentless stalker. Akiji interjected. Are you being polite? Admiral Akiji. The mere mention of the name instills fear in Robin's heart. Despite Crocodile's assertion that he was merely jesting, the reality of the Marine's O'Hara extermination order looms large in her memory. She can never forget the inferno that engulfed that fateful day. I apologize. I was mistaken. It was just a joke. I did not anticipate your reaction would be so intense. Crocodile earnestly expressed his regret. Observing Crocodile's sincere apology, Robin was taken aback. Yet, Crocodile's large, clumsy hand remained firmly in place. Your pig's trotter. I merely feared that you might spiral into despair. Trick awkwardly retracted his pig's trotter. Savoring the lingering warmth and sensation from earlier, deciding not to wash his hands today. Since you neither capture me nor intend to kill me, what is your true objective in seeking me out? Is it merely for my sake? The ocean is brimming with beautiful women. Robin inquired once more. How about joining my guild? Following Old Shah leads to a dead end. In the future, I plan to have Old Shah work for me. Moreover, your deliberate maneuvers to guide Luffy reveal your intention to betray Old Shah. Since you are set on betrayal, why not directly join the Adventure Guild and go undercover with Old Shah? Old Shah? Indeed, you are aware of the mastermind behind the Baroque works. Do you believe you can defeat Crocodile? With Miss Valentine's current strength, it is insufficient. Her natural fruit ability can easily evade that attack. How do you know about Miss Valentine's prowess? Have you been watching all along? Since when? Trick suddenly became alert. Since the moment you carried Miss Valentine away. You saw everything. Trick felt mortified, his face reddening like a searing iron. Do you wish to silence me? Robin playfully wrapped her arms around the brooding youth. Amused by his apparent pretense of maturity. Are you unaware of the principle of not peeking at indecencies? Beware of the needle-eyed gaze. Trick cursed fiercely. Then I shan't introduce my guild. You have eavesdropped enough. Just let me know if you wish to join. Trick, in a fit of resignation, declared, "Are you not afraid of my betrayal? Surely you are aware of my past. None of the bosses I've followed have met a good end. My sister is a thief, the one resembling me from the Straw Hat crew. She has endured the pain of losing our mother since childhood, stealing treasures from pirates to save our village. I am but a deceiver. You witnessed my deception of Miss Valentine, yet my lies can bring happiness to others. Trick, Machida. Do tell, are you happy or not? Machida, my surname is me." Thus, Nico Robin's betrayal must also stem from her own hardships. Having heard Trick's heartfelt words, Robin felt deeply moved for the first time by someone's understanding. "Given that you are the nemesis of bosses, you need not be my employee. Become my wife instead. And that shall break the adverse feng shui." Trick mused, recalling the airplane duo, his chin resting thoughtfully in suggestion. Robin wore a grim expression, realizing that this little rascal was indeed coveting her body, a sentiment that left her both amused and exasperated. "Look, in the future, we shall have many little ones. How could you betray me while tending to our children? Such a disruption to our fortunes would be catastrophic." Trick earnestly began to analyze the predicament of their fate. Clenching her fists, Robin felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate Trick's future. "I could consider joining the Adventurers Guild, but the information regarding your guild raises significant concerns. Could you enlighten me about the true situation?" Robin stipulated. In truth, she possessed a modicum of intelligence about the Eastern Sea Adventurers Guild, yet she found it difficult to trust, as some reports seemed utterly ludicrous, like red-haired Shanks and carp hawking advertisements, or the notion of noblemen performing altruistic deeds. Such revelations were nothing short of astonishing, akin to celestial dragons rummaging through refuse for sustenance. "Doflamingo, are you being polite? Hey, I join in the name of my wife. I am not merely an employee," Trick reiterated, feeling a twinge of unease, recalling the cautionary tale of the Flying Six. Robin remained silent, her gaze fixed on Trek. "Join in the name of my undisclosed secret wife. That is the bottom line. Just pretend to be my employee." Trek negotiated, thinking it would be more thrilling this way. "All right, what about the guild's intelligence?" Robin, unconcerned with titles, wished not to squander time with this fool. "You can see for yourself." Trek retrieved a pile of financial statements from his spatial pocket, detailing the status of each guild outpost, the organizational framework, personnel arrangements, and various development plans. At first, Robin perused the documents with indifference, but as she delved deeper, her astonishment grew, her eyes widening, and cold sweat trickled down her brow. This was classified information, if leaked. Dire consequences would ensue, Trek emphasized, extending a pig's trotter towards her. "You trust me this much?" At that moment, Robin no longer cared for the pig's trotter. She understood the gravity of the information. Red-haired and Cap had indeed endorsed the New World, with Red-haired's endorsement fee being Machino's iron fist, while Cap's was 5 tons of sembe. Moreover, the guild's Methreya sect had an astonishing number of nobility and kings from the East Blue. The guild's dealings with the Navy were frequent and intimate, practically serving as a logistical support base for them. The guild boasted a myriad of research institutions and training schools, supplying talent to various societal strata in the Navy. Additionally, there were numerous business plans, particularly one concerning the developmental outline of Alabasta, which Robin found herself unable to articulate. As the CEO managing Baroque works for Crocodile, Robin possessed profound understanding of management, and the intelligence revealed was staggering. To put it bluntly, Crocodile's subversion of the country was child's play. This adventurer guild harbored the potential to reshape the world, a power that transcended mere individual might, resembling a vast organization embedded within. "Nonsense. My dear wife, you possess management experience. Henceforth, the Paradise region of the Grand Line will be under your purview. I must venture into the New World and expand our business across the seas. You can seamlessly take over all of Crocodile's influence, or simply declare me the true mastermind behind Baroque works, rendering Crocodile obsolete." As he spoke, Trek slyly made another move. Robin regarded this lecherous fellow with a serious expression, deep in contemplation. "Very well. I shall keep an eye on Crocodile. For now, I will infiltrate his ranks. By the way, do you know what Crocodile intends to do?" "Everyone knows. No need to elaborate. It's nothing more than treason and the quest for the underworld, which does not interest me. The guild's intelligence is truly formidable. It is hard to fathom that it was established less than a year ago. In the future, you may accompany the Straw Hat crew to seek the historical texts you so ardently desire. My sister, also a member of the guild, is aboard the ship. However, she knows little, so do not let her see the guild's financial statements. Upon boarding, you will still need to manage the guild's operations in the Paradise region. and I shall provide you with updates periodically. Trek revealed the repugnant demeanor of a capitalist. Robin was unfazed. For a top student, these matters were mere trifles. And you? Your strength is woefully inadequate. You have yet to fully develop the capabilities of the Hana no Mi, and your physique is in need of rigorous training. Trick began to lecture in a motherly manner. The Hana no Mi is an essential fruit for both domestic chores and travel. It provides a plethora of hands and eyes to assist at home, while also enabling the acquisition of intelligence with ease when venturing out, along with its offensive potential. Speed holds no significance in the presence of the Hana no Mi. However, your own lack of strength results in abilities such as eye poking, egg blasting, and throat locking being effective only against minor foes. One must diligently practice the 6 styles of the Navy and also master Haki. The armament Haki must be cultivated, so that even when faced with formidable users of armament Haki or Logia-type powers, you can still execute eye pokes, egg blasts, and throat locks. Ahem. What exactly is Haki? Robin was somewhat familiar with these techniques, yet found herself uncomfortable under Trick's maternal admonitions. Indeed, what is Haki? Trick pondered. This concept is rather unscientific. How to explain it? It seems necessary to seek a teacher over at Amazon Lily. Haki manifests as external expressions of bodily energy, consisting of Conqueror-S Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki, corresponding to spiritual strength, physical strength, and perceptual strength, respectively. Trick made a strained attempt to explain with his own understanding. One can instill fear. Another acts as armor, enabling one to strike against Logia users, and the last allows one to perceive enemies and anticipate their attacks. Do you know how? Robin remained perplexed. Merely asking such a question leaves one in uncertainty. Absolutely not. First, master the Navy 6 styles. The iron block is fundamental to the application of armament Haki, while paper drawing serves as the foundation for observation Haki. As for Conqueror's Haki, I shall provide you with the necessary tools later and teach you how to embody a queen. Queen? At that moment, Trek, who was thoroughly engrossed in his play with a chunk of iron, lifted Robin and seated him comfortably in his embrace. Excuse me? Trek covered Robin's mouth, while Machida remained in the sky. To ensure Robin's unwavering loyalty, Trek resorted to extreme measures. After all, Robin was privy to too many guild secrets, and it was certainly not due to Trek's inability to restrain himself. He enchanted 5 power capsules for Robin, leaving a certain someone unsatisfied as Trek gracefully returned to the flying magic carpet. Are you all? Machida inquired with curiosity, wondering what could warrant such a prolonged discussion, especially since the turtle was shielded by a sunshade, obscuring their specific activities. She was persuaded by my words. From now on, we are all allies. Trick flashed an okay sign. The duo resumed their exhilarating race, piercing through the clouds, where they beheld colossal dinosaur skeletons and a cluster of volcanoes. Before long, they arrived at the quaint garden of the ancient island. The flying magic carpet gently inclined, gradually decelerating to prevent anyone from being flung off in a sudden halt. Indeed, flying is swift. Machida and I had squandered several days, uncertain if the Straw Hat Pirates were still present. Well, so many dinosaurs and pterosaurs as well. It appears the guild is on the verge of introducing yet another flying magical beast. This place could undoubtedly be developed into a Jurassic Park, representing yet another grand project to discuss with Makino later. Could you please let go? Machida exclaimed, speechless, recalling how fast they had been racing, causing Trick to nearly crush her. Thankfully, she had the ability to harden her body. Why did you drive so fast? Let me massage it to reduce the swelling, Trick said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Roll, roll, roll. Look, a child is weeping. Trek swiftly changes the subject. It's Miss Golden Week. Is she already an adult? 18 years of age. The mature young lady, Machida, scoffs. 18. Trek gazes in astonishment at the airport. He hurriedly consults the guidebook, cough cough. Her appearance is quite deceiving. That girl is cunning. She is likely feigning tears, easily tricking those rather foolish pirates. She and Mr. 3 both thrive on manipulation, relying on their wits. The Straw Hat crew is over by the giant. Never mind, let us seize the opportunity. Trek observes the Straw Hat group conversing with the giant and contemplates that capturing people is paramount, otherwise they will be lost later. The two dive directly towards Miss Golden Week. After confirming that the Straw Hat lad has departed, Miss Golden Week, frightened into tears by the fast-running duck, prepares to wipe away her tears. Suddenly, with a loud PIU bang, a massive cloud of dust erupts nearby. Do not use gravitational acceleration for descent. The flying magic carpet cannot stop. Cough, cough, cough. Trek emerges from the cloud of dust, grumbling to Machida. This flying carpet is utterly useless. It cannot even bear this weight. You are the reliable one. Machida brushes off the dust from her clothes. Of course, I am well versed in iron, unlike this wretched carpet, which fails at the critical moment. Trek boasts. Who are you calling useless? The flying magic carpet protests vehemently, though no one comprehends its gestures. Preparing to shed more tears, Miss Golden Week spots Miss Valentine and quickly suppresses her precious tears. Miss Valentine, you are still alive? After Mr. Five awoke, he reported he could not find your body. I thought you had been claimed by someone. Who is this person beside you? A new partner? Miss Golden Week kicks Mr. 3, who is still unconscious from Luffy's punch, and inquires. Claimed? Shaw, I'm not dead yet. I am making my triumphant return. Ahahaha. Machida, oblivious to the implications in Golden Week's words, laughs uproariously with her hands on her hips, brimming with confidence. Cough, cough, cough. Trek, feeling a wave of embarrassment upon hearing Miss Golden Week's astute deduction, swiftly sought to divert the conversation. Greetings, enchanting young lady. I am Trek, the president of the East Sea Adventurers Guild, aspiring to expand our ventures along the Grand Line. Observing your unparalleled and prodigious talents, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join our guild. Have you betrayed us? Miss Golden Week instantly became alert, taking a few steps back while surveying Trick and Miss Valentine's Day. What does betrayal even mean? Failing a mission could lead to being eliminated by the organization. I have simply found a wealthy and youthful employer, Machida boasted as she wrapped her arm around Trick. It seems you have sold your body, Miss Valentine's Day. Miss Golden Week remarked with a heavy emphasis on her words. Nonsense. This is love. You are still too young to understand, Machida said, casting a flirtatious glance at the airport. Stop, 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 Trek exclaimed, glancing at the all-knowing Miss Golden Week, and promptly intervened, realizing that revealing too much could lead to dire consequences. Your mission has already failed, and the organization will deal with you accordingly. Thus, seeking refuge with a new organization might be a more prudent choice. Furthermore, our organization is quite vibrant and benevolent. We do not resort to harming our own. My nickname is Little Sun. Just look at my hair, a warm shade of orange reminiscent of sunlight. Typically, we accept and issue commissions. As Trek elaborated, he noticed that Miss Golden Week appeared unfazed, quietly perusing the information on the primary characters from the Pirate King series. Most importantly, our guild enjoys numerous holidays. We can provide an unlimited supply of sunbae. All right, I'm in. Miss Golden Week's eyes sparkled with excitement as she immediately consented. It seemed that possessing crucial information was of paramount importance. Trek mused that rather than rambling on, it would be far more efficient to simply offer sunbae. With an abundant supply of sunbae, even the likes of Garp could be subdued. Honey, I also want unlimited chocolate and lemon tea. Machida chimed in with envy, shaking Trek's hand. Sure, sure. From now on, you will be in charge of chocolate production for the guild, and we shall name it Machida. Trek, the Dreamweaver, readily fulfilled Machida's aspiration. Honey treats me the best. Machida rewarded Trek with a strawberry. Observing the two indulging in their affection, Miss Golden Week wore an expression of understanding. You are aware of the organization's terrifying nature. Now, having betrayed it, do you possess the strength to confront the consequences of your treachery? Now is my moment to shine. Machida declared, clenching her fists and stretching her joints. What does she intend to do? Miss Huangjin wore a look of affectionate condescension, fully aware of Machida's capabilities, which were rather limited. Bang! Machida executed a sudden movement, and a nearby large boulder was instantly reduced to dust, leaving behind a long path of destruction. Miss Golden Week's eyes bulged in disbelief, her jaw dropping to the ground. Was this truly the same Miss Valentine's Day who could only crush people with her weight? The sheer power was terrifying. Haha, this is merely my standard punch. My descending technique can obliterate an entire island. Machida began to boast. Mr. 3, feigning unconsciousness on the ground, lifted a heavy eyelid to glance, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Get up. Stop pretending. Miss Golden Week kicked Mr. 3. Ahem. Where am I? Am I saved? Mr. 3 pretended to awaken. Isn't this the illustrious Mr. 3, Galadino, chief commander of the Baroque Works? Are you interested in joining my guild? After all, failure in your organization can be fatal. I am a high-ranking member. How could I easily be executed by the boss? As for your invitation to the guild, I must decline. However, please take good care of Miss Golden Week. Mr. 3 was skeptical of the so-called adventure guild from the East Blue, the weakest sea, where recent rumors circulated about impersonating the four emperors and Garp for publicity. It felt like mere theatrics, with no fear of the four emperors' blades, although Miss Valentine's Day seemed to have gained some ability. It was probably due to a drug that harmed her body while enhancing her strength, seeing Miss Valentine's Day fawn over Trick. He mused that these young girls were easily deceived, perhaps drugged. "You have a keen eye," he remarked, considering himself a highly intelligent strategist. Trick intended to recruit her immediately but reconsidered, thinking it best to wait until she was fed to the crocodile before dispelling her hopes. Alternatively, he could implement a plan to inform her that he was her boss and observe her reaction. "Miss Golden Week, I will cherish you like a daughter." ABI's giggled. Another one has fallen into the trap. Miss Golden Week, feeling belittled, wanted to retort about her adulthood but ultimately decided against it. Realizing that being a child could allow for free meals, and that employing child labor was illegal. As for Mr. 3, Galadino, "My guild will always have a place for you. Should you reconsider, we have a task we wish for you to undertake. May I ask what it is?" "How do you know my name?" "What is the task?" "Our guild possesses formidable intelligence capabilities. Names are merely basic information. The task is this. Should your boss fail and you find yourself captured in the deep-sea prison, I would like you to gather intelligence from within the prison, seeking out potential members. Ideally, we would like to collect the hair of strong individuals or those with fruit abilities." "Deep-sea prison? Hair?" Mr. 3 wore a face of disdain, reflecting his aversion to what he deemed a ravenous tongue. The plan proposed by Trick involved sending Giardino to the underwater prison to recruit members, those without a tainted past and possessing strength to join the guild. Additionally, they aimed to hunt those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit, gathering their hair to later summon them discreetly through a spirit summoning scroll disguised as Blackbeard, to exploit his dark fruit abilities for the acquisition of other fruits. Trick did not disclose the rationale behind collecting hair, and when he requested a strand from Mr. 3, the cautious Mr. 3 promptly declined. Note: the spirit summoning scroll, teleportation fruit, allows for the contracting of beings, with the medium being any substance containing the creature's DNA. Upon unfurling the scroll, rapid temporal summoning occurs, and once summoned, the creature cannot return, requiring a new contract for each summoning. Later, Mr. 3 assumed the guise of a barber within the depths of the underwater prison, offering complimentary hairstyling services, earning the moniker the Wax Stylist. Ultimately, Mr. 3 acquiesced to Trick's proposal, realizing he bore no risk. After all, what if he encountered dissent on site? Moreover, Mr. 3 believed his cunning intellect would keep him from capture. Inwardly mocking Trick and contemplating how he would eventually come to rescue him, he was merely to gather intelligence and await instructions, oblivious to the grim reality of the underwater prison, a place from which no one could escape. Not even the formidable Golden Lion. "Golden Lion, are you polite?" After bidding farewell to Mr. 3, Trick turned his gaze towards his future guild member, Miss Golden Week. From the original narrative, it was revealed that she was a woman of deep loyalty and affection. Following a defeat, Miss Golden Week, alongside Miss Valentine and Mr. 5, ventured to rescue the members of Baroque Works, ultimately liberating Miss Doublefinger and others. They discovered an abandoned shack in the desert, where a brand new spider bar was established. Miss Golden Week even used her dreamlike 7-colored rainbow to transform everyone into their ideal selves, leading a life together in the spider bar. While she took on the role of painter, a truly touching and heartwarming conclusion. Observing Trick's gaze, Miss Golden Week felt a twinge of anxiety. Could he possibly harbor intentions of wrongdoing? Despite her youthful appearance, she was indeed an adult and considered that perhaps such thoughts were not entirely unfounded. With her head bowed, the flush on her cheeks deepened. Trick, anticipating her outcry, mused, "She is slandering me. How could I possibly be interested in the airport?" From his spatial pocket, Trick retrieved a pair of and a note. The Dottie allows one to see through walls and other inorganic materials, granting the ability to view targets at great distances. While they can penetrate obstacles without harm and strike focused targets, the Mariano can fire color bullets from a distance, leaving marks on the opponent, which, upon mastering the hotkey, can break through armored defenses. Miss Golden Week gazed in astonishment as Trick skillfully produced a formidable sniper rifle and a visor from his palm. What sort of fruit ability is this? Spatial storage fruit? As a gift for newcomers, I shall bestow upon you these 2 remarkable pieces of equipment. This exquisite paint sniper rifle possesses the remarkable ability to launch color projectiles from a distance, leaving vibrant marks upon the target. Once mastery of the impressive entanglement technique is attained, It can breach armored defenses with its armed color capabilities, allowing you to creatively employ the color trap. Subsequently, I shall arrange for the guild's distinguished marksman, Daddy, to instruct you in the art of shooting. Miss Golden Week, utterly enamored, busily loads the paint into the rifle, which can accommodate 10 different colored projectiles simultaneously. By pouring in the prepared paint, it automatically forms the bullets, facilitating remote attacks without the peril of approaching the adversary, significantly enhancing safety. Miss Golden Week is overjoyed. Do not be solely captivated by the rifle. This advanced sniper scope enables one to see through walls and other inorganic materials, revealing objects at an extraordinary distance. With remote weaponry, one can penetrate barriers without harm, targeting enemies with precision. This means you can conceal yourself behind rocks, metal, or certain structures while sniping, thereby improving your stealth. However, it cannot penetrate wood or fabric. Although Trick could use the scope to peek, his integrity prevents him from doing so, leading him to reluctantly part with it for Miss Golden Week. As Golden Week adjusts the focus of the sniper scope and surveys her surroundings, she casually inquires of Machida, "Did you also grow stronger by acquiring these remarkable items?" Makida's face instantaneously flushed red. The gift that Trick had presented her, a special heart-shaped chocolate, was a confession of love, while the subsequent gift was a pair of gloves that could bring one to tears. Makino couldn't help but reminisce about that wild night, her legs responding involuntarily. Oblivious to her own blushing, she adjusted the color settings on her sniper rifle, loaded it with rounds, and donned her transparent scope, aiming skyward for a shot. The color bullets were creations of the system, not propelled by gunpowder, rendering the sniper silent and devoid of recoil, thus enhancing its stealth. A pterosaur adorned with yellow-green paint pattern swooped down, greeting Golden Week amicably. A natural sharpshooter? Furthermore, it could tame beasts. Trick pondered as he watched Golden Week effortlessly bring down a pterosaur with a single shot. The color of friendship, yellow-green, a blend of calm green and laughing yellow, engendered an amiable disposition in those or creatures it touched, compelling them to become allies. This was the formidable aspect of Golden Week's color trap, which, alongside the enhancements of her equipment, ensnared adversaries without a sound. Even those lacking extraordinary long-distance observation and reflexes would fall victim. The color of betrayal, black, would lead any individual encountering it to contemplate treachery, regardless of the importance of their companion's words, thus sowing discord within enemy ranks. The color of bullfighting, red, would compel those touched by it to attack only the red targets painted by Golden Week, serving to distract enemy assaults. The effects of laughing yellow and sad blue would also alter emotions. Calm green, a mixture of laughing yellow and sad blue, would soothe those affected, instilling a desire for tea. The dreamy 7-color rainbow. With an oil painting brush, one could sketch circle after circle of rainbows in the sky. Those who beheld the rainbow would transform into the embodiment of their dreams. Listening to Golden Week's elaborations, Trick began to form ideas. Since he had joined the guild, his former codename was no longer needed. He would be called Mariano. Miss Golden Week, pleased by Trick's generosity, readily introduced her true name. "Very well, dear Mariano. I have the following plans for your abilities. Aside from combat support tasks, you will primarily be responsible for intelligence and part-time beast taming. By leveraging your yellow-green friendship abilities, you can encourage spies or strangers to be amicable, thereby revealing information. Animals caught in this influence will be able to interact friendly, facilitating swift taming of wild beasts with the aid of Abyss's whisper fruit or pet collars." Abyss? A child capable of communicating with animals. The pet collar serves as a tool for such communication. Mariano, employing the method of hypnosis, can swiftly and amicably acquire intelligence, far superior to coercion or torment, thereby enhancing the guild's reputation. With the expansion of the guild's logistical channels, Mariano can maneuver rapidly and discreetly control targets from a distance while gathering information, making her the sovereign of intelligence. However, in terms of beast taming, Abyss's approach is rather sluggish, and the aquatic beasts possess an aggressive nature, rendering them unsafe. Yet, with the support of her friend, the yellow-green companion, she can more swiftly understand and befriend animals. Observing the pterosaur. It seems the aerial squad will soon gain a new member, as the avian kingdom is teeming with large birds. A complication arises with the marine creatures. Although colors can be applied through seawater, the pigmentation dissolves rapidly, resulting in a fleeting effect. Research into waterproof pigments is necessary, or alternatively, Mariana could cultivate her aura to encase colored projectiles, enhancing their penetration and durability. After organizing Mariana's tasks, I sent her back to the guild via portal. Upon arrival, both Mariano and Machida were awestruck by the resplendent and expansive guild, suddenly perceiving the former Baroque workshop as a mere ragtag organization. Seated in the reception area, sipping tea and savoring snacks while gazing out at the vibrant scenes beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, they relished in leisurely moments. You've brought back 2 girls. You want to consume them, will you? Makino teased, casting a playful glance at the flirtatious Trick. Ahem, they're all rare talents. Trick nearly spewed his tea, sensing the terrifying intuition of women. And is that a child? You wouldn't tea. Do not slander me. I have not. And she is not a child, merely petite. Trick hastily defended himself. That just means you have another responsibility, Makino remarked, playfully draping her arm around Trick's neck with a mischievous grin. Trick, caught off guard by the alluring scent of Makino, felt a bit flustered. That little girl's abilities have been discussed. I'll arrange for Dottie to train her in marksmanship and other specialized courses. After all, she is a sharpshooter, intelligence operative, and beast tamer. Unbeknownst to the seemingly young Mariano, she was about to forge a sisterly bond with the true young girl, Abyss. The other one shall accompany me as we expand our endeavors along the Grand Line. Oh, Marcy displayed an expression of understanding. In the past, when she playfully teased Marcy with Shanks, her CPU had burned out, and now she found herself on the receiving end of retribution, a fitting balance of fate. Marcy, who managed a vast guild, had grown increasingly assertive in her position, viewing herself as an elder to Trike, and kindly warned him against straying onto the wrong path. Moreover, I recently discovered an ancient island in the Grand Line named Little Garden. This island is teeming with prehistoric creatures, particularly dinosaurs, which are quite distinctive. The guild intends to develop this island, with the nearby Whiskey Peak serving as a transit hub for reception and accommodation. While the primary exploration and sightseeing would occur in Little Garden, please arrange for personnel to facilitate this. Once transformed, it shall be named Jurassic Park. Eventually, these islands will be interconnected, creating a tourist route. The island will feature a sightseeing area and a dinosaur nature reserve, where visitors can explore and hunt, though hunting will be permitted only when the dinosaur population is excessively high. There are 2 giants on the island whom I will approach to ensure the overall safety of the island and the visitors, with the guild providing refreshments as compensation. Individual safety for visitors will be managed through a recruitment program for guild members. Additionally, existing windlass routes can be utilized by the Sea Beast transportation team to ferry visitors to the island, ensuring that no one departs without experiencing the full wonder of the place. We must construct a travel and sightseeing hotel, along with observation decks and facilities, while implementing safety measures to guarantee visitor security, including medical support. Trike suddenly remembered that Nami had been bitten by a poisonous insect there and resolved to visit the Straw Hat crew shortly. Furthermore, the research department should also send personnel to collect blood samples and conduct virus studies on various prehistoric organisms. Mariano and ABIs can be arranged to manage and communicate with some dinosaurs to assist in the research. Isn't Kaya in the Grand Line? You can directly assign her the task of collecting blood samples and conducting virus research. Marcy diligently noted down Trike's assignments, pausing when the medical research department was mentioned. It had been a while since she last saw that girl. After sending her to Loguetown, she had been brought back to the Grand Line, and the medical research department had expressed concerns. Currently, Kaya is the head of the medical research department, overseeing many studies. She is also a formidable force guarding the guild in the East Sea, alongside Jarlbed and the Sword Saint. She still needs to consult a renowned master before returning. The Chef Carmen should also be sent to Little Garden, as there are abundant dinosaur ingredients available for culinary exploration. However, the pterosaurs must remain untouched, as they are to be trained as an aerial transport unit. Trike pondered for a moment, concerned that too many dinosaurs might be consumed, and continued, stating that dinosaur ingredients should only be made available once they can be artificially bred on a large scale, prioritizing mounts first, and only turning the more difficult-to-tame creatures into ingredients later. After a thorough exploration and communication, they succinctly devised a development plan for Little Garden. Are you in such a hurry to leave again? Marcy asked Trike. It seems Kaya has an interest in you. What will you do about that? Fear not. I shall handle it. After a moment of contemplation, Trick pondered whether he was to bear the consequences of his own actions. However, the elegant yet dangerously obsessive nature of Ya was a peril to others. If I do not enter hell, who will? Such a fickle heart. And then there is Yalbert. Enough. This is something I cannot address at present. Perhaps if Sister Makino were to part ways with Shanks, she could become my wife. And the rest of my wives would be your concern. Trick's mind was overwhelmed as he swiftly shifted the topic. This. Marcy was momentarily taken aback by a remark from Trick, promptly delivering a playful smack to his head. You little rascal. Even my sister is on your mind. I've always had my sister in my thoughts. She is my guiding light. If it weren't for that insufferable Uncle Shanks who got there first. Those words felt strikingly familiar to Marcy, causing her heart to flutter as memories of the Bandit King from the newspaper flooded back. She pondered, so it truly is you. I shall take my leave. Upon realizing that Makino seemed to be contemplating his words, Trick suddenly recognized the tone reminiscent of the Mountain Bandit King, Sig. He hastily redirected the conversation, seeking an escape. Arrange for the personnel and give me a call. I shall use the anywhere door to fetch them and simultaneously ensure that the permanent pointer is prepared. Trick swiftly scooped up the bewildered Machida and stepped through the anywhere door, returning to the little garden. How delightful it is to be a child. The burdens of adulthood are truly numerous. Meanwhile, Marianu remained behind, nibbling on a rice cracker, unaware that a devil was approaching her from behind. You must be the young one, Marianu. Makino approached her, placing her hands affectionately on Marianu's shoulders, bending down to gaze at her adorable, rosy cheeks. Indeed, Marianu replied, thinking to herself how gentle this older sister was. This was the arrangement made by Trick. Makino tenderly presented the list and began her introduction. Initially, Marianu was indifferent. But as she heard about the increasingly bizarre courses, her expression grew more and more unsettled. Why on earth were there classes on wilderness survival, special operations, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, and postpartum care for animals? A wave of anxiety washed over Marianu. She recalled the immovable weight of Makino's hand pressing down on her like a mountain, rendering her unable to flee. You might be misunderstanding. I am, in fact, an adult. I am no longer a child. I have surpassed the age of schooling. Marianu struggled to speak, thinking that it seemed children had their own troubles, and perhaps being an adult was preferable. No worries. At New Dawn High, we welcome individuals of all ages to attain greatness. Principal Makino proudly promoted her institution. Principal Makino, what brings you to me? Is this young lady my new classmate? ABIs appeared in the principal's office, coincidentally witnessing a young girl being assigned courses. Feeling a sense of schadenfreude as she realized she now had a new companion to share in her trials. Indeed, you must take good care of her. And here is a document detailing the collaboration you will undertake with her. Everything is clearly written. I will certainly take care of her, ABI said, covering her mouth with a sly grin reminiscent of Tom. Marianu immediately felt a chill run down her spine, a wave of goosebumps enveloping her. Returning to the small garden, Trick produced a flying carpet and tossed Machida onto it before following suit, hastily searching for Nami. He soon found the Straw Hat crew, who were ready to set off. How impressive! Trick is flying on the carpet, Luffy exclaimed. You fool, brother, you finally chose to show up. Nami exclaimed in anger, having nearly faced disaster. Lamenting her brother's tardiness, suspecting he had been fooling around. Women possess a terrifying intuition, Trick remarked. Miss Valentine's Day is with Trick? Vivi expressed her astonishment. Wow, it's that beautiful lady. Sanji floated over like a fly. She will be one of us from now on, my newly invited partner, Trick exclaimed, giving Sanji a swift kick, sending him flying. Companions. Vivi found herself at a loss for words to describe Trek. Furthermore, that girl who painted has now been turned. She continues to remain undercover. I have brought the girl back to the guild. Nanny, Vivi exclaimed in utter shock, realizing that even the second-in-command of the Baroque works had been turned. Would this crocodile ultimately be left as a mere figurehead? The crocodile pondered, upon waking. I find myself surrounded by infiltrators. It was no wonder that he had provided the permanent pointer to Alabasta that day. Yet, he had also killed a Karam. Vivi dismissed this thought in her mind. When had he been turned? It was just a few days after your departure that this occurred. You must be worried about a Karam. Surely, he is not dead. Robin is not a person of ruthless disposition. Robin? Her true name is Nico Robin. In reality, she is a kind-hearted individual, discreetly offering her assistance. Indeed, look at the mischief you have caused, Luffy, shattering the eternal pointer that was given with good intentions. Nami once again reprimanded Luffy, and this time, it nearly cost her dearly. Ximenes. Luffy, with his head bowed, offered an apology. How did you manage to sway them? Is it credible? The Baroque Works is not a trivial organization, Vivi questioned. Oh, come now. The Hanny people are so charming, handsome, and affluent. Isn't it quite normal for others to be persuaded? Machida retorted with irritation. Hanny? Vivi gazed at the two with a questioning look. Rich? Nami's expression was one of suspicion. Her brother had once again embarked on a reckless spending spree. Why was there yet another person named Trikani? Sanji, jealousy had utterly transformed my appearance. Enough of that, Nami. You were on the brink of collapse. Trick's words were astonishing. You fool of a brother. Your words are cursed. Nami exclaimed, her anger intensifying, her head growing hotter. I always appear during your moments of peril. Yet just now, when I was nearly suffocated by wax, I saw no trace of you. But you were unscathed. Were you not? You were bitten by a venomous insect from the little garden. Just wait a moment. I will have Koya examine you. What? Is it the lump on my stomach? Nami was taken aback, realizing why she felt so unwell. Her entire body was now ablaze, drenched in sweat. As she collapsed onto the deck, Nami, don't you dare die. Luffy shook her. Idiot. Don't disturb her. First, help her to her room. Trick gently touched Nami's forehead, which had begun to burn with fever. He opened a portal to Twin Cape, where Koya indicated that she had learned the basics. And there was also a transport team heading there to meet with Laboon. Trick, accompanied by Koya, stepped through the portal to Little Garden. Hey everyone, long time no see. Koya greeted. Who is this woman named Hani? Machida's gaze shot daggers at Koya, who was clinging to Trick's arm. Hani? This woman is also called Hani. That is my exclusive title. Koya's heart raced with caution. We are all comrades. Let us not argue. Saving a life is paramount. Trick quickly redirected the conversation. Observing the chaotic scene. This insect bite is quite rare. I cannot ascertain which venomous insect it is. We need to gather nearby plants and research the corresponding antibiotics. Uncle Coloca's notes contain no relevant information. For now, I can only prescribe some herbs to clear the heat and detoxify, along with anti-inflammatory medication. But time may be of the essence. Koya's expression grew grave. Trick produced a time-freezing capsule, pressing a button that instantly expanded it into a suspended chamber, lifting Nami and placing her inside. Note, the time-freezing capsule, Akiji, when pressed against a subject, it forms a large chamber that freezes the life state within. Pressing the release button can restore that state. It is useful for preserving critically injured or gravely ill patients. This suspended chamber can temporarily preserve Nami's ailing state. Koya, you should gather herbs in Little Garden and continue your research. We will take Nami to Dr. Koreha for treatment. Having lived for so long, she may have valuable insights. Just then, the giant was about to assist in breaking apart the massive goldfish when Trick recalled that this goldfish would also belong to the guild. Thus, he swung a frying pan once more, sending the giant goldfish flying. Vivi and the giant, who had never witnessed Trick's flamboyant maneuvering, were left wide-eyed, their jaws dropping to the ground. Note, Red Riding Hood's frying pan. Carmen, when struck, a creature is sent flying without injury, the distance depending on the force. Accompanied by the declaration, I will definitely return. Then they hurried back to the location of the flat pan. The Straw Hat crew set sail smoothly towards Alabasta. Trick did not possess a permanent log pose for Magnet Island. Rather, the arbitrary log pose had never marked Magnet Island, thus it could only point towards the nearest island, necessitating a search in the skies along the route to Alabasta. Note, the arbitrary log pose, Nami, can point to islands visited, functioning as a collection of permanent log poses. Without a specified island, it will indicate the closest landmass. Vivi had once considered asking Trick to fly her there first, especially with the advent of the time-freezing capsule and the flying magic carpet, but Trick declined. He informed Vivi that the war would not commence so swiftly. Robin would engage in negotiations, and Vivi's presence alone would be futile. Assistance from the Straw Hat crew was essential. Sand Crocodile was indeed formidable. Could a minor character truly match Barrett? It was merely the protagonist aura of Luffy and narrative conveniences at play. Trick could not guarantee that he possessed a protagonist's aura, capable of defeating the Sand Crocodile, who had the advantage of the desert terrain, without sustaining injury. Furthermore, due to his involvement, the potential for the Sand Crocodile to develop a hockey ability remained uncertain. Simultaneously, Trick was reluctant to intervene and risk altering the storylines of significant characters like Chopper, as such changes could affect his prophetic abilities. Vivi had no choice but to calm her worries. Was that the Ironclad King? Trick gazed at the Ironclad King emerging on the surface of the sea, poised to attack the Straw Hat crew. It was indeed Whirlbow's vessel. Whirlbow had harnessed the powers of the Plunder fruit to create memory metal, and capturing him was imperative. However, making his presence known to the king of the allied nations would be too conspicuous. He needed to wait for a change in the monarchy of Magnet Kingdom. Blackbeard had likely departed Magnet Island not long ago, and Trick swiftly disguised himself as Blackbeard, leaving Machida, who was piloting the carpet beside him, utterly astonished. "Stay here and do not move," Trick commanded as he soared towards the ironclad king. Soldiers aboard the ironclad king leapt onto the Mary, surrounding the Straw Hat crew. "Did Lord Worlbo not accompany you?" The ironclad pirates were bewildered. "Do you possess any records or permanent log poses for Magnet Island?" Just could only inquire. "No." "Where is Magnet Island?" Luffy and his crew denied any knowledge. "Then surrender your ship and treasures." Subsequently, the ironclad pirates were repelled back to their vessel by the Straw Hat crew. Trick seized Worlbo, who had been knocked unconscious by his ambush. He was uncertain how Blackbeard had plundered the devil fruit. Experimenting with the plunder fruit was a waste, and it appeared that Worlbo had yet to develop the memory metal. So capturing him for further study was prudent. By disguising himself as Blackbeard and deliberately allowing some soldiers to notice him, he could frame Blackbeard. Given that Blackbeard had indeed attacked Magnet Island, Trick retrieved his adorable backpack, now resembling a cute little Nami doll begging for a hug, and transformed it into a Chopper reindeer doll, placing Worlbo inside. Currently, there are no islands to land on, making it inconvenient to return to the guild via the portal. Thus, we must proceed in this manner for the time being. Note, the adorable child's backpack, Dottie's daughter, can transform into various charming doll shapes. The target carrying the backpack will have enemies prioritize their attacks on the doll backpack before targeting the individual, and the backpack is capable of absorbing damage. It possesses a void volume of 10 cubic units, allowing it to contain living beings, albeit without preserving freshness. Wow, what an adorable raccoon backpack. Machida gazed at the cute backpack with sparkling eyes. Trick was rendered speechless. This was a reindeer. "How did you just transform into another person?" Machida inquired. Her curiosity piqued. "It's akin to Mr. Two's imitation fruit. You must keep it strictly confidential," Trick replied. Machida was also a trusted confidant, and since she would need to collaborate on certain tasks later, revealing the fruit's abilities to her posed no problem. Indeed, thought Machida, realizing that she was indeed the closest person to Hani, a secret likely known only to herself and a select few. After a considerable search, she finally spotted the towering, cooling towers of Drum Island. "I will take Nami to seek medical treatment first, and you all can dock at Drum Island afterward." With that, Trick hoisted the frozen time capsule onto his shoulder, while also lifting Luffy onto the flying carpet. Nami was to receive treatment, and Luffy was brought along to summon the ship's doctor, Chopper. "Well, Skypea," Luffy exclaimed, shouting joyfully from above. The flying carpet soared toward the highest peak of Drum Island, and Trick spotted Chopper at the castle entrance. "Wow, there's a raccoon, just like the bag on your back," Machida exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Chopper. "Venison," Luffy exclaimed joyfully. "Ah," Chopper exclaimed, gazing at the approaching crowd with mounting trepidation, and hurriedly attempted to flee. Luffy extended his arm, swiftly capturing Chopper in his grasp. Chopper's eyes widened in terror as he beheld Trick carrying a backpack resembling a reindeer, much like himself, and he nearly lost control of his bladder, fearing that this group intended to transform him into a similar accessory. Suddenly, the eyes of the adorable reindeer backpack blinked at Chopper, causing him to faint on the spot. "What's wrong with him? Why did he faint?" Luffy inquired with curiosity. "He must have been frightened into unconsciousness," Makino remarked, seizing Chopper from Luffy's hands and playfully suggesting, "Honey, let us make this one a backpack too. We could be the perfect couple with matching bags." Instantly revived from his stupor, Chopper struggled to escape Makita's grasp. "Do not frighten him. He is the renowned Dr. Chopper. Nami still requires his expertise, along with Dr. Kureha. You imbeciles, even if you praise me like that, I shall never forgive you." Chopper began to scold them with a mix of delight and indignation. Trick, carrying the time-freezing capsule, led the group into the castle. "Is the legendary beauty, Dr. Kureha, present? Who is calling my name?" Dr. Kureha emerged, eyeing Trick and his companions with curiosity. Such an old. Just as Luffy was about to speak, he was sent flying by a kick from Crocodile, who thought to himself that with such low emotional intelligence, one should refrain from speaking carelessly. Moreover, to be precise, in the world of pirates, a woman of this age who has not undergone severe deformity must have been an unparalleled beauty in her youth. Seeing the legendary beauty, Dr. Kureha, truly feels like a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Crocodile wore a sincere expression. Makita, standing beside, hesitated to speak, pondering whether the boss intended to cater to all ages. "Young man, you possess keen insight. What brings you here?" Observing that Trick appeared entirely sincere, Dr. Kureha felt a surge of good spirits. I have a patient who has been bitten by an ancient venomous creature and requires urgent care. Trick placed the frozen time capsule down and gently lifted Nami out. What is this? Such an extraordinary device. Dr. Kureha marveled at the contraption. First, lay her on the bed in the room. Chopper, come here. Doctor. Kureha inspected Nami's wound while Chopper retrieved medication to test for antibodies. What do you say it is, Chopper? It's Caskia. Indeed. You shall treat her, Dr. Kureha declared. Entrusting Nami's care to Chopper. Do you have any specialized doctors on your side? The toxicity has been diluted, and she has taken anti-inflammatory medication to prevent the outbreak of complications. Additionally, that peculiar device has preserved the patient as if she was only recently injured. There is little to worry about. Although Caskia has been extinct for over a century, I still possess some antibiotics. Doctor. Kureha was astonished by the professional and timely handling of the situation. This was managed by the doctors from my guild. She was recently studying in Kurokus. A disciple of Kurokus? It seems that fellow has successors. Actually, she is here on an exchange program. I hope she can learn from you for a while. An exchange program? Do you think this is a place where one can simply learn at will? Doctor. Kureha observed Luffy and Chopper playing hide and seek and sat down to enjoy a drink. As a token of gratitude, how about I assist you in dealing with Walpo? With that fellow around, you won't find peace here. Walpo? How do you know that guy? I encountered him on my way here. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. I am Trick, the president of the Eastern Sea Adventure Guild. Our guild's intelligence network is quite formidable, and we have extensive knowledge regarding Magnetic Drum Island. That fellow is not easily dealt with. Otherwise, this nation would have replaced its king long ago. Rest assured, we will not only appropriately handle the issue with Walpo, but also transform Magnetic Drum Island into a dreamlike Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Cherry Blossom Kingdom? You seem to be well informed. Dr. Kureha recalled the quack, Dr. Hilyelik. Bring that doctor over. However, the medical fees for this girl do not count. I require all the treasures aboard your ship. Here you go. Trick tossed a key to Dr. Kureha. You actually possess this. It seems you have dealt with Walpo. Dr. Kureha was taken aback by Trick's prowess. Please keep the matter of Walpo confidential. I do not wish for the world government to discover my involvement, or else Magnetic Drum Island will face trouble. Trick remarked, I have neither the time nor inclination to chatter aimlessly. Leaving Nami behind at the castle for her recovery, Trick resolved to first report back to the Mary. The flying carpet conveyed Machida and Trick to the shores of Drum Island, where Trick observed Zoro and Sanji engaged in a confrontation with two of Walpole's subordinates. Unable to locate Walpole, the two subordinates ultimately returned to Drum Island aboard the Iron King submarine, where they clashed with Zoro and his companions. The island's guard captain, Dalton, initially intended to drive away the pirate ship Mary, but fortuitously, the Iron King had also returned. This culminated in Zoro assisting Dalton and his men in addressing the tyranny of the former king, Walpole. And his iron pirate crew, it appears you have all managed quite well, Trick exclaimed as he disembarked from the carpet, casting a covetous glance at the Iron King. One of the few submarines in existence. Who is this person? Dalton inquired with curiosity. Is Nami all right? Sanji asked. She is in treatment. There is no major issue. You must be Dalton, the captain of the Magnetic Drum Island's guard. I am Trick, the president of the Adventurers Guild. There are some matters I wish to discuss with you. Let us find a secluded spot first. An Adventurers Guild? Dalton inquired with curiosity as he escorted Trek back to the cottage in the town. Walpo has been eliminated by Blackbeard. He shall not return. Really? Do not rejoice too soon. Although you are rid of the tyrant, your nation remains exceedingly vulnerable and would be equally powerless against pirates like Blackbeard. The tyranny of Walpo has precipitated an economic decline on Drum Island, and the once thriving medical powerhouse is no more, compounded by Winter Island's singular economic structure. These are grave issues. Do you have any solutions? Since you have invited me to converse, you must have some ideas. Dalton inquired. On Walpo's ship, there still exist the original 20 esteemed doctors, who are not malevolent individuals. This could serve as a foundation to revitalize the medical powerhouse once more. Our Adventurers Guild will also lend support, providing the necessary equipment and funding, though such investments will entail equity stakes. This is feasible. Furthermore, in terms of the economy, the fishing and hunting industries of Winter Island are overly simplistic. How can the living standards of the people be elevated? Fortunately, there was initially a robust medical industry. Now, it is imperative to develop tourism, allowing fishing and hunting products to be transformed into commodities for sale to visitors, thereby enhancing economic diversity and increasing the income of the islanders. In the future, the nearby Taigu Island will be developed by the guild, creating a synergistic tourist route between the two islands. Your tourism resources will prominently feature a grand ice and snow world. Taigu Island? An ice and snow world? Dalton was utterly bewildered by the extensive planning proposed by Trick. The richest resource of Loguetown Island lies in its ice and snow tourism potential. Various ice sculpture exhibitions can be organized, along with skiing, ice skating, and ice fishing activities. A cable car can be established for scenic views of the icy kingdom, and as for the castle, it would be impractical for office work and public accessibility. It should be transformed into an ice and snow castle amusement park. This park could host a variety of events and offer diverse culinary delights, allowing visitors to experience the joys of being the king of the ice and snow realm, generating revenue from admission fees and royal experience charges. The Raven Rabbits can also be trained as snow coaches to guide visitors and could serve as the kingdom's guard and rescue team in snowy conditions. Is this feasible? Raven Rabbits are not particularly fond of humans. Dalton is well aware of their ferocity. The guild possesses professional beast communicators, so there is no issue. As long as clear communication is established and sufficient benefits are provided, the Raven Rabbits will consent. Additionally, there will be a magnificent cherry blossom exhibition, serving as a grand finale for the night. Trick recalled the spectacular effect of the cherry blossom trees, reminiscent of the fireworks displays at Disneyland. Does Loguetown Kingdom not have cherry blossoms? Dalton pondered. You will come to know in due time. Traveling on the Grand Line is no easy feat. The weather is notoriously harsh. How will tourists arrive? Dalton posed a crucial question. You need not worry about this. Our guild's greatest strength lies in transportation and navigation. Having trained and recruited a multitude of skilled navigators, we also possess technologies such as Sea Beast for towing ships, aerial transport, and navigation through windless zones. As long as there are tourism resources here, we can effectively bring tourists to visit. Ultimately, the issue lies in strength. Loguetown Island is too weak. Even with the possession of a devil fruit, your combat prowess remains insufficient. Dalton felt a wave of embarrassment. You can start by securing loans from the guild to fund the infrastructure for those amusement facilities, and also consider hiring some formidable individuals for assistance. Once you have sufficient funds later, you can train and recruit your own strong allies. You must also dedicate time to your own training. Perhaps you could attend the guild's training institute for further education. While engaging in light-hearted conversation with Dalton, Trek utilized a portal to transport him to a business meeting with Makino, and then proceeded to another portal that led them to the ancient island. In the quaint garden of the ancient island, Kaya was busy collecting samples of venomous insects when she suddenly noticed a figure by the shore, resembling a flamboyant individual reprimanding his subordinates. Mr. 2 had been sent by Mr. 0 to the garden to deal with Mr. 3, but during his journey, he had not encountered anything unusual, fearing that failure might lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, Mr. 2 spotted a delinquent girl swinging her legs while perched on a tree. Have you ever seen someone with hair styled in the shape of a 3? Mr. 2 inquired. I have never seen such a thing. Kaya replied. Oh, in that case, it's nothing to worry about. But wait, how could there be a wayward girl in a place like this? Where is she? A mere illusion? Kaya had no time to engage in a skirmish with this strange being. Her priority was to investigate the potion. Upon realizing the individual was not Trick, she swiftly made her exit. Trick, utilizing the portal, quickly returned to the small garden. There were no issues with Nami, so he urged, come with me to Magnetic Drum Island. Oh, and I must also communicate with the giant brothers. With a firm grip, Trick pulled Kaya onto the flying carpet. After locating the giant brothers, Trick successfully established communication with them. The giants were remarkably generous, and with fine wine on offer, the negotiations proceeded smoothly. Upon returning to Magnetic Drum Island, Trick decided to temporarily leave the White Iron King behind. This submarine's primary purpose was to serve as a refuge, particularly to evade those possessing the powers of the Devil Fruit, thus functioning as a safe haven. The Yandere witch Koya finally encountered another witch, Dr. Kureha. Gazing at this fashionable young girl, Dr. Kureha felt as though she was looking at her younger self. Indeed, their styles bore a striking resemblance. After some conversation, Dr. Kureha learned that Koya had only been studying medicine for a few months, yet possessed such remarkable abilities. Her astonishment rivaled that of Kurakasu. As becoming a physician is no swift endeavor, it demands extensive knowledge and surgical experience. Chopper was already a prodigy, but Koya was a genius among geniuses. Dr. Kureha found herself quite fond of this eccentric student, captivated by her audacity to wield a knife with such fearlessness and her morbid pursuit of medical research, which resonated deeply with her own inclinations. Thanks to Trike's urgent care, Nami recovered swiftly, while Chopper was whisked aboard the ship by Luffy. Trike ruffled Nami's hair, playfully admonishing her to dress more appropriately and to refrain from distributing so many favors. Bidding farewell to the Straw Hat Pirates, he mentioned he had other matters to attend to, assuring them that he had everything arranged in Alabasta and that Vivi need not worry. On the castle's summit, Dr. Kureha launched a colossal cherry blossom cannon as a farewell ceremony for Chopper. Koya intended to remain here for further study, and as Trike prepared to say goodbye, she and Machida exchanged fiery glances. One of them clutched one of Trike's arms, leading him to feel as if he were a criminal apprehended by the police. Koya, with her exceptional medical skills, quickly discerned that Machida had been overexerted. Watching Machida flaunt herself, Koya's frustration boiled over. After all, she had met Trike first, and it was unbearable that her exclusive toy was being played with by someone else. The feeling of being overshadowed was akin to what any child would understand. Trike was nearly overwhelmed by Koya's wrath, but fortunately, Machida intervened just in time, dragging him away in a state of disarray. Lacking mastery over the Navy S6 styles, Koya was left fuming, her fury manifesting in a violent cough that expelled a significant amount of blood. The peculiar properties of the Yandere pill erupted within her, amplifying her mental prowess and forcing forth the Conqueror's haki. Note: the Yandere pill Koya consumed by the chronically ill, it enhances their ability to discern ailments, while anger ignites formidable combat prowess and a slightly Yandere disposition. The weaker the body, the stronger the effect. Conversely, a robust physique temporarily nullifies its power. Hee. Koya's eerie laughter echoed across the night sky of Drum Island, harmonizing with the grand cherry blossom tree's spectacle, creating an otherworldly ambience. On that day, the island's inhabitants were gripped by terror, including the Straw Hat crew, who had yet to distance themselves. Even Trike, airborne, was nearly paralyzed by fear. What was that? It sounded like Koya's laughter. Usopp suddenly felt as though he had contracted an affliction preventing him from encountering Koya. The weight of her malice was palpable. Nami, just recovered, felt the intensity most acutely, genuinely worried for her brother. The others, too, sensed an unexplainable chill, donning extra layers of clothing. What a terrifying little demon. Was this the mark of royal potential? Dr. Kureha sensed the anomaly most vividly within the castle. Her apprentice was utterly bizarre. Crook departed from Drum Island, with plans to involve the Navy in the issues surrounding Alabasta, while simultaneously nurturing his own allies within the upper echelons of the Navy. In the original narrative, it appears that the area is under the jurisdiction of Colonel Tina from the Navy headquarters, and it is uncertain whether the troublesome smoker has arrived. Crook perused his mental catalog of prominent characters from One Piece, recalling the alluring beauty with pink hair, a peer of Smoker and a student of Zephyr, who was rational and confident, yet he could not discern any significant vulnerabilities in her, making her a challenging target to approach. However, she is also a mature woman, possibly yearning for affection, which suggests that a strategy involving handsome men might be effective, he pondered while resting his chin on his hand. Crook utilized the resources of his guild to trace the whereabouts of Tina's fleet through the Navy's internal personnel system. He then boarded his flying carpet and set off towards Tina's unit. While on the flying carpet, Crook explained a portion of his plans to Machida. He intended to orchestrate Tina's kidnapping, utilizing the powers of the mimic fruit to disguise Machida as a sand crocodile, allowing Tina to inadvertently overhear their scheme. Subsequently, Crook would rescue Tina, thus enabling the Navy to intervene ahead of time, and Tina would owe him a favor, granting the guild a connection to the Navy headquarters. As for why he did not enlist Smoker, that ironclad man was always on the move and lacked the finesse required to infiltrate Navy headquarters. Note: the mimic fruit allows one to disguise people and objects as others, becoming increasingly convincing the more they resemble the original. This includes mimicking the target's abilities and strength, though it is limited by the user's own capabilities. One cannot disguise oneself as someone who would typically not venture into a certain area. Upon reverting from disguise, one may retain some skills from the target. The fruit can be used on others, but the effectiveness of the mimicry is significantly reduced, and the distance cannot be too great. Initially, one can only disguise a single person, with the potential to unlock multiple disguises over time. Upon discovering Tina's Navy warship, Crook instructed Machida to remain on standby in the air while he stealthily infiltrated the vessel disguised as a Navy soldier. Gazing at the striking figure of the pink-haired beauty before him, Crook felt a surge of attraction. Her S-shaped figure and regal demeanor compelled him to make a sacrifice of his own allure. Tina, noticing the Navy soldier beside her staring intently at her cleavage, frowned in disapproval. In this day and age, Were these new recruits so brazen? It seemed they were lacking in discipline. Such were her thoughts. You, Tina exclaimed, pointing at the disguised passerby, who was none other than the naval officer. Trek. Me? Trek glanced around, pointing at himself, pondering if he had inadvertently exposed his intentions. He had meticulously observed for a considerable time, selecting a rookie to incapacitate, placing him into a backpack intended for the little treasure, and handing it over to Machida, all while disguising himself as the novice. Trek felt an unsettling sense that he had overlooked something of great significance. However, he dismissed it, reasoning that if it had slipped his mind, it likely was not of paramount importance. The spirit of Valpo interjected, "Surely you have forgotten that there is still a living soul inside that bag. I perished from hunger in the most excruciating manner." "What are you looking at?" "Report, sir. Behold the striking beauty. Are these mindless fans of mine so blatant?" Tina was momentarily taken aback and, almost unconsciously, replied, "Would you like to marry such a stunning wife?" "Desire," exclaimed Trek, filled with excitement. "Let us train and become powerful." "Very well, Commander." Trek immediately began performing push-ups at lightning speed right where he stood. The other Marines nearby gazed at the peculiar exchange between the two with bewilderment. Once they regained their composure, they too eagerly joined in the exercise. Tina observed the invigorated group of sailors, feeling she had discovered a secret to effective training. On a moonless night, fraught with danger, during dinner time, Trek, amidst a throng of fervent admirers, engaged in fierce competition, leveraging his monetary influence to secure a food delivery role. With a meal box in hand, he arrived at the entrance of Tina's captain's quarters, glancing around furtively as he discreetly added a little something extra inside. Knock, knock. Trek rapped on Tina's door. "Come in." "Sir, here is your meal." "All right, place it here." As Trek arranged the dishes, he was about to leave. "Wait, you should sit down too." Tina produced a bottle of red wine, filling a glass for both herself and Trek. "Ah, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Trek hesitated verbally, yet his body betrayed him as he took a seat opposite Tina. "You are the new recruit of the day, aren't you?" "Am I beautiful?" Tina inquired leisurely while lighting a cigarette. "How beautiful?" Trek thought perhaps she was smitten with him. Yet, he was not the dashing Trek of the moment, but rather a mere recruit in the vast sea of the Navy, consumed by jealousy over this naval officer. "Come, let us drink." Trek observed Tina's fiery red lips as she downed her drink in one go, while he merely sipped his wine. After all, what if she found him irresistible and decided to spice things up a bit? But then again, if that were the case, he might as well indulge. After all, one could sacrifice for the sake of ambition. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" Tina inquired, exhaling a wispy ring of smoke. "Reporting, sir. I am Zambo, a new recruit in the Navy, here to behold your grandeur. You invite me to drink, yet you merely watch me finish my glass before savoring a sip of your own. Are you wary of the wine? Why do you harbor such suspicion towards your superior? Could it be that you are a spy?" Disguising oneself as a recruit seems the easiest ruse, yet paradoxically, it draws the most attention. For new recruits are often the gateway for spies to infiltrate. However, your brazen gaze upon me during the day hardly aligns with the subtlety expected of a spy. Thus, there can be but one truth. You infiltrated the Navy not for intelligence, but for me. Surely, those meals were tampered with. The astute detective Tina unveiled Trek's ruse with piercing clarity. Indeed, rational and self-assured, her deductions were astute. He had encountered a worthy opponent. Engaging her directly would be unwise, as capturing her could lead to exposure. Trek's mind raced momentarily, concocting a strategy. No, wait. Tina lacked direct evidence. Her mere presumption regarding the wine was insufficient to substantiate her claims. She was attempting to bait him, well versed in the art of performance. Trek recognized the necessity of maintaining composure. "Ahem, sir, what do you mean? I am not a spy. I am simply..." Trek feigned unease, his cheeks flushing as he began to defend himself. "What is it?" Tina continued to inquire. I found myself unable to contain my admiration. I had never encountered a woman as breathtakingly beautiful as the commander throughout my life. I longed to savor the sight of her elegance as she indulged in her wine. As for merely taking a sip, it would grant me the opportunity to linger in her presence a little longer. Trek shyly lowered his gaze, his ears flushed crimson, occasionally stealing glances at Tina, resembling a bashful young man whose secret affection had been unveiled. Tina felt somewhat perplexed, however, as a self-assured individual. She pushed her meal towards Trek and declared, "You eat. Is that acceptable?" "Sir, you haven't dined yet." Then I shall partake." Trek observed Tina gazing at him in silence, exuding an aura that suggested she might eliminate him should he refuse. Had he known, he could have pursued that little scatterbrain. Dasky, or even the rugged Hansmork, this young lady was far too intellectually demanding. Trick transformed his regret into appetite, elegantly spearing a generous portion of the steak before him and devouring it with the fervor of a famished soul. I have never tasted such delectable steak. Thank you, sir. Trick expressed his gratitude between bites, resembling a rustic bumpkin savoring a rare delicacy. Tina, puzzled, began to wonder if she was being overly sensitive. Observing the unscathed Trick, self-doubt crept in. After all, he was a man who had watched hundreds of episodes of Detective Conan. To introduce seasoning into the food was rather rudimentary. Trick smugly thought to himself. But what should he do now? Should he wait for another opportunity? That would be a bit of a time waster. Trick resolved to exert himself further, proclaiming, "Today, I must express my gratitude, sir, for the privilege of dining with such a beautiful officer. Enjoying this exquisite steak and delightful wine. It is sheer bliss. You must still be hungry, sir. Skipping meals is detrimental to one's health. If you're concerned, we can have the kitchen send out another dish. I will remain here, not going anywhere, for it brings me immense joy to keep an eye on you." Seeing Trick relish his meal so heartily, Tina felt a pang of hunger herself and decided to call the chef to send another portion, instructing that 2 people should deliver it for mutual oversight. "Knock, knock. Sir, we have come to deliver your meal. Come in." The 2 soldiers gazed in disbelief at the sight of the newcomer, Trick, dining with Tina, their faces contorted by envy. "You may leave now," Tina instructed, dismissing her 2 subordinates whose expressions were nearly beyond control. "Sir, if you still have concerns, I can taste a piece to ensure its safety. I shall test the poison." Trick eagerly grasped the newly presented knife, brimming with anticipation. This is truly the reincarnation of a starving ghost. I have yet to eat. Does this new recruit genuinely fancy me, or is it merely the steak that captivates him? Tina mused inwardly. "No need," Tina replied coldly, then picked up her knife and fork to begin her meal. Trick gazed at Tina with affectionate admiration as she ate, finding her elegance enchanting. Watching a beautiful woman dine is indeed a pleasure. However, Tina felt somewhat uneasy under his gaze and hastily finished her steak. "TSK, TSK, TSK. How naive to challenge my cunning." Trick thought mockingly as he observed the now slumbering Tina. From the very beginning, he had coated the dining knife with a substance, ensuring that when Tina cut her steak, she unwittingly ingested it herself. This was also the reason Trick had only used a fork and not a knife when Tina had asked him to taste her dish, leading her to mistakenly believe he was a rustic who did not know how to cut steak properly, only able to stab at it with a fork. When the second serving arrived, Trick feigned a need to cut a piece for tasting, all the while intending to swiftly remove the newly delivered knife that had not been tainted. Tina, seeing him handle that new knife, would certainly refrain from using it to cut her steak, instinctively opting for the first knife due to her cleanliness obsession or fear of Trick's potential tricks. Thus, the cunning game played out. Tina versus Trick, round 1. Tina's dismal defeat. Commander, are you intoxicated?" Trick inquired tentatively, observing the stillness of Tina. He lifted her and placed her on the sofa, detecting a faint scent of smoke. "Cough, cough. Young ladies ought not to smoke. It is detrimental to health." He then proceeded to tidy up the tableware and departed from the captain's quarters, returning the utensils to the mess hall, to prevent Tina from feigning unconsciousness. Trick did not seize her immediately, especially since the adorable backpack was still with Machida. The backpack, designed to hold living beings, could not be placed in the space pocket reserved for non-living items. Stealthily, Trick left the warship and boarded the flying magic carpet, retrieving the adorable backpack from Machida. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, "What on earth? My munch fruit." Trick intended to inspect the Navy recruit he had placed inside, only to discover that Walbo had perished from starvation in the virtual space of the backpack. He kicked Walbo's lifeless body and sighed, "Ah," before promptly giving him a sea burial. Next time, remember to feed the creatures within the adorable backpack. Fortunately, this time it was only a villain who starved. Note, the adorable backpack, Dottie's daughter, a backpack that can transform into various cute doll shapes when the target wears it. Enemies will prioritize attacking the doll backpack before targeting the wearer. The backpack can absorb damage and has a volume of 10 cubic units, capable of holding living beings but cannot preserve them. Trick slung the adorable backpack over his shoulder, stealthily re-entered the warship, returned the unconscious Navy recruit to the storage area, and then confidently made his way to the captain's quarters to meet his elegant wife. Knock, knock. After a brief silence, Trey entered, finding Tina elegantly asleep on the sofa. As he gazed at Tina's fiery red lips, he couldn't resist planting a kiss on them. A taste of sweetness. Another kiss, this time reminiscent of strawberries. Each flavor seemed to change, as if her lipstick was a fruit party. It was evident she was quite disoriented still. He retrieved his adorable backpack, transforming Chopper into the form of the great serpent Salome, the Empress's snake. This way. It wouldn't appear too bulky as he coiled it around himself and tucked Tina inside. Unbeknownst to Trey, the eyes of the snake from the backpack discreetly darted a glance at him. He activated his disguise, morphing into Tina, wrapping the backpack within his cloak, and then swaggered out of the captain's quarters, performing Mr. Two's swan dance, twirling around in full view of some patrolling sailors before vanishing. The following day, upon discovering Tina's absence, the sailors promptly reported to headquarters and began a frantic search. Upon receiving the report of Tina's disappearance, Vice Admiral Crane reviewed the sailors' accounts. Sensing something amiss, why would Tina inexplicably dine with a rookie sailor? Was it a case of an older man pursuing a younger woman? Moreover, she had vanished after dancing oddly. This rookie was found in the storage room, completely oblivious. Vice Admiral Crane speculated that someone may have disguised themselves as a sailor. And if even Tina could fall victim, it could be the work of a devil fruit user. An investigation was necessary to see if there were any individuals skilled in impersonation or possessing such powers in Tina's jurisdiction. Then, Smoker would head to the Grand Line, contacting him to follow up. Trey and Machida soared towards Rain Base on a flying carpet. Through Machida's insights into Baroque works, Trey secretly reached out to Robin in Rain Base. Robin, stationed at a nearby hideout, met Trey in secrecy while Machida stood guard outside. "You arrived so swiftly. Are you looking to challenge Crocodile?" Robin asked, her curiosity piqued. She still had reservations about Trey's combat prowess, given that Logia users were nearly invincible. After a brief separation, Trey embraced Robin from behind. "This is about getting my dear wife to cooperate in a little performance. I wish for the Navy to intervene, as my forthcoming plans rely on their involvement." Although they had shared intimate moments, Robin still felt a bit awkward around Trey. Their relationship had escalated too quickly. Yet, Trey, knowing her so well, remained oblivious to her discomfort, indulging in their closeness. Swatting Trey's hand away, Robin inquired, "The Navy? Why not directly provide the intel to them?" It was too conspicuous, making it easy for the Navy to realize someone was pulling the strings. Furthermore, it hindered her ability to establish contact with the Navy headquarters. She required the Guild to assist in a manner that appeared to support both the Navy and the Kingdom in this conspiracy. The Straw Hat Pirates would defeat Crocodile, and eventually, the world government would likely allow the Navy to reap the benefits. Given the circumstances, it would be more prudent to involve the Navy directly, allowing them to contribute both labor and resources while the Guild assists from the sidelines. The Straw Hat Pirates would intervene in this conspiracy under the guise of accepting a commission from the Guild, thereby enhancing their own reputation while providing a successful case for the Guild as an adventurous pirate faction capable of resolving internal strife within nations. This would facilitate the Guild's future interventions in national conflicts, aiding in the reconstruction of war-torn countries. Additionally, it would distinguish adventurous pirate crews, garnering acceptance from various nations to authorize such groups to execute commissions. The Navy would ostensibly issue bounties on these adventurous crews, while in reality, they would not pursue them actively. In Alabasta, efforts would be made to foster amicable relations among the Guild, the Navy, and the Kingdom, laying the groundwork for future development plans. Robin inquired, "How will this play out?" She held reservations about Trick's ideas, as she harbored little fondness for the Navy. Trick whispered the script into Robin's ear. "You plan to deceive a multitude of women." Robin surmised that Trick might be aiming to charm the naval captain. "No. This is merely about fostering friendship. They are not so easily deceived. I've exhausted countless brain cells to devise this. So, I am easily fooled then? Not at all. It's merely that my dear wife is understanding and compassionate." As Trick spoke, he lifted Robin into his arms, eliciting an exclamation from her. Observing the two emerge, drenched in sweat, Machida decided that they ought to avoid clandestine discussions indoors in the future, as it was stiflingly hot, evident from how quickly they appeared like drenched chickens. The three of them coordinated their roles and proceeded towards a relatively remote outpost on the city's outskirts. Trick stealthily extracted Tina, bound and blindfolded, and placed her in a neighboring room. Robin, intrigued by Tina's bindings and the object obstructing her mouth, wondered where Trick had acquired such specialized skills. Robin portrayed her role authentically, without pretense. Machida, undergoing transformation into a sand crocodile via Trick's disguise fruit, complemented the ruse. Trick himself donned the guise of Tina, intending for her to mistakenly perceive him as Mr. Two. The choice to avoid Mr. Two's actual appearance was deliberate. As Trix sought to convey a message to Tina, the sand crocodile had someone capable of impersonating others, with the transformation into Tina being the most convincing. The entire scene was shrouded in an eerie ambience, illuminated only by sporadic dim light that cast shadows on the profiles of the three. Robin sensed that Trix understood the sand crocodile well, as the atmosphere mirrored the intimate discussions she had experienced with him. Trix loosened Tina's blindfold just enough for her to see, then administered an antidote to awaken her. While the three waited with the door slightly ajar for her to regain consciousness, upon awakening, Tina quickly realized something strange was lodged in her mouth, rendering her speechless and unable to activate her fruit abilities, suspecting it might be a sea prism stone object, bound tightly and unable to move. She felt restrained but not overly constricted. Leaning against the wall, Tina slightly nudged her blindfold aside and discovered that she was in a dim, stifling little room. It is worth noting that the object in her mouth was a fruit nullification ring belonging to Crocodile, cleverly disguised as a big walnut. The fruit nullification ring, made of sea prism stone, seals away the powers of devil fruits, allowing one to swim. Had she been kidnapped? Remembering the naval recruit, Tina felt a surge of anger, never anticipating that she would ultimately fall victim. Where exactly was she? Could it be that the two sailors who delivered her meals were part of a conspiracy? At this moment, Tina was both famished and parched, and just as she was about to let out a whimper, she overheard voices from the next room. Boss. This time Mr. Two successfully captured Navy Colonel Tina, causing chaos among the nearby Navy, who will be preoccupied with the search, Robin remarked. Smoker is isolated and will not interfere with the execution of our plan. Isn't that Smoker in the East Blue? Why venture into the Grand Line to chase after that Straw Hat kid? If the Navy discovers our plans, it would spell trouble. He's such a meddlesome fellow, Crocodile retorted, puffing on his cigar. The boss is truly a genius, inciting internal strife within the nation through the dance powder, only to later overthrow the Nefertari royal family under the guise of a national hero, the false Tina extolled. Crocodile merely pointed out the treachery involved, wary of exposing the plan concerning Pluton for fear of alerting the world government. Through the slightly ajar door, Tina caught sight of the warlord Crocodile, the son of the devil, Nico Robin, and another version of herself, the false Tina. The warlord was actually attempting to usurp the allied nations. How could there be another version of her? Was Mr. Two the one who had disguised himself as the naval recruit and knocked her out? It seemed to be yet another devil fruit ability at play, and Tina was furious. Should she capture him again, she would ensure he met a gruesome end. At that moment, the real Mr. Two suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. What should we do with this Navy colonel? Robin inquired. You all can handle it. There was no need to capture her in the first place. Crocodile replied. Aren't you worried that the boss might have other uses for her? And if we kill the Navy colonel, once discovered, even the warlord would find it difficult to explain to the Navy. The false Tina argued. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Crocodile glared at the false Tina, sending her flying with a golden hook through the window, leaving her fate uncertain. He then entered the inner room, intending to deal with Tina using his golden hook. Hearing someone approach, Tina feigned unconsciousness. However, the remnants of light filtering through the blindfold caught a glimpse of the golden hook of the sand crocodile, which was poised to descend, gathering strength to evade. Outside the room, Tina swiftly discarded her disguise and transformed back into Trek, veiling her face while revealing her eyes. Then, with a sudden burst, she shattered a window and entered the dilapidated interior. In an instant, she seized the golden hook with one hand while grasping the rope binding Tina with the other, leaping urgently through the window and sprinting across the desert at breakneck speed, carrying Tina along. Tina, with limited vision through the blindfold, noticed the sand crocodile pursuing them furiously, already far removed from the rain-soaked ground. Machida, as the wielder of the camouflage fruit, found her imitation of the sand crocodile's abilities woefully inadequate and was unable to stray too far from Trek. At this moment, Machida could not completely elementalize her form, only managing to coat her body in sand and exert slight control over it. Yet, this was sufficient. Combined with the powers of the weight fruit and the Navy's 6 styles, Machida soared through the air, deliberately stirring up a whirlwind of dust. While she did not perfectly replicate the sand crocodile, her imposing presence certainly matched its ferocity. With Tina's vision still obscured and the swirling yellow sands obscuring all clarity, distinguishing between them became nearly impossible. The desert dagger, with its immense high-frequency vibrations, hurtled forth, cleaving the ground open with a tremendous fissure. In a moment of urgency, Trick swiftly pulled Tina back into his embrace, cradling her like a princess, while the aftershock inflicted grievous wounds upon his back, exposing bone and causing him to expel a copious amount of blood onto Tina. "Behold, I am a seasoned performer," he exclaimed. Machida, observing the scene, couldn't shake the feeling of DJVU. The disguised fruit, although not a paragon of combat prowess, was indeed the most adept at deception. Furthermore, Machida's desert dagger was fundamentally a manifestation of Trick's own fruit. This desert dagger, though seemingly potent, was but a fade. Striking Trick yielded no effect, as the injuries he sustained were merely illusions conjured by his fruit's abilities. The gaping fissure in the ground was a ruse, an effect produced by Machida's gale kick. Suddenly, a sandstorm erupted, intentionally provoked by Machida's overweight assault on the ground, forcibly stirring up the tempest, coupled with the force of his punches and gale kick. The spectacle was undeniably impressive. Thus, it became entirely plausible for Trick to escape with Tina under the cover of the swirling sands, evading the pursuit of the sand crocodile. It was worth noting that while the sand crocodile was not inherently afraid of the storm, the sheer magnitude of the tempest rendered it uncontrollable. Amidst the vast, scorching sea of sand, two figures struggled onward. More accurately, one figure bore the other upon his back. Moments prior, within the heart of the sandstorm, Trick discreetly retrieved the fruit nullifying ring, disguising it as a great walnut, while he untied the ropes binding Tina. Gradually, the winds of the storm began to subside. Black gun. A dark iron rod emerged from the yellow sands and retreated in an instant. Tina, in response, used it once more, propelling both herself and Trick out of the sand. Utilizing the abilities of the kankank fruit, Tina struggled to pull Trick from the clutches of the desert, but both were now utterly exhausted. Since being captured by Trick in the rain, Tina had not consumed anything. That glass of red wine in the drugged state constituted her last meal. Trick, although somewhat better off, was nonetheless suffering greatly, buried in sand and scorched under the relentless sun, his body marred with injuries that were not mere disguises. The conditions for their performance were truly arduous, something those youthful actors could never emulate. Weak and unconscious, Trick lay in the yellow sand, his head turned to the side. The mask that once covered his face now lost, revealing his fiery orange hair and youthful, delicate profile. Tina gazed at this unknown, yet handsome boy for a long while, astonished that the one who rescued her from the clutches of the seven warlords' crocodile was such a young lad. Observing the gruesome and bloodied wound on Trick's back, Tina noted that, due to the heat, dryness, and the sand's adherence, the injury had ceased to bleed profusely. Nevertheless, she tore her own clothing to wrap around his wound, preventing further bleeding and infection. For the first time, Tina felt that wearing so little was a transgression, especially now that she had only one small piece of clothing left. Trick's shirt had long been rendered tattered by the desert treasure blade, and Tina's cloak had been lost in the sandstorm. The only reason Tina's attire remained intact was that Trick had held her tightly in his embrace. The scorching sun blazed upon the rolling yellow sands, distorting the horizon beneath the heat waves. Tina glanced at the sun to discern her direction. She dared not venture towards the rain, but could only head toward the sea. A considerable distance away, with Trick on her back, their skin pressed closely together, Tina had discarded Trick's bloodstained, tattered shirt. Despite their physical closeness, there was no hint of intimacy. The heat was simply too oppressive. After trudging several miles, Trick could no longer suppress his consciousness. Looking at Tina's pallid face, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Thinking to himself how to describe her, there were no words adequate enough. Trick was filled with remorse. Perceiving himself as a villain of the highest order, his foremost priority was to urge Tina to hurry to the seaside, to disregard his own plight. Otherwise, she would surely succumb to the desert's unforgiving grasp while carrying him. Cough, cough. Are you all right? Trick weakly inquired. You are awake. Tina's hoarse voice echoed. You should go on your own. Neither of us can survive in this desert. Besides, I am gravely injured and on the brink of death. So do not concern yourself with me, suggested Crick. Have you ever fought for someone with all your might? Tina inquired. What do you mean? Crick's mind struggled to comprehend her words. Did you not once risk everything to rescue Tina from Crocodile's grasp? Tina remarked. Trek stammered, his voice caught in his throat. Tina was ready to risk her life to lead him out of the desert. Colonel Tina never gave up. Tina declared with unwavering determination. Trek's guilt weighed down upon him like a colossal mountain, intensifying with each passing moment. Observing Tina, whose fiery red lips were now cracked and parched, his heart ached painfully. This cannot continue. I must sacrifice myself. Otherwise, this foolish girl will truly perish. Trek began to think fervently once more for her sake. He decisively inflicted a wound upon his own arm. What are you doing? Tina exclaimed, startled. She opened her mouth, only to have it silenced. Trek pressed his bleeding wound firmly against Tina's fiery red lips, then discreetly created a small pocket within the wound, releasing the precious fresh water contained within. The diluted blood mixed with water flowed into Tina's mouth, and she struggled desperately to pry Trek's hand away, but his grip was unyielding. A crosshold, used by others to take life, yet here it served to save. Tina instinctively sucked at Trek's blood in her parched mouth, yet tears streamed down her cheeks. Don't cry. The moisture that had just been replenished now flowed from her eyes. Trek grew anxious. He could not sustain this blood supply indefinitely. It was utterly illogical. One would either die or be exposed. No more tears. If you cry again, I cannot help you, Trek thought, and then loosened his grip to hastily deliver his final words. Ahem. Do you know? I hail from the kingdom of Oiket in the East Sea. I became an orphan due to pirates and was rescued by the Navy, cradled in their arms. I hold a deep admiration for the Navy, though I never became one. It is within their embrace that I find a long-lost sense of security. I am a sailor. At this moment, Tina held Trek tightly, her tears flowing freely. To be born in the arms of the Navy and to perish there as well, perhaps this is my destiny. The beautiful naval sister, if there is a next life. I hope to be your beloved, forever resting in your embrace. Trek expressed his final wish, his bloodied hand reaching toward Tina's pale face, but ultimately, it fell away as he drew his last breath. After all, it was too grim, stained with blood. He thought it best not to tarnish Tina's exquisite beauty. Tina was elated. She wished to be your beloved. Tina grasped Trek's fallen bloodied hand and pressed it against her cheek. Then she lowered her head and deeply kissed Trek with her crimson lips, stained with his blood. Enough. Not even the dead are spared. Trek, feigning death, felt a profound despair within. Why? I am dead, and this foolish girl still carries me. Have I died in vain? Had I known, I would not have uttered those parting words. In the desert, a sandstorm began to brew. Whether it was the work of Machida remained unknown. Regardless, Trek found it timely. The wind and sand grew fiercer. Seizing the opportunity, Trek was swept away by the tempest. Tina was driven to madness. Frantically searching for the corpse of Trick amidst the sandstorm, Trick silently appeared behind Tina and rendered her unconscious. He had learned some rudimentary acupressure techniques from Koya. After Trick informed Koya about the existence of meridians and acupuncture points within the human body, Koya began to experiment with needles meticulously. She nearly explored the entirety of the human anatomy, ultimately devising a comprehensive methodology for the application of acupuncture points, a testament to her relentless pursuit of medical excellence. Gazing at the beautiful profile of Tina, still marked by tears and stained with blood, he found her remarkably beautiful despite her plight. Alas, he found himself in debt to her emotions. Having deceived her once, he felt he would have to dedicate a lifetime to safeguarding this falsehood. For Trick feared that once Tina uncovered the truth, his demise would be inevitable. Consequently, he transported Tina to the shoreline nearest to the naval warship, disguised himself as a naval officer, and draped his naval jacket over her before carrying her back aboard the ship. The crew erupted in excitement upon finally locating Colonel Tina, and the ship's doctor commenced an examination of her condition, while Trick, in his guise, discreetly slipped away. Soon after, Tina regained consciousness and, in a frenzy, sought to find Trick, firmly believing he had survived. Trick pondered the terrifying intuition of women. However, her body remained frail, and she was restrained by those around her. Tina expressed a desire to dispatch someone to search for the youth with the orange hair, only to realize she did not even know his name. Consequently, they relied on technicians to create a hastily drawn portrait for the search. Tina reported Sand Crocodile's conspiracy to headquarters, prompting the Navy to contact him through the world government. Sand Crocodile feigned innocence, adamantly denying any involvement in his treacherous schemes, asserting that he was merely engaged in eradicating pirates, demanding evidence from the Navy to substantiate their claims. After hanging up the phone, Sand Crocodile's face contorted with rage. Who had leaked his secrets? Nico Robin? No, that individual was terrified by the Navy's demon slaughter order. How could she possibly collude with them? Perhaps Princess Vivi. It was confirmed. His subordinates were utterly incompetent. They could not even eliminate a single Princess Vivi. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. On another front, he felt compelled to expedite his plans, aiming to acquire Pluton before the Navy could gather evidence. He urgently summoned all members of his organization to implement their strategy without delay. Meanwhile, the Navy's headquarters urged Tina to procure evidence of Sand Crocodile's use of dancing powder. The Navy believed that relying solely on Tina and Smoker might not suffice against Sand Crocodile, so they dispatched Akiji to Alabasta for reinforcements. This portrait seems oddly familiar. Admiral Tsuru examined the image of Trick sent from Tina's report. Sengoku, munching on senbei, also took a look. Let me see. He glanced at the senbei in his hand. Then back at Trick. Isn't this my senbei, Admiral? Sengoku exclaimed with excitement, only to regain his composure. Tina's report claimed this individual was deceased? Tina staunchly believed he was alive, yet the Navy's analysis suggested otherwise, considering he had reportedly suffered grave injuries, lost significant blood, and ultimately had used his own blood to nourish Tina. Until breathless, the body was swept away by the sandstorm. To survive, or to be resurrected, is nothing short of a miracle. Tina's mental state is somewhat unstable. She has lost her judgment and is now primarily engaged in self-deception, as assessed by General Crane. Can we establish contact with the Adventurers Guild? Sengoku inquired. The guild reported that recently the president traveled to Alabasta to expand operations and then lost contact. Crane responded. Lost contact? Maintain close surveillance, and once the guild receives any news from there, report immediately. This was their own Admiral Senbei. Sengoku was just as concerned as Tina. In Alabasta. With Tina's fleet, she gazed at the photograph of Trick, baring his teeth, next to which stood a woman of similar age, wearing an awkward smile. What was their connection? This was a commemorative group photo marking the official establishment of the Adventurers Guild, featuring Trick and Makino. Each had their own copy. Makino had hung hers in her small tavern without much thought at the time, although later, she was brought back to the office by Makino. The Navy's intelligence department captured it nonetheless. Is that Trick? The president of the Adventurers Guild. The woman beside him is the esteemed Elder Makino, reputed to be the red-haired woman, whom Garp also knows. He even has ties with the four emperors. In a sense, Trick's choice of Makino as a partner set this in motion. The world government, recognizing the influence of the celestial dragons and the red-haired, did not suppress the guild. They even implicitly categorized the guild as a hidden force of the red-haired. After all, no one believes the four emperors are comprised of merely one ship. I truly only have one ship, the red-haired declared. The Navy, observing the relationship between Garp and Makino, coupled with the immense benefits, has developed a profound collaboration with the guild. Have I become a protector? Garp mused. I understand this. An Xian replied. The guild has thrived and grown stronger by leveraging this seemingly non-existent yet intricate relationship, akin to how Gao Chiqiang initially leveraged an Xian's name to rise. As Tina perused the intelligence sent back from headquarters, she slowly turned the pages, her image of Trick becoming increasingly three-dimensional. Just as Trick claimed, he is a survivor of the pirate invasions of the Oikote Kingdom, suspected to have a twin sister separated from him since childhood. That sister was adopted and raised by retired female Navy officer Belmere, later entangled in the events involving the Dragon Pirates. The scandal of Colonel Mouse? The Dragon Pirates were all annihilated, except for the dragon whose whereabouts remain unknown, while nearly all the fishmen were decapitated and piled up. Was this revenge for his sister's adoptive mother? He is indeed a protective and decisive individual. Eventually, she turned to the changes in the East Blue. Tina was somewhat astonished, realizing that she had paid insufficient attention to the weakest sea. Previously, she had merely heard scattered rumors about numerous soldiers wishing to be reassigned to the East Sea, assuming it was merely a manifestation of cowardice. To her surprise, they were actually seeking to amass wealth. The naval forces in the East Sea branch were flourishing. While pirates had shifted their careers to adventurers, the naval profession not only offered high security but also astonishing secondary income. Smoker was truly adept at evasion. While others were distributing wealth, he had chosen to shield himself under an umbrella. Shortly after his departure from Loguetown, the branch's revenue had skyrocketed. Clabatel, the chairman, had mandated a station at this transportation hub near Reverse Mountain, and indeed, the volume of business had surged, leading to a scarcity of personnel that necessitated the enlistment of naval forces to fill the gaps. As a rational individual, Tina meticulously contemplated the actions of Trick, discovering that he was quite an extraordinary person. Every arrangement he made bore profound significance, and the entire East Sea had undergone a subtle transformation. The pirates, navy, kingdoms, and the world government had all refrained from opposing or causing significant upheaval. Such an exceptional individual, perishing in the act of saving himself, was indeed a great pity. Nonetheless, Tina was resolute in her quest, seeking evidence against the sand crocodile while simultaneously searching for Trick. Trick, accompanied by Machida, arrived at Loguetown, the landing point for Luffy and his crew, but he did not encounter the Straw Hat Pirates. As anticipated, they had likely departed for the former stronghold of the rebel army, Yuba. However, The rebel army was expected to be near Loguetown in Katlia. Trick was unfazed. His primary objective was the battle of public opinion, directly revealing the truth to the populace and the rebels, who might not believe it, through unintentional leaks. The public would come to perceive this as a conspiracy, while simultaneously drawing the Navy into the fray to control the situation. After all, rumors were often more convincing than public speeches. Disguised as the sand crocodile, Trick was secretly hiring workers at the outskirts of Loguetown to fill bags with sand. Isn't that Mr. Crocodile, the national hero? What are you doing with all this sand? Machida, disguised as worker, inquired. Don't ask what you shouldn't. The faux sand crocodile replied coldly. It really is Mr. Crocodile. He is so fierce. But who can blame him, being the national hero who drives away pirates? Whispered Worker Bee. I think Mr. Crocodile has a cold exterior but a warm heart. The drought and famine have caused many refugees and rebels. He is deliberately providing work and income by making everyone fill bags with sand that's everywhere, Machida coaxed. So that's how it is. How touching. Worker C exclaimed. Tears welling in his eyes. Mr. Crocodile is not fierce. He is just aloof. So handsome. I wish to bear his children. Nearby women chattered animatedly. The group of workers filling the bags with sand buzzed with discussions, all viewing the sand crocodile as a saint of salvation. Under the encouragement of Trick and Machida, this rumor spread like wildfire, even reaching the rebel army. What could Mr. Crocodile possibly be up to? The rebellious leader, Kusha, received an intriguing piece of information. While it appeared to be well-intentioned, he found himself questioning the motives behind such a display of reputation during this tumultuous time in the kingdom. His suspicions were particularly directed towards Shaho. According to whispers, Shaho had secretly hired individuals to manipulate sand in the town of Rapeseed Flower. The vice-adjutant of the Alabasta Kingdom's Guard, Bell, a user of the bird fruit with the falcon form, returned to report this intelligence to King Cobra. Why are you transporting sand? Nafaratala Cobra pondered. Bewildered by the purpose of such an endeavor in the desert, especially since sand holds little value. Some speculated it was a covert attempt to provide relief to the disaster-stricken. As the reputation of Crocodile in the vicinity of Canola Flower Town had risen somewhat, Bell awkwardly remarked, providing relief to the victims? That seems commendable. Although King Cobra voiced this sentiment, a sense of vigilance stirred within him. First, there was the eradication of invading pirates, followed by humanitarian aid. Was he aspiring to kingship? Yet, there seemed to be no alternative. Honey, why are you gathering so much sand? Are you truly trying to create an aura for the sand crocodile? Machida inquired with curiosity. It's a disguise for dance powder. Huh? Makita appeared utterly bewildered. The higher one climbs, the more devastating the fall. Thus, the populace is more susceptible to feelings of betrayal. This echoes the tactics of the sand alligator, employing poison to counter poison. Trick responded. Disguised as the deputy of the Alabastan Royal Guard, the Zoan-type dog fruit user, Jackal. Then feigned concealment, donning a cloak and discreetly hiring individuals to begin transporting these sandbags to the royal capital. Along the way, he was intentionally spotted by scouts from the rebel army. Chief, we have identified an individual resembling Jackal who is transporting some supplies. Let us go? Take a few squads and intercept these supplies, Kosha commanded. A skirmish ensued between the two parties, and Kosha engaged Jackal in combat. Jackal, what brings you here? Do you dare to transport supplies now? Is the Royal Guard unable to hold its ground? Kosha remarked amidst the battle, his mind racing with questions about why this individual remained silent and did not activate the Jackal fruit's abilities, appearing somewhat weakened. At that moment, the beleaguered Jackal was forced to retreat and inadvertently revealed his true form as Mr. 2, hastily attempting to obscure his identity with the cloak. However, this entire charade was uncovered by Kosha's forces. What is happening? This Jackal is an impostor, yet the disguise is remarkably convincing. As childhood friends of Princess Vivi, Kosha was well acquainted with Jackal. Chief, these bags are filled with dance powder. Is it dancing powder? Kosha pondered, perplexed by the actions of those masquerading as royal guards, transporting such a substance. No, this was a scheme to frame the king. Indeed. The recent rain in the capital was not a mere coincidence, it was a conspiracy, Kosha speculated. The incident where the king was inadvertently discovered using dancing powder was also a deliberate attempt to mislead the public. The rebel forces began to connect the dots, each wearing an expression of understanding. All this dancing powder was merely sand. Suddenly, someone noticed that the dancing powder had transformed into sand. How could this be? Kosha ordered all the bags to be opened. As Trick distanced himself, the disguise dissipated, and all the dancing powder reverted to its original sandy form. The entire truth seemed to surface. It was evident that the opposing party had just revealed their disguise, fearing that their plot to implicate the king would be uncovered, prompting them to hastily remove the facade of the false dancing powder. It was confirmed. Everything was a conspiracy. Considering the earlier rumors of the sand alligator covertly transporting sand in Canola Flower Town, one could not help but suspect a connection between the two. Was Crocodile orchestrating this from behind the scenes? The rebel forces were filled with doubt. This was Trick's strategy, rather than directly presenting the truth for discernment. He preferred to layer the revelation, allowing others to deduce and unravel the reality, even in the absence of concrete evidence. People are always more inclined to believe in truths they have discovered themselves, while remaining skeptical of facts presented by strangers. Thus, the truth spread rapidly among the rebels, who now found themselves in a predicament. Some refused to accept the truth, after all. The evidence was glaring. The capital had been shrouded in rain, while other regions suffered severe drought. Others believed the truth, but were concerned about the repercussions once they returned. Some hesitated, while others chose to flee. Certain individuals disregarded the truth altogether, as retreat was not an option. Seizing the capital was essential to obtain food and water. Some had lost loved ones and sought an outlet for their grief, holding the king accountable for his inaction in the face of conspiracy and calamity. Others suspected Crocodile but were hesitant to act, as the 7 warlords were forces to be reckoned with. Thus, the rebel forces remained in a stalemate. However, due to Trick's truth, many had decided to leave or observe, causing their ranks to dwindle rapidly. Kosha refrained from imposing excessive restrictions and intended to send envoys to negotiate with the royal army, while also investigating the truth. It turned out that everything was Crocodile's scheme. At this moment, King Cobra received a call from the Navy, learning of the sand alligator's treacherous plot to usurp the throne. With dancing powder potentially being a tool used by the sand alligator to ensnare the king. Your Majesty, does the world government and the Navy not intend to intervene? This concerns the 7 warlords, Gacha inquired. The Navy responded that the information was obtained by a naval colonel. However, lacking concrete evidence. The Navy found it impractical to act directly and would first seek proof. King Cobra replied, "The rebels are nearly upon us. We may not have the luxury of time." "How can we unveil the truth to the public?" Gacha suggested. "It may be worth a try, but it is likely futile, as we lack substantial evidence. The rebel forces will merely perceive this as our excuse. The silver lining is that the Navy has already dispatched nearby troops for support, and the esteemed Admiral Makino will also be arriving shortly." King Cobra is deeply troubled. The situation has escalated significantly, although the Navy will provide assistance. Once a conflict erupts between them and the rebels, the kingdom will ultimately bear the consequences. The destructive power of the admirals and the 7 warlords is akin to a natural disaster, and should a battle occur in the capital, the entire nation would suffer grievously. Therefore, it is crucial to prevent the outbreak of war at all costs. "Your Majesty, I bring good news." Suddenly, the falcon, transformed by Bell, soared through the window, exclaiming with excitement. "What good news?" King Cobra, deep in thought, inquired eagerly upon seeing Bell's enthusiasm. "It appears that Crocodile's conspiracy has begun to circulate among the rebel forces. The majority are now hesitating, and some have already deserted, resulting in a decrease of several 100,000 from the initial 700,000 rebels." "What? How did this come about?" King Cobra stood up, both shocked and elated. The specific details remain unclear, as there are numerous versions of the rumor. The most credible suggests that someone identified the transport of the dancing powder as being orchestrated by Gacha, who was disguised as a deputy of the royal guard. "Disguise me?" Gacha pondered in confusion. Then he realized that the dancing powder was made of sand, recalling the previous actions of the sand crocodile, who had pretended to be sand. Many speculated it to be the sand crocodile's cunning scheme. King Cobra pondered with a calm demeanor. To orchestrate a treachery once would suffice. Why continue, and thereby increase the risk of exposure? Moreover, should the sand alligator not be in the rainy land? Someone must be assisting. Could it be Vivi? No. Vivi lacks the capacity for such manipulation of hearts. King Cobra speculated that an ally was aiding the kingdom in quelling this insurrection. Yet he found himself at a loss for leads. "Your Majesty, Karu has returned." King Cobra turned to see Karu sprinting back with a letter from Vivi, which revealed that everything was part of the sand alligator's scheme and that she had brought a group of companions to assist. The letter notably emphasized the discovery of a guide, proclaiming that Alabasta would rise again. However, the details of this guide were not to be disclosed at present. A guide? A resurgence? Surely, the unraveling of the deceptive plot must have been executed by Vivi's companions. King Cobra mused, somewhat perplexed by the subsequent descriptions of Vivi. Wasn't the objective to expose the sand alligator's conspiracy and thwart the rebels? Did Alabasta truly require a resurgence? What shall we do now? Should we explain this matter to the rebels? Gacha inquired. The best course of action would be to negotiate. Reach out to the rebels and propose a request for dialogue. Bell. Understood, Your Majesty. Bell transformed into a hawk and took flight. Days prior, at the rainy banquet, the personnel of the Baroque works were summoned by Robin. And it was then that they learned the boss was the sand alligator. Mr. 3 made his appearance. And it was at that moment that the sand alligator realized the Straw Hat crew and Princess Vivi were not dead. Mr. 3 was promptly fed to an alligator. Regretting his decision not to join the Adventurers Guild, though he managed to encase himself in wax just in time. Boss, we have a problem. It seems there are rumors regarding the Utopian project circulating from Caterlia and the Rapeseed town. Our intelligence appears to have been compromised. Did Vivi leak the information? It doesn't seem so. Someone is employing the same method we used to ensnare the king to trap us once more, and it has been discovered. Moreover, it appears you also were seen in Rapeseed town. Now the rebel forces were hesitating and had abandoned hundreds of thousands, their numbers rapidly dwindling. Robin remarked, thinking to herself that it must surely be Trick who was orchestrating this mischief. Nanai. Mr. 2 exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that someone possessed the same remarkable mimetic abilities as he did, or was it merely a case of simple disguise? Who could it be? Vivi certainly lacked such skills. Could it be that straw hat-wearing lad? Immediately, the plan must be set into motion. Hurry to the canola flower town, Mr. 2. Transform into the king and incite the wrath of the rebel forces. The others should swiftly transport the weaponry as well. Furious, Crocodile commanded his subordinates to execute the plan without delay. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions had also arrived in the rain-drenched lands, at the palace of Alabasta. Who are you? The slumbering cobra suddenly sensed a presence. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight filtering through the window, a shadowy figure stood at the open casement. Admiring the nocturnal beauty, the figure, clad in black, made its entrance. Am I not merely a minor character in Detective Conan? You truly are inadequate, Cobra. Lacking strength and wealth alike, you appear resigned to fate amidst this drought. Even in the face of the sand crocodile's schemes, you have failed to investigate or seek solutions during 3 years of relentless aridity. Is this truly how a king should govern? Are you unaware of the adage that human determination can triumph over nature? Even if your own abilities fall short, do you not recognize the value of seeking external assistance? Have you fought tooth and nail for the sake of this nation? You. Cobra was rendered speechless by the unfamiliar intruder before him. I apologize. This is my dereliction of duty as a king. Have you been sent by the rebel army to assassinate me? Cobra speculated. For it was certain that the sand crocodile would not utter such words. An incompetent king ought to be overthrown. The distinction between a tyrant and a mere inept ruler lies solely in the hope that the populace clings to until their last breath. King Cobra fell silent, suddenly recalling the words of Kusha from years past. Moreover, was not Kusha's father the one who had always held on to hope? I would willingly surrender my head if it would bring an end to this war. I hope you will spare the royal guard and Princess Vivi. However, at this juncture, war was merely a contest for resources. Even with the diminished number of rebels, some would still be unwilling to starve and would seek to capture the royal capital, inevitably. Lives would be lost. For a king to die would be to evade responsibility. How could I allow you to perish so easily? I shall show you what a true king is. That fool Vivi is far more useful than you. She even knows how to seek external aid. The shadow remarked disdainfully. That fool Vivi? King Cobra suddenly realized that the shadow before him might indeed be the guide that Vivi had mentioned. On the eve of negotiations, personnel from the Baroque works captured King Cobra. Subsequently, Mr. 2, masquerading as King Cobra, injured Kosha, attacked civilians and the rebel forces, and set fire to the town of Canola. Kosha was left with no choice but to lead the remaining furious rebels straight to the royal capital. Trick did not intervene, as he had already endeavored to diminish the size of the rebel forces. Those who remained were either filled with hatred from the loss of loved ones or were desperate to seize resources for survival. Some even aiming to overthrow the monarchy and assume noble status themselves. The Baroque works could easily incite them to continue their assault on the capital. Rather than engaging in a protracted struggle that would result in further casualties, it was wiser to let them head to the capital. After all, the primary objective of Baroque works was to incite a fierce battle between the royal army and the rebels, and significant intervention in the war near the town of Canola was unlikely. In the rain, Smoker pursued Luffy while simultaneously investigating Crocodile, ultimately becoming trapped alongside him, only to be rescued by Luffy and his companions. In a bid to save Vivi, Luffy confronted Crocodile but suffered a crushing defeat, being engulfed by Crocodile's desert sunflower. Robin stealthily rescued Luffy and encountered Bell, promptly handing the injured Luffy over to him. Smoker instructed Tashigi to lead their subordinates while he planned to ride ahead and rendezvous with Tina. Meanwhile, Tina's naval forces had already discovered Baroque Works' artificial rain ship, and the Navy commenced a large-scale landing, converging on the royal capital of Albana. The world government and the Navy were unable to reach Crocodile, who sought to acquire information about Pluton before the Navy arrived. Everything seemed to be fast-forwarded. Disguised as the kidnapped King Cobra, Trick observed the two individuals before him, Mr. Four and Miss Christmas. Mr. Four's gun had consumed the powers of the dachshund fruit. Trick was curious about how a weapon could consume a fruit. Miss Christmas, being a mole fruit user, was an excellent candidate for mining and excavation. When the time came, Robin would ensure that all useful members of Baroque Works were appropriately assigned. The real King Cobra was held captive by Trick, while Machida watched. The rest of the Straw Hat crew, except for Luffy, rode the Speedy Duck to the capital, each drawing away the core members of Baroque Works to assist Vivi in her efforts to halt the war at the Southern Gate. However, faced with the charging rebels and the cover of artillery fire from Baroque Works infiltrators, Vivi's attempts to prevent the conflict seemed utterly futile. "Stop fighting. This is all Crocodile's conspiracy," Vivi shouted hoarsely, desperately trying to catch the attention of the rebel leader, Kosha. The chaos wrought by the cannon fire and the swirling dust rendered her cries ineffective. And soon, Vivi found herself on the brink of being trampled by the rebels' camels. With a thunderous boom, Machida descended from the heights, bearing the battle dance speaker. She unleashed a mighty punch, augmented by the weight of iron, striking the ground and generating a tremendous shockwave. A powerful gust of wind radiated outward from her center, sending Vivi and the swift duck tumbling backward, rolling several times in the process. The rebel forces were also thrown into disarray, swept off their feet by the force of the blast. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Makita stood triumphantly in the crater, laughing exuberantly. Ahem. Miss Valentine's Day. Oh no. It is now Makita. How is she so formidable? Vivi struggled to rise, astonished and coughing. What has transpired? A meteor? It seems to be a person. A powerful warrior summoned by the King's army? The swirling sands around them were instantly swept away by the force of the wind. Makita did not wait for Vivi to explain anything to Kusha. The war between the two armies was on the verge of erupting, with numerous Baroque infiltrators mixed in. As long as the infiltrators disobeyed orders and opened fire, the war could easily be ignited. Therefore, Trek's command to Makita was simple: play the music and get the party started. Makita was unsure of Trek's reasoning, but she resolved to carry out the order, pressing the play button on the battle dance speaker strapped to her shoulder. Note: battle dance speaker, dance powder once played. It incites a dance-off whenever there is a desire to fight, while also creating localized rainfall. As the fervent and battle-filled music erupted from the speaker, both the King's army on the outskirts of the capital and the rebellious forces on the desert front were filled with fervor, their fighting spirit soaring to new heights. What is happening? Vivi felt an overwhelming urge to engage in combat as well. The King's army, abandoning their defensive positions, charged forward with renewed vigor, while the rebel forces pressed on with even greater intensity. Just as the two armies were on the brink of confrontation, Vivi shouted desperately, "Stop fighting!" To her astonishment, both the King's army and the rebels erupted into a series of bizarre yet dynamic dances, reminiscent of the renowned dance King Dang. The troops, unwilling to yield, faced each other with the intent to outdo one another. Even the camels began to stomp their feet in rhythm. The soldiers at the rear, perplexed by the unfolding spectacle, moved closer, and upon hearing the rousing battle music from the speakers, joined in the dance. Thus, with the addition of reinforcements, hundreds of thousands of soldiers engaged in this unexpected dance-off. The exuberant Kusha spotted Vivi and, energetically bouncing over, exclaimed, "Hi Vivi, you're here too. Let us see who can dance better." This. Vivi, devoid of any inclination towards combat, found herself largely unaffected by the battle music emanating from the speakers. She wished to intervene, but as the words formed, she fell silent, resigning herself to the notion that a dance battle was preferable to an actual confrontation. This must surely be a wondrous artifact bestowed by Trick. Observing Machida, who was exuberantly wielding the speakers and reveling in the atmosphere, along with the two factions immersed in their spirited dance-off, Vivi felt at a loss. Thus, she headed towards the palace, suspecting that the sand crocodile had captured her father. Mounted on her swift duck, Vivi raced towards the royal palace, suddenly noticing the sporadic drops of rain. Is it raining? Upon exiting the dance battle area, Vivi discovered that the rain only fell within that specific zone, intensifying with the fervor of the dancing. Henceforth, the ritual of dancing to invoke rain became a time-honored tradition in Alabasta. Where could Crocodile have wandered off to? Since Machida was present, he must be nearby, Vivi mused. Recalling how unexpectedly she encountered the sand crocodile, leaving her no time to prepare, or perhaps she had been captured by Robin first. Wasn't Robin an undercover agent? It was truly perplexing, and confronting her directly was not an option. In order to counter the sand crocodile, Vivi retrieved her lucky cigarettes and a Russian revolver filled with sleeping apples. Lighting a cigarette, she recalled Crocodile's warning about the health risks of smoking. Nevertheless, she thought, better safe than sorry. With the cigarette clenched between her teeth, she fired a shot into the air. A miss? Truly, luck was on her side. She then aimed her next shot at the sand crocodile, confident that fortune would ensure her aim was true. With the cigarette still in her mouth and the revolver holstered at her waist, the Western cowboy Vivi sprang into action, riding her speedy duck straight towards the palace. Note: Lucky cigarettes. Sanji lighting a lucky cigarette grants a temporary boon. Note: a box contains 20 cigarettes. Russian revolver. Rain banquet capable of housing capsule items. Its effects require usage or consumption to take effect, allowing for direct enchantment of the struck target. One must fire at oneself before being able to attack the opponent. With bullets fired at random, Nani, Shahu, accompanied by King Cobra and Robin, arrived at the palace. Bewildered as he listened to his subordinate report via a telephone bug about the two armies dancing in the rain. Perplexed, he gazed up at the scorching sun, questioning the very existence of rain. How could there be rain when battles were to be fought? Were they truly indulging in merriment? What an absurd populace, unworthy of their aspirations as a formidable military nation. Bound and restrained, King Cobra initially displayed an unusual submissiveness toward Shahu, behaving almost like an eager sycophant, which left Shahu feeling quite uncomfortable and, as a result, he refrained from tormenting him. While Shahu was preoccupied listening to his subordinate's report, King Cobra discreetly pinched Robin. Startled at first, Robin soon recognized that familiar glint in King Cobra's eyes, realizing that this rogue was none other than Trick. Regardless, they could fight or frolic as they pleased. Cobra, reveal to me the whereabouts of Hades. Shahu, visibly irritated, turned his head and blinked, contemplating whether he had imagined it. Had that old rascal just pinched Robin inappropriately? Trick, realizing he had been caught, hesitated like a mouse caught in the act, and reluctantly pointed at Robin, declaring, "All right. I will comply, but only if you hand over this woman to me." Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Trike's words, Robin was seized by a fit of intense coughing. The gaze of Shai shifted between the two individuals, pondering the intentions of the old man. Could it be that they had formed an illicit bond? Observing Robin's silence and her sudden retreat from the old fellow, Shai understood. He was, after all, nothing more than a lecherous old man. You are in no position to dictate terms. You are a captive now. Just know this. Once I ascertain the whereabouts of the underworld king, this woman will be of no use to you. Since you intend to discard her anyway, why not let me benefit from her? The pretender, Cobra, bartered with a sly grin. The sand crocodile wore a sullen expression, while Robin was left utterly exasperated. Ah, what is this? At that moment, Vivi arrived just in time to witness this astonishing scene. Is she really going to have a stepmother? The sand crocodile turned to glance at Vivi, who held a cigarette, feeling an unsettling strangeness. He had not anticipated her arrival. What could she possibly achieve? That straw hat boy has already perished in the rain. And had he not crossed paths with you, he would not have met such a tragic end. What? Luffy is dead. Luffy-san cannot possibly be gone. Vivi's heart sank, her grip tightening around the concealed Russian revolver hidden within her cloak. The war between the royal army and the rebels has been halted. Your plans have unraveled, Vivi asserted. At 4:30, I have arranged for artillery to bombard both armies with powerful shells, and when the time comes, everyone shall perish. The sand crocodile, adopting a verbose demeanor, continued. With a 5-kilometer diameter explosive bomb, the outcome would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, behind the sand crocodile, the cunning Trick seized the opportunity during their conversation, pressing the button on his tomato timer, preparing to strike the sand crocodile. If he succeeded, the sand crocodile would be forced to engage in conversation with Vivi for 25 minutes. Note: the tomato timer, Obby's grandfather, Boguden when activated, it incapacitated the target, compelling them to continue their current activity for 25 minutes. Robin observed Trick stealthily approaching from behind the sand crocodile, her heart racing in fear that this little brat might be eliminated by him. At that moment, Vivi suddenly drew her Russian revolver and fired a shot at the sand crocodile. Though the sand crocodile himself was not afraid of bullets, he grew wary upon seeing Vivi, who appeared strangely composed while smoking. She must be aware of his powers as a user of the sand fruit. How could she possibly shoot him with a gun that could not kill him? It must be a sea prism stone bullet. Instantaneously, the sand crocodile's chest began to disintegrate as he evaded the bullet, only for the treacherous Trick, who had been poised to ambush him from behind, to be struck instead. Oh dear, Vivi exclaimed in shock, internally lamenting the absurdity of the situation. How could a sand crocodile evade bullets with such ease? And where was the luck promised by the good fortune cigarettes? Then her own father was struck, though fortunately it was not a real bullet. Otherwise, she would have been branded as a most unfilial daughter. The fallen Trick lay in slumber, the pretense shattered, instantly transforming into the sleeping beauty Trick. The sand crocodile gazed at the false Cobra King, a surge of anger coursing through him. He felt utterly deceived. What was that bullet just now? It caused no injury yet rendered him unconscious. Fortunately, it had not struck him, or he would have been the one to fall. Vivi, realizing that her father had been transformed into Trick, breathed a sigh of relief. With her mother long deceased, where could she find true love's kiss to awaken him? That Nico Robin. Enraged, the sand crocodile was determined to eliminate the trickster Trick. In a swift motion, Robin intervened, utilizing the powers of her flower fruit to transport Trick closer to her. You wretched son of a devil, you are indeed a traitor. The sand crocodile's fury intensified as he witnessed Robin's actions and lunged toward her. Robin, struggling to evade his assault, maneuvered Trick towards Vivi, shouting, "What has happened to him? You must awaken him quickly. I cannot hold on much longer." This, Vivi pondered. For it was previously stated by Trick that only a true love from the opposite sex could awaken him. Where, she wondered, could she possibly find Trick's true love? In truth, any member of the opposite sex would suffice. Trick had deceived Vivi into believing it must be true love, as she had initially intended to play a prank on the sand crocodile. Quickly, Robin struggled to speak as the sand crocodile tightened its grip around her neck. The sand crocodile demanded that Robin interpret the historical text, thus refraining from taking her life. Aware of this leverage, Robin boldly engaged in combat with the sand crocodile. Enough of this, Vivi exclaimed, her heart racing as she contemplated the dire situation. She repeated to herself that she loved Trick the most at this moment and leaned in to kiss him. Instantly, Trick opened his eyes, yet neither of them moved. The moment Vivi bent down to kiss Trick, the tomato timer nestled in his arms was inadvertently activated by their embrace. Vivi pondered, is it my fault? Technically, they were not unable to move, but rather, they were compelled to maintain the act of kissing. They could shift, yet it was rather inconvenient to do so. Bastards. At that moment, Robin felt an avalanche of frustration surging within her, as she toiled tirelessly while those two scoundrels indulged in their romantic escapades. The sand crocodile gazed in disbelief at the farcical spectacle unfolding before him. Artificial respiration? What do you take me for? Witnessing the two engaged in their fairy tale, he felt a surge of anger. We don't wish for this either, protested Trick and Vivi. We simply cannot part ways. This is so mortifying, Vivi lamented. Casting aside the nearly lifeless Robin, the sand crocodile prepared to unleash his fury upon the inseparable pair. You fools! What are you doing? A thunderous roar echoed. And in an instant, Machida appeared on the palace platform with a graceful moonwalk and a swift kick. Having danced with the exuberant soldiers for quite some time without receiving a signal from Trick, she decided to investigate the commotion herself. Tossing the dance speaker to the lead dancer, Kusha, she made her way towards the palace with her agile steps. What she encountered was a heart-wrenching scene. You two imbeciles. When will you cease this display of affection? Separate at once. You all ignore me. To hell with you. Enraged, the sand crocodile, once a mere subordinate, dared to act with impudence, transforming into sand and launching a fierce attack with a deadly hook. With a resounding thud, Machida swiftly employed the techniques taught by Trek, delivering a powerful punch that scattered the sand crocodile. What is happening? The slowly coalescing sand crocodile appeared somewhat astonished. The speed and power displayed were terrifying. Had it not been for its natural affinity, it would have been obliterated in an instant. Was this a result of the fruit's awakening? Yet, the foundational strength was rather grotesque as well. Had its subordinates been feigning weakness all along? Or was this individual a spy from the outset? Additionally, Why did it feel an overwhelming urge to weep? As the sand crocodile began to form a face, tears streamed uncontrollably, and it cried out, "Wah!" Note: onion gloves, onion head when struck. The victim will cry profusely and wail for a duration. The one who had dispersed the sand crocodile, Machida, attempted to forcibly separate Trick and Vivi. However, the binding force of the rules rendered such efforts futile. Trick and Vivi struck Machida, indicating that her actions had caused them considerable pain, nearly resulting in damaged teeth. Observing their painful expressions, Machida reluctantly conceded but managed to assist them in getting back on their feet. Trick swiftly lifted Vivi by her legs, resting her on his waist, while securing her hands around his neck, tilting her head slightly so he could move freely. Vivi understood Trick's silent cue and complied, albeit her face flushed crimson. Machida huffed in dissatisfaction, her annoyance palpable. Then, the group heard the sound of weeping. Wah! On the ground, Robin had regained some composure. Leaning against a wall to catch her breath, bewildered by the sight of the sand crocodile, sobbing uncontrollably. Having been with the creature for so long, she had never witnessed it in such a state. Was it truly so sensitive to pain? Oh, ha. I've made it cry, Machida boasted, reveling in her handiwork with a triumphant laugh. Vivi, while kissing Trick, listened to the crocodile's lamentation, her eyes widening in surprise. Being surrounded by such peculiar entities alongside Trick, she resolved to exercise caution in the future to avoid falling victim again. "You scoundrel, what have you done?" "Wah!" the sand crocodile cried and cursed, launching a desert blade towards Machida. She effortlessly dodged it, employing the enhanced abilities of the Navy 6 styles, rendering the crocodile's attacks ineffective and allowing her to retaliate with repeated strikes. However, Machida dared not approach too closely. A hit from the crocodile's crescent-shaped sand dune would drain her of all moisture, and even iron could not withstand such an assault. Thus, she opted for quick jabs before retreating. The sand crocodile, buffed repeatedly by the onion gloves, continued to weep, its fury escalating, preparing to unleash a powerful attack. Seizing the opportunity, Trick rushed over, hoisting Robin onto his shoulder and fleeing. Robin felt quite embarrassed, being carried by the amorous duo, while Vivi, needing a place to hold on, grasped Robin's thigh. From a distance, they formed an oddly amusing trio. The erosion cycle commences as the sand crocodile begins to envelop everything in a vast expanse of desertification. Behold, Belle, transformed into a falcon, soars through the skies carrying Luffy, who shouts with exuberance. "Ah, why are you weeping so sorrowfully? Have you been struck down by someone?" Luffy inquires. "Scoundrel!" roared sand crocodile, infuriated that this little brat was still alive. Unable to strike at Machida, he instantly aimed at Luffy and unleashed his desert saber. Luffy dodged deftly and then delivered a powerful punch that sent sand crocodile flying, followed by a flurry of strikes. "I've discovered your fear of water. As long as you come into contact with it, you cannot transform into sand," Luffy proclaimed, carrying water on his back while educating his opponent. The erosion cycle continues as the sand crocodile transforms the surrounding landscape to create a favorable terrain. The showdown between Luffy and the sand crocodile officially commences. Machida produces a flying carpet, while Trick, accompanied by Vivi and Robin, takes a seat upon it. With a series of gestures, Trick points towards the clock tower, and Robin comprehends that he is referring to the cannon. Naturally, Robin is well aware of the cannon's location and directs Machida accordingly. The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew have concluded their fierce battles against the key figures of Baroque works and are now rushing to support Luffy. Among them, Nami appears significantly less flustered than in the original narrative. After all, with Trick augmenting her abilities by several hundred folds, her physical prowess rivals that of the stunning secretary, Califa, and when paired with the weather stick, she effortlessly overwhelms Miss Doublefinger with minimal harm. As Machida steers the flying carpet towards the clock tower, Mr. Seven and Miss Father's Day are tasked with managing and guarding the cannon, but they are swiftly dealt with by Machida. Observing the massive cannonball counting down, Trick ponders how to address the situation. It is rather large, making it impossible to fit through the warp door. Should Machida fly it into the sky to detonate? It feels excessively heavy and slow, posing a significant risk. Utilizing his spatial pocket? Too perilous. At that moment, Belle arrives, witnessing the peculiar stance of Trick and Princess Vivi, followed by a moment of silence as he notices the countdown of the cannonball. "I am immensely proud to serve the royal family of Nefertari," Belle declares before transforming into a colossal falcon, soaring into the sky with the countdown cannonball in tow. Vivi, in a state of urgency, emits muffled sounds while frantically patting Trick's back and Robin's rear. Exhausted, Robin internally laments, "You two seem to be having quite the fun. But please, don't drag me into this." Trick refrains from stopping Bell, allowing Machida to take the risk as he contemplates further. He could open the spatial pocket and use the warp door to toss it into the marked desert below. Trick glances at the adorable backpack shaped like a baby python on Machida's back. Is King Cobra inside the backpack? Trick inquires, confirming what he had previously stored. Yes. It's inconvenient to carry, and I must protect it, so I had no choice but to place it in the bag, Machida replies. In a heartbeat, Trick retrieves King Cobra, cradling Vivi in his arms as they ascend towards Bell on the flying carpet. The inclusion of the adorable backpack serves as a precaution, as time is of the essence. And using the spatial pocket poses too great a risk. Upon emerging from the backpack, King Cobra immediately spots his precious daughter, embraced by an orange-haired youth. His eyes widening in astonishment. Subsequently, the orange-haired youth holds his daughter tightly as they soar into the skies on the flying carpet. What is this? King Cobra gazed at the two figures departing, at a loss for words. Bell's peripheral vision caught sight of Trick swiftly approaching while carrying Vivi, and his eyes widened in alarm. Were they to perish together? In a state of frantic urgency, he shouted, "Don't come any closer." As Trick perceived the countdown dwindling to mere seconds, he bellowed, "Give it to me." He seized the enormous bomb, stuffing it into the adorable backpack, exclaiming, "Damn," forgetting that using the portal in midair was futile. The more frantic he became, the more his thoughts scattered. Fortunately, he had the backup backpack at his disposal. In an instant, Trick transformed the charming backpack into its falcon form, exerting every ounce of strength to launch it skyward, then grasping Bell to descend rapidly. The falcon-shaped backpack, now housing the imminent explosive, was petrified by fear, relinquishing pretense of being lifeless, and activated its devouring fruit ability to dismantle the bomb. Although the exterior of the backpack could absorb damage, Trick was uncertain if the explosion could be mitigated within its virtual space. Thus, it merely served to lighten the load for a higher throw. After an anxious wait without hearing an explosion, he finally exhaled in relief, only to witness the backpack returning. What was happening? This item possessed no sentient awareness. It could only change forms, not move. Trick pondered in confusion. Note, the adorable backpack, Dottie's daughter, can transform into various cute doll shapes, diverting enemy attacks to the doll backpack first, absorbing damage. With a void capacity of 10 cubic meters, allowing it to contain living beings but not preserve freshness. Boss, you ought to warn me before engaging in such perilous actions. You nearly scared the life out of me. The falcon-shaped backpack grumbled as it landed on Trick's shoulder. This thing can talk. It can move. Trick was bewildered but felt unable to inquire due to being conjoined with Vivi. Vivi, observing the charming doll resembling Belle in falcon form, was equally curious. As Trick rode the flying carpet back to the clock tower, Vivi had not paid much attention earlier. After all, her view was limited to Trick's back. But now she noticed her father staring at her in utter astonishment, her cheeks flushing like ripe apples. "Father, let me explain," Vivi began, suddenly realizing she could speak without kissing Trick. It seemed the effects of the tomato clock had almost worn off. Yet, the two had unconsciously embraced and kissed, as parting even a little felt uncomfortable around their necks. It's essential to note that this kiss was not merely a touch. It was an active, dynamic process. Thus, to onlookers, it appeared as though they were flaunting their affection. No need for explanations. Father understands. Just be mindful of the occasion. King Cobra bore an expression of understanding. After all, his daughter had grown up, and this young man seemed decent, though the kidnapping had irked him. We are merely constrained by some strange entity. Unable to separate. It's a curse. Yes, a curse. Vivi frantically tried to explain, not fully aware of the peculiar item Trick had used. Still unable to part? King Cobra looked at Vivi, who clung tightly to the orange-haired youth like an octopus, expressing his doubt. Vivi hastily leaped off Crocodile, covering her face with her hands, exclaiming, "Social death." Of course, Crocodile would not remind her. Only a fool would do such a thing. The group did not linger any longer, for there were pressing matters to attend to. Crocodile led the three of them back to the palace. At that moment, with the appropriate assistance from his companions, Luffy had managed to recover from Crocodile's draining attacks and ultimately sent him flying, faring much better than in the original tale. Indeed, teamwork proved to be the correct approach. One-on-one duels were merely contests. The Straw Hats rested nearby while Crocodile and Nico Robin escorted the king and Vivi back to the battlefield outside the capital. They entrusted them to Bartolomeo and Gacha before Crocodile used his portal to return to the guild to gather resources, wary of encountering Tina and choosing to delay for now. Before departing, Crocodile emphasized to Vivi and King Cobra that under no circumstances should Crocodile and the core members of Baroque Works be handed over to the Navy. It was crucial for the reconstruction of Alabasta. The father and daughter agreed, and King Cobra, though unsure of the reasons, chose to trust his daughter. Vivi understood Crocodile's intentions to capture these individuals for significant undertakings. Desbona's forces had already infiltrated the capital to apprehend Baroque Works members. A large contingent of the Navy surrounded the vicinity of the capital but dared not approach the Royal Army and the rebels, as Tina ordered them to remain on standby. It was indeed peculiar. The two factions were merrily dancing, seemingly forgetting they were in the midst of a battle. Tina suspected the influence of a devil fruit ability at play. Smoker and Tina met with King Cobra, exchanging vital intelligence. The Navy had located Crocodile's artificial rain ship, ensuring that the calamity of dance powder would not occur again, which also served as evidence against Crocodile. Upon learning that Crocodile had been defeated by the Straw Hat Boy, Smoker fell into a contemplative silence. Tina inquired if the father and daughter had encountered Crocodile, producing a photograph that had been half-cut. King Cobra remained silent, gazing at his daughter, while Vivi hesitated, uncertain if she should respond, having been close just moments prior, not knowing Tina's intentions. She merely stated that she had seen him but did not know his current whereabouts. Tina, immediately excited, grasped Vivi's hands, eagerly asking for details. Crocodile was indeed alive, which brought her immense joy. However, witnessing Tina's enthusiasm, Vivi suddenly felt uneasy. Could it be that this naval beauty had a romantic connection with that man? How infuriating. Why should she feel anger? What was he to her? True, he had taken advantage of her, although it seemed somewhat voluntary. Vivi could only divert the conversation, mentioning that he had stopped the war and had likely returned to the guild, then shifted the focus back to the current battlefield. We must make them cease their antics and clarify the situation to the rebels, Vivi asserted. Why are they all dancing and experiencing localized rainfall? Tina inquired. Crocodile had instructed Vivi on the use of the dance music speaker, and she explained, your Navy should enter between the two armies without hostility, and first apprehend any members bearing the Baroque Works insignia to prevent them from stirring trouble later. Tina commanded the Navy to systematically infiltrate and dance among the two armies, extracting one by one the undercover agents of the Baroque Works. Subsequently, Vivi seized the battle music speaker from Kusha and silenced the music, causing the once fervent combatants from both sides to collapse in exhaustion. After such an extended bout of dancing, fatigue was inevitable. It was indeed possible for the armies to temper their fighting spirit and thus escape the heightened state. However, the battle music speaker had continuously incited their martial fervor, leaving only those privy to the mechanism or genuinely disinclined to fight capable of breaking free. At that juncture, the king, Princess Vivi, and the Navy began to elucidate the entire sequence of events through loudspeakers. Vivi recounted how she had commissioned the Adventurers Guild to save the nation, which in turn had enlisted the Straw Hat Pirates to address the crisis. This was at the behest of Trick, prompting a moment of silence among the Navy, as it was rather humiliating that the pirates were the ones to resolve the predicament. Moreover, the nature of the Adventurers Guild as an intermediary organization conveniently sidestepped allegations of collusion with pirates. They merely delegated the task to the guild, which was expected to deliver results. As for the pirates, that was a matter for the guild to contend with. The Navy had no grounds to pursue them. Yet, could the Navy indeed confront the guild? No, the entanglements were too profound, particularly in the East Sea, where the guild functioned almost as a logistical support base for the Navy. In fact, a portion of the military funding was sourced from the East Sea, albeit discreetly, primarily serving to enhance the Navy's welfare. Who would dare challenge the guild, only to be dragged back and made to kneel on a washboard by the families of military personnel? Coupled with the intertwined interests of member nations and the rising tide of gold, the world government found itself in a precarious position to act against the guild. They turned a blind eye to the guild's employment of pirates, especially since they themselves possessed the warlords of the sea. None could cast stones. As the dust settled, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, a long-awaited blessing, yet the overall sentiment was subdued. Many lives had been lost, despite Trick's efforts to control the scale of the conflict and avert a greater war. There were still considerable casualties and numerous deaths during the prolonged drought of the past 3 years. Vivi was cautious not to be overly ambitious. Drought and war invariably claim lives, and Trick had performed exceptionally well under the circumstances. The Alabasta incident was drawing to a close. paving the way for the guild's expansion efforts. Trick first apprehended the adorable backpack, inquiring about the autonomous consciousness it possessed. It turned out that the reason was the starvation of Walpo, as the power of the gulp-gulp fruit was inextricably linked to the virtual space of the adorable backpack, ultimately manifesting within it. Generally, Paramecia types lack will. With the exception of Luffy, they do not bestow devil fruit powers upon non-living entities. However, the adorable backpack possessed a mimetic ability, coupled with the intention of the prankster system, resulting in its materialization. Thus, could one feasibly place a devil fruit user and the fruit itself into the backpack, so that upon death, a new devil fruit could be generated faster than Blackbeard's disguise? Trick pondered this notion, albeit the adorable backpack itself remained uncertain whether it might ultimately become possessed, leading to a catastrophic explosion. At present, it was merely a mimetic doll backpack endowed with the gulp-gulp fruit. Not only can it contain items, but it can also transform and absorb them. Trick intends to return to the guild next time to explore the possibility of seizing the powers of the devil fruits. He examines his prank value, preparing for an exchange. Checking the system, he finds a balance of 325 prank points, deciding to redeem 300. He opts for a capsule toy, reserving 25 points. The system reveals Aladdin's lamp Vivi with a simple rub. Each individual may make one irrevocable wish. However, the genie will go to great lengths to fulfill this wish in a reasonable manner. Experience Card Maker. Disguise Fruit. This device can manufacture experience cards reflecting the effects of superhuman-type fruit abilities. Sit-up sticker. Luffy once applied. No matter how many times one is knocked down, they can rise again to continue fighting, although fleeing is not an option. Locator Measuring Stick. Life card. By entwining the target's hair, it can direct one towards them. Catchphrase Cigarette. Tina. Anyone who inhales second-hand smoke will prefix their emotional expressions with their own name. Strength Capsule. Rob Lucci. After enchantment, it increases strength by 100 points. According to the system's nature, this Aladdin's lamp undoubtedly harbors some issues. He will need to find someone to test it. The Experience Card Maker? What superhuman abilities can be released? Perhaps the Slow Light Wave? This is all Trick can currently conceive. The slippery fruit seems unable to be released. Otherwise, he could sell skincare products. As for the flower fruit, it feels sinister. He dares not linger on such thoughts. The sit-up sticker is a life-saving artifact. Yet, it does take a toll on the body. The Locator Measuring Stick finally provides a means to find others. Otherwise, locating Luffy and the others is quite the hassle. The life card appears to be rare, found only in the New World, and is currently unavailable at the guild. As for hair, as an elder brother, he certainly has his adorable sister's locks. After all, he previously cleaned Nami's room. Utilizing the spatial pocket as a vacuum cleaner, he extracted dust and debris, while the fallen hair remains within the spatial pocket. The catchphrase Cigarette seems rather useless, but it could provide some amusement, yielding prank points. He decides to set aside the 25 strength capsules for now. His current combat prowess is barely sufficient, and there's no need to confront the 4 emperors directly. Besides, he is an intellectual worker, unlike those battle-hardened, combat-driven traversers. Reflecting upon the present, I find myself in a state of repose, where even the most whimsical endeavors seem to flourish effortlessly, aided by a guild that diligently attends to my needs. While I am not entirely incapable of besting the formidable sand crocodile, I certainly wish to avoid a Pyrrhic victory akin to that of Luffy. Burdened with injuries and the daunting responsibility of supporting a multitude of future wives, how could I possibly emulate Luffy, that solitary wanderer? Upon returning to Alabasta, the guild was well prepared, and it appeared that Tina had returned to the ship, allowing Trick to finally show his face. After the Straw Hat crew had recuperated, they too planned to depart, having arranged to meet Vivi at the East Port. The Straw Hat vessel had long been escorted upstream on the Santoro River by Mr. Two, who ultimately found himself captured by the Navy while safeguarding the young Straw Hat. In secret, Trick led Robin to the Hall of Mourning. Fulfilling her desire to witness the historical texts, he refrained from inquiring about what she had seen, instead encouraging her to seek out the Straw Hat boy on her own. At the East Port, I cannot accompany you. To this day, I am truly grateful for your companionship, though my heart yearns for adventure. My love for this nation remains steadfast. Would you kindly call me partner once more? As I watched Vivi and Karu with their arms raised in farewell, weeping alongside the Straw Hat crew, I sat on a nearby stone, munching on sunflower seeds, pondering whether I had missed something significant. Yet, I reminded myself that I was not a member of the Straw Hats. Vivi, are you prepared? The Alabasta development plan is about to commence. Trick rose and declared. With tears streaming down her face, Vivi embraced Trick tightly. Don't make it seem like a life and death separation. I will take you flying. Once we have settled matters here, we shall embark on our honeymoon adventure. Ugh, what honeymoon? You fickle-hearted rogue. Vivi, blushing, pushed Trick away, fully aware of his numerous entanglements. Trick internally remarked that he had remained passive throughout. It was she who had initiated the embrace and subsequently withdrawn. He could not contravene a woman's will. A menacing aura. Trick suddenly sensed a threatening presence approaching from the sea. Squinting into the distance, he discerned the coffin ship of the renowned Hawkeye. Alas, it seems he has inevitably crossed paths with him. Mihawk. While Trek could evade for a moment, his responsibilities in this place compelled him to confront the situation. You go ahead. I shall return shortly. Trek gently lifted Vivi and placed her upon the back of Karu. Eh? Vivi appeared bewildered, and Karu sensed something amiss. Immediately taking off with Vivi in a hurried dash, Crick felt as though he were ensnared by the keen observation of Eagle Eye, and he swiftly began to prepare. He promptly enchanted all his power capsules, resulting in an instantaneous increase of 2,500 power, bringing Crick's total to an impressive 5,100, surpassing Rob Lucci's 4,000. He had initially intended to utilize this power for member development, but it seemed he could not recklessly set expectations. However, it was likely that Crick would no longer need to rely on the power capsules. The later stages would focus more on skill, combat experience, and the cultivation of haki. After all, even with the strength granted by the strength fruit, Jai's Bages could lift a mountain. Having overwhelming power does not necessarily make one the world's strongest fighter. With a cigar named 50-50 clenched between his teeth and an abdominal exercise patch affixed to his chest, he prepared for the battle ahead. Note, the 50-50 cigar Shark Crocodile ensures a draw regardless of the opponent. While the abdominal exercise patch, Luffy, allows one to rise and continue fighting no matter how many times they are knocked down, though retreating is not an option. This is it. The keen-eyed observer on the sea suddenly sensed a remarkable surge in the target's aura. Unable to contain his anticipation, he swiftly approached. You must be the president of the Adventurers Guild, are you not? Have you ever impersonated me? The keen-eyed one inquired. Trick struck a match, igniting his 5-5 cigar, and exhaled a plume of smoke, replying, No, I am your inner demon. Hawkeye furrowed his brow in silence. Come. Trek sprinted towards the desolate expanse of the desert, with Hawkeye trailing behind. Upon reaching a hill, Trek activated his camouflage, though Hawkeye's attempt at disguise proved futile. Trek mused that a 50-50 chance with a cigar might yield a draw, yet it did not imply immunity from injury or loss of limbs. Similarly, sit-ups could be regarded as a form of torment. Contemplating this, cold sweat cascaded down his brow as his clever mind raced to devise a solution. Hawkeye observed Trek, who stood motionless in an air of pretense, intrigued yet unwilling to intrude. I am one who has consumed the fruit of inner demons, to different observers. I manifest in varied forms. The reason you perceived your own reflection earlier was merely your inner turmoil at play. I remain unchanged. It is only through your eyes that I have morphed into your likeness, Trek proclaimed. What nonsense! Hawkeye thought, incredulous at Trek's earnestness. Is my inner demon merely myself relieving myself? Do you take me for a fool? No. I can substantiate my claim. If you, a seeker of the sword, embrace a profound sense of conviction and believe that I am indeed Hawkeye before you, I shall transform into the unrivaled swordmaster, Hawkeye, thus fulfilling your desire for self-challenge. Trek asserted. Hawkeye felt a stir of temptation. Regardless of the truth, it was worth a try. He had long sought a worthy adversary, burdened by the solitude of mastery. Very well, let us proceed. Hawkeye unsheathed his supreme blade, the 12-work knight. Hold on. You must be utterly convinced that I am you, Trek emphasized, as he repeatedly activated his camouflage fruit. However, it proved unsuccessful. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. He retrieved the supreme merfolk fishing rod and a hypnotic pocket watch, beginning the process of hypnosis. You are the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. Note, the hypnotic pocket watch Zhang can induce hypnosis in another, but the user is also susceptible to being hypnotized, with effects dissipating after certain conditions or disturbances. The supreme merfolk fishing rod, Evil Dragon, is capable of capturing nearby fishmen or merfolk. Eagle Eye observed the audacious maneuvers of Trick, pondering whether he intended to fish in the sandy sea. Nevertheless, he decided to cooperate, for after all, he was the renowned swordsman Mihawk. Then, a miraculous transformation unfolded. Trick truly embodied the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. The fishing rod in his grasp morphed into the supreme sword, an exact replica. emanating an aura and presence that mirrored his own, even exuding a sense of pressure that made one feel as though they were not merely gazing into a mirror. Trick had procured the supreme merfolk fishing rod primarily to masquerade as Yoru, for any other object would not suffice for such deception. The supreme merfolk fishing rod, as verified by the system, was indestructible, capable of withstanding blows without breaking. Thus commenced the duel of the world's greatest swordsman. Naturally, Trick, cigar in mouth, had succumbed to losing his sense of self. The bug of the hypnotic pocket watch led the two individuals present to genuinely believe themselves to be Eagle Eye. Trick, already formidable in his own right, augmented by various enhancements, had the power of the imitation fruit that maximized the combat capabilities of the false Eagle Eye, exuding an overwhelming presence. As for technique, the original was right across from him, allowing for automatic replication. Meanwhile, in the depths of the desert near East Harbor, an event akin to a sandstorm was unfolding, yet it felt distinctly different. The citizens of East Harbor were stirred by the sharp, distant wailing. Just moments ago, a gust of wind had cleaved the sand dunes in two. What an ear-splitting sound. Goosebumps enveloped their bodies. At this moment, Princess Vivi found herself in Donggang, her heart heavy with concern. Trek had hastily sent her away, and now signs of battle were evident nearby. It was clear that Trek was engaged in combat, and the adversary was certainly formidable. As the sun dipped below the horizon, its blood-red rays illuminated the fragmented desert, with the effects of the 5-5 opening cigar fading. Trek was left with nothing but a sense of impending doom. The foe Eagle Eye, having tirelessly assimilated the combat techniques of the true Eagle Eye, had seen his strength soar to its zenith, only to gradually decline as various tools became ineffective. Ultimately, the hypnosis of the foe Eagle Eye wore off, and the disguise was lifted. It was only then that Eagle Eye ceased his onslaught, granting Trek a moment to catch his breath. Though Trek bore no visible wounds, he lay on the ground in excruciating pain. His timely use of the adorable treasure backpack from his spatial pocket allowed him to tear away the burdensome stickers, for to continue fighting would be tantamount to courting death. Having tasted the trials of a protagonist akin to Luffy, Trek found himself devoid of envy for the protagonist's halo. It was truly a tormenting experience. The adorable backpack had become Trek's faithful companion, capable of being stowed away in the spatial pocket as long as it did not contain living beings. He could even transform the backpack into an eagle, allowing himself to be enveloped and soar through the skies. Eagle Eye, despite experiencing some fatigue, remained standing, marveling at this extraordinary sensation for the first time. Initially, the opponent was not particularly strong, but soon began to rapidly learn his techniques. Eagle Eye deliberately showcased his moves, feeding the opponent with knowledge, until they were nearly evenly matched. In this intense clash, neither could gain the upper hand, compelling Eagle Eye to surpass his own limits. What a thrilling battle it was. Yet, given Trek's previous actions, I shall not let you off easily. Eagle Eye reflected on the events in the East Sea as he spoke. Brother Jiao, once I grow stronger, I can accompany you in sword practice. Trek exclaimed hastily. Observing Eagle Eye's indifference, he added, moreover, in Alabasta, our guild will host the Grand Swordsmanship Tournament. Strong warriors will gather, and you may encounter many hidden masters of the sword. This way, you need not traverse the land in search of experts, wasting your life seeking them instead of honing your craft. Eagle Eye, intrigued by this enticing proposition, responded, very well. I await your good news. For now, I shall spare you. With that, Eagle Eye prepared to depart. Hold on, thought Sueka. Esteemed one, rights and obligations are reciprocal. If you seek something, you must also be willing to give. How so? I wish for you to become an honorary member of the Adventurers Guild. It merely requires your name to be listed, with no obligations to serve, allowing you to share certain resources and intelligence. Eagle Eye pondered. His ascension to the warlords of the sea was primarily motivated by the pursuit of intelligence and the desire to evade relentless navy pursuits. Here, the conditions were far more favorable, and he was not subject to any summons, a far superior arrangement compared to that of the world government. Very well. But as I am simultaneously a warlord, what if the world government commands me to eliminate you? He probed. That is inconsequential. You may follow their orders. For I harbor no fear of the world government. Trick responded confidently, contemplating that soon, Eagle Eye would be expelled from the world government. What was there to fear? He continued, moreover, you shall cease to be a warlord and come to my side, where a plethora of benefits await you, including introductions to potential partners. There are many beautiful ladies. You're not so young anymore. If someone catches your eye, I shall play matchmaker for you. You are familiar with Shanks, right? His wife is the CEO of the guild. Oh. The CEO is an executive. Just think, your families would be working in the same institution, and your future children could be betrothed. Your grandchildren would be family, turning good friends into in-laws. Trick rambled on. Listening to Trick's incessant chatter, Eagle Eye wore a bemused expression, yet his spirits were lifted. In a moment of unexpected curiosity, he inquired, has the red-haired one had children yet? Trick's thoughts raced. It seemed there was hope for a betrothal. Not yet, but it is only a matter of time. I suppose congratulations are in order. Last time, there was news about a mountain bandit king named Sig, which compelled him to rush back to the East Blue to hastily arrange a wedding. Indeed, it was rather hasty. Only a few guild staff and his crew attended the ceremony. I only learned of it that very day from others. Trick lamented. They aimed for discretion, intending to marry in secret and have children quietly, fearing the child would be coveted. Now, the East Blue belongs to the guild. Who would dare covet it? Trick grumbled. True. That red-haired fellow. Their conversation meandered into the realm of casual banter as they gossiped about Shanks. From their initial duel to their heartfelt farewell, Trick and Eagle Eye had forged a bond, sharing camaraderie and mutual respect. Farewell, Brother Joe. Make sure to attend the upcoming swordsmanship tournament. Bring some local delicacies from the sea, and take care. Trick bid farewell to Mihawk, even presenting him with an abundance of special products from Alabasta. Farewell, my younger brother. I shall certainly be there. You take care too. Hawkeye found himself inexplicably ensnared by Trick, transitioning from an air of sophistication to one filled with the warmth of humanity. As they bid each other farewell, Trick requested a strand of Hawkeye's hair to utilize a peculiar tool for locating him in the future. The locator device, known as the life card, requires the target's hair to guide the user toward their whereabouts. Intrigued by this extraordinary artifact, Hawkeye exhibited no hesitation and willingly provided Trick with the hair. Unbeknownst to him, the hair could also be employed with a summoning scroll to directly call upon Mihawk. The Trick chose to remain silent about this potential. In emergency situations, it could prove invaluable. For Hawkeye to reach Trick, he merely needed to contact a guild at any guild outpost or naval base. However, Hawkeye was not accustomed to carrying a transponder snail, as they are rather delicate and demand care. Otherwise, he could have used the transponder for communication. Trick, too, preferred not to carry a transponder snail, as living creatures are not particularly convenient to transport. Ultimately, they both resorted to placing the snails in the adorable backpack they called Mo Baby. This backpack had transformed into a charming little eagle plushie that now floated around them, providing more comfort than carrying it on his back. Initially, Trick had not realized that Hawkeye was also a brooding individual with a warm heart. Eventually, the two found themselves engaging in conversation unexpectedly. Hawkeye was equally surprised to find himself conversing with Trick, as their interaction had begun with a pursuit but blossomed into a surprisingly amiable exchange. This interaction reminded Trick of his initial encounter with Shanks. Though this individual was far more sociable, even discussing family and gossip, akin to a neighborly child. Though Trick had not intended to linger, he felt compelled to say something. At that moment, Trick pondered whether he should cultivate another brotherly bond to complete the Celestial Dragon trio, envisioning himself as the character Duanyu, especially since he had many wives, with Nami potentially being the sister. As for Dracula Mihawk, despite his elder brother's name containing the character for Joe, he had no desire to be likened to Xiao Feng. Just then, familiar voice echoed from behind him, causing Trick to momentarily shudder. How could she be here? Oh, she was pursuing Luffy, so she was indeed meant to be here. Trick thought nervously, turning around mechanically. Hello, Sister Tina. You are here too. You truly are alive. Tina exclaimed joyfully, bounding forward to embrace Trick tightly, fearing the loss of him once more. Trick, overwhelmed by her soft embrace reminiscent of a marshmallow, struggled to catch his breath, still recovering from his recent battle with Hawkeye. You had no breath left at the time, but I always believed you were alive and wanted to carry you away. Tina recounted, her voice filled with emotion. I never expected a sandstorm to sweep you away, and I searched for you for so long. Ultimately, I lost consciousness and awoke aboard a warship. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I failed to keep my promise to take you away from the desert. However, Tina truly did not abandon you. She later returned to search for you. At that moment, she did not even have the chance to inquire about your name. It was only through the naval intelligence that she discovered what an exceptional and kind-hearted individual you are. Ultimately, it was through the words of the Princess of Alabasta that she learned you were still alive, and Tina was overjoyed. Yet, The guild has been unable to establish contact with you. I am so sorry. I am truly sorry. Tina continuously apologized and wept, fearing that Trek would think she had forsaken him. One can only imagine the despair that engulfed Trek upon awakening. First blood. The words of Tina rendered Trek speechless, guilt crashing upon his heart like a relentless tsunami. In the second confrontation between Tina and Trek, although Trek emerged victorious, he felt a profound sense of defeat. He endured a staggering 200% emotional blow. Ultimately, cunning could not triumph over sincerity. It's all right. It's all right. Trek reassured himself, absolving Tina of any blame. From the very beginning, he had allowed Tina to make her own choices, gently patting her back. Trek offered words of comfort in a soft voice. Hiss. In the distance, Tina's naval subordinates were all hiding behind various cover, stealthily glancing over with bated breath. They had never witnessed their commander in such a state. After all, Tina usually exuded a high and aloof demeanor, an imperious queen, keeping strangers at bay. Initially, they thought that their commander had finally come to her senses and intended to strike up a conversation with that handsome young man. Each of them discreetly refrained from being a third wheel, opting instead to observe from a distance. Who was that young man? How had he captured the heart of Commander Tina? It appeared he was the one Tina had been desperately searching for. Wasn't he the one who risked his life to rescue her from the jaws of the sand crocodile? Truly, they seemed like an enviable pair. Commander Tina, no longer young, was due for a family of her own. Spring had arrived for her, and though there was some reluctance, her happiness was paramount. Tina's subordinates whispered among themselves. With a subtle glance, Trek discreetly instructed Meng Bao to check in on Vivi, before being firmly grasped by Tina's hand and led back aboard the warship. Come. This is my cherished red wine. Tina poured Trek a glass. They dined together once more in the familiar setting, surrounded by the same flavors as before. Trek gazed at Tina's fiery red lips and the swaying wine, feeling as though he were in a dream from another lifetime. Reminiscent of the rookie he had once pretended to be, it was here that Tina had been ensnared by a cunning little fox, leading to her capture by the people from Baroque Studio. At this moment, Tina recounted the tale of her abduction, revealing that she had already surmised the intentions of her captors, even deducing that they had drugged her. To this day, she remained perplexed about where the drug had been administered. Tina shared the details of her capture with Trek, hoping for his insights. Of course, I had actively volunteered to wash the dishes and clean the tables, erasing all traces. Trek thought shamelessly, recalling that he had secretly kissed Tina at that time. Wasn't that her first kiss? An indelible memory, imbued with the flavors of water and strawberries, a veritable fruit party, a lifelong blemish. Tina had been furious back then. Yet now she was joyful, for it was because of him that she could encounter the likes of you. Double kill. Trek suffered another emotional blow, musing that Tina's thoughts were enough to make him feel guilt-ridden. Trek responded awkwardly, retreating like a turtle while savoring the red wine sip by sip. Tina rested her chin on her hands, gazing at Trek, suddenly feeling as though a little fox stood before her. She shook her head, dismissing her peculiar fantasy. In truth, Tina had specifically interrogated Mr. Two, yet the answers were nonsensical, with him rambling about the kingdom of half-beasts. Tina suspected that those who had previously kidnapped her were not who they seemed. What if you joined the Navy, Trek? I would recommend you. Given your contributions to the Navy, you could at least achieve the rank of colonel, equal to me. Tina recalled Trek's words before his near demise and aimed to persuade him to enlist. Sengoku would undoubtedly scoff, thinking, this is my future Senbei general. And colonel is too low a starting point. Ahem. Not very convenient. Although Trek fantasized about resting in the embrace of a beautiful naval officer, he had no desire to become a soldier. The constraints were too great, especially considering the issue of the celestial dragons, faced with their orders to slaughter civilians. What path should he take? Some chose compliance, others defiance. Some opted for revolution, while others preferred to take it easy. Trek chose to abstain from joining. Don't you like the Navy? From what I've seen, your guild acts entirely as the Navy's logistical base, Tina remarked, assuming Trek was merely reluctant due to the rank. She continued, initially, colonel is already quite a high position, almost an extraordinary appointment, with a few more accomplishments. Promotion to admiral comes swiftly. I can assist you. All credits would go to you. I am familiar with Vice Admiral Crane, and I can work things out. Then we could always be together, she murmured softly. Triple kill. Trek was once again caught off guard by Tina's romantic notions and firmly rejected her. No. That is not what I meant. Tina, perplexed by Trek's abrupt question, hesitated before answering. To uphold justice? No. It is to obey orders. The military is essentially a blade devoid of moral alignment. Its righteousness or malevolence is determined solely by the organization wielding it. A soldier must not possess personal thoughts. For the army requires a singular voice. Otherwise, chaos ensues and its edge dulls. Here, thought does not refer to wisdom, but to the judgments and decisions made by superiors. The O'Hara extermination order serves as a vivid example, regardless of how innocent those scholars and civilians may appear to soldiers. If the higher-ups define them as the roots of chaos in the world, then soldiers must cast aside their compassion. Thus, to regard the execution of justice as a soldier's duty leads to confusion. After all, many military actions involve the slaughter of innocent civilians. It is precisely because they uphold justice that the Navy has birthed many righteous deeds. However, it should not be asserted that justice itself is flawed. It is indeed justice that compels many to join the Navy, maintaining peace upon the seas. Yet, the Navy does not truly embody justice. Tina reminisced about the numerous missions undertaken by the Navy and the transformations that followed their completion, sensing that Trick possessed a deeper understanding than anyone else. She recalled that Admiral Akainu seemed to epitomize the essence of a true soldier, while Admiral Akiji, once fervent and passionate, now resembled a languid fish. Admiral Kazuru, undeniably the swiftest among them, appeared to squander his lightspeed abilities merely on clocking in and out of work. Then there was Dragon, who had embarked on a revolutionary path against the world government, and Admiral Zephyr, who chose to depart and establish his own faction. Observing Tina lost in thought, Trick continued, stating that Admiral Akainu was a quintessential soldier, dutifully obeying orders and executing them without question. He served as a benchmark for military personnel, yet not for the multitude who enlisted in the Navy, as many joined to safeguard civilians. However, when certain commands contradicted their innermost convictions, they found themselves in a moral quandary. Should one adhere to orders or follow one's sense of justice? Obedience to orders is the principle of a soldier, while adherence to one's inner sense of justice is the principle of humanity. Thus, I have no desire to join the Navy, for it would engender a conflict between these two principles. Admiral Akainu desires to avoid internal conflict, hence his obedience to orders. Dragon, too, seeks to evade such contradictions, which is why he has chosen revolution. Admiral Zephyr, wishing to sidestep inner turmoil, has formed a pirate guerrilla faction. Meanwhile, Akiji and Kazuru find themselves ensnared in this conflict, embodying a state of mere existence. I, on the other hand, wish to evade internal strife, which is why I established the Adventurers Guild, an entity that can uphold peace upon the seas without having to obey commands that betray my beliefs. Although the Navy once saved me, it cannot single-handedly rescue the world. Hence, I founded the Adventurers Guild to gently influence and change the world through an alternative framework. This, too, is my gentle form of justice. Listening to Trick's analysis, Tina came to a profound understanding of the actions of the high-ranking officials within the Navy headquarters for the first time. Yet, she pondered why Trick was so well-informed about the circumstances at Navy headquarters. Could it be that the Navy personnel who rescued him were from there? The intelligence reports had failed to uncover the identity of the Navy who saved Trick. They only indicated that his sister was saved by the female Navy officer, Belmere. The Navy from the East Blue Dragon? Garp? There seemed to be considerable suspicion surrounding these two figures. Dragon's ideology bore some resemblance to Trick's, yet their methods were entirely different. As for Garp, he frequently traveled to the East Blue to visit his grandson. Grandson? Monkey D. Garp Monkey D. Luffy Makino Trick. The connections were clear. The Navy officer who rescued Trick was Garp. Tina transformed into an enlightened being, suddenly uncovering a significant secret, especially upon seeing Garp advertising the new training institution for the Adventurers Guild in the East Blue. The intelligence from Navy headquarters must have been relayed to Trick by Garp. No wonder Trick was so well informed. Somewhere in the East Blue, Garp, with a mouthful of sunbae, scratched his head in bewilderment. Tina! Exclaimed Trek loudly. Tina is here. The sudden exclamation from Trek sparked a flurry of thoughts within Tina. Is he about to confess his feelings? In truth, I had already given my consent that day. Would you care to join my adventure guild? Trek continued. Tina is willing. Tina, blushing and not paying attention to Trick's question, replied with her head lowered. Join your adventure guild. Tina suddenly realized that Trick was not confessing his feelings and felt a tinge of disappointment in her heart. Tina was about to explain, but before she could, she became a core member of the Adventurers Guild today. Our guild offers numerous benefits, and the number of core memberships is limited. with privileges surpassing even those of your esteemed generals. Bailey is even using a sack, and there are plenty of adorable little ones. And let us not forget the charming guild leader. Without allowing Tina a chance to withdraw, Trick began to boast, nearly employing his usual tactics to entice male members through Tina. Adorable little ones? Well, joining the guild would provide ample opportunity to see Trick frequently. Tina chose not to object, but the mention of little ones reminded her of a certain intel from Trick's reports, which hinted at his dubious method of luring children into the guild. Achoo, who's thinking of me? The guild has numerous business interactions with the naval branch, yet there has been no direct contact with the headquarters. Tina, you are a colonel from the headquarters, right? From now on, all business dealings with the headquarters will be entrusted to you. Trick suddenly recalled that the first half of the Grand Line, particularly the Paradise section, would be under Robin's purview, which meant their paths would inevitably cross. The two wives coordinating work might create a rather tumultuous atmosphere. Fortunately, Robin's activities were still under wraps for the time being. After all, one must respect a woman's wishes. If Robin wishes to develop her endeavors in secrecy, so be it. As for Tina, ever since Trick orchestrated the Sand Croc kidnapping incident and deceived her, that lie would need to be upheld for a lifetime. Revealing the truth would lead to dire consequences for him. Thus, Trick resolved to love Tina for eternity. For to do otherwise would betray the profound emotions and affection he felt. The lie served merely as a pretext for his devotion. Yet it was truly Tina herself who captured his heart. Protecting the lie was simply an excuse born from love. Tina was taken aback by the unexpected arrangement made by Trick. She found herself bewilderingly joining the guild and subsequently becoming the head of the Navy headquarters. The once commanding queen, Tina, transformed into an adorably naive little girl after falling in love. I just joined and am completely in the dark. This doesn't seem appropriate. However, it wasn't a significant issue. You were merely the introducer. The specifics of the business would be handled by your subordinates, and only the more critical matters would require your personal confirmation. Oh, exclaimed Trick, observing the distracted Tina. Ultimately, he chose not to change the subject, as he had already enlisted her assistance. Sister Tina, I perished in the desert. Tina was perplexed by what Trick was conveying. Was he not standing right here in good health? Here I stand, the reincarnated version of myself. Tina remained perplexed. Could it be that Trick was a cyborg? Were you willing to uphold the promise made long ago? A promise? Rebirth? Tina's eyes widened in realization as she recalled the poignant confession made in the desert, born in the embrace of the Navy, and dying in the same embrace. Perhaps this was my destiny. Oh, beautiful Navy sister. If there is a next life, I hope to be your lover, forever resting in your arms. Tina felt a surge of joy. She was willing to be your beloved. The memories flooded back. The promise of love in the next life opened Tina's heart, while Trick's demise had closed it. Now, with Trick alive once more, fulfilling the promise Tina once made, he resembled a fine, rich wine. That night, Tina was intoxicated, her heart reopened by Trick. As night deepened, Trick lay quietly in Tina's embrace, drifting into a peaceful slumber. After all, he had battled with Brother Joe for 300 rounds during the day. Although he had regained some mobility, his strength remained depleted. Originally, Tina had pursued the Straw Hat crew but lost track of them, sensing a powerful confrontation occurring in the desert near Eastport. Not daring to approach too closely, she discovered after the battle had calmed that both Mihawk and the ever-cherished Trick were present. Tina had witnessed Trick bidding a heartfelt farewell to Mihawk, waiting until their parting before she approached. Seated on the sofa, Tina exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at Trick, who was asleep with his head resting on her lap. Numerous thoughts swirled in her mind. Tina speculated that Trick's strength must be formidable, considering he could spar with Mihawk. Thus, she felt emboldened to recommend Trick for a high-ranking position within the Navy under her own name. Although Trick's contributions to the guild warranted exceptional promotion within the Navy, lacking substantial strength could render such a position perilous. What surprised her was Trick's profound understanding of the Navy and his gentle sense of justice. He was more than a mere Navy man. It appeared she would need to return to headquarters personally to address matters concerning both the headquarters and the guild. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the porthole, illuminating Trick's orange hair as he awoke. After a restful sleep, the exhaustion from the previous day had largely dissipated, leaving him revitalized. Truly, his physical condition, boasting over 5,000 battle points, was remarkable. Observing Tina leaning against the sofa, her head tilted in slumber, he found himself amused. She was even drooling. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently dozed off while resting his head on her thigh, causing Tina to endure a night of uncomfortable sleep. Trick discreetly signaled to the little one to bring over the backpack, retrieving a photo bug to capture some adorable snapshots of Tina's drooling. Tina awoke suddenly, instinctively wiping the corner of her mouth, only to see Trick grinning foolishly while holding a photograph. Which girl's picture was he admiring? How infuriating. Tina was instantly engulfed with jealousy, snatching the photo from him, only to discover it was a picture of her drooling. Utterly mortified, she confiscated the photo. "I have more," Trick exclaimed, pulling out another picture. "Give it to me," Tina exclaimed as she attempted to snatch the Turkish ice cream from Trick. Despite her persistent efforts, she could not seize it. The two engaged in a playful tussle, rolling about in a delightful scuffle. As Tina neared the brink of frustration, Trick feigned a slip, allowing her to finally seize the photograph. "Return it to me." Trick feigned urgency, attempting to reclaim the photos, though he still possessed several himself. A competent photographer would surely capture more than just 2 shots. Tina, brimming with pride, suddenly realized she was seated upon Trick. Their tussle for the photographs had left them somewhat disheveled. A flush crept across Tina's cheeks. Despite her maturity, she had never experienced romantic entanglements, and the sudden intimacy left her feeling bashful. Their previous close contact had been purely instinctual, driven by surging emotions. Quickly, Tina rose from Trek's lap, and an awkwardness settled between them, even though Trek had confessed his feelings the night prior. "Who was that person you took a picture with in Windmill Village?" Tina shifted the topic, aware of the answer but eager to gauge Trek's sentiments. "Windmill Village? The photograph? Oh, that was Sister Makino, a partner in the guild." Trek replied succinctly. "Partner? She isn't your wife, is she?" Tina probed, contemplating whether this young man had a penchant for older women, given their similar ages. Ahem. No. Not at all. Trek denied, yet internally he sensed that Tina was planting a flag. The thought of Makino's beauty and kindness momentarily distracted him. He continued. "She was a partner when the guild was first established, but alas, she has someone she fancies. What a pity. I missed my chance." Tina was taken aback by Trek's bluntness. Having just received a confession, he dared to express interest in another woman. "So, you really do prefer older women?" Tina remarked while lighting a cigarette, her heart secretly elated. After all, she wasn't exactly young either, and Trek's admission subtly acknowledged his indifference to age. "Not necessarily. I appreciate beauty and kindness. I'm drawn to those I can connect with," Trek replied, somewhat lost in the moment. "All?" Tina noticed the words in the conversation with Trick, sensing that this fellow was not as innocent as he appeared. How foolish she had been to be so moved by him before. "How many women do you actually have, you little rascal?" Tina tugged at Trick's ear, beginning her interrogation. "Ah, it hurts." Trek, having been in this world for quite some time, had grown accustomed to the cavalier attitudes of men enamored with romance and indulgence. He had not anticipated encountering resistance from Tina. "Let go." "Not yet." Trek, confronted by Tina's insightful gaze and her unwavering grip, found himself compelled to concede a few truths. "All right, just one or two." "One or two," she pressed, noting the vagueness of his response, suggesting there might be more. "How many, really?" Tina continued to exert her pressure. 2 or 3. Trick pondered, considering Machida, Robin, and Vivi as well. It seemed that their father had no objections. 2 or 3. It could increase, evidently. "You are not being forthright." Tina suddenly felt that Trick's ears resembled a faucet. The more you twist, the more he reveals, and if you keep twisting, perhaps you could extract an entire battalion. 3 or 4, then. "Just 4. Please stop. No more twisting." Trick continued to add names. After all, if he counted Kaya, he could include one more. As for Yalbed, let's not complicate matters. His ears are not made of rubber. Trick grasped Tina's hand, unwilling to let her continue twisting, lest his ears be compromised. "Humph, you sly boy. It seems I too have been ensnared by your charms." Tina inadvertently struck upon the truth. "Not at all. Throughout this journey, we have faced many trials together. This is genuine affection. You wouldn't want to think of me as ungrateful, would you?" Trick felt a twinge of anxiety at Tina's astute deduction. "Well, whatever. You little rascal, it's likely unrealistic to expect you to remain solely with me. You men are always wandering, and I cannot keep you tethered." Tina was quite open-minded, recognizing her position as a newcomer and having no intention of letting go. If those women share experiences similar to Trick's, she could hardly voice any objections. After all, one can only blame oneself for falling too deeply. What has become of those members of the Baroque works? Trick shifted the topic to inquire about Alabasta's situation. As a former warlord of the sea, the Navy intended to imprison them in the deep-sea prison. However, King Cobra insisted that these captives remain for labor reform, claiming that Alabasta's reconstruction required their penitential toil. One wonders what King Cobra is thinking. Even Crocodile is to be retained. Is he out of his mind? The sand crocodile, restrained by Haki, is hardly capable of any labor. Once the handcuffs are removed, can he truly control the sand crocodile? If it were to escape, the kingdom would face yet another calamity. And the world government won't be easily swayed. Tina lamented. Sister Tina is indeed a cornerstone of the guild, to be candid. It was I who strongly requested this from King Cobra. The sand crocodile and the members of Baroque Works hold immense value for Alabasta's reconstruction and development. Trick divulged some information to Tina, recognizing that future cooperation with the Navy would require her considerable influence. Is it you? It seems you have indeed come to the Grand Line to conduct business. Does this incident relate to your guild? Your initial rescue of Tina must have had ulterior motives. Perhaps a desire for the Navy's power? Tina began to speculate again. This can be considered a collaboration between the guild and the Alabasta royal family. Commissioning the Straw Hat Pirates to assist in thwarting the Sand Crocodile's treacherous plot. The initial rescue of Tina was with this consideration in mind. The guild requires the Navy's devil fruit powers, and saving Tina was a way for the Navy to owe the guild a favor. However, Trick ultimately found himself hopelessly in love with Tina. Trick felt elated. Trick did not conceal his affectionate gaze as he remarked, Tina is certainly not a fool like Luffy. Excessive deceit would only arouse suspicion. Furthermore, Trick suddenly realized how delightful it was to speak in the manner of Tina. It resembled the joy expressed by Uncle Dong in a certain film, although Uncle Dong himself was not particularly fond of it. Tina was momentarily taken aback by the unvarnished confession from Truck, as she had initially intended to showcase her own intellect. The Navy tacitly permits the Adventurer Guild to commission pirates, as evidenced by the successful outcomes in the East Sea, where a significant number of pirates ultimately transitioned into legitimate professions. Consequently, the Navy continues to apprehend pirates. But they seldom pursue those who have committed no crimes and are gradually being assimilated into the guild. This is largely due to the revenue-sharing arrangement within their operational jurisdictions. Tina, regaining her composure, inquired with curiosity about the Navy's devil fruit abilities. For instance, Akiji's ice can generate copious amounts of fresh water and alter localized climates, while Akainu's magma can reshape terrain and enrich the soil. Truck succinctly elucidated the applications of these powers. Is it conceivable for an admiral to engage in such tasks? Akiji is currently in paradise and is expected to arrive in a couple of days. Would headquarters even consent to recall Akainu from the New World? There would be no one stationed there, right? Moreover, would an admiral really undertake such duties? They are preoccupied with eradicating pirates. Tina expressed her skepticism regarding Truck's impractical notions. Help me establish a connection with the higher-ups at headquarters. I can persuade them, Truck confidently asserted, thumping his chest. How vexing, Tina exclaimed, swatting away Trick's hand. Her initial impression of him as an innocent young man now thoroughly dispelled. She decided to contact headquarters, addressing the vice admiral. You are aware of the situation, correct? Let us communicate directly. With that, Tina retrieved the phone bug from the captain's quarters. Naval headquarters, Marineford, she announced. Suddenly, the phone bug rang, and Vice Admiral Hawk answered. Is this Vice Admiral Hawk? This is Tina. Oh, Tina. What brings you to call? I wish to discuss a matter concerning the individual who risked his life to save me, Trick, the president of the East Sea Adventurers Guild. He wishes to negotiate some business with headquarters. His significant contributions to the resolution of the recent Alabasta incident have upheld the dignity of both the Navy and the world government. Tina aimed to create a favorable impression of Trick to facilitate their forthcoming negotiations. It is indeed he, our esteemed Vice Admiral. A vague expression of surprise emanated from Sengoku through the phone bug. A commotion erupted nearby, leaving Tina slightly bewildered. Moses. Colonel Tina, this is Sengoku. Please connect me to President Trick. The enthusiastic voice of Fleet Admiral Sengoku resonated through the telephone bug. Come over. Tina could not fathom why Sengoku was so excited to request Trick for a conversation. Greetings, esteemed Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It is indeed a privilege to converse with you. Trick. The president of the Adventurers Guild extended his polite greetings. Tina was taken aback, drawing in a sharp breath as she observed the previously unrefined young man now graciously flattering Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Oh, what a polite little fellow, Sengoku remarked, unaccustomed to such decorum from someone he had never met. After all, his usual company comprised either the rascally Garp or the prickly admirals. And with Garp recently recruiting a troublesome upstart aiming to overshadow him, Sengoku found Trick to be remarkably agreeable. Achu, who was thinking of me now? This incident proved to be a significant calamity for Alabasta. However, under your leadership, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Navy promptly identified the issue and resolved it with utmost care, sparing Alabasta from the ravages of war and rescuing countless civilians from peril. The Navy truly embodies the name of justice. Trick commenced his fervent praise. A faint sound of gasping could be heard from the phone book. This young man possesses such eloquence. He deftly attributes the credit for the achievements to himself and the Straw Hat crew while skillfully shifting the focus onto the Navy. Truly, he is a master of social finesse. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru were astonished by Crocodile's smoothness, pondering that someone capable of orchestrating such a grand assembly was certainly not to be underestimated. To show respect to others is often to seek something in return. What is this young man plotting? Ah, indeed. It is the esteemed guild that has contributed significantly. I have long heard of President Crocodile's illustrious reputation in the East Blue. Yet, what business do you have with the Navy headquarters? Sengoku reciprocated the pleasantries, deftly redirecting the conversation. It is thus. In light of the Navy's heroic deeds in Alabasta, we hope that the good deeds may continue, and that the Navy could arrange for some personnel to assist in the reconstruction of Alabasta. After all, it is a member state of the world government and has been affected by the 7 warlords of the sea. I see. This is not a significant issue. But the Navy's manpower is limited. I estimate that we can spare only a few hundred personnel, which is but a drop in the bucket. Upon hearing Crocodile reference the 7 warlords, Sengoku understood that this person could not be dismissed. Ultimately, this responsibility lies with the world government, and the Navy must bear it. We need not so many, just 2 will suffice. Crocodile stated. 2. Tina and Smoker? Those 2 happen to be in the vicinity, so it is not impossible. After all, Tina's jurisdiction lies there, and Smoker is often on the move. Sengoku speculated that Crocodile likely wanted these 2. Just 2. That poses no problem. Sengoku agreed and prepared to name the candidates. Excellent. Fleet Admiral Sengoku truly cares for the people. You are indeed a paragon of justice. Crocodile interjected, flattering Sengoku. One is already on her way, while for the other, I would appreciate your assistance in mobilizing. Our guild will handle the transportation. On her way? Mobilizing? Whom do you speak of? Sengoku felt a sense of foreboding. It seems that Admiral Akiji had previously notified us of his intent to deal with the sand crocodile. Admiral Akainu, however, is likely far away in the New World. But worry not, our guild has a flying dragon at our disposal for transport. So there will be no significant delay. Crocodile continued to make arrangements for himself. Wait a moment. To deploy 2 admirals? Even the demon-slaying order does not command such authority. What are you planning? Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment, interrupting Crocodile. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I must implore you to reconsider. How can you compare thus? What is the demon-slaying order? It entails the slaughter of innocents. It carries a weight of evil. As a user of the Buddha fruit, how can you constantly think of sending admirals to engage in bloodshed? Such is a grave transgression. Crocodile said with a pious expression, joining his hands in prayer. The phone bug remained silent for a considerable time. Tina dropped the cigarette from her mouth, staring blankly at this hypocritical devotee. What do you wish to do? Sengoku ultimately inquired. I desire to have Admiral Akiji create several icebergs in Alabasta. This would alleviate the water scarcity we are experiencing during this period. Although we received a rainfall after defeating Crocodile, the desert lacks the capacity to retain water. Producing icebergs is akin to storing water, even if they melt rapidly. There is a process involved. Hence, this is the first strategic move of Trick. That is indeed feasible. After all, Akiji is soon to arrive there. Sengoku mused, reflecting on how he had not considered the utility of Akiji's icebergs in this manner. And what of Akainu? Is he concerned that the desert may not be sufficiently hot? Sengoku jested. Trick suddenly recognized a significant oversight and became exhilarated. Commander Sengoku, you are truly remarkable. Very good. Sengoku appeared somewhat bewildered. What occurs when hot air rises? The cold air from the sea converges upon Alabasta. A substantial amount of moisture from the sea continues to rise and heat up in Alabasta. This rising warm air, laden with moisture, ascends and, upon encountering cooler temperatures at high altitudes, condenses into droplets, thereby resulting in rainfall. This recent rain in Alabasta is likely a consequence of prolonged drought, causing the ground to become excessively heated, leading to a chain reaction of rising warm air. Sir Commander, initially, I merely intended to invite Admiral Akina to come and reshape the terrain with magma to combat wind erosion and stabilize the sand, using volcanic ash to enrich the soil. However, thanks to your insightful reminder, I have realized that Admiral Akina could facilitate artificial rainfall, entirely devoid of the side effects associated with dance powder. As the rain clouds would consist solely of condensed moisture from the sea, rather than robbing rain from other regions. Magma to combat wind erosion. Volcanic ash to enrich the soil. Artificial rainfall? I can barely grasp the former. What on earth is artificial rainfall? Sengoku, Crane, and Tina were all perplexed, feeling as though Trick had ventured into their realm of ignorance. Trick elaborated on the formation of rainfall. Although the trio did not fully comprehend, they each feigned understanding, unwilling to reveal their lack of knowledge. Thus, as you can see, we should issue a directive to Akainu immediately, reporting his location. Our guild will dispatch someone to retrieve him shortly. Trick seized the opportunity to persuade further. Subsequently, Akainu, who was momentarily preoccupied with battling pirates in the New World, received the directive to make a trip to Alabasta, with assurances of dedicated transportation awaiting him. Realizing the situation, Sengoku had already issued the command and found it inappropriate to voice any objections. In truth, he was also curious to witness how the magma fruit could facilitate artificial rainfall. Indeed, Lord Sengoku possesses a compassionate heart. Truly, the wielder of the Buddha fruit is a representative of Buddha on earth, which is why the Buddha fruit chose you. Trick commenced his extravagant flattery once more. Ahem. Not at all. Not at all. Sengoku felt a bit lightheaded from the excessive praise. In addition to the Admiral, I hope you might also facilitate an introduction to Mr. Zifa. He is another individual I respect and hold in high regard within the Navy. Trick seized the moment to advance another request. In the era of the Warring States, Sengoku remained somewhat silent. Zephyr, once known as the merciful non-killer admiral, was more compassionate than even this towering figure. After losing his family to pirates, he developed a deep-seated hatred for them, leading him to resign. Though he was persuaded to stay and later became an instructor. Now, he has formed a pirate guerrilla team to hunt down pirates. Tragically, his trainee students have perished, and his right arm has suffered severe injuries. The only remaining students, Ein and Binz, have also joined this endeavor. Trek's philosophy appeared to mirror Zephyr's earlier beliefs. Yet, was he unaware of Zephyr's current state? Sengoku inquired. Trek was indeed aware. Zephyr's departure from the Navy was imminent. Seemingly triggered by the post-Marineford War discussions on reappointing the Shichibukai, igniting a conflict. Trek wished to avert a tragic fate for Zephyr. Recognizing the potential of his two students, Ein's mellow fruit and Binz's retrogress fruit, which were invaluable in combat, akin to wielding a golden bowl to beg for sustenance. Thus, he planned to cultivate a relationship with them for future recruitment. Trek humorously asserted that his intentions were not solely because Ein was a stunning beauty, nor because the retrogress fruit could rejuvenate her. Hey, Kawaii Nami, he exclaimed, are you done being a nuisance, brother? Put me down. I firmly believe my sense of justice can guide Mr. Zephyr out of his inner turmoil. Trek declared resolutely. Very well. I shall provide you with his contact information shortly. Sengoku harbored a glimmer of hope regarding Trek. Trek continued to advocate for his vision of justice, pointing out that the deployment of admirals was aimed at saving lives, enhancing the Navy's reputation and garnering more support, thus elevating its stature and enabling a more thorough implementation of justice. Beyond disaster relief, it could also foster production and development, significantly reducing the number of impoverished citizens turning to piracy out of hunger. This represented Trek's gentle form of justice, which captivated Tina, her interest in him soaring as she leaned against his shoulder. Trek glanced over, mistakenly believing she was once again moved by emotion, and he pulled her closer, eliciting a flustered reaction from Tina, momentarily disrupting her growing affection. Is it possible to achieve this? Sengoku and Tsuru were captivated by this causal logic. Eliminating pirates without resorting to weapons, in contrast to the gruesome slaughter, disaster relief and production construction could be accomplished without sacrificing the Navy. Moreover, there were rewards to be had. The Adventurers Guild would provide loans to Alabasta to cover the costs of naval support and construction. That wouldn't be necessary. Sengoku demurred. For having just praised his own compassion, accepting payment would render him no different from those unscrupulous individuals. No, it must be accepted. It is the rule. Without rules, there can be no order. If the generals and the headquarters do good deeds without accepting compensation, who else would dare to do so? Who would actively assist the populace and save lives in the future? These are all legitimate earnings, infused with the brilliance of humanity. Unlike the corruption and exploitation of the people's belly, Crocus was aware of the story of Zigung redeeming captives. Elevating moral standards is not always beneficial. Furthermore, motivating individuals to perform good deeds through incentives fosters a healthy and positive cycle, encouraging them to engage in benevolent acts, reap rewards, enhance their living standards, and cultivate their capabilities, thus enabling them to do even more good. The virtuous possess greater potential for goodness, while the wicked are devoid of the power to harm. This dynamic fosters a world of immense goodness. It was the first time they had heard that Belly could be imbued with the light of humanity. The trio fell into silence again, as Crocus seemed to impart ancient philosophical wisdom to them. While it appeared materialistic at first glance, upon deeper reflection, Zoro, as an advisor well-versed in human nature, soon found her eyes sparkling with newfound understanding of the wash-wash fruit's abilities. Greed, it seemed, was not inherently evil. She had previously believed that cleansing humanity of its greed would diminish their malevolence. However, the results had been lackluster. Those devoid of desires could also be indifferent to life. To inspire goodness in others, guidance towards a clear moral direction, and the removal of distracting thoughts were far more effective. Greed could even serve as a catalyst for benevolence. In that moment, Zoro experienced an epiphany. It was the distractions that needed to be washed away, leaving only the ultimate pursuit of truth, goodness, and beauty. When one possesses a clear and noble goal, other malevolent thoughts are less likely to sway one's true intentions. Sengoku suddenly sensed that the entire atmosphere around them was subtly becoming pure, invigorated with purpose. He realized he could still dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his position as a commander until his last breath. Was this the awakening of the fruit? Sengoku perceptively noted Tsuru's unusual demeanor, astonished and dumbfounded. Tsuru, unexpectedly stirred by the words of a younger individual at her age, found herself awakening the powers of the wash-wash fruit. The cleansing intent of the wash-wash fruit resonated even through the transponder snail. Creating a connection with Tina on the other side, the essence of the path was transmitted from Crocus. Crocus sensed that something significant had transpired, yet he could not discern what it was. The transponder snail remained silent, and Tina was also quiet. Suddenly, Tina's heart became pure. She had previously sought to imprison those pirates with the power of the barrier fruit. However, if malevolent thoughts were not acted upon, then they were, in essence, good. Judging by actions rather than intentions, and recognizing that no one is perfect in heart, rather than confining their actions, it is more prudent to restrain their malevolent thoughts, thereby rescuing souls through spiritual enlightenment. Encouraging others towards virtue brings greater joy and fulfillment to oneself. Subsequently, the fruit of restraint awakened, capable of binding the wicked thoughts within surrounding souls. Tina seemed to grasp this notion, yet hesitated to experiment, uncertain of her conclusions. Sengoku entered a meditative state, sensing the purifying essence emanating from the General Crane. As the bearer of the great Buddha fruit, how could he not resonate with this truth? The essence of righteous dominion lies not in control, but in the salvation of all beings, transforming the world into a realm of benevolence. Then, the fruit of all beings, the phantom beast type, and the great Buddha form awakened. The true power of the great Buddha is not in cataclysmic shockwaves or annihilation, but in salvation, alleviating the plight of the world and guiding all sentient beings. When strength is wielded for salvation and protection rather than slaughter, Sengoku shall attain an invincible state, shielded by the power of faith, becoming the strongest defense in the world. Trick pondered the absurdity of the heavenly gold, which represented taxation, being squandered on weaponry instead of production. It was a grotesque economic structure. Thus, he aimed to motivate the Navy to transform combat strength into productive capacity. Once the Navy was under control, dealings with the world government would become more manageable. Trick sought to impose fees on the Navy, essentially intertwining the interests of the Navy with those of the kingdom and the guild, while attempting to extricate himself from the decaying military expenditure control of the world government. In his plans, he also intended to provide the Navy with covert shares, publicly labeled as sponsorship to evade the scrutiny of the world government. Trick found himself at a loss for words. With so many topics to discuss, the three individuals appeared to be dozing off, silent and unresponsive, making it difficult to prompt the telepathic insect. He resorted to prodding Tina, pinching her with vigor. "What are you doing? Why are you silent? Are my words so sleep-inducing?" Startled by Trick's sudden action, Tina shot him a glare and muttered, "You're disturbing my fruit awakening. Watch yourself." Awakening of the fruit? What transpired? How did this occur? Trick inquired, astonished. "Tina has awakened too?" he exclaimed loudly. The telepathic insect and crane, having emerged from their meditations, questioned simultaneously, "You two have awakened." The four individuals remained silent, with Trek bewildered by the unfolding events, while the others were astonished that Trek's words had awakened the powers of three individuals. Through their exchanges, it became apparent that Sengoku's awakened ability was rooted in the noble intent to save and protect all living beings, granting him a state of invulnerability bolstered by the power of faith, without any consumption of energy. Vice Admiral Crane's awakening of her fruit, although not a complete cleansing of malevolent thoughts, significantly enhanced the capacity to purify the soul, encouraging virtuous behavior. When paired with guidance, she could gradually transform a villain into a saint. Due to the deep-seated greed and obsessions of wrongdoers, the effects were even more pronounced than with ordinary individuals, akin to how the most abhorrent odor can give birth to the most exquisite fragrance. Tina, on the other hand, conceptualized the powers of her fruit, enabling her to imprison malevolent thoughts. Anyone with ill intent who approached her would find it nearly impossible to continue their wicked ways. This state of invincibility meant that no one harbored hostility towards her. With further development, she could confine even more concepts, evolving from mere material changes to a conceptual realm. Sengoku embodied the invincible state of belief in light, akin to Digga, while Crane could gradually transform the most vile individuals into paragons of virtue. And Tina directly eliminated any animosity from others. However, these states could not be maintained indefinitely. Crane and Tina would expend a substantial amount of mental energy. Sengoku, supported by the power of faith, had limitations in his actions. The awakened states could not be activated for mere combat. They were reserved for moments of protection and salvation. "So you mean my words inspired your enlightenment?" Trek exclaimed in astonishment, questioning why he himself had not achieved such clarity. Was it that he lacked the wisdom? Or had he been deceiving others too often, leading to an impure heart? Jealousy can distort one's very essence. As I impart profound truths, you attain enlightenment while I remain in ignorance. How ironic that the jester is, in fact, myself. One phrase, three attainments of enlightenment. Trek could only lament. One phrase, three attainments? Sengoku mused over Trek's lament, recognizing that the trio had awakened their corresponding abilities through their compassionate hearts. In a certain sense, as long as sufficient words were spoken, Tina had already reached a level of power rivaling that of a major general or even a marshal. Who would dare to engage in combat with her? Their only option would be to flee. The three recognized this fact and decided to maintain confidentiality. As a secret weapon of the Navy, Sengoku intended for Tina to ascend 3 ranks due to her involvement in the Alabasta incident. Although it seemed somewhat exaggerated, Sengoku aimed to credit Tina's awakening as one of her accomplishments. The intricacies of Crane's abilities would remain obscured to outsiders, while Sengoku and Tina's awakened powers would be kept from general knowledge, known only to the higher echelons of combat strength. Of course, Trek would also be included in the commendation, as he was not only the Navy's fortune but also its lucky star. Truly, he was their esteemed general. Sengoku had already contemplated recruiting Trek as an honorary vice admiral. However, the title of general was merely a jest, as it required the approval of the celestial dragons, a power he did not possess. It seems that Trek is reluctant to pursue a naval career, a notion speculated by Sengoku to be influenced by the celestial dragons. Tina has yet to share Trek's military theories with Sengoku, hence he remains in a phase of subjective conjecture. As Trek bids farewell to Tina, he prepares to discuss the developmental plans for Alabasta with Vivi. Before his departure, the two little foxes embraced each other with profound affection for a brief moment. Trek casually tucked a cigarette, his signature item, into Tina's pocket and playfully plucked a strand of her hair. Being a derivative item of Tina, it bore no distinction from the cigarettes she typically smoked. Note: the signature cigarette. Tina, those who inhale secondhand smoke tend to prefix their emotional expressions with their own names. Smoking is detrimental to health. Heed the warning, or witness my mischievous retaliation. Trek thought with a hint of malice as he leaned against Tina's shoulder. Oh really? Dare to comment on my smoking habits? Just let you be a saint for a few days. Tina inwardly scoffed while leaning against Trek's shoulder, subsequently unleashing her newly developed desire confinement upon him. Previously, Trek had advised Tina against smoking, which she dismissed, deeming him insufficiently manly, declaring that one smoke afterward brings a joy akin to that of the divine. Trek felt utterly defeated, resembling a meek recipient, and thus resolved to retaliate against Tina, simultaneously boosting his mischievous value. Following this, a peculiar phenomenon known as Tina began circulating within the Navy headquarters. where anyone near Tina while she smoked would become tainted by her influence. This nearly pushed Tina into a state of social withdrawal. Eventually, Tina realized that her smoking habit was infectious to others, compelling her to quit and switch to lollipops instead. As for Trick, he found himself ensnared by Tina's desire confinement, leading to an unsuccessful training session with Machida involving iron blocks. No matter what tricks Machida employed, Trick remained steadfast, akin to a saint. He nearly lost control, questioning whether he too possessed enlightenment. Indeed, that day he awakened to his own spiritual nature, yet found such enlightenment to be utterly futile, leading to a profound sense of despair. In their third encounter, Tina and Trick emerged with mutual injuries. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Machida is aiding in post-disaster reconstruction. Having successfully halted the outbreak of war as the leader of two armies, Machida's reputation among the populace is soaring, and he has forged deep friendships with his dance partners, eagerly anticipating their next celebratory gathering. Note: the battle dance speaker, Dance Powder once played, it incites a dance battle at the mere thought of conflict, accompanied by localized rainfall. As the rebellious forces return home, the legend of the battle dance rain deity, Machida, begins to fervently circulate among the folk of Alabasta. It is said that during the tumultuous uprising, when two armies were poised for battle, a divine entity descended from the heavens, bringing with it an exhilarating battle dance music that quelled their hostilities, transforming their clash into a vibrant celebration of dance. The deity rewarded the most impassioned dancers with abundant rainfall. From that moment on, whenever disputes arose in the community, the people ceased to resort to physical confrontations, instead engaging in fervent dance battles to invoke the blessings of the battle dance rain deity. In times of drought, the citizenry exhibited neither fear nor despair. Instead, they spontaneously sang and danced in prayers for rain, uniting to overcome their hardships. The practice of dance battles as a means of prayer became a tradition that has endured for millennia in Alabasta. Machida, the battle dance rain deity, emerged as a guardian of Alabasta, alongside the jackals and falcons. On his journey back to the royal capital, Trick heard whispers of this legend everywhere. Pondering if Machida was indeed the ultimate victor, he contemplated establishing her presence there, for with her current acclaim, many policies could be swiftly implemented. Reminiscent of Shang Yang's reforms with his wooden pillar of trust, Machida was that pillar, no, that trust. Initially self-absorbed, Machida had not anticipated that by simply heeding Hani's words to play some music and dance, she would ascend to divine status. Having not seen Trick for a few days, Machida floated about, accepting the adoration of the masses, laughing joyously in the skies. Upon witnessing commoners struggling to move the remnants of a colossal structure, she effortlessly employed her overwhelming strength and ability to fly, assisting in the post-disaster reconstruction. The people could not help but shower her with praise and worship, which further invigorated Machida, dramatically accelerating the recovery of the royal capital. One could frequently spot the yellow bee flitting busily through the skies, earning Machida the additional title of angel. This young lady reveled in wearing dresses while soaring above, but Trick, concerned about her modesty, insisted she wear safety shorts. Although Machida often complained of the heat and inconvenience, Trick found that once she was no longer merely a figure of admiration, but his wife. The situation presented a peculiar double standard. Princess Vivi, facing Machida, who had once been her adversary, found her emotions to be complex and difficult to articulate. Strictly speaking, Machida has not engaged in any actions detrimental to Alabasta. During her tenure at the Baroque Works, her primary focus was on capturing pirates, and the matter of the dance enthusiast was entirely unrelated to her. Recently, she has rendered significant assistance, not only averting war, but also contributing to the restoration of the royal capital. Observing her carefree demeanor as she flits about with Trick, and noting that her reputation in Alabasta rivals her own, a twinge of jealousy stirs within. The human psyche often falters in the face of comparison. Upon reflection, she realizes that not only does she feel inferior to Machida, but she also struggles to excel in many endeavors. Although Trick has bestowed upon Vivi an enchanting 500 points of strength, it pales in comparison to Machida. Hani, where have you been these past few days? I've missed you dearly, Machida exclaimed, rushing to embrace Trick upon his return. There seems to be an addictive quality to her affection for him. The two frequently engage in rigorous training with iron blocks, resulting in Trick developing a form of hockey. After all, regularly enduring the burden of 10 tons in weight would forge even the most unyielding of spirits. Perhaps it is an illusion, but in the presence of Machida, Trick feels devoid of any desire, as if he has attained a state of enlightenment. "Dear lady, please maintain your composure, for I must discuss important matters with Princess Vivi." Trek gently extricated himself from Machida's embrace and made his way toward the palace. Mikita was utterly bewildered, wondering if this fellow had undergone a transformation. In the past, when he accompanied me in the practice of wielding iron, he affectionately referred to me as Little Sweetheart. Now, with the arrival of newcomers, he addressed me as Mistress. I could only follow behind, chattering away about my recent triumphs. Suddenly, Trek felt as though he could attach wings to Mikita's back, transforming her into an angel, albeit a rather unremarkable one. Clad in a vibrant lemon yellow and wielding a striped umbrella, she resembled a buzzing little bee. It appeared that the evening would require an exhausting duel of 300 rounds to expend her surplus energy. Hawkeye interjected, "Could we perhaps use a different descriptor? Readers might misconstrue our duel of 300 rounds as a fencing match, though, perhaps, that isn't entirely inaccurate." Upon noticing Trek, who had returned adorned with a little bee, Vivi felt a pang of jealousy. Despite his concerns for her, he seemed to flaunt his affection publicly. King Cobra, having previously endured Trek's rebuke and abduction, now observed the explosive bond between Trek and Vivi. He willingly adopted a learner's stance, allowing Vivi to take the reins of all power and appointments within the kingdom, simply to witness the couple's performance. He maliciously mused, "If you claim my governance is inadequate, then prove your worth." Trek intended to provide Vivi with a detailed explanation of the developmental plan. Recognizing the necessity of having someone to run errands, he decided to establish a small classroom. The development plan for Alabasta was convoluted and lengthy, reminiscent of how the Sand Crocodile dubbed its initiative the Ideal Community, which held lofty aspirations. Thus, Trek named his initiative the Sunflower Project, symbolizing growth towards the sun, optimistic and vibrant. Gazing out at the blazing sun, everyone felt that Alabasta truly radiated positivity. And so, Trek's Sunflower Classroom commenced. The developmental plan for Alabasta was primarily divided into 4 sectors. First, agriculture. Second, industry. Third, the service sector, and intertwined within them, education, layered and interwoven. This initiative aimed to address the issues of a singular industrial structure and underdevelopment. While advancing these sectors, I would employ various resources to tackle corresponding challenges, such as climate and environmental factors affecting agriculture, resources and energy for industry, creativity and talent for the service sector, and educators and knowledge reserves for education. Vivi, as a diligent student, attentively took notes while King Cobra and the former kingdom's ministers and guards listened intently. Mikita, as a liaison from the guild, was forcibly placed beside Vivi to join the lecture. Upon realizing her role as the guild's executing officer in this realm, Mikita felt an overwhelming pressure. Her thoughts were rather simplistic, leaving her with no choice but to copy Vivi's notes. Vivi, suddenly aware of her own merits, graciously allowed Mikita to transcribe her notes, relishing the sense of superiority. As for the agricultural sector, the naval commanders Akiji and Akainu had already made arrangements, with Akiji creating icebergs to temporarily provide fresh water for the kingdom. "Admiral," the crowd gasped in astonishment and murmured among themselves. "Silence. Do not display such exaggerated surprise. When he arrives, it will make you appear as mere clods from the desert. The Red Dog possesses the ability to reshape the terrain with molten lava, utilizing the Santora River as the main vein, constructing magma rock tributaries to shield against wind and sand. Naturally, these would intermittently overlap to ensure a degree of connectivity. Simultaneously, the windbreak and sand retaining zones would segment the kingdom into several large districts, which would later evolve into provinces, each with its own pillar industries. In the agricultural sector, the Red Dog would employ volcanic ash to enhance soil fertility and initiate artificial rainfall. Artificial rainfall? Surely, it cannot be the dancing powder. That is illegal. A certain lord loudly questioned. "No, it is something beyond your comprehension, you clueless individuals. The magma fruit can indeed induce rain," Trike replied. Lacking the patience for a geography and physics lesson, he would then instruct the sand crocodile and mole fruit users to excavate canals and wells, channeling the waters of the Santora River to the fields, simultaneously serving as a secondary waterway for transport, with plans to construct dams for water retention. Upon seeing others eager to interrupt Trike, he shot them a fierce glare, silencing them. While there would undoubtedly be skepticism regarding the use of the sand crocodiles, Trike was too pressed for time to engage in explanations. Focusing on disaster relief and production was paramount, and he believed the results would soon silence any dissent. Subsequently, He would invite the pirate guerrillas' retreat and the flourishing fruit users to come and plant trees and grasses to ameliorate the local climate and increase food production. With specific details to be discussed later, the guild would oversee the provision of seeds and agricultural training, initiating the agricultural sector in this manner, with further needs addressed as they arise. Next came the industrial sector, primarily mining and manufacturing. The sand crocodiles would first scout for minerals in the desert, followed by the mole fruit users who would dig mining tunnels. This would facilitate mining, smelting, manufacturing, and sales, thereby enhancing employment and attracting population growth. In the future, the kingdom could open its doors to foreign immigrants, fostering a flow of talent and bolstering national strength. The utility of sand crocodiles in the desert is extensive, controlling sandstorms, reshaping the terrain, transporting sand, conducting desert explorations, and undertaking foundational construction tasks. Thus, keeping them occupied with work is far more beneficial than confining them to impel down. The swift-cutting fruit user, Daz Bonus, would be assigned to cut stone, while the booger-nosed man would handle mountain blasting, collaborating with the sand crocodiles on infrastructural projects. Trike, wishing to avoid attracting attention from other powers by seizing certain obvious fruits, opted to retain the sand crocodiles. As for construction, the stone fruit would be more convenient for the task, given the abundance of rocky terrain in the desert. However, Trike was not well acquainted with Doflamingo and preferred to avoid engaging with the New World's factions at present. Mr. 1's swift-cutting fruit and the booger-nosed man could suffice for the tasks at hand. Furthermore, within Impel Down, there were likely numerous fruit users, each a potential asset. Trike contemplated that if he were to excessively utilize Mr. 3's abilities to smuggle them out, it would be too conspicuous. He decided to communicate with the world government, inquiring about the possibility of establishing a prisoner leasing agreement. Due to the strong insistence of Trike and King Cobra, the sand crocodiles and certain members of the Baroque works, who could effectively contribute to the transformation of Alabasta, had not been confined within Impel Down. Mr. 2 and Mr. 3, however, had no legitimate reason to be spared. After all, they are two formidable users of dangerous fruit abilities and key figures. Thus, after prolonged negotiations, the world government remained unyielding, even planning to imprison Sand Crocodile once his usefulness was exhausted. Trick himself intended for Mr. 3 to infiltrate Impel Down. Consequently, he instructed King Cobra to feign a dispute, demanding the release of the inconsequential Miss Thorny Hands, the user of the thorn fruit, under the pretense that she was an undercover agent for the king. Mr. 3 was left uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate. Meanwhile, Sarah felt immense gratitude towards Trick, despite appearing to be a captive destined for labor as penance. She recognized Trick's inherent goodness, having witnessed the tears of Miss Golden Week, tormented by her homework. It was evident that only someone who cared for Miss Golden Week as a parent could offer such meticulous guidance. Mariano exclaimed, "Damn it, I'm the same age as Trick. Why must I do homework? You are his real child. Your entire family are his real children." King Cobra, upon seeing a stunningly curvaceous beauty, harbored some reservations about Trick, the future son-in-law, but ultimately wore an expression of understanding that all men share. He even jested with Trick, asking if he could teach him a few tricks to captivate such a woman. This left Trick utterly bewildered. Could this King Cobra be masquerading as Mr. 2? No. A crossdresser would hardly comprehend matters of love between men and women. Those familiar with the original work know that King Cobra had previously led Luffy and the other boys to surreptitiously watch Vivi and Nami bathing, with Nami even playfully removing her towel. However, this time, with Trick present, the situation took a turn, just in the nick of time. Trick dealt blows to the heads of King Cobra and the other boys, assuming the role of protector, diligently ensuring that his future wife and sister did not suffer any embarrassing moments. Later, Trick also gave Nami a light tap on the head after her bath, leaving her to sulk and stick out her tongue in secret. The world of One Piece leans more towards a westernized portrayal of royal nobility, where the royal marriages of certain continents, adhering to monogamous principles, starkly contrast with the Eastern concept of concubines. Nevertheless, the practice of nobles keeping mistresses is quite prevalent, with indiscretions among certain ministers and noble families being commonplace. Therefore, King Cobra held no ill feelings towards Trick's innocent appreciation for beauty. Furthermore, in the underground world, where pirate factions and celestial dragons dwell, chaos reigns supreme, with the sale of slaves, betrayal, and manipulation being the norm, often more brutal than one could imagine. Robin, having experienced this firsthand, recalled when Trick expressed his desire to have many children with her, she was momentarily taken aback, perceiving it as a sincere confession of youthful affection rather than the lascivious intentions of a rogue. In the underground world, she had never encountered a man who immediately fantasized about starting a family. Most were duplicitous, seeking only to indulge without any responsibility. The notion of someone eager to settle down was far more explosive than Luffy's declaration of friendship. With her keen insight into human emotions, Robin discerned that Trick's intentions were genuine. As soon as Trick lifted her into his arms, she offered no resistance whatsoever. At times, Trick felt rather despicable. However, in this profound darkness, he was oblivious to the brilliance of his actions, akin to a full moon illuminating the night. The perspective of Luffy and his companions merely glimpsed the tip of the iceberg that was this nighttime realm. King Cobra observed Trick, a youthful and affluent leader of an organization who typically surrounded himself only with Machita and treated her with great affection. He perceived Trick as rather naive, showing no opposition to Vivi forging a connection with him. After all, Vivi was destined to become queen, if she were to unite with such an individual and bear children. The heirs to the kingdom would possess formidable paternal influence. As for concerns over usurpation, ultimately, it would be their offspring ascending to the throne. What does it matter? Do not be misled into believing that King Cobra is an amiable character. Otherwise, the Alabasta royal family would not have endured for at least 800 years. A testament to the glamorous filter applied to the protagonists. Mr. 2, what about me? Why has no one thought of my plight? What is my identity at this moment? Trick, the cross-dressing king, Ivankov, may be an impel down, but to fulfill your dreams, I hardly have the time to concern myself with your peculiarities. Returning to the main topic, once agriculture and industry are established, the focus can shift towards developing the service sector to promote commercial growth. The realm of technology and talent remains a shortcoming for the kingdom. Thus, the guild will gradually introduce expertise and seek collaboration with the world government and Vegapunk. Consequently, the service sector will primarily revolve around tourism, but without optimization and creativity, it risks being mundane. The natural landscapes, while present, are limited to the desert, offering only desert excursions, camping experiences, sand sailing, and encounters with the likes of running ducks, migratory crabs, and camel rides, an overly narrow scope. Therefore, there is a pressing need to develop projects that enrich the tourism resources. As a group of desert natives, we listened to Trick's lecture with a perplexed yet intrigued expression. There is no existing demand, hence, we must create it. Organizing competitions serves as a significant catalyst for demand. By offering substantial rewards and hosting various contests, we can attract a multitude of competitors and consumers, thereby generating commercial interest. Are you familiar with Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa? Observe how he, despite his malevolent nature, cleverly utilizes devil fruits as rewards to promote combat events. While his methods may be nefarious, the standard of living for his subjects is commendably high. The warlord, Cobra, who deals in slaves, weapons, and devil fruits, is privy to some unsavory truths. Princess Vivi, however, remains unaware of these darker aspects of the world, as Cobra has shielded her from such knowledge. She ponders when she might visit Dressrosa. Now, pay close attention as I present some examples. You will need to explore and validate their feasibility on-site. The first category is combat tournaments, where we could hold a world martial arts championship. The desert offers vast arenas suitable for battle, with minimal concern for damage and low maintenance costs. The championship could feature various rankings: a swordsmanship board, a combat board, a shooting board, and an unrestricted dragon and tiger board. Such classifications would encompass a broader range of participants and spectators. Moreover, the guild's shipping routes could facilitate the transport of numerous competitors and viewers, allowing us to sell tickets, broadcasting rights, advertising spaces, set odds, and merchandise. We could also sign contracts with promising, permanent fighters. Should they gain popularity, we could profit from prize money and endorsement fees, based on their performance and points. A dragon and tiger board could emerge, enabling aspiring individuals or pirates to compete for recognition, all while earning rewards. Those powerful yet directionless pirates and brigands could transition into competitors, moving away from their reliance on violence and plunder for fame and fortune. This dragon and tiger board could prove far superior to the Navy's bounty system, which inadvertently encourages pirates to commit crimes for notoriety, an utterly foolish approach. The petty-minded King Cobra noted, "I shall remember this. Trick claims the Navy is foolish." The board could initially feature a top 10 ranking. Having too many names would dilute its significance and fail to stimulate competition among the pirates. The Navy could easily deal with the lesser-known calamity pirates who do not make the board, thereby reducing the crime rate at sea. The kingdom could simultaneously recruit formidable individuals for support, bolstered by berries, thus rapidly enhancing the kingdom's armed forces. Furthermore, those skilled sea cows could serve as a means of filtering competitors, eliminating the lesser calamity pirates. After all, the sea cows are passionate about martial arts and possess exceptional skills, making them well-suited for this role. Trick took a sip of water and announced, "You may take a brief recess. We will reconvene in 10 minutes." In addition to a few individuals who were rather boisterous, Trek demonstrated a considerate demeanor, while others engaged in whispered conversations. Makino, who had previously been infuriated by the public display of affection between Vivi and Trek, now found it within herself to forgive Vivi. As long as she could borrow her notes, let these two lovers indulge in their antics, she thought. Meanwhile, King Cobra was engaged in discussions with his ministers concerning the organization of divisions and various event ideas. The guards, Gacha and Bell, contemplated whether they should compete in rankings. Even if they did not ascend the charts, they would at least make an appearance, lest it be perceived that Alabasta lacked notable figures. As everyone settled down, Trek rapped the table to regain attention. The second category, the racing competition, would focus on speed, but the courses and activities must be diverse. For instance, one could ride swift ducks, partake in camel races, or engage in desert sailboat races along the Sandora River, which could host water surface sailing competitions once a dam was constructed to manage reservoir levels, thereby expanding the area for races. Additionally, an integrated desert cross-country challenge could be launched, allowing for the use of props in combat, with both individual and team events. Naturally, these competitions would offer rewards and betting opportunities, particularly reserved for foreign nobility, enabling them to place substantial wagers, while domestic residents would face stringent restrictions. This approach would facilitate the influx of wealth from external aristocrats. The third category, skill competitions, would feature contests across various trades, primarily aimed at attracting talent and enhancing technical expertise. A sunflower record could be established, allowing the most skilled individuals to anchor a data-driven record, encouraging challenges with monetary rewards for victories. This would attract a multitude of professionals, fostering technical exchange and talent discovery. The fourth category, product competitions, would assess the quality of various goods, including superior seeds, agricultural products, handicrafts, tools, machinery, and transportation methods. This initiative would not only promote advanced technologies but also enhance trade and commerce, akin to a world expo, gathering global commodities and offering opportunities for consignment sales and auctions, thereby positioning Alabasta as a global economic hub. For the time being, these ideas serve merely as a reference. I encourage you all to think creatively and contribute your thoughts. As for education, the new East Sea Training Institution under the Adventure Guild will initially take charge, providing literacy and basic vocational training to individuals of all ages and backgrounds, with plans to gradually establish schools and promote universal education. Upon hearing Trek's ambitious plans, the attendees of the kingdom were filled with fervor. Was it truly possible to approach matters in such a manner? Only Makino felt overwhelmed, thinking of the multitude of responsibilities ahead. She lamented internally, "I've had no formal education. I wish to follow Hani and focus on honing my skills." With this thought, she cast a hungry gaze toward Trek. Take some time to digest this. The guild is already prepared, with personnel and funding in place. Additionally, an assessment of the situation in various locations is necessary. Here, we shall first provide material support for disaster relief. Once Akiji and Makino have concluded their tasks, the Sunflower Project will commence. Having conveyed this, Trek intends to inquire about the arrival of the Navy's Akiji, but is intercepted midway by Machida, who leads him back to his room. "What are you doing?" Trek asked in confusion, as dinner time approached and his stomach grumbled. "Honey, there are too many matters to attend to. You should delegate to someone else," Mikita said, playfully shaking Trek's hand. "It seems that way. It's fine, as long as I make an appearance, stroll around, and express a few words of appreciation for everyone's hard work. The specific tasks can be handled by Makino's professional staff. Just eliminate those restless elements." Trek pondered this. He realized that he had been merely talking the talk, avoiding trouble by leaving all the intricate affairs of the guild to Makino. Now, apart from the upper management and a few early members, most of the guild's later staff and outsourced personnel had never seen Trek. As the guild leader, Trek had become somewhat enigmatic. Some believe the guild to be the property of the four emperors, with Trek merely a puppet or a code name for the red-haired. After all, the actual manager was the wife of the red-haired, who signed all the various documents. If the red-haired were an ambitious individual, Trek would already be in trouble. Fortunately, the red-haired despised managing affairs as well, preferring to host banquets instead. It had been many days since he practiced with the iron block. Honey, I'm starting to feel the withdrawal symptoms. Mikita began to fidget restlessly. Since his separation from Tina, Trek has felt an unsettling sense of disquiet, as if he has entered a state of serene detachment. The iron block seemed unable to initiate, thus began to stir. Mikita had already been ignited by Trek. Yet Trek appeared to sense something amiss. A wave of panic washed over him. What was happening? No matter how much Trek fidgeted, it felt as though he had reached enlightenment, while Mikita was on the verge of collapse. Had he been rendered impotent? Was he being punished for his fickleness? Or was it merely exhaustion? No, he felt an abundance of vigor coursing through him. He yearned to be like Duanyu. Not wishing to renounce worldly life at the heavenly dragon temple, he did not aspire to become the invincible East. In a flurry of anxiety, Trek tried various antics, showcasing his long-cultivated skills, yet he was simply enlightened. Makino could no longer bear it and retreated into solitude for cultivation. Ugh, the new generation indeed surpasses the old. The boss now seemingly only had eyes for that vixen Vivi. It appeared it was time for Makita to revamp her appearance. She inwardly complained, leaving with a resentful expression, while Trek remained in the corner, drawing circles. Was this the end of my journey through time? Is there an experienced physician in this world? It seemed she would have to seek out Kaya. Trek did not wish for his idyllic life to conclude in such a manner. Kaya was the only one he could think of. After all, she was now a divine healer. However, recalling Kaya's chilling laughter from their last encounter sent shivers down his spine. Would she really transform him into the invincible East? He needed to contemplate how to appease the Yandere Kaya. Tina remarked, My newly developed fruit ability is indeed the nemesis of muscular men. Admiral Akiji had arrived. Vivi, sensing the strange atmosphere in Trek's room, glanced at the open door, observing Trek squatting in the corner, drawing circles, and inquired, Oh, I'm coming. Trek, lacking motivation, responded listlessly, then followed Vivi out of the room. Vivi noticed Trek's lethargy and wondered what had transpired. Could it be a quarrel with Makita? Was her opportunity at hand? Days prior, Akiji had been leisurely cycling in the paradise when he received orders regarding the 7 warlords, Crocodile, causing trouble in Alabasta, commanding him to provide support. Just midway through, he was informed that the issue had been resolved. Akiji recalled that Nico Robin was supposedly there. That little girl was quite troublesome, having tracked the situation for years, with Akiji covertly intervening to prevent her capture for a bounty. His jurisdiction covered the first half of the Grand Line, in Paradise, so he had specifically brought her over from the West Sea to keep her under watch. It appeared that this incident had not ensnared her. It was rumored she boarded Garp's grandson's ship, and he would need to find time to check on her. Akiji was just about to seek information on the Straw Hat Pirates when he was abruptly notified by Sengoku to return to Alabasta, tasked with locating someone named Trek in the palace to coordinate further missions. Akiji felt bewildered. Hadn't the matter been resolved? Who was Trek? A minister of Alabasta? In the Warring States period, there was a sense of joy over the awakening of 3 individuals' abilities. However, little was said, as it was presumed that Akiji was well informed about the intelligence from the East Sea. Akiji had recently been preoccupied with cycling outside, paying little attention to the information from headquarters. Moreover, with Crocodile rarely making an appearance, Akiji was entirely unaware of who he was. Although he occasionally came across some peculiar and humorous reports from the East Sea in the newspapers, he could easily discern their falsity. It seemed that Morgans had also succumbed to degradation, resorting to sensationalism and trivial gossip to attract attention. The current headlines included, The Unspoken Love Triangle of the Red-Haired Pirate. Why are the robust pirates disappearing frequently? Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? The emergence of Spicy Fish Head in Kokoshia Village. The screams from the haunted villa in Xylob Village. The philanthropic gathering of the Mara nobles. Particularly surprising was the recruitment brochure for the new East Sea, which featured advertisements from Garp and the red-haired pirate. Akiji stared at the blurry image of a dog's head, lost in contemplation. Upon arriving at Eastport, Akiji gathered some details about his circumstances from Tina, who, of course, did not divulge much about her own affairs, merely skimming over them. In summary, the Adventurers Guild was collaborating with the Navy in the East Sea, aiming to initiate more cooperative projects in the Grand Line, necessitating Aokiji to create several icebergs for water supply. The notion of utilizing his abilities in such a manner had never crossed his mind. Although he was not a part of the Navy, he did advocate for a mild form of justice. Tina briefly touched upon Crocodile's propositions while subtly criticizing him. She understood Aokiji's character and was not overly concerned about Crocodile's safety. The accusation that he was merely passing time irked Aokiji somewhat. While it was true, it also piqued his interest in Crocodile. After all, Crocodile's approach to reducing piracy through production and construction resonated with Aokiji's own inclinations. Where had Smoker disappeared to? Aokiji had heard that the stubborn fellow was around, yet he had not laid eyes on him. That guy had gone off to pursue the Straw Hat Kid, which struck Aokiji as utterly nonsensical, abandoning a perfectly good branch in the East Sea to roam about. Tina was unaware of Smoker's peculiar fascination with the Straw Hat Kid. This time, he intended to return to headquarters. You should go find Crocodile at the palace on your own, Tina suggested. Her plan to return to headquarters was twofold: to report the specifics and submit the agreement documents between the guild and the Navy, and to undergo special training and evaluate her strength, preparing for a potential promotion to Rear Admiral. As Aokiji entered the palace's conference hall, he encountered Crocodile, who appeared as though he had lost his soul, wandering in a daze. He found the assessments and remarks from Tina to be questionable. "Hello, Mr. Kazan. The people of Alabasta thank you for your assistance." Crocodile immediately greeted him with a beaming smile, extending his hand. "For the sake of future endeavors." Crocodile mustered the energy to promptly arrange the work before attending to his health. "Hello. I have heard the general situation from Tina. Please lead me to the icebergs." Aokiji observed the instant transformation of Trick's expression, feeling a sense of wonder about the unfortunate events that must have transpired. Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous demeanor and extended his hand for a handshake. Without further ado, Trick presented the planning map of Alabasta, marking several currently parched oases, as well as potential sources for artificial canals. If the ice were to melt and form rivers, excavation would require minimal effort. As the day had grown late, they decided to set out the following morning. King Kabura had prepared a sumptuous dinner to honor both parties, acknowledging their significance to the kingdom's development. At dawn the next day, Machida piloted the flying carpet, carrying Trick and Kazan on their journey. Vivi had intended to accompany them, but was asked by Trick to remain behind to liaise with the individuals from Makino regarding loans and personnel arrangements. Kazan was astonished by the flying carpet, speculating about its connection to some devil fruit ability, though he refrained from inquiring further. Thus, the trio embarked on a venture to deliver icebergs from the skies. One should not underestimate the ability of the desert to yield ice. After all, Aokiji and Akainu had once turned Punk Hazard into an island of ice and fire, so several icebergs were quite manageable. In the days that followed, Aokiji had already created numerous massive icebergs, particularly in some of the once inhabited, now dry oases. These icebergs served as salvation for the desert, not only cooling the area and conserving water, but also quenching thirst. Although there had been a rainfall a few days prior, the desert's poor water retention capabilities meant it could only provide temporary relief from the drought. Moreover, deploying the icebergs required careful observation of the terrain and an understanding of the water flow post-melting, necessitating consultations with the locals. Therefore, the trio was obliged to remain in these towns for a brief period. The legend of Machida, the war dance rain god, had spread to many cities through communication and the accounts of various individuals. As people witnessed the rain god bringing forth enormous icebergs, they erupted into joyous celebrations, warmly welcoming and bidding farewell to her, particularly as some recognized her as the one who had previously delivered aid. Though it was a hasty encounter, several had taken note of the flying carpet. Trick had arranged for Machida to deliver the first batch of relief supplies well before reaching Alabasta, with Makino preparing them in advance. Many disaster victims could not afford to wait for the situation to stabilize, as a significant portion of the rebel forces would likely disband. Thanks to the supplies provided by Machida, at that time, she had not yet gained the renown of the war dance rain god. Nonetheless, many were profoundly grateful to the young girl for her delivery of relief provisions. The majority of the populace busied themselves carving ice into jars and water tanks, exhausting all available containers for storing water, lamenting the melting ice. Trick taught the townsfolk how to transform the ice into slushies, ice cream, and cold beverages. For the children of the desert, it was their first experience with such delightful treats, filling them with overwhelming joy. Many children flocked to Kazan, eagerly requesting slushies. Having witnessed Aokiji's ice-manipulating abilities and finding solace in Kazan's cool presence, Trick consistently introduced himself and Machida as members of the Adventure Guild, while Kazan was identified as an admiral, reinforcing the public's positive perception of these two organizations. It was Akiji's first experience being so warmly embraced by the populace. As he gazed upon the weathered faces of the starving and the emaciated children, not only was there a lack of despair, but there was also a radiant smile of joy. Akiji's heart was profoundly touched. In the past, he had been compelled to wield the demon-slaying order against innocent civilians, which tormented his soul as he wrestled with the question of where his sense of justice truly lay. Now, witnessing Trick's benevolent efforts in disaster relief, he realized that his abilities might be better suited for healing rather than destruction, and he felt no hesitation in choosing to save lives. He was quite curious about Trick's insistence on leaving a name for good deeds, especially with the endorsement of the Navy. Trick explained that establishing a name serves as a branding and promotional strategy, fostering greater trust among the populace towards both the Guild and the Navy, ultimately aiding in the Guild's market outreach. Furthermore, it ensures that the Navy receives support and understanding during their missions in the region, creating a positive feedback loop where both the Guild and the Navy grow stronger through their virtuous actions. As they departed from a relief station to the next area, seated upon a flying carpet, Akiji and Trick gradually became more acquainted. The woman, seemingly simple-minded, was immensely popular, having previously aided numerous individuals. Her strength was not to be underestimated, as Akiji witnessed Machida shatter a portion of his ice with a single punch, facilitating the populace in gathering the remnants. It resembled a moving block of iron, suggesting she was on the verge of mastering the armament Haki. During this time, he also discovered her adeptness with the Navy's 6 powers. Did this adventurous guild have ties to the Navy? Could it be that the East Blue Guild was connected to Garp? Akiji felt that her application of the 6 powers was peculiar, with her strikes exhibiting an illogical combination of force and effect, light and airy, yet culminating in an astonishing burst of power. As for the guild leader Trick, aside from the impression that he should not be underestimated, there was nothing particularly remarkable about him. In reality, Trick had little combat experience against formidable opponents, having only clashed with Mihawk. Thus, aside from his considerable strength and a comparable proficiency in the 6 powers, there was nothing extraordinary about him. His swordsmanship was decent, shaped by his time impersonating Mihawk and engaging in battle with him. However, Trick rarely wielded a sword, as he was not fond of taking lives, having only slain numerous fishmen in the incident at Kokoyashi village. He was later reprimanded by Koya for his cruelty, which, in her eyes, was primarily due to the destruction of valuable research materials. Subsequently, with other more sinister pirates, Trick would capture them alive for Koya to dissect. "Mr. Kazan, would you care to join our guild?" Trick suddenly inquired. A chuckle escaped Akiji. The idea of inviting a marine admiral was amusing to him. Such a proposition entailed numerous complications. Was he not concerned about the world government's potential backlash? As an honorary member, your rank in the Navy would remain unchanged. We merely wish to collaborate on certain guild operations. Should you choose to retire from the Navy in the future, you would still be welcome to serve in our guild. Business? Akiji inquired, perplexed. Surely, it couldn't be about creating icebergs again. He didn't have the luxury of time to linger here, and it was improbable that the headquarters would acquiesce. It was not entirely the case, for Alabasta could not perpetually rely on icebergs. Eventually, environmental transformation would be imperative. The essence of the business indeed lay in the creation of icebergs. While traversing or inspecting, one might pass by islands in collaboration with certain guilds, where a few icebergs could be constructed. The ice produced would serve the purpose of preserving perishables and manufacturing goods such as ice cream and chilled beverages. Naturally, it would be ideal if you could periodically spare some time. Our guild would handle transportation, accommodation, and meals. We would regularly dispatch flying creatures to transport you to various locations for iceberg creation, thus establishing an economical cold chain logistics system. The guild also offers numerous benefits, including task commissions, year-end dividends, free education for children, pensions, disability compensation, free medical care, regular skill enhancement training, annual complimentary travel, and even the opportunity to meet charming ladies as potential spouses. Trick recalled Akiji's apparent single status and thought it prudent to offer a connection first. Found himself at a loss for words, pondering the nature of this situation. Was it bribery or merely an attempt to undermine him? Trick elaborated, explaining that many personnel in the naval ranks often engage in side jobs during their leave, accepting commissions from guilds, which has significantly elevated the overall living standards of the East Sea Navy. The law does not punish the collective, and this arrangement is mutually beneficial. It is a legitimate business collaboration rather than an abuse of power for personal gain. Observing silence, Crick continued, asserting that the warring states would likely consent to this arrangement as well. The headquarters also receives a commission, and a preliminary agreement has already been established. Tina has gone to the headquarters for the handover. Acquiring an additional membership title would not alter the nature of their collaboration, but would enhance the benefits. Crick speculated that should eventually depart from the Navy, joining the guild would be a favorable option, leveraging the foot-in-the-door phenomenon to establish a close connection with the guild. If he were to leave the Navy for good, the guild would undoubtedly be his first choice. Little did Crick know, his first inclination might be to go undercover with Blackbeard, rather than the guild. Contemplating deeply, refrained from giving an immediate response, stating he needed time to consider. It was only later, upon discovering that Robin was actually the guild's leader, that he inexplicably agreed. Crick mused that Robin had indeed become akin to a cherished daughter in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the palace, after connecting the portal to the guild, Crick departed, leaving Marcy and the guild's representatives to engage in business discussions with Vivi. Vivi was astounded by the professionalism of Marcy's team, with each sector having a dedicated negotiator, showcasing meticulous division of labor and technical expertise. She rallied the ministers to lend their presence, yet they found themselves ill at ease with the guild's efficient business model. While details were being negotiated, Marcy took the opportunity to converse privately with Vivi to ascertain certain matters. Having cultivated a commanding presence over time, Marcy resembled a queen, while Princess Vivi appeared somewhat like a novice, fresh to the world. Observing this resilient and beautiful princess, Marcy realized that the girl was unlikely to escape Crick's attention. In another part of the kingdom, Yalbed, wielding a spiked club, led a group of attractive followers from the Mithraea sect, seeking to expand their congregation in the capital while simultaneously searching for Crick. Crick seldom appeared in Windmill Town, and when he did, he left in haste, making it difficult for Yalbed to encounter him. This situation left her feeling somewhat disgruntled. After all, it was Crick who had initially invited her to join the guild. Now, she could hardly find him, and she had considered him her man, reserving the position of the Mithraea leader for him. Marcy, disinterested in cleaning up Crick's mess, knew that Yalbed would not heed her counsel. However, she found herself contemplating how well Marcy and Crick complemented each other, a red and blue pairing, as it were. Marcy had come to regard herself as a senior figure to Crick, somewhat resembling a mother-in-law assessing a future daughter-in-law. Princess Vivi, with her reasonable temperament and graceful demeanor, presented herself as a poised young lady. As a princess of the kingdom, she possesses a broader perspective on matters of the world, making her a fitting choice as Crick's legitimate partner. In contrast, that girl, Koya, exhibits a rather pathological disposition and at times emanates a strong scent of blood. Although Crick claims he will take responsibility, it seems he has yet to take any action, rendering him unsuitable as a husband. Whether he could serve as a lover depends on his own capabilities. Recently, that girl has been inquiring about methods for studying the sixth style of the Navy. I wonder what her intentions are. Makino appears to be quite ordinary, yet her demeanor seems tinged with a hint of arrogance. Nevertheless, her reputation here seems favorable, though it gives the impression that she is often indulging in frivolous antics with Crick without any restraint. I must devise a plan to separate them for a while. Makino was undoubtedly Crick's first woman. The day they both arrived at the guild, Makino discerned that they had likely already crossed a line. Crick bore a weary expression, while Makino resembled a ripe fruit. Makino, adhering to the values of this world, seeks to find the right match for Crick, knowing that in this realm, only one person can genuinely bear the title of wife. The others are merely lovers. Little does Makino realize that Crick does not concern himself with such distinctions. Choices are for children. Greetings, Princess Vivi. Has that rascal Crick been tormenting you? Makino inquired, noticing Vivi's somewhat awkward demeanor. Torment? I don't think so. He is quite nice. Vivi replied, uncertain of how to respond. Did that day when they were so close count as torment? Observing Vivi's flushed cheeks, Makino speculated that at least first and second bases had been achieved, though perhaps a home run remained elusive. Ah, that troublesome little rascal. Regarding the relationship between Vivi and Crick, Makino would adopt different collaborative approaches. Should their bond be tenuous, the guild's financial involvement would deepen, thereby strengthening control over the entire kingdom while undermining the monarchy. Conversely, if their relationship were close, low interest, or even interest-free loans would be extended to support the royal family, as their offspring were likely to become the future heirs to the throne. The guild's control over its various factions is selective, economically. It does not wish to pursue excessive centralization, but rather aims to cultivate a state of internal competition and mutual checks. What do you think of Trek? Would you consider becoming his wife? Makino asked candidly. Would that not be a bit abrupt? Vivi was taken aback by Makino's directness. If you were the mistress of the guild, the collaboration between the guild and the kingdom would be managed quite differently. Is there really a difference? Vivi's mind began to race at this line of reasoning. After all, her love for the nation surpassed all else. More benefits could be garnered, given the guild's impending support. The kingdom would likely struggle for a century to repay its debts. However, if it were internal debts, the dividends from your position as mistress could offset a significant portion. And once your child inherits the guild's assets, that too would alleviate some burden. Moreover, should loans be involved, the kingdom's lands could serve as collateral or perhaps be sold to the guild. As the mistress, the land would merely shift from one hand to another. Makino tempted her. Eager to secure the princess as a legitimate wife, considering it a rare opportunity for Trek to find a suitable partner. I need to think about it. Vivi was uncertain whether to agree, pondering if her relationship with Trek had truly reached that stage. Although Trek had once mentioned a honeymoon with her in passing, she was unsure if he had been jesting. Take your time to contemplate. The guild can initially acquire the kingdom's land, enabling you to access a substantial sum of interest-free capital with minimal debt pressure. Later, once you take Trek, the debt issue will naturally resolve itself. In the past, Makino would not have engaged in such political matchmaking. Yet, with more individuals in management and numerous decisions to be made, coupled with her studies in political affairs at the New Eastern Sea, her insights and wisdom had surged dramatically. She suddenly recognized that Trek's actions were indeed calculated. In truth, Trek had not acted recklessly. Makino had initially feared he might become disinterested and abandon her. This was nearly the norm for those in power. However, upon further reflection, she realized that Trek's romantic interests were deliberate, imbued with various political intentions, and treated with genuine care. Kaya appeared to be an anomaly. Yet the guild's medical and biological research sectors were under her purview. Yalbed sought to harness religious influence to reshape the nobility's mindset, thereby strengthening the guild's ties with various kingdoms and, to some extent, curtailing the world government. Trek remarked, in truth, this is quite an unexpected turn of events. Makino possesses no entangling background. Her thoughts are untainted, yet she is ruthless in action and harbors considerable combat potential. She has been meticulously nurtured by Trek, serving perfectly as his trusted bodyguard. Nami, her sister, embodies a gentler and more naive disposition. Trek appears to deliberately exclude her from the upper echelons of management, wishing to shield her from the murky undercurrents and power struggles, thus protecting his sister. As for the beautiful chef Carmen, it seems there is no romantic involvement between them. Given that the role of a chef does not significantly impact combat capabilities, Trek sees no necessity in fostering a relationship beyond friendship. Furthermore, Trek has plans to mentor a few children, laying the groundwork for the guild's future. The mother and daughter duo from the naval base easily infiltrated the guild's operations within the Navy. ABIs and that Mary and mother are no children. They are currently fervently developing a horde of magical beasts. The two have deduced that by working, they can reasonably avoid attending classes. On Princess Vivi's side, after the guild decided to expand into Alabasta as the first stop on the Grand Line, it became inevitable that she would become Trek's wife or lover. A considerable portion of the guild's resources has already been diverted towards this endeavor. Seeing that Vivi had not yet been claimed by Trek while he was often seen with Makino nudged Vivi forward, knowing that Vivi likely harbors feelings for Trek. This was not seen as coercion, but rather as offering her a stepping stone. As for Makino herself, she was initially naive, unaware of why Trek had chosen her. As she gradually gathered more information, it became clear that this young man was leveraging her background. Moreover, she noted the bewildered demeanor of the red-haired individual upon his last return regarding Trek's identity. Although he quickly acclimated and acknowledged Trek's care, her intuition as a woman led her to suspect that Trek's claims about being saved by the red-haired man were mere fabrications. Everything is woven from Trek's web of lies. Yet it is difficult to harbor resentment towards him. She finds happiness through him. The drunken Shanks' return means that she too can enjoy a broader life, aiding more abandoned children. Trek is, indeed, genuinely kind-hearted. In a flurry of flushed cheeks, Vivi signed a land sale agreement with Makino, as vast stretches of desert in Alabasta were sold inexpensively to the guild. The duo, often referred to as the Dragon and the Phoenix, are set to commence their clever maneuvers, porting land, recruiting, developing, and leasing. Makino has already secured the land, in addition to the native population. They aim to attract noble believers from various nations to invest in construction and consumption. On one hand, they will build temples for the Maitreya sect to cultivate a plethora of followers, while on the other, the clustering of capital will spur vigorous economic growth. Initially, the endeavor seemed to entice nobles into constructing in the barren desert, but ultimately, due to improved conditions and the reciprocal nature of capital, these investments yielded substantial profits, thereby enhancing the credibility of further investments, drawing even more capital to align with the guild. After finally deploying the last of the icebergs and bidding farewell to Aokiji, Trick and Makita returned to the royal capital, only to unexpectedly encounter Yalbert. "What brings you here?" Trick and Machida disembarked from the flying carpet. "Who is this woman?" Machida and Yalbert inquired in unison. "They are both core members of the guild. That is not what we are asking." Trick found himself overwhelmed, as he had limited energy to navigate the complexities of romantic entanglements, thus refraining from indulging in such affairs. With the abilities granted by the disguise fruit, he could easily charm any woman, transform into a handsome man, though he was already quite handsome himself, but mustn't reveal it, or even become the beloved of a beautiful woman. He could incite discord between Makino and Shanks, and then seize the opportunity to insert himself. However, the power of this fruit, which allowed him to impersonate others, would lead to his own downfall if he failed to restrain his desires, complicating the world around him. Every action has its consequences. The malevolent seeds you sow today will inevitably bear bitter fruit. Imagine a scenario where Trick's offspring were scattered throughout the streets, unaware of each other's existence, an intricate human drama. Trick yearned to be like Duanyu, avoiding the irresponsible romantic entanglements of Duan Junshan. Yalbed, on her part, was merely a pawn in the game, and she never anticipated such developments. Trick indeed pondered whether he should take her under his wing. Yet, they shared little in common and lacked an emotional foundation, despite her gaze being rather peculiar when directed at him. "Miss Yalbed, this is Machida, my wife, a wielder of the heavy fruit." "Machida, this is the saintess of the Milarepa sect, Miss Yalbed, a user of the slippery fruit," Trick introduced candidly. "Hello, Miss Yalbed." Upon hearing Trick's introduction, Machida's cheeks flushed, and her heart soared with joy. This was the first time Trick had introduced her in such a manner before others. Suddenly, she quietly wrapped her arm around Trick's, lowering her head in silence, transforming into a refined lady. At that moment, Machida donned a chocolate-colored lace dress adorned with a heart-shaped cutout that revealed her decolletage. A light yellow knitted sun hat adorned her head, while one thigh was bound with a ribbon circle, and her feet were clad in chocolate-colored knee-high boots. Chocolate gloves encased her hands, with onion gloves nestled within. Her earrings were 2 golden chocolate spheres, and she held a reflective golden folding umbrella. With her moonwalk skills, she carried the umbrella, undoubtedly to avoid sunburn. And the folding design was practical for battle, allowing her to secure the ribbon circle at her thigh. This dark ensemble accentuated her fair and translucent skin, and the golden accessories enhanced her allure. When Trick first beheld her, he was momentarily entranced. The beauty of this dark color scheme was unparalleled, free from the villainous filters that often marred appearances, revealing her exquisite charm. Imagine, under the villain's unflattering filter, Vivi pales in comparison to the villainous Machida. Had it not been for Tina's lingering desire, Trek might have devoured this piece of chocolate on the spot. Previously, Machida struggled to entice Trek into transforming into an iron block, so she resolved to alter her appearance, enhancing her allure and novelty. Machida, fond of lemon tea and chocolate, transitioned from a lemon-themed ensemble to one inspired by heart-shaped chocolates. In proximity to Trek, her advantage lay in the fact that she consistently practiced with him, deepening their bond. The saint of the Mylar sect? Miss Yalbert? Yalbert felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was she truly becoming a stranger in his eyes? Their encounters had indeed been few. How sentimental the president was, finding a partner so swiftly. Did that which Koya know? Yalbert scoffed, recalling her past quarrel with Koya over Trek's affections. Now, as the clam and the snipe battled, a fisherman stood to gain, and she contemplated instigating conflict. "Oh, they have met and conversed amicably," Trek feigned. "Is that so? Then having one more in the mix is hardly excessive." Yalbert seized the opportunity to interject. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Trek replied, "I was merely jesting, Miss Yalbert." Yet, the present Yalbert, under the effects of the fruit, appeared strikingly beautiful, fair-skinned, smooth, with dark hair and eyes that embodied Eastern aesthetics. It would be disingenuous to claim indifference. After all, Who would argue that a woman who has shed her excess weight would not attract admiration? While one might verbally deny desire, the body speaks truthfully. Humanity is a visual creature, not merely one of memory, easily forgetting past pains. Could it be that this fellow had gazed upon his former self with disdain? Yalbert mused, dismissing such thoughts as she contemplated when to render him unconscious and fulfill her intentions. Choosing to divert the conversation, she shifted to discussing her endeavors in gathering followers. It appeared that the devotees here were fervently devoted to the rain deity Machida, prioritizing the need for rain over mere aesthetics. Machida? That name sounds familiar. Could it be you? Yalbert exclaimed, eyes wide as she regarded the now demure Machida. A wave of frustration washed over her. This young woman had usurped her role. It was, after all, an unintended consequence. With resources provided and conflicts quelled, the citizens of the Sand Kingdom had elevated her to divine status, as Trek succinctly explained. What shall we do then? Construct another temple? Yalbert contemplated aloud. Trek himself had little affinity for the theatrics of divinity, yet it proved effective. And abandoning it was not an option. Moreover, the Mylar sect did not worship deities. Its doctrine emphasized benevolence. If one were to identify a divine entity, it would be that miraculous beauty-enhancing mirror. Machida was the rain goddess, a dichotomy that could not coexist. Let Machida stand alone. There is no need for idol worship. It is enough for the people here to hold her in esteem. As for your Mylar sect, continue to develop, for it is merely an organization promoting good deeds, devoid of any divine exploitation of the populace. In due time, as the Kingdom of Sand flourishes and its denizens find themselves well-fed and content, they will inevitably begin to seek beauty and spiritual elevation. The Milarepa sect, leveraging the prestige of the guild, will gain the trust of the populace. At this juncture, I possess an object that may serve as yet another wishing artifact. Trek, reminiscent of the fabled Aladdin's lamp, produced it and proclaimed, note, Aladdin's lamp, Vivi with a mere rub. Each individual may make one irrevocable wish. However, the genie will employ any means necessary to fulfill that wish in a manner deemed reasonable. Wish-granting artifact? This enchanted lamp, when polished, reveals a genie who can fulfill a singular wish for you. However, each individual is bestowed with but one opportunity. Really? Both Machida and Yarbed expressed their astonishment and skepticism. If such a treasure existed, what more could one desire? At that moment, Machida fixed her gaze on Trek's lower half, and Trek understood immediately. Nevertheless, he still intended to seek treatment from Koya. This magical lamp seemed unreliable. However, the process of making a wish was rather intricate and sometimes required a sacrifice of oneself. Trek recalled the unsettling experience of using the Aladdin lamp to conduct experiments on passers-by, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. Upon acquiring the lamp and perusing the instructions, he sensed an impending trap. If it were truly so effective, his own tale could conclude with celebration, ushering in world peace. With Trek becoming the god of love, living a joyous and carefree existence with a host of lovely ladies. Thus, he made time to test it on a passerby. The first recipient of the lamp was an unemployed middle-aged man who wished to count money until his hands ached, subsequently landing a job as a cashier at a currency exchange. Surprisingly, his monthly salary was commendable, although the workload was overwhelming. Leaving his hands in pain, yet he bore it with a mix of suffering and joy. After the wish was fulfilled, Trek reclaimed the lamp and allowed another terminally ill patient to chance upon it. Trek expected the man would wish for good health, but instead, he desired to have a romantic encounter with a beautiful woman before his demise, believing that his unattractiveness would prevent him from ever being favored by such a lady. Even if he were to recover, his two good friends happened to overhear his dying wish outside the hospital room. Consequently, the two handsome brothers disguised themselves as lovely ladies, seizing the cover of night to fulfill his dream, allowing the three of them to share a blissful final chapter together. Trek, suppressing his discomfort, disguised himself as a nurse to retrieve the lamp. Indeed, the man had his wish granted, and Trek couldn't help but marvel at the elevation of friendship. On the third occasion, Trek approached a beggar by the roadside, curious to see if unearned fortune would yield results. The beggar wished for a golden rice bowl and, astonishingly, found one. However, before he could even warm it in his hands, it was violently snatched away. Trek was rendered speechless. Such a pitiable fate. Why could they not aspire to something greater, like becoming the wealthiest person in the world or a celestial being? The experiment yielded unsatisfactory results, failing to meet Trek's objectives. Thus, he decided against seeking out any more losers, as these individuals likely had no comprehension of grandeur, mistaking a king for a farmer with a golden hoe. Trek utilized a portal to randomly visit a minor noble in a kingdom. Upon acquiring the lamp, the noble, driven by greed, wished only to sleep with the queen. Ultimately, he achieved his desire when the king unexpectedly passed away, allowing the queen to seize power, and he became her secret lover. Trek was incensed. These subjects were utterly deranged. Nevertheless, some insights were gleaned. The noble presented the lamp to the queen, who wished to preserve her youthful beauty, only to meet her end the very next day. Following the king, Trek mused that some wishes were unattainable, inadvertently triggering a system glitch. However, upon retrieving the funerary lamp, it was discovered that a minor noble had exhumed the queen's body and frozen it, daily professing his love to the ice block, preserving her beauty in eternal youth. It seems that for some, wealth and power are not the ultimate pursuits. Love holds its own significance. Yet, I merely seek a normal individual for testing, not to witness a tragic romance unfold before me. Nevertheless, Trek concluded that improper wishes carry the risk of dire consequences. He conducted further tests and found that wishing for an enemy's demise would provide methods and strategies to confront that adversary. For instance, one might be advised to train diligently and wield weapons for an assassination attempt. If the power disparity is too great, one would be sent for reincarnation, to seek revenge in a future life, which seems rather futile. Some individuals found their ailments cured by being chased by dogs, while others received compensation after being struck by vehicles, acquiring funds for emergencies. A child, yearning for a perfect score, was gifted a plethora of exercises by the lamp spirit. Although the lamp spirit claimed to fulfill a single wish, many were unaware that each person could summon the spirit only once. Thus, with a mindset of cautious experimentation, their wishes tended to be modest. Ultimately, Trek encountered 3 pirate brothers. One wished to become a global magnate, while another scoffed at him for his short-sightedness, wishing instead to be born into nobility. The final pirate, possessing a bit more insight, derided the first 2 for their limited aspirations and boldly wished to become a celestial dragon. The first 2 pirates appeared constipated, sensing they had missed out on immense fortunes. Just as the last pirate, Fufufu, laughed, the trio was abruptly obliterated by cannon fire from rival pirate ships. Trek, bewildered, inquired of the system, Alice, who could only subtly hint that the 3 had been reincarnated at certain pivotal moments, one in Golden City, another among the Revolutionary Army, and the last in the realm of powerful martial artists. Trek was left in disbelief, pondering whether this was indeed a reincarnation lamp. It seemed that those 3 were not merely fortunate souls. The lamp undeniably aided individuals in realizing their wishes, making it difficult to criticize its nature. Yet, Trek hesitated to use it, nor did he wish for those around him to do so. Hence, he resolved to designate the lamp as another sacred artifact of the Mithra sect, calling it the Beauty Mirror or the Wish Mirror, while the Aladdin lamp would be referred to as the Contentment lamp. The Contentment lamp was intended to grant wishes but was constrained from allowing overly ambitious desires. Otherwise, one might find themselves reincarnated without anyone able to verify the fulfillment of their wishes. Could it be that the teachings of a certain faith would be employed to deceive others into believing that the karma of this life, good for good, evil for evil, was merely a consequence of past lives? Those 3 pirates had indeed committed misdeeds, even if they wished for noble outcomes. Yet, their reincarnated lives would undoubtedly take unexpected turns. While Trek's lamp, with the system as evidence, likely bore authenticity, the claims of the aforementioned faith seemed transparent, serving merely as self-deception. Nonetheless, the art of deception proved to be remarkably effective. This matter is substantiated by the system, thus it cannot be dismissed as mere deception. As for the name Contentment chosen by Trek, it serves to remind every individual granted a wish to appreciate what they have, desiring only those dreams that align with their capabilities, rather than aspiring for dominion, which would result in an excessively long queue for reincarnation. This ensures a higher rate of wish fulfillment while simultaneously expanding the influence of the Mithra teachings. On one hand, it is stipulated that only those who engage in numerous acts of kindness may receive a wish from the magical lamp, while on the other, the enchanting mirror promotes the idea that good deeds bring fortune and enhance beauty. Through this dual approach, the Mithra teachings can wield considerable spiritual authority. Trek briefly elucidated to the 2 women the shortcomings of the Aladdin lamp, emphasizing that it grants only a single wish, and the means by which wishes are fulfilled may not be as delightful as one might hope. Consequently, the 2 women managed to suppress their impulsive desires. Trek sensed that Machida was casting a somewhat insidious gaze towards his lower half, which made him hesitant to utilize the lamp. What if he were to be reincarnated as someone undesirable? He decisively handed the Aladdin lamp to Yalbed, advising her to use it judiciously and exclusively for those who have consistently performed good deeds and gained recognition. As a reward, this approach minimizes risk, and the wishes made by such individuals are likely to be benevolent in nature. Trick was untroubled by the prospect of others wishing for world-altering outcomes or desires detrimental to himself. Firstly, the logic governing the lamp's wish fulfillment requires reasonableness, as overly grand aspirations ultimately rebound upon the wishmaker. Secondly, even if one were to wish for something harmful, Trick could arrange for their wish to be nullified, as all wishes necessitate a logical process rather than instant realization. Moreover, the fulfillment is not guaranteed. At times, it may merely create the illusion of realization, akin to the experience of that ailing friend. Yalbed repeatedly confirmed Trick's imminent presence in Alabasta before departing with the Aladdin lamp, leaving Trick with a sense of unease as he observed her retreating figure. Yet, the iron block remained unresponsive, prompting him to deliver a sharp slap to Machida's posterior, exclaiming, "Off you go. Stop staring at me and seek out your former employer." "Ah, you scoundrel. That hurt." Machida yelped in pain, retaliating with a swift strike to Trick's head, causing him to wail dramatically, his onion gloves proving effective. Meanwhile, Sha-E, shackled with sea stone, had been imprisoned in the palace basement for several days. Suddenly, one of his former employees appeared, accompanied by a weeping individual. "Wah, Machida, you rascal. Next time, kick me instead. Please, do not use your hands." Trick lamented through his tears, squeezing Machida's face. "I understand. Stop pinching." Machida swatted away Trick's grasp, covering her flushed face as she gazed into a mirror. How infuriating. This orange-haired imp is none other than the one who performed fairy tales before Vivi, so now he dares to weep before me? Shaj thought, his expression sour. "Shai, wah. You are mine now. Do not even think about escaping." Trick sobbed, while Crocodile felt a tightening discomfort, pondering the bizarre nature of these individuals. As Trick approached, he seized a handful of hair from Sand Crocodile. "Ouch, that hurts. You little brat, what are you doing?" Crocodile winced in pain, a patch of his scalp now bare. "You shall work for me from now on. You cannot escape my grasp," Trick exclaimed, his voice laced with mock sorrow. From his spatial pocket, Trick retrieved the sea stone cage that had once contained Sand Crocodile during the rain banquet, a trinket he had fortuitously acquired while casting the ice mountain. He produced a summoning scroll, standing outside the cage, and through a narrow opening, inserted the scroll along with a strand of Sand Crocodile's hair. Note, the summoning scroll of the warp fruit allows for the contracting of beings, with the medium being a substance containing the creature's DNA. Upon unfurling the scroll, one can swiftly summon the creature through time and space. Once summoned, the being cannot return, and a new contract must be established with each invocation. Release his sea stone handcuffs. "Machida," Trick commanded. "Are you sure?" "Hani, while I am not afraid of them, won't he just escape?" Machida expressed concern. "Fear not. He must first experience despair before he can truly be effective." Trick replied, tears welling in his eyes. Sand Crocodile observed the orange-haired boy, finding a peculiar resemblance to the time he himself had been reduced to tears. "Isn't Miss Valentine's Day a user of the heavy fruit ability? What an odd power to make someone cry. Does this brat truly believe himself to be so weak as to dare release the sea stone cuffs?" With his onion gloves, Machida grasped the key and unlocked the sea stone cuffs, the gloves possessing the capability to negate the effects of sea stone. "You insufferable brat. Though that woman possesses some strength, you think I would submit to you? Such a delusion." Sand Crocodile scoffed as he retrieved a cigar, lighting it with a swagger. "Machida, make him cry," Trick declared, unperturbed by the prospect of his own humiliation before Sand Crocodile, for he knew that soon the tables would turn and Sand Crocodile too would shed tears. Hiss. The Sand Crocodile had learned its lesson this time, desperately evading with frantic sand shifts. The rapid changes in weight and speed brought about by Machida left the Sand Crocodile overwhelmed. It truly wished to avoid being reduced to tears once more. In the grip of such fear, its observation haki began to awaken. The space here was confined, and the Sand Crocodile found it increasingly difficult to escape. Spotting Trick weeping over there, it contemplated approaching to seize him. With a resounding thud, just as the sand alligator was about to reach Trick, he swiftly conjured the creature into a cage made of sea stone. "Oh, how delightful. You cannot escape. No matter where you flee, you shall be summoned back." Before the sand alligator could utter a word, Trick unleashed a torrent of seawater from his spatial pouch towards the cage, leaving the sand alligator drenched and helpless upon the ground. "Beat him into tears," exclaimed Machida with a sinister laugh as she unlocked the cage and entered, delivering a thorough thrashing to the sand crocodile. Deprived of its sand-shifting abilities by the seawater, the creature cried out in genuine pain, weeping profusely. As night fell, Vivi found herself pondering Makino's proposal when she suddenly sensed a sound akin to weeping, sending a chill down her spine. Was the palace haunted? Surely. There had been no fatalities here this time? Feeling unnerved, she decided to seek out Trick, where she felt a sense of security. Stop. Please, no more. I submit, pleaded the sand crocodile, overwhelmed by the relentless beating. The onslaught of negative emotions and pain was unbearable, and he felt an acute sense of shame. Just obediently follow me. If you misbehave or attempt to escape, I'll summon you to the depths of the sea. I will reveal to you the whereabouts of the underworld king. Although I deem that being of little use, if it brings joy to boys who adore battleships, then consider it a reward for diligent service. Trick had indeed painted a grand vision. The underworld king? Sighed the sand crocodile, feeling helpless in his current state. What good would knowing such a being do him? Still, it would be worth a look if he could find it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Two grown men weeping like children. Machida cackled at the sight of the two. You fools. Trick thought, harboring a wicked notion to ensure that Machida shared in the embarrassment. Bang. Why are you doing this? You scoundrel. Makino sobbed as Trick held her hand, joining in her lament. Thus, the three crybabies wept together in that dim, damp basement. Trick was reluctant to remain in such a gloomy place, especially since all three were users of devil fruits and the seawater had not been fully absorbed. The trio ascended to the surface, faces buried in their hands, weeping softly. Fortunately, the palace was relatively deserted at that hour, and with very few attendants on Vivi's side, while the guards remained at a distance. Trick dared to bring Sand Crocodile to his adjacent room for some rest. It was still early in the night. Was it really time for sleep? Vivi rapped on Trick's door, but the silence felt peculiar. Wasn't that fellow a night owl? Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she pressed her ear against the door, curious if she might catch any unusual sounds. It seemed there was indeed a noise, but the sound of muffled sobbing made her gasp. Surely, Trick wouldn't be engaging in any nefarious deeds with a virtuous maiden, would he? Vivi's imagination ran wild, picturing a girl captured by Trick, crying helplessly after being coerced. Why not Makino? Well, if it were that vixen, she likely wouldn't be weeping but rather exclaiming joyfully. Scoundrel. Scum. Vivi muttered, her face flushing with indignation as she listened. Little did she know, just beside her, three individuals, struggling to hold back their tears, were tilting their heads in her direction. Wah. Vivi, who are you cursing? Trick asked through his tears. Vivi was startled, her heart nearly leaping from her chest. Can't you three walk quietly? Three? Crocodile. What is he doing here? And what are you up to? Initially shocked to see Sand Crocodile standing obediently beside Trick, she then noticed the three of them sniffling. Oh, we were discussing our dreams. Sand Crocodile was moved by my aspirations, and we finally found kindred spirits in each other, which brought us to tears, lamenting our late encounter. Trick fabricated nonsensically. Sand Crocodile and Machida exchanged glances, exasperated. It seemed Trick could not resist his penchant for absurdity. So those what sounds were emanating from you all. I thought there was a ghost. Turns out it's just you bunch of crybabies, Vivi remarked, raising her hands in a gesture of feigned innocence to mask her eavesdropping, shifting the topic. At your age, there's no need to weep so dramatically. Like a wrong little wife. TSK, TSK, TSK. Trick shot Machida a knowing glance, and she promptly smacked Vivi on the backside. Whoa, why did you hit me? Vivi, with tears brimming in her eyes, joined the crybaby brigade. Hee hee, whoa, only by joining can one keep a secret. Trick chuckled through his tears. That night, the palace echoed with faint, eerie sobs. Makino had yet to arrive, and Trick instructed Machida to keep an eye on Sand Crocodile while he intended to visit Drum Island to seek Kaya's assistance with a man's delicate predicament. Though he had been unnerved by Kaya's sinister laughter previously, Trick, feeling emboldened with over 5,000 prowess points, was resolute and unafraid. If Kaya dared to scare him, he would dare to confront her. Cough. Perhaps it was wiser to tread lightly. After all, he sought her help. Traversing through the gate of all possibilities, Trick observed that the castle was bustling with visitors, some even posing for photographs on thrones while adorned in regal costumes. I was merely jesting. Yet Dalton truly dares to do such a thing, and the prices are quite steep, he noted, gasping at the exorbitant fees displayed. The tourism industry was indeed a lucrative venture. A 1-hour experience and photography package cost a staggering 1 million berries. Outrageous. 1 million berries was indeed a substantial sum, particularly when compared to the exorbitant prices in Trick's original world. Estimating the potential revenue, if operated for 8 hours a day, they could gross approximately 8 million a day, amounting to 2.5 small goals monthly, though one must account for labor and material costs. Mr. President, you have arrived. Dalton, now the king of the Sakura Kingdom, greeted Trick upon hearing reports of a certain orange-haired youth's appearance, having come specifically to welcome him. How is the ice and snow world faring? Trick inquired, primarily seeking Kaya this time, intending only to make a casual inquiry before departing. You truly are an extraordinary figure. After some renovations and opening to the public, Drum Island has struck it rich. We have made a fortune. Dalton exclaimed, somewhat imitating the speech patterns of that fellow Clabatel. In his heart, Trick couldn't help but grumble. Dalton continued, this royal experience package is indeed a lucrative venture. Its allure lies in its novelty and uniqueness. Numerous nobles and affluent merchants from foreign lands are clamoring to partake in it. Some even book it for an entire day or month. However, to initially expand the market, we have imposed certain limitations, dividing the experience into 1-hour segments. For Dalton, the king, as long as the financial remuneration is substantial, he is amenable to any request, often conducting his affairs from the foothills, resembling more of a minister than a monarch. Isn't this merely a matter of taking photos and checking in? Trick pondered what one could accomplish with a monthly subscription. No. We offer an immersive experience at a 1-to-1 ratio. The castle is equipped with an array of facilities, and we have a professional cast on standby. There are packages for royal culinary experiences, attentive service from royal attendants, grand welcome ceremonies for the king's outings, and even speech delivery packages, among others. Typically, one can only experience one package per hour. To fully enjoy all offerings, one must commit to at least a day. Is there a similar service for a queen? I wonder? Trick suddenly realized that a king should also have a queen. Ahem. Well, we do not provide that, generally. The queens come along with the guests themselves. Dalton, being rather principled, refrains from capitalizing on such arrangements, leaving it to those individuals to bring their own. Oh, Chuck remarked with a mocking grin as he observed the flustered Dalton. The revenue from this venture alone overshadowed the earnings from Magnet Drum Island. Additionally, the myriad tourist attractions and recreational facilities at the ice and snow world had generated substantial profits, making it feasible for the kingdom to secure the presence of several formidable individuals. The influx of tourists had spurred a booming market for local specialties and homestay businesses, significantly multiplying the citizens' overall income. Dalton, brandishing the financial report, was practically dancing with joy. Strictly speaking, this marked merely the inception of business on the Grand Line. Consequently, nobles and affluent merchants who had never ventured to the Four Seas before were now flocking to this region, taking advantage of the guild's windless routes. As new areas opened up, the traffic here would diminish. Thus, it was prudent to capitalize on this opportunity to earn more while also working in shifts during the night. Chuck advised. Absolutely. We shall strive to continuously develop various novel experiences and activities to attract visitors. Dalton replied enthusiastically. In the medical sector, under the reconstitution of the 20 elite doctors from the former Walbo, and with the guild's backing, a large comprehensive hospital had been established. The Sakura Kingdom had nearly restored, if not surpassed, its former status as a medical powerhouse. Oh, that is quite commendable. But where is Kaya? Where has she gone? Chuck inquired, his mind wandering. Previously, Kaya had been residing in the castle with that witch doctor. Dr. Kaya is at the newly constructed comprehensive hospital, alongside Dr. Kureha. I will take you there, Dalton said, leading Chuck onto the cable car ascending the mountain. Dr. Kaya is truly remarkable. Her medical skills surpass those of even the top doctors, and she appears to be on par with Dr. Kureha. Moreover, she is formidable. There was a notorious pirate causing a ruckus in the hospital over medical fees, and she swiftly incapacitated him and had him removed. A nobleman seeking her affection attempted to force himself upon her, yet somehow, he ended up obediently complying with her wishes. Dalton recalled, a shiver running down his spine at the thought of the pirate-turned-test subject and the nobleman who had behaved like a dog in her presence. They should be on the top floor. You will be able to see them when you go up. With that, Dalton discreetly slipped away, wishing to avoid being a third wheel. Furthermore, though Kaya appeared gentle, her anger was genuinely fearsome. This hospital truly embodies Western architectural styles, Chuck remarked, gazing at the edifice before him. To his astonishment, there was even an elevator. He scrutinized the peculiar thermal power device, pondering whether it was an invention of the guild. Chuck typically shied away from delving into scientific endeavors. He was here for adventure and romance, not to replicate the inventions of time travelers. He preferred to immerse himself in novels about ancient dynasties instead, offering merely a concept and framework akin to a laissez-faire manager. As Chuck reached the top floor, he inexplicably fainted, his last sensation akin to crashing into a soft abyss. Hee hee hee. This time, there is no escape. A chilling and eerie laughter echoed through the corridor. Dr. Correa has recently returned to her treehouse, preferring to leave matters here to the many capable doctors around her. Just moments ago, Kaya was engrossed in her experiments in her laboratory when she sensed the presence of Trick. From the uppermost window, she spotted that scoundrel Trick finally coming to see her. Still seething from their last encounter, Kaya unleashed a hallucinogenic agent as Trick approached, leaving him unaware and fainted, cradled in her embrace. As the haze of slumber dissipated, Trick found himself bound to an operating table, his mouth silenced by an enigmatic object. A peculiar sense of familiarity washed over him. What material was this operating table crafted from? He felt utterly powerless, as if ensnared by Hailu stone. How careless of him. Which adversary had orchestrated this? He had maintained a low profile, after all. Yet, Kaya loomed above him, her gaze fixed intently upon him, though Trek could not perceive her presence. Awake at last. Honey. Kaya exclaimed with a playful laugh. As a muffled sound escaped from Trek's mouth, he discovered it was Koya. A sigh of relief washed over him, yet unease lingered. He was uncertain of the unpredictable nature of this deranged individual. Last time, you hastily fled with that vixen, abandoning someone alone and vulnerable. Taking advantage of their inability to soar, correct? I was the first to discover that toy, only to have it snatched away from me. What a grave miscalculation. Hee hee. Tell me, as a form of punishment, what if I were to retain a part of your body to keep me company? Hee hee hee. Koya gazed at Trek's lower half, chuckling to herself as she brandished a gleaming surgical knife, tracing it across his form. A chill ran down Trek's spine. What was once a simple transformation had now escalated to a dire situation. He was drenched in sweat. Trek wished for Koya to remove the object from his mouth. He believed that as soon as he spoke, he could easily deceive her. Although Koya possessed a delicate disposition, her intelligence was remarkable. After becoming acquainted with certain members of the guild, she swiftly discerned Trek's verbal tricks and promptly silenced him, denying him any opportunity to speak. In the midst of a peculiar encounter, the timid Trek found himself disrobed by the enigmatic Koya, a medical practitioner well-versed in anatomy. Having examined the structures of myriad organisms, Koya exhibited no trace of embarrassment. Her brow furrowed in contemplation, she mused whether Trek felt any response to her presence, a thought that ignited her jealousy and discontent. With a determination to intimidate him further, she prepared for an unsettling procedure. Thus unfolded an unforgettable scene for Trek, as Koya embarked on her intricate examination, the details of which are best left to the imagination. Despite his trepidation, Trek was astonished to discover that he could still summon his iron block. Koya, indeed, proved herself a competent physician. Finally liberated from the need to achieve enlightenment, Trek sighed in relief, questioning if this peculiar roleplay had miraculously cured him. Yet, he remained unaware of the fading influence of Tina's psychological hold over him, attributing his current state to mere mental effects, compounded by his preoccupation with responsibilities. After enduring such confinement, it was no surprise that Koya's treatment would yield swift results. Evidently, Koya possessed a certain allure. Delighted by Trek's transformation, Koya reveled in her triumph, considering the opportunity to exact her retribution. However, as a physician, she understood the limits of her actions, unlike the insatiable Machida, and after an intense encounter, she ultimately released Trek from his bindings. Koya's playful laughter resonated as she contemplated the end of their skirmish. Having been restrained for so long, Trek felt an overwhelming surge of power as the sea floor stone's suppression was lifted, restoring him to his full strength. While Koya's foundational abilities were modest, Trek initially bestowed upon her a mere 300 units of power. Though her skills had since improved, they paled in comparison to Trek's formidable prowess. Koya's combat capabilities relied heavily on the development of her Yandra pills, rendering her strength unpredictable. Thus, even with the advantage of her conqueror's haki, she found herself easily countered by Trek's regained power, leading to a fierce exchange. As this was their inaugural battle, coupled with the damage caused by Trek's armament haki, Koya found herself in a state of continuous weakening. Her jealousy and anger surged upon realizing that her delightful plaything had been commandeered by another, creating a delicate equilibrium that propelled her into a peak of combat prowess. Trek, suddenly ensnared by Koya's overwhelming strength, found himself embroiled in a world-class wrestling match. Note: the Yandra pills, Koya, are designed for the frail, enhancing their ability to discern ailments. When angered, they unleash formidable combat potential while exhibiting a slightly Yandra disposition. The weaker the body, the stronger the effects, paradoxically rendering them ineffective if the body becomes robust. This was Trick's first experience of such exhaustion. Initially stifled by the sea-floor stone and Koya's conqueror's haki, he felt profoundly constrained. Although he later retaliated, he recognized that Koya was currently harnessing the unique properties of the Yandra pills, leading them both into a vicious cycle that could result in his demise and leave Koya severely weakened. Fortunately, I often train with Machida, which allows me to restrain myself and suppress Koya. As the night deepens, Trek adjusts his attire and gazes at the delicate figure of Koyan, who is peacefully asleep in his embrace. He lets out a sigh, realizing that he ultimately must care for this girl whom he has inadvertently turned into a fragile maiden. The seeds of fate were sown from the moment they first met. What began as an experiment and a jest now holds significant weight. I sincerely hope that Machida and she do not come to blows. Kaya gradually awoke from her stupor, feeling a pervasive ache throughout her body. She was awake. Darling. A gentle kiss was placed on Kaya's little face by Trek. Nestled in Trek's embrace, Kaya felt a flush of warmth on her cheeks, as the essence of the once affluent young lady gradually resurfaced within her. Kaya struggled free from Trek, intending to compose herself, only to suddenly realize that she was in so much pain that walking had become a challenge. Let me carry you. Though the pills possessed certain properties, they did not grant the ability to heal automatically, thus she still required treatment. Trek, filled with concern, lamented his reckless actions, fearing that he might leave Kaya with lingering repercussions. It seemed he still had some introspection to do. Well, Kaya replied softly, a hint of shyness in her voice. Trek observed Kaya, whose fluctuating demeanor felt somewhat surreal. One moment, she nearly startled him into submission, and the next, she appeared utterly endearing. Currently, Kaya was nestled in Trek's arms, transforming him into her personal mode of transportation. Fortunately, the hospital's top floor was designated as Kaya's exclusive domain, seldom visited by others. What brings you here this time? I find it hard to believe you would seek me out without a reason, Kaya inquired, her voice laced with a knowing tone. She was acutely aware of Trek's reputation as a heartbreaker, often preoccupied with mischief alongside Machida, rarely gracing the guild with his presence unless prompted by necessity. Cough, cough, cough. Trek was at a loss for words. Should he confess that he sought Koya's help for his unspoken troubles, even though it seemed she had cured him? He simply wanted to express, I missed you. I left in such haste that day, and I feel a twinge of guilt. I returned to see you. This was all Trek could articulate. Hiki. Koya gazed into Trek's eyes with a peculiar smile. Trek maintained a steadfast gaze, unwaveringly fixed upon Koya. It is said that when one deceives, their eyes may dart side to side, glance upward or downward, or shy away from direct eye contact. Thus, Trek stared intently with his wide eyes, determined to conceal his intentions from this astute woman. With a soft chuckle, Kaya finally broke free from that peculiar smile. She discerned that the rogue, Trek, was weaving a web of lies, yet found joy in witnessing his earnest attempts to deceive her. Embracing him tightly, she nestled against his chest, her eyes narrowing in contentment, resembling a languid feline. Having lost her parents 3 years prior, Kaya now found herself alone, devoid of kin, with only the reliable butler, Meili, remaining by her side. Following the incident with Clabatel, he had become more of a subordinate than a confidant. Usopp, a childhood companion, held little emotional significance in her life. In truth, she felt a profound solitude, often alleviating her loneliness through dissection and the study of medicine. Trek represented a serendipitous encounter in her fate. The moment she ingested the melancholic potion, their destinies became intertwined. Initially imperceptible, the subsequent merging of their personas intensified her affections. Trek empowered her to grow strong, to steer her own life free from the influence of others, and she found fulfillment and a sense of achievement within the Adventurers Guild. Finally, as she embraced her role as his woman, she discovered a sense of belonging, a family, and for the first time, she surrendered her loneliness and anxiety, drifting into slumber in Trek's arms. In Alabasta, although Vivi harbored a strong aversion to Crocodile, her responsibilities as a princess took precedence. Crocodile was tasked with atoning for his sins through a public works initiative, embarking upon a new chapter in infrastructure exploration, while occasionally doubling as a sandstorm suppressor. Meanwhile, members of the Baroque works fervently joined the kingdom's reconstruction and development efforts. On another front, when Trek had negotiated with the Navy to send a Kainu, He had already dispatched a messenger on an ancient dragon to the New World to retrieve individuals. Days prior, in the New World, a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million had just been vanquished. Akainu, still vexed by the Admiral's orders, pondered why the reinforcements had yet to arrive. Restricting his movements away from the branch base. Roar. A sudden dragon's roar echoed through the sky. This aura of sovereignty? The newcomer is no ordinary character. Akainu sensed a regal presence, yet it was not the color of the conqueror. Suddenly, a colossal green dragon pierced through the clouds, hurtling towards the warship at an astonishing speed. Just as Akainu was about to take action, he noticed the dragon proudly displaying the Navy flag upon its back. Could this be the designated escort? Akainu surmised that this must indeed be the personnel the marshal had mentioned. The dragon executed a sharp halt, flapping its wings a few times before landing atop the mainmast of the warship, causing the massive vessel to sway unpredictably. A diminutive figure swiftly descended from a rope. Greetings. You must be Admiral Akainu. I have received orders to escort you to Alabasta. Akainu beheld a peculiar little one clad in a yellow-brown camouflage uniform, adorned with pockets, a steel helmet atop their head, and goggles shielding their eyes. Who are you? A child? Akainu inquired with a hint of skepticism, pondering if the earlier regal aura had indeed emanated from that dragon. Yes, I am 8 years old, but I am an exceptional soldier. The little one, named Apis, declared with a straight posture, lifting her goggles. She thought to herself that this was a golden opportunity to escape class and undertake a mission, especially after having dueled with Mariano over it. Although Mariano possessed peculiar gadgets, she was not to be underestimated, with a foundational combat prowess of 500 from tricks. Coupled with her early mastery of special operations, the so-called fake Loli had been thoroughly bested, leaving her in tears not from defeat, but from the loss of a rare chance to skip class. Cough, cough, cough. Akainu coughed, pondering to himself. It's merely a young girl. She cannot possibly belong to the Navy, could she? Might she be affiliated with that adventurous guild? How could such a guild employ child labor? The Navy would never recruit minors. Are you from the Adventurers Guild? Akainu inquired further. Indeed, I am the ace warrior of the Adventurers Guild. Akainu, realizing there were no pressing matters at hand, urged, let us depart immediately. The situation is dire. Apis continued to flaunt her bravado. Ugh, for the first time. Akainu found himself at a loss, choked by a mere child. How could this little one seem more like a Navy officer? Yet, the claims of the Ace of Spades felt somewhat exaggerated, much like those foolish individuals who incessantly boast about becoming the Pirate King. Let us go. Akainu, a man of decisiveness, took off without issuing any commands to his subordinates. He leaped to the top of the mast, where he observed a young child pressing a button, causing the ropes to retract swiftly and the child to return directly to the millennia-old dragon's back. Get on. We are about to take flight. Apis patted the seat behind her, donned her goggles, and mounted the dragon's saddle. Akainu jumped on, settling himself with his arms crossed over his chest. Hold on tight. Be careful not to fall. Apis kindly cautioned. No need. This will suffice. Akainu thought the idea of gripping on tightly would be quite embarrassing. Just envisioning such a posture was dreadful. Dragon uncle, let us go. This ancient dragon had a close rapport with Apis, being one of the younger and stronger within the dragon clan, and she affectionately named him Dragon Uncle. At that moment, Trick contemplated Abis's naming sense, finding it lacking. Dragon Grandpa, Dragon Mom, Dragon Aunt, Dragon Granny. Thankfully, there were only a few with such names. Trick, on the other hand, chose names like Diao Chan, Zhao Jun, Yuan, and Shi Shi for a few of his own. Apis thought Trick's naming was equally peculiar. Why choose such odd titles? Did he actually call out to Trick as he rode Diao Chan to the battlefield? As the two mounted the flying dragon, it leaped into the air, vigorously flapping its wings as it ascended, breaking through the clouds to reach the stratosphere, where the atmosphere was more stable, devoid of the turbulent weather of the troposphere, allowing for smooth flight. This was Akainu's first experience of such a magnificent aerial journey, and it felt remarkably novel. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Apis, the future leader of the Adventure Guild. And you? Apis aspired to be the Guild's future spokesperson, aiming to abolish burdensome coursework and assignments, thus boasting about her ambitions. This little one moment a master soldier, the next a future leader. What a braggart. Akainu mused internally, though he refrained from dampening the child's dreams. I am Sakazuki, a Marine Admiral, codenamed Akainu, and the future Fleet Admiral. Of course, Akainu would not let the child outshine him. Oh, quite the ambition you have. Sengoku the fleet admiral should be retiring soon, and with Kazara being a slacker, it seems you will only have Akiji to contend with. Abi's teased. For she had been thoroughly inundated with various intelligence, understanding marine affairs even better than many within the Navy. Your guild's intelligence network is truly formidable. You seem to know even more than the headquarters, Akainu remarked, surprised. One of our guild's primary operations is to provide logistical support to the Navy. This is basic information. Abi spoke with the poise of an adult. Akainu possesses limited knowledge of the East Blue in the New World. Even if there were news reports from that region, they would merely be regarded as humorous gossip, for they often border on the absurd. Are you not aware of this? The Guild has established a profound collaboration with the Navy in the East Blue, facilitating the placement and re-employment of various retired naval personnel. Consequently, there are scarcely any pirates remaining in the East Blue, and the Navy's routine patrols are predominantly orchestrated by the Guild. Nanny? Akainu was genuinely astonished. The placement and re-employment of retired naval personnel? What do you mean, pirates are gone, and there are still external tasks? Akainu suddenly realized that his information had become somewhat outdated in such a short time. Although the East Sea, famously purged by Garp, was dubbed the weakest sea, this was merely relative. Numerous small pirates still thrived, making complete eradication impossible. After one batch was dealt with, another would soon emerge, which was why several naval branches remained stationed there. Well, Abi succinctly presented the situation. She had been specifically trained in these matters and educated on the intricacies of various political and economic courses, allowing her to articulate her insights with exceptional clarity. Akainu was genuinely impressed by her exposition, particularly regarding the Guild's strategies, which he had also independently analyzed. It was astonishing how they managed to persuade those noble parasites to perform virtuous deeds, transforming pirates into adventurers and transporters. Abi's, however, selectively withheld certain classified information, demonstrating her discretion. It appeared that this young girl was not merely boasting. She was likely a pivotal member of the Guild's inner circle, possessing an extraordinary wealth of knowledge. Akainu mused. Could you be the daughter of the Adventurer Guild's president? He inquired. Absolutely not. How could the president have such a grown child? He was still a minor when I was born. Abi's denied, secretly relieved that she was not his biological offspring, lest the burden of coursework be even more daunting. She genuinely worried for the future children of the president. Is this president truly so young? Remarkable. Abi's had departed from Windmill Town, traversing the East Sea and crossing the Red Land to reach the New World, a relatively short distance in a straight line. No wonder Shanks frequently visited Windmill Town. As long as he navigated through Fishman Island and crossed the Calm Belt, he could swiftly arrive. Now, as they journeyed from the New World to Alabasta, it was highly probable that they would pass through Sky Island. Kuja had forgotten this detail. The Navy's early intervention in Sky Island posed a significant challenge for Kuja's ambitions. What is that? How fascinating, an island formed from clouds. Abi's exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the Cloud Island. The legendary Sky Island is actually here? Akainu was equally astonished. He had known of Sky Island's existence, but was unaware of its precise location. We still have a mission at hand. We shall return to explore it another time. Abi's lamented, to which Akainu tacitly agreed, though his own interest was minimal, as he preferred combating pirates to embarking on adventurous journeys. Achoo! The god of the Sky Island, Enel, sneezed, sensing through his heart net an ominous presence soaring above the island. Was it merely an illusion? What could it be? As his heart net primarily attuned to the island, Enel was left in uncertainty. Unbeknownst to him, he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Otherwise, upon Luffy's arrival at the Sky Island, there would have been no formidable adversary to confront. The two rode swiftly on the Millennium Dragon, soon arriving at the royal capital of Alabasta. Akainu observed the enthusiastic citizens engaged in vibrant celebrations and extensive construction, feeling bemused. This hardly resembled a nation recently embroiled in rebellion. The towns devastated during the uprisings had been largely restored, and thanks to the intervention of Crocodile, the capital itself had suffered minimal damage, save for the notable destruction caused during Luffy's confrontation with the Sand Crocodile. Presently, the focus was primarily on infrastructural development. The Sand Crocodile had excavated numerous channels in the desert for irrigation and waterways. The melting waters from the icebergs gradually began to converge into these channels, flowing towards the Santora River. Crocodile, now carrying Kai on his back, was accompanied by Machida, who felt a twinge of jealousy yet remained composed. Despite the magical flying carpet, Kai experienced discomfort while seated. Though she could lay upon it, prolonged periods were arduous, necessitating someone to carry her. following Crocodile's fierce battle with Kaya. She had been unable to walk for several days, prompting Crocodile to bear her to Alabasta without lingering on Magnetic Drum Island. Initially, Machida was quite incensed, but Kaya, clinging to Crocodile, defiantly showcased her position. After whispering a few words to Kaya, who shyly nodded, Crocodile set her down and took Machida away for a while. Unaccustomed to Crocodile's immense power, Machida, after a series of skirmishes, found himself overwhelmed, surrendering and pleading for mercy, requesting Crocodile to seek out Kaya or Vivi instead. With a conflicted expression, Machida returned with Crocodile, who hoisted Kaya onto his back once more. Machida was left speechless, grappling with a mix of desire and trepidation. As Crocodile, bearing Kaya, walked alongside the sand crocodile, he guided it while also prompting it to scout nearby metallic mines. Observing Crocodile with a girl on his back, the sand crocodile thought to himself how this young man truly enjoyed toying with others, especially flaunting such displays before him, which he found rather vexing. In truth, Kaya was nearly recovered, yet she feigned discomfort to remain close to Crocodile, who remained oblivious to her ruse. He perceived Kaya as an ordinary person, unlike the monstrous Luffy, who could sleep without a care in the world. The memory of that day still sent shivers down Crocodile's spine, fearing for Kaya's health. Why was there a lack of gold or oil, he pondered, envisioning Alabasta akin to the wealthy nations of the Middle East. Convinced there must be something of value hidden within. President Brother. ABIs rode in on the Red Dog, locating the quartet in the desert. It was indeed the Red Dog. Trick glanced upward. With a powerful leap, the Red Dog landed, stirring up a cloud of dust, while ABIs patiently awaited the Millennium Dragon to come to a halt. The Red Dog regarded this peculiar assembly with a hint of discomfort. One was the fierce-looking former warlord, Crocodile. Another was the Miss Chocolate, holding an umbrella. And there was a young lad with orange hair, clad in a loose, beachy t-shirt and shorts, donning flip-flops. This young boy was also carrying a sickly, rebellious girl on his back. It is worth noting that Trick's attire was quite pragmatic, given the sweltering heat of the desert. He dressed lightly, sporting comfortable sandals. "Are you the president of the Adventurers Guild?" the Red Dog inquired. "A pleasure to meet you. I am Trick, the guild president." Trick extended his hand politely. Sakaski. Akainu simply stated a name, not extending his hand. He lit a cigarette, perceiving that the young boy before him was not as formidable as anticipated. Coupled with the frail, rebellious girl beside him, they appeared to be a pair of unconventional delinquents. But what is wrong with Koya? ABIs inquired with concern, for their relationship was rather intricate. At times, Koya served as Abi's teacher in medicine and biology, and ABIs harbored a certain apprehension towards Koya's authoritative demeanor. However, Koya was often gentle with ABIs,